Chapter 1. Hellish start? Just cheat. Shinbei, you have no choice. We need to sacrifice one person to lure the corrupted wolves out of the cave, buying us precious time to escape. That if you don't die, it will be hard for us to survive. Inside a cave in the desolate valley, Xiaolong's eyes were filled with hatred as he spoke solemnly. Shinbei leaned against the wall, a cold gun pressed against his forehead. He felt like a rigid statue, his gaze vacant and dazed. In an instant, cold, stinging, itchy, numb. A myriad of maddening sensations spread throughout his body from the void of his mind, causing him to breathe rapidly like a bellows. His eyelids twitched slightly, gradually regaining a faint awareness of his body, and Shinbei slowly opened his eyes. As his gaze focused, he finally saw the surrounding environment. Inside the cave of the corrupted wolves, various unidentified animal bones were scattered everywhere, covered in bite marks. The smell of decaying animal fur and foul excrement continuously stimulated Shinbei's brain nerves. At the same time, a few humans nearby were watching him with predatory eyes, their malicious intent glaringly obvious. Did I crossover? Special Forces soldier Shinbei felt disoriented. Are you listening to me? Xiaolong pointed the gun at Shinbei's forehead, his gaze sharp and oppressive as he continued. I'm giving you 1 minute. After 1 minute, you either die by my gun or run out to attract the wolf pack. Shinbei's expression was obscure, and he felt a jolt in his heart. What kind of hellish start is this? The next moment, fragments of memories belonging to the original owner surged into his mind. After digesting the memories, Shinbei's expression changed in shock, his heart trembling incessantly. This place was actually a world where everyone is fleeing from disasters. 80 years ago, an unknown catastrophe caused a sudden mutation in this world. Numerous unknown ferocious beasts emerged, and evil entities descended. At first, due to the rich energy in this world, many people awakened supernatural powers, but they were caught off guard by the powerful beasts, leading to heavy human casualties. However, because of the existence of supernatural abilities, combined with the fact that technological weapons had not lost their effectiveness, humanity managed to get by, albeit barely. Superpowered individuals could still protect themselves against ordinary beasts. But the evil entities had powerful bodies, immense strength, and were highly unpredictable. Neither firearms nor superpowered individuals could harm them in the slightest. They became an existence that could not be killed. At least, so far, no one had managed to kill an evil entity. Cities that had been attacked by these entities had turned to ruins, leaving vast areas devoid of human life. Thus, humanity abandoned their fortified walls, opting to constantly migrate and flee across the wasteland. The only comforting aspect was that humanity discovered a natural shelter, giving them a glimmer of respite. This shelter was unlike any conventional one. It was a large moving organism. Humans parasitized on the back of this creature, wandering through the wasteland. At this moment, Shinbei understood the crisis he was in. A few days ago, this group had been traveling nearby when they discovered a wolf den unguarded. Under Xiaolong's misguided command, they intended to enter the cave and easily slaughter the wolf pups for food. As a result, they were trapped in the cave by the corrupted wolf king. Now, food was nearly depleted, and they were on the verge of starvation. If they continued like this, they would only self-destruct, while the corrupted wolves would easily enjoy a feast. Now, in a desperate bid for survival, they were preparing to sacrifice Shinbei. Shinbei felt a sharp pain in his teeth. This start was simply hellish. Countdown to death. 1 minute. At this moment, the others tried to persuade him. Shinbei, don't you understand? Individual sacrifice serves the collective. The greater good is what matters. You need to be aware of that. Don't say that. Going out to attract the wolf pack might not mean death. As long as you run fast enough, you'll be fine. Yeah. Shinbei, just give it a try. If you survive, you'll be like my father, and he'll repay you for your kindness. Shinbei, you need to broaden your perspective. Instead of dying by a bullet, you might as well take a chance outside. I don't think you can run faster than my bullet. Shinbei, what do you think? It seemed like persuasion, but there was an underlying tone of coercion and manipulation. Shinbei naturally wouldn't lose his wits over a few words. He was particularly wary of the gun in Xiaolong's hand. Moreover, it wasn't just Xiaolong who had firearms. The others in the cave also had bulges at their waists, likely handguns. There were even some carrying AK-47s and M3A rifles on their backs. After pondering for a moment, Shinbei smiled. But you have to give me a chance, right? Xiaolong asked. What do you mean? I need a gun. You just need to run, Xiaolong said solemnly. Continuing, I won't give you a rifle. A handgun won't do much against the corrupted wolves, unless you can hit one in the eye. Otherwise, bullets hitting any other part will only cause minor injuries, failing to achieve a fatal effect. and will instead provoke their ferocity. Shunbei remained silent, his gaze resolute as he extended his hand to ask for a weapon. Xiaolong hesitated for a moment, then glanced subtly at a man behind him. The man nodded, pulled out a battered handgun from his waist, and tossed it to Shunbei. Shunbei caught it and opened the magazine. .1 yellow bullet was loaded. Click. He inserted it back. At that moment, a line of text suddenly flashed at the corner of Shunbei's eye. Handgun LV-1, 15. A P226 semi-automatic handgun with a range of 50 meters. 1 bullet. Tactical rail, accessory missing. Blade sight missing. Serious where on the rifling. 100 chance of explosion. Cannot be used. Shunbei was momentarily stunned. A cheat. Although the text was concise, he found it somewhat difficult to understand. What was the function of this cheat? Did the process of loading the magazine just increase experience points? More importantly, this group of people actually gave him a handgun that could explode. Suppressing his anger for the moment, Shunbei refrained from cursing or blaming. He wanted to see what the effect of upgrading the handgun would be. He pulled out the magazine again. No experience points were gained. Shunbei frowned and disassembled the barrel, gun body, recoil mechanism, grip, and trigger mechanism. He also cleaned the internal sand and dirt from components. Upon reassembling the moment of completion, the text at the corner of his eye flickered again. Handgun LV-1, 55 upgradable. Sure enough, disassembling and reassembling items increases experience points. Shunbei focused his mind. Upgrade. Chapter 2. Dragging you to the grave. Sprinting at full speed. Handgun LV-2, 010. A P226 semi-automatic pistol, range 50 meters. 1 bullet. Tactical rail accessory missing. Front sight missing. Barrel severely worn. Usable, with slightly increased lethality. Aside from the level change, the description of this P226 also underwent subtle changes. From unusable to slightly increased lethality. Is it really that mysterious? Shunbei murmured to himself. No wonder this energy world with special abilities completely ignores basic physical rules. Shunbei planned to upgrade again. He disassembled the handgun completely and reassembled it. Unfortunately, this time he did not gain any experience points. Shunbei twitched the corner of his mouth. Is that it? There should be other ways to upgrade, which need to be explored. A jumble of thoughts swirled in Shunbei's mind. A minute had passed. He needed to hurry outside. At this moment, the Xiaolong was getting impatient, urging him on. Shunbei pondered how to break the deadlock. The ferocity of the corrupted wolves outside was something he couldn't resist. However, at that moment, several people across from him raised their handguns and rifles, aiming them at Shunbei. If Shunbei hesitated for even a second, they could turn him into a sieve. Suddenly, Shunbei recalled a fragment from the original owner's memory. Before Xiaolong led everyone into the cave, he had sent someone to position a lookout at the top of the cave. Logically, if any ferocious beast approached or there was danger outside the cave, the lookout would spot it immediately and signal the others inside to hurry out and avoid being surrounded. However, the fact was that after everyone was besieged by the corrupted wolves, they had not received any abnormal warning from the lookout. This could only indicate one thing. The Wolf King had stealthily ambushed the lookout from behind. This was the most fatal reason for everyone falling into the trap. But this lookout was a sniper, armed with a Barrett M95. Shunbei's expression changed as he carefully thought about the lookout's position. Good. You all want me dead, but you want to survive, right? Shunbei coldly laughed to himself, a plan forming in his mind. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Shunbei slowly walked to the cave entrance. This was Shunbei's first time observing this world. The thin gray clouds in the sky were constantly shifting, revealing a beautifully bright blue sky, with sunlight pouring down like fire, bathing the parched earth that had cracked from the heat. In the distance, a strong pack of corrupted wolves was prowling back and forth, their drool dripping onto the scorching rocks in the valley, evaporating into hissing white smoke. Yet, despite their hunger, they all stayed 500 meters away from the cave entrance. It seemed they also knew that beyond this distance, the power and accuracy of automatic rifles would be greatly reduced. In the valley, over 300 corrupted wolves were watching. If they left the protection of the cave, the agile corrupted wolves would only need to surround them from all sides, and a single charge could tear the entire squad apart. However, the group couldn't afford to wait. Shunbei was pushed out as a sacrifice. Shunbei observed carefully for a moment. In the pack of corrupted wolves, a unique wolf was discovered. Its massive body and smooth pure black fur were rare among the corrupted wolves. But what was most shocking was that this wolf stood upright. The alpha wolf occasionally dropped to all fours, but most of the time, it stood on 2 legs, using varying howls and its front paws to direct the pack. Shunbei listened carefully, his heart stirred. This alpha wolf produced at least 30 different sounds. If these sounds could be combined, it would almost be a language. Could this really be a corrupted wolf? Shunbei took a deep breath and glanced back at the others. The leader, feeling somewhat impatient, lowered his voice, making it sound a bit hoarse, and said, "Let's move. What are you waiting for?" Shinbei forced a smile and replied, "I just wanted to say my final goodbyes." "No need, just complete your mission." "Oh, fine then." Bang! A bullet pierced through the leader's forehead, exploding out the back of his skull. In an instant, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, coating the faces of the others. The leader collapsed immediately, not even having time to scream, and breathed his last. This scene left everyone stunned and speechless. Shinbei put away his smoking gun, a satisfied smile on his face. "Damn it. You give me a malfunctioning gun and still expect me to die? I'll make sure you go first with the last bullet." A gentleman doesn't hold grudges overnight. He took his revenge on the spot. At the same time, Shinbei was unexpectedly pleased. Firing a shot had actually increased his experience points. Pistol LV2, 110. At that moment, the others in the cave could not believe how the situation unfolded beyond their expectations. Clearly, that gun was damaged. How could it still fire a bullet? Even if it could, Shinbei had shot the last precious bullet at the leader at the final moment. What the hell? That gun was obviously broken. Unbelievable. How could it fire a bullet? Damn it. Are you all out of your minds? Why are you still worrying about whether the gun is good or bad at a time like this? Shoot him. Take that bastard down. Just as the others in the cave angrily grabbed their weapons, aiming to shoot at Shinbei by the cave entrance, his figure had already vanished. They were left in furious frustration, cursing nonstop. Meanwhile, Shinbei was sprinting, not charging directly at the wolf pack. Instead, he was pushing his stamina to the limit, veering left to run. This direction not only allowed him to escape the sight of the cave and avoid retaliatory gunfire, but, more importantly, enabled him to quickly reach the mountaintop to obtain a sniper rifle. Attempting to break through a pack of over 300 corrupted wolves without any special abilities was nothing short of a delusion, akin to throwing eggs against stones and seeking self-destruction. The only way to overcome this was with the sniper rifle at the mountaintop. At this moment, when the alpha wolf saw Shinbei's figure dart out, it did not command all the corrupted wolves to charge. It seemed to understand that Shinbei was merely bait thrown out by the humans. The alpha wolf stood upright, emitting howling sounds to coordinate and command the pack's actions, sending a few corrupted wolves to chase and maintaining order among the others. When necessary, it still walked bipedally, but never lingered in one spot for too long. More often, it completely blended into the pack. Apart from its wolf-like appearance, from any angle it resembled a calm, cruel, and cunning human commander. Howl in the corner of Shinbei's eye. He glanced back to see several corrupted wolves charging at him, their speed kicking up stones from the ground. It was like a car accelerating rapidly. Damn! Shinbei had underestimated the monstrous beasts of this world. The speed of the corrupted wolves was hair-raising. Shinbei let out a low growl, pushing his physical limits, his heart pumping at maximum capacity, and even his nostrils burst from the intense exertion, suddenly spraying blood. Shinbei, disregarding everything, was desperate to escape as if he wished he could sprout 8 legs. In just a few breaths, the distance between them shrank. The fastest corrupted wolf was already less than 20 meters behind Shinbei in the blink of an eye. He could even feel the overwhelming pressure from the corrupted wolf, as if it were dragging him backward. Finally, in Shinbei's line of sight, a small hill less than 3 meters high appeared, like a wall standing before him. Shinbei crouched and jumped, stretching his arms up to grab the edge, using the momentum to roll over. He turned his head to the left and saw a scattered corpse that had been gnawed on, along with a Barrett M95. Chapter 3. Celebrating too soon. Sniper teammate. Without any hesitation, Shinbei rolled a few steps and grabbed the sniper rifle from the ground. He pulled the bolt. A text prompt popped up in the corner of his vision. Sniper rifle LV-105. Modified Barrett M95. Effective range 900 meters, 5 rounds. Missing detachable bipod. Adjustable rear monopod, and scope, significant lethality. There was no time to pay attention to the prompt. Although the missing bipod would cause significant recoil, this weapon had an efficient muzzle brake that could reduce the recoil by 70. No bipod. He would still use it. He turned around. And the nearest corrupted wolf had not only jumped to the top of the hill, but was also opening its gaping maw to pounce. The distance between them was less than a meter. Shinbei could even smell the foul odor emanating from the wolf's mouth. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his wildly beating heart. There was no need to aim. At such close range, he would fire blindly. Bang! Shinbei's shoulder felt sore and numb from the impact of the recoil, as if it might fall apart. The tremendous recoil slammed into him, pushing him back 10 centimeters. Sniper rifle LV-115. For Shinbei, after observing through the words of the Eagle Dragon and the cave entrance, he realized that handguns posed no threat to the corrupted wolves. However, anything above an automatic rifle definitely had lethal power against them. Otherwise, how could these corrupted wolves suddenly become so intelligent? They know how to set traps and also understand how to avoid the most lethal range of automatic rifles. Despite being hungry, not a single wolf crosses that invisible line. Their behavior is almost like that of an army. Only fear can make these wolves act this way. Therefore, a sniper rifle, which is even more powerful than an automatic rifle, must be a deadly weapon. Sure enough, after a blind shot from Shinbei, a large splash of blood erupted on one of the wolves, with a hot bullet completely tearing off its belly. This was a strong male wolf weighing at least 30 kilograms, and it was sent flying several meters away by the bullet's impact. After rolling on the ground a few times, it managed to struggle to stand up, despite losing almost all of its internal organs. Although severely injured and unable to fight, it still shook and growled lowly at Shinbei in a show of defiance, until another male wolf jumped to the top of the hill and bit through its neck. This is the law of survival. A severely injured wolf cannot hunt, and its final fate is to die quickly. After a brief shock at the resilience of the wounded wolf, Shinbei did not hesitate for a moment and fired again. Sniper rifle LV-125, the bullet, carrying immense power, directly broke another wolf in half. Even so, that wolf continued to bite at the air and crawled towards Shinbei. Without even looking, Shinbei knew that this wolf would last a few seconds and would naturally die. He turned his gun and shot the last wolf that was about to leap up. Sniper rifle LV-135. The bullet shot straight through its mouth, and the wolf fell like a rag doll, twitching a few times before dying. After dealing with the pursuing wolves, Shinbei lay down on the top of the hill. The old-style sights above the muzzle slowly locked onto the head of the lead wolf below. To escape the encirclement of the wolves, Shinbei knew he had to shoot the leader first. To kill all the wolves would require more ammunition than he had. Only by killing the lead wolf would the others be thrown into chaos, even scattering in all directions. Shinbei had this hypothesis because he had observed some male wolves resisting the authority of the lead wolf when watching the pack at the cave entrance. This indicated that it was a group of several smaller packs of wolves. Once the lead wolf died, the pack would definitely collapse and revert to a state of disorder. The gun he was using was an old-style enhanced Barrett, modified by hand. The body of the gun had been simply reinforced to fire more powerful bullets, and an additional steel pipe had been added to the barrel, increasing its range. However, there were no advanced aiming devices on the gun, not even an old-style sight. Just the most primitive front sight. The straight-line distance from the muzzle to the lead wolf exceeded 1,000 meters. Normally, this type of firearm, in perfect condition and handled by an expert, could achieve a range of 2,000 meters. However, due to poor maintenance and modifications, it increasingly resembled an old antique. Even if this rifle had sufficient range, hitting the target would rely solely on luck, and it would have to be extraordinary luck. The muzzle of the sniper rifle wobbled slightly with the movement of the lead wolf. This movement was almost precise to the micrometer. Bang! The enormous and brutal gunshot echoed throughout the valley. The scorching bullet traced a white line through the air. In an instant, the lead wolf's thick chest exploded, and as it lowered its head to see its horrific wound, it collapsed to the ground. With the lead wolf down, the pack of corrupted wolves immediately fell into chaos. Most of the corrupted wolves, enraged, ran back and forth across the valley, searching for the culprit who dared to provoke the entire pack. However, apart from the smell of gunpowder lingering in the wind, there were no other unusual scents, and a few of the most sensitive corrupted wolves had already rushed to the mountaintop, only to find it completely empty. Dozens of furious corrupted wolves charged toward the humans in the cave, but such a charge was akin to suicide. More than 40 strong corrupted wolves only managed to get within 10 meters of the cave entrance before being shot down by a dense hail of bullets. The only result was that a third of the team's ammunition was expended. Half an hour later, the pack began to grow even more restless and anxious, as a strong male wolf started to roar and howl frequently, attempting to take the place of the lead wolf. Seeing this scene, the humans in the cave became tense. Although this wolf was much stronger compared to the ordinary corrupted wolves, it did not possess the evident intelligence that the original lead wolf had. However, with the return of a lead wolf to the pack, who knew what would happen next? Bang! Another shocking gunshot rang out, and the new lead wolf fell in response. This time, the people in the cave finally saw a wisp of smoke rising from the opposite mountain, and someone took out binoculars to look across. In the viewfinder, there was only a stretch of rocky terrain, with no sign of any person at all. Was it him? I doubt it. He was supposed to go out and attract the wolves, but look, he seems to have disappeared. That shouldn't be possible, right? The distance was nearly 1,200 meters, and he had no training. How could he shoot so accurately? I think it must have been someone else who saved us. Perhaps Shinbei was following this person. Regardless of who it was, it seemed we were saved. With the pack losing its lead wolf again, they probably wouldn't charge anymore. Oh, what a pity for the fierce dragon. It died too tragically. Once we get out, I must settle the score with Shinbei. Everyone in the cave let out a sigh of relief and began to blame Shinbei again, while ignoring their own persecution of him. The valley returned to silence. and the afternoon sun became even more intense. Without the lead wolf's restraint and guidance, the pack of corrupted wolves transformed from a disciplined army back into beasts acting solely on instinct. As dusk approached, they lost their last bit of patience and began to leave the valley in small groups. Eventually, all the corrupted wolves scattered from the valley. The people in the cave cautiously stepped out. On the opposite ridge, Shunbei, wearing a brown hooded cloak, blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding environment. He watched as the people emerged from the cave, celebrating their survival. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he aimed his sights at their heads. You are celebrating too soon. You will pay a bloody price for your actions. Shunbei showed no mercy. This was his favorite moment of the hunt. Chapter 4. A crushing hunt. At this moment, the crowd in the cave, after seeing the complete disappearance of the corrupted wolves, rushed out with excited and uplifted expressions. Neither the dead harpy dragon nor the vanished Shunbei sparked any thoughts in their minds. Their eyes were fixed on the dozens of lifeless, corrupted wolf bodies. Brothers. It was worth coming out this time. There are crystal source cores everywhere. A bountiful harvest. One of them exclaimed. This stuff is currency. Hurry and dig into the corrupted wolves' heads. Leave 5 for me. I plan to trade for a new arrow rifle. This antique in my hand should be replaced. I intend to buy 2 pairs of wheels so I won't have to rent a place in the shelter, avoiding the landlord's disdain and exploitation. The crowd wore greedy expressions, drawing out their daggers to begin harvesting the crystal source cores from the wolves' brains. This item was not only currency, but also a means for awakened individuals to recharge their abilities, gradually becoming a tradable currency. However, they were unaware that on the other side of the valley, Shunbei's sniper scope was already trained on their heads, like the scythe of death. In Shunbei's eyes, the moment they had driven themselves out of the cave to lure the wolf pack, they had already become sworn enemies. As long as he was alive, there could be no peace between them. Only through hunting could he achieve his revenge. A slightly twisted smile appeared on Shunbei's handsome face. May there be no escape from hell. This saying was a common expression in this world, usually uttered at funerals. The sniper rifle in Shunbei's hands was like a sleeping lion awakened, poised to strike. Holding his breath, Shunbei's gaze was sharp as an eagle. He gripped the cold rifle tightly, his heart beating in sync with the barrett in his hands. In an instant, he gently squeezed the trigger, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. With a loud bang, the sound shattered the valley, and a fierce flame erupted from the gun's muzzle. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it was a bullet carrying the mark of death. The bullet left the chamber with a ferocious speed, piercing through the air and leaving an invisible yet distinct trajectory, stirring up a scorching ripple in the atmosphere. A man in the valley, bent over digging for crystal source cores, had his lower body blown apart. The deadly bullet wreaked havoc within him, shredding his flesh and leaving a horrifying cavity. Blood gushed out like blooming red lotuses, accompanied by shattered internal organs, staining half the sky red. The scene caused others to instantly become inexplicably horrified and panicked. Some even trembled in shock from the overwhelming terror. Some people felt as if an invisible hand was tightening around their throats, making it hard to breathe and leaving them unable to speak. Others had their eyes turn blood red, shock and rage crashing over them like turbulent waves. An enemy attack. Someone is sniping us. Damn it, who is it? Could it be that person? No matter who it is, find cover, don't just stand there. The crowd in the valley scattered like startled chickens, desperately seeking shelter from the sniper. However, in front of the cave was an open area with very few rocks to hide behind. The sniper changed his magazine and pulled the bolt. One deadly bullet after another was fired. Despite the chaos of people running in the valley, the sniper had been a top-tier special forces soldier in his previous life. Not to mention moving targets. Even S-shaped live targets had been taken down countless times. His shooting accuracy was exceptionally high. After a series of shots, 3 more bodies fell in the valley. The sniper retreated and began to circle around, changing magazines. There were still 3 enemies hiding behind a large rock. He squinted, moving stealthily like a swift leopard. During his maneuvering, he began to upgrade his sniper rifle. Sniper Rifle LV1, 10.5, Modified Barrett M95, range 900 meters, 5 rounds. Detachable bipod missing, adjustable monopod missing, scope missing, high lethality. Upgrade. Sniper Rifle LV2, 510, Modified Barrett M95, range 1000 meters, 5 rounds. Detachable bipod missing. Adjustable monopod missing, scope missing, high lethality. Increased shooting distance by 100 meters. The sniper felt a surge of curiosity, wondering if further upgrades would yield other effects besides increasing range. After all, this was an energy world where even extraordinary abilities existed, so transcending physical rules was understandable. In a short moment, he completed a half circle, returning to the same high point where he had previously sniped the Wolf King. He set up his sniper rifle and took a look. A smirk appeared on his face. The 3 enemies were still huddled in their original positions. peeking out from behind the rocks, trying to locate him for a counterattack. Bang! Without hesitation, the sniper placed the enemy's head in his crosshairs and pulled the trigger. The sound of the shot echoed in the valley. Sniper rifle LV2, 610, just as the first gunshot reverberated in the air, another shot followed. Sniper rifle LV2, 710, before the sound reached the ears of the 3-1 enemy on the left collapsed. The powerful bullet pierced through the rock, turning half of his chest into a bloody mess. A mangled arm flew out from the other side, falling to the ground. The second shot blew apart the head of the enemy in the center. The man on the far left felt his muscles twitching, each gunshot striking like a hammer on his heart. He suddenly turned around and discovered that at the top of the cave, there was a person lying down. The dart gun barrel was slowly turning to aim at him. He was extremely shocked, and in his pupils, he could already see the faces of the snipers. Shunbei. This person was filled with disbelief and confusion. He never would have imagined that Shunbei, the weakest in the team, not only was still alive, but had also picked up a gun to begin his revenge. How could this be possible? An indescribable sense of regret, fear, and resentment tore at his heart like thousands of ants. If he could start over, he would definitely stop the leader from letting this demon out. Bang! Suddenly, he heard a strange high-pitched whistle in his ears, the high-frequency vibration made by the bullet flying through the air faster than sound waves. Intense regret and coldness surged violently in his heart as he hoarsely shouted, "No!" Puff! The bullet hit him precisely in the center of his forehead. It exploded like a smashed watermelon, sending blood mist flying everywhere. At this moment, Shunbei's finger was still hooked on the trigger. With a sense of release, he emptied the magazine. Sniper rifle LV2, 1010, Shunbei let out a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. Level up. Chapter 5, A Unique Sanctuary, Sniper Rifle LV3, 030, Modified Barrett M95, range 1,100 meters, 5 rounds, detachable bipod missing, adjustable monopod missing, scope missing, high lethality, movement shooting, accuracy 20. After reading the information, Shunbei's pupils slightly constricted. This upgrade brought a brand new entry. That is, accuracy in movement combat has been greatly enhanced. It's known that shooting a target while running is exponentially more difficult than blind shooting. The body sways violently while running, and precision is hard to achieve even with a handgun, let alone a sniper rifle. The only practical option is an automatic rifle for random spraying. Even for someone like Shunbei, a special forces soldier, hitting every shot while in motion is a matter of luck. Maybe hitting 3 out of 10 is already fortunate. It seems that this external ability is very practical. Shunbei put away the sniper rifle, slung it across his back, donned a hood to conceal his face in shadow, and walked towards the valley. Soon, his vision was filled with the remnants of wolves and humans. The mixed smell of blood from the two different creatures tortured his nostrils. After a moment of adaptation, Shunbei began to clean up the battlefield. In the original owner's memory, the beasts of the wasteland produced crystal cores, which are important currency in this world and commonly used by ability users. With this thought, Shunbei picked up a dagger from the ground and started to collect crystal cores. Some crystal cores had already been dug out by enemies and could be picked up directly. Shunbei picked one up, raised it to observe. By this time, night had fallen, and the lonely moon hung in the night sky, casting silver light and providing considerable visibility. The crystal core was about the size of a fingernail, with a diamond shape and a shimmering blue glow. Inside, there are milky white lines resembling milk that flow slowly. Unfortunately, according to the original owner's memory, this body does not possess the conditions to awaken any abilities and can only be used as currency. Shunbei sighed softly. However, he does not believe that in this strange world, one cannot survive without abilities. Even those ordinary people he killed are managing to get by. Besides, he has infinite possibilities at his disposal. The future looks bright. After spending about an hour, Shunbei collected all the crystal cores, totaling 37 pieces. Due to some missing parts in the original owner's memory, he could only assess their exact value once he reached a shelter. Next, Shunbei searched through the enemy's bodies. Aside from rifle bullets, he found only a bottle of water, some hardtack, and half a cigarette. It seemed he was in a dire situation and needed to break through. Shunbei smiled, sitting cross-legged on the ground, taking small bites. After replenishing his energy, he lit a cigarette and took a deep puff, holding the smoke in for 3 to 4 minutes before exhaling a faint cloud. It was clear he knew how to enjoy tobacco. After taking a few more puffs, he extinguished the cigarette but firmly into the ground. He then cut 30 pounds of wolf meat and got up to look toward the east, illuminated by the silver light of the moon, and set off on his journey. According to the original owner's memory, shelter number 36 was located to the east. Although the shelter was mobile, it usually didn't travel too far. As long as it didn't make sharp turns, it could be encountered, whether day or night. One only needed to be wary of ferocious beasts and aberrations while moving in the wasteland. Of course, this also included humans. Ferocious beasts could be evaded, but encountering aberrations meant death if one didn't flee. Shinbei maintained a steady pace, slowly heading east. When dawn broke, a giant creature appeared on the desolate ground in the distance, measuring about 5 kilometers long, 300 meters wide, and over 10 meters tall. It resembled a continuously writhing slug. This was shelter number 36. This giant creature was referred to as a titan by humans. Clearly, this titan was entirely different in both form and essence from what Shinbei understood. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding regarding the term titan in this world. However, it was a harmless creature, slowly crawling across the wasteland, serving as a natural shelter. The reason this creature became a shelter lies in its most important characteristic. No aberrations can approach within a radius of 500 meters. Humans do not know why it possesses this characteristic, but that is not important. As long as aberrations cannot come near, it represents a glimmer of hope for human survival. Currently, there are 56 known shelters like this scattered across the wasteland. Humans follow the Titan, constantly migrating. Wherever the Titan goes, humans follow. Within the shelter, there are also social classes. The powerful and influential humans naturally reside on the back of the Titan, where numerous residences and various facilities have been constructed. Individuals like Shinbei, who are from the lower strata, do not qualify to ascend to the sanctuary and can only follow behind the Titan. Shinbei quickened his pace, starting to chase after the sanctuary. Soon, the silhouette of the Titan's massive body obscured his view. Within a few kilometers, a peculiar scene unfolded. Countless ropes, uncountable in number, connected one end to the Titan's body and the other to innumerable wheeled houses. These houses stretched endlessly behind the Titan, extending nearly 5 kilometers. One can imagine that when the evil beings arrive, the area within 5 kilometers will be absolutely unsafe, and these houses will inevitably need to adjust, compressing into a crowded space within 500 meters. This is bound to lead to friction and disputes. The only truly safe place is the sanctuary on the Titan's back, which is not accessible to everyone. As Shinbei entered the area of the houses, he slowed his pace, exploring this marvelous world bit by bit. The sounds of numerous wheel tracks mixed with the noise of the Titan's massive body crushing the surface stones, creating an indescribable cacophony. The houses varied in size. Some served as residences, others as bars, and there were various shops selling goods. Generally, the more wheels a house had, the larger it was. This is also why, back in the valley, the enemy's lifelong aspiration was to acquire 2 pairs of wheels, which would signify a true home. Shinbei wandered around until he came to a shop. The sign was simple, featuring just a droplet design. It was a store selling water. Shinbei climbed the ladder and pushed open the door. Welcome. A bald owner sat behind the counter. Behind him was a massive water tank made of super strong alloy steel, impervious to bullets, reinforced with many steel bars for protection. Shinbei took out a crystal core and handed it over, saying, "1 bottle of water, please." The owner cheerfully accepted the bottle, saying, "Sure thing." By the way, he turned around and added, "The price of water has gone up. Now it costs 5 crystal cores." Shinbei, this price is a bit outrageous. Chapter 6. Alarm clock upgraded to a bomb. The water bottle in Shinbei's hand was not large. A standard 500 milliliters mineral water bottle. Just for 1 bottle of water, it required 5 crystal cores. With such prices, how do the people in this world manage to survive? Shinbei naturally understood how precious water sources were. In this world, both groundwater and surface water were nearly all contaminated. To obtain water, humans had to rely on the Titan, which often paused its movement and opened its massive mouth, extending a rotating hollow flesh tube to drill into the ground. It would extract groundwater, passing it through special internal filtering organs to purify the contaminated water, storing it in its stomach to ensure a water supply for its own life needs. Humans would then create a passageway into the Titan to reach its stomach and extract clean water for drinking. Although it was quite labor-intensive, at least the water supply was sufficient to meet the consumption needs of Sanctuary number 36. At this moment, the shop owner explained, Titan had not stopped drawing water for nearly 2 months, making water a rare commodity, and naturally, the price rose. The owner placed a bottle of clean water on the counter. "Thank you for your patronage." Shinbei shrugged and handed over 5 crystal cores. He left the water shop, carefully placing the bottle down. According to the original owner's memory, he navigated through a series of mobile homes. He arrived at an apartment. The building was not tall, only 3 stories. In the corner of the 3rd floor was a small room that served as his residence. Back already? The landlord was a greasy, middle-aged man, overweight and bloated, gnawing on some unknown beast's bone. His yellowed teeth tore into the half-raw flesh. How was the harvest this time? Shinbei's expression remained calm. It all went wrong. This damn world is like that. The landlord wiped his hands and continued. Yesterday we were drinking and having a good time, and today they're gone. Shinbei nodded and turned to walk upstairs. The landlord's large head poked out. Why are you acting confused? Shinbei stopped, slowly turned back, and asked in confusion, "What? It's time to pay rent." Only then did Shinbei remember that the original owner had gone out to hunt beasts in order to collect crystal cores to pay the rent. He counted out 20 crystal cores and handed them to the landlord. The landlord smiled broadly. "Not bad. I thought you'd need to go out a few more times to gather enough for the rent. Go on up." Shinbei smiled slightly and continued upstairs. From the original owner's memories, the landlord had once been a supernatural being, enjoying a period of prosperity. However, after being infected by a toxic gas during a battle with a beast, his powers were sealed, and he fell to become an ordinary person. Fortunately, he had earned quite a few crystal cores, bought 4 pairs of wheels, built a 3-story apartment, and became a landlord, living a decent life. The so-called toxic gas was a type of unpredictable gas that could appear anywhere at any time. Once a supernatural being came into contact with this gas, regardless of their power, their abilities would be sealed and could not be unraveled, leading them to become ordinary. Humans in this world believe this was a punishment from God for supernatural beings who sought to tap into the energy of the universe. Hence it was called the toxic gas of divine punishment. Shinbei pushed open the door to his residence. The interior space was small, with a bed taking up almost 80 of the room. The room was relatively clean, though the bedding was a bit worn and shiny. Water resources in this world were hard to come by, especially drinking water. Even the wealthy rarely used pure water for bathing, usually opting for secondary water filtered through purification devices. This type of water contained a certain amount of radiation, leaving a tingling sensation on the body after use. Although it was tolerable, it was not as comfortable as bathing. It felt more like showering under electrified water. As a result, most people rarely bathed, and naturally, their bodies were quite dirty. In the room, Shinbei pulled out the few drawers, finding only some worthless items. However, in one packaging bag, he discovered a photograph. The front of the photo features a small boy and girl together, both around 5 years old. On the back, there is a neatly written note, likely in the handwriting of a woman. It reads, "In the 67th year of the new calendar, my sister Shun Nan accompanied me to the 7th shelter, the Crimson Queen." Personally written, "Sister Crimson Queen?" Shinbei was taken aback. This part of the memory had not been passed down at all. If it weren't for rummaging through the drawer, he wouldn't have known anything about it. The name Crimson Queen sounds quite impressive. Shinbei pursed his lips, temporarily setting aside the matter. With his current abilities, he had no means to find out where the 7th shelter was located. He then grabbed the alarm clock from the table, tilting his head with a glimmer of excitement. Alarm clock LV105. Internal components damaged, time inaccurate, alarm broken, unable to report time. Shinbei's hands flew as he quickly disassembled the clock into hundreds of tiny parts, then reassembled it. Alarm clock LV105 upgrade. Alarm clock LV29510 upgrade. Alarm clock LV50 a fully functional alarm clock, accurately reporting time, with a crisp ringing sound of excellent quality, and resistant to damage from external forces. If fitted with 10 core crystals, it can be used as a detonator. A time bomb? Shinbei was astonished. He never expected that the little alarm clock could turn into a detonator after some upgrades. It's important to note that core crystals are essentially a form of energy, just absorbed by those with special abilities. Now, through the clock, this energy could be detonated. What a surprise. Shinbei grinned while holding the clock. He initially thought only firearms could be upgraded, but it seems that all mechanical items can be enhanced. Just imagine if he could get a mech or something like that. He shuddered at the thought. Shinbei's mind began to race. Currently, the lower area he was in did not have the conditions to produce machinery. However, the upper level, specifically on the back of the Titan, had facilities for manufacturing weapons and machinery. After a short break, Shinbei couldn't contain his excitement and decided to take a chance to see if he could try making a mech to boost his combat power. This was closely related to his own enhancements. He stepped outside, walking along the removable wooden planks in the middle of the house. Along the way, he bought a piece of earth powder cake, a food made of fine soil mixed with flour. It truly had the taste of nature, with a gritty texture reminiscent of chewing old tree bark. However, this was a staple food for ordinary humans. Shinbei slowly got used to the rather unappealing taste of the food. Soon, he arrived at the stairs, the only passage leading to the back of the Titan. There were 2 ways to ascend. One was to walk up, and the other was to take the elevator, which was generally used for transporting supplies. Powered by an electrical ability user, he held the electric wire tightly in both hands, sparks of electricity crackling from his palms. His face flushed as he controlled the current output. The motor slowly began to turn, lifting the elevator upwards. After undergoing a thorough inspection by the guards and submitting 10 pounds of rotten wolf meat, he was finally allowed to pass. It pained him a bit, mainly. He realized that he hadn't prepared the rotten wolf meat properly and should have cut it into smaller pieces. Perhaps submitting just 1 pound would have been sufficient. Of course, The upper shelter allowed residents from this shelter to come and go as long as they left before sunset. The guards were merely taking advantage of their duties. As he climbed to the top, his eyes brightened. Chapter 7. You're too handsome. It's dangerous. Ignoring the current environment of widespread escape and the presence of evil beings. The view from atop this giant creature resembled that of a small city. Connected factories produced a range of products from canned goods to cement, steel, and weaponry. On the other end was a small power plant providing energy. The production scale here, of course, couldn't compare to that of the old era. So there was no talk of economies of scale. But in these turbulent times, it was a necessity. The streets were lined with more luxurious shops, smooth roads, and towering buildings. Even the vegetation and flowers on both sides of the road were plentiful. Further away, there were vast fields and steaming turbines. Even in the apocalypse, the powerful and influential still lived well, seemingly unaffected. He couldn't help but sigh. After walking along the street for a while, he discovered a modern small factory. This was where humans used technology to purify contaminated water, which also served as a bathhouse. He lowered his head to sniff the foul odor coming from himself. If he wanted to find a job, he had to present himself properly. Without hesitation, he decided to take a shower first. Even if it was a bit prickly, it was better than the stench that could knock someone out. Upon entering the courtyard, he could hear the rumbling of machinery and the sound of flowing water. Many ability users were coming in and out, clearly also there to bathe. These individuals were evidently more concerned about their appearance and image, much more than those struggling for survival in the lower tiers. Inside, he saw that the water outlet was divided into 3 pipes. One led outside, supplying water to other residences for mopping, cleaning dust from the streets, and irrigating trees and crops. Another pipe connected to the nearby steam power plant. The last pipe led to individual bathing rooms. How much for a shower? He asked, leaning on the counter. A staff member, without looking up or opening their eyes, flipped through a novel. Are you an ability user? Please show your license. The license was an identification for ability users. In the wasteland, numerous shelters were scattered about. Each shelter issued licenses to their ability users. Although the style and design of the licenses varied, they were mutually recognized among shelters and offered certain conveniences. The cost for ability users to shower was 3 crystal cores, a price honored by any shelter. If it weren't for the special abilities, 5 core crystals would be quite a shock. Shinbei was taken aback. A bottle of drinkable purified water was only worth 3 units before the price increase. Washing up actually costs 5? The staff looked up and saw Shunbei's astonished expression, realizing he was quite naive. Do you think it's expensive? The staff quickly explained. Do you know where our water source comes from? If Titan doesn't stop, the purification plant cannot draw surface water. Shinbei nodded. So, it's still a matter of water scarcity. Until Titan stops moving, the water source is indeed a big issue. Shinbei gritted his teeth and handed over 5 core crystals. Room 7. You only have 2 minutes. The staff's reminder almost made Shinbei stumble. What? Only 2 minutes for a shower? This is ridiculous. Shinbei hurried to bathroom number 7. He quickly took off his clothes, turned on the shower head, and started washing. The powerful water flow washed over his body, making Shinbei feel electrified and tingly. He moved rapidly, scrubbing himself all over. A lot of dirt was washed away. The shower time couldn't be too long. Although the water had been treated and the radiation level significantly lowered, it was still far from safe for drinking. Prolonged exposure could cause irreversible harm to the body. Despite the various limitations and high costs, being able to take a shower was still one of the most envied benefits for the residents of the shelter. The water flow from the shower head quickly diminished and eventually stopped. The last drop of water reluctantly fell, creating a small splash on his smooth shoulder before flowing down his skin. When the shower ended, he simply wiped his body, feeling much lighter and letting out a long sigh. He looked somewhat presentable. Shinbei combed his hair in front of the broken mirror, got dressed, and walked out. However, as he passed the counter, the staff looked at his refreshed face. The long, strong, slightly arched eyebrows, sparkling eyes, and the contours of his face formed an almost perfect picture. Suddenly, he felt a dryness in his throat. Despite appearing male, in this survival-driven era, desires had long been unshackled, and sex and violence had become instincts for most. Men and women, adults and children, humans and non-humans. All lines were rapidly blurring in the eyes of those seeking stimulation and climax. Hey, the staff called out. Shinbei stopped and turned to ask, is there anything else? I just wanted to remind you, the staff grinned. Sometimes, dirtiness can be a form of camouflage. I hope you understand. Initially, Shinbei didn't grasp the staff's meaning. But seeing their finger drawing circles on their face, he got the hint. Thank you. Shinbei returned to the street and put on his hood. Just then, there was a violent tremor beneath his feet, like a minor earthquake. The noise quickly faded away. As the Titan came to a stop, many people began to cheer in the streets. The Titan has stopped. Fortune smiles upon us. Drinking water can be cheaper now. Quick, let us go down and check for nearby mines. coal, or iron, anything that can be sold. Damn it. The surface water is 1,000 meters away. Let us go down and hire someone to fetch water. We need to chop down some trees, whether for firewood or to make planks, so we can prepare for winter. After crawling for 2 months, the Titan finally halted. This was also the busiest time for everyone in the shelter. There was plenty of work to be done. Gathering materials on-site was an excellent opportunity for repairing houses and wheels. The lower-class people, especially the landlords, rushed to untie the dragging ropes and push their houses within a 500-meter radius of the Titan to avoid sudden attacks from lurking threats. Naturally, chaos ensued as the owners of various wheeled houses scrambled for positions, exchanging insults, and sometimes even fighting. Generally, the commanding general in charge of the shelter would dispatch the law enforcement team from the tribunal to maintain order. At this moment, Shinbei could choose to descend from the Titan and easily find a job with any employer for wages. However, Shinbei's goal was not to do odd jobs, but to customize mechas. Soon, he arrived at a private workshop capable of processing firearms. Looking around, he saw various models of guns scattered about like trash. The owner even used a 98K rifle as a fire poker, skewering large pieces of meat to grill over the flames. What guns do you want? Just look around, pick whatever you like, all at scrap metal prices. Upon seeing Shinbei, the owner introduced himself as a guest. Shinbei glanced around and asked, "Do you have revolvers? I knew you'd like antiques." The owner slapped his thigh. "You've come to the right place. You want to find a revolver in other shelters, but I just happen to have one." Chapter 8. Your request sounds a bit like a joke. Shinbei's understanding of firearms in this world had reached a new level. Frankly speaking, the guns in this private workshop could arm a militia in a small African country if brought to earth. Yet in this world, these firearms were all old antiques, used primarily by impoverished, ordinary folks. Shinbei currently had a handgun and a sniper rifle. The sniper rifle was functioning well, slowly leveling up, and could continue to be used. However, the handgun was quite disappointing. The revolver had greater power, which was exactly what Shinbei wanted to replace. The owner rummaged through the pile of weapons for a while and finally pulled out an M500 revolver. Here, he casually tossed it to Shinbei. Shinbei caught it and examined it. It was rusted and showed no signs of maintenance. The trigger was stiff and seemed like it might jam. M500 revolver LV105. No bullets. Trigger malfunctioning. Cylinder slightly jammed. Pawl unresponsive. Rifling intact. Great lethality. Many faults. Not recommended for use. Shinbei's mouth twitched. This revolver, if placed on Earth, would be twice as powerful as a certain well-known handgun. One shot could take down a large rhinoceros. Now looking at it, it was truly just scrap metal. However, Shinbei didn't care. He had an advantage that allowed him to surpass physical rules and could repair it by leveling up. What about the bullets? Shinbei asked. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Aren't you a collector? For combat use, Shinbei replied. The shopkeeper scratched his head. The bullet model for this revolver is quite special. Let me think of the name. Shinbei said directly, 500 SW Magnum bullets. Yes, that's the one. It's a mouthful, the shopkeeper complained. I don't have those bullets ready-made, but if you need them, I can process them for you on site. He pointed to the lathe and production line in the back room, proudly stating, to be blunt, all the bullets in shelter number 36 are produced by me. Of course, I can't handle the new gadgets used by the ability users. New gadgets? Shinbei inquired. The shopkeeper chuckled. Those are firearms that can use crystal cores as kinetic energy to unleash power. Oh, Shinbei maintained a calm expression, but his heart was churning with shock. Ability users are equipped with firearms too? Moreover, they are beyond his understanding. He really wanted to see one in action. How much? Shinbei asked while fiddling with the revolver. The shopkeeper was quite honest. This antique is yours for free, but you must order no less than 300 bullets, which will cost you 50 crystal cores. Shinbei rummaged through his pockets and found only 6 crystal cores left. He then set down 20 pounds of corrupted wolf meat. I don't have that much right now. Can these count as part of the deposit? The shopkeeper stroked his chin. Let me see your residence permit. Shinbei pulled out the original owner's residence permit. The shopkeeper examined it carefully for a moment, jotting down the information, a longtime resident. After thinking for a bit, he said, for 20 pounds of corrupted wolf meat, I can only count it as 4 crystal cores. I can process 300 bullets for you, but you'll need to return 80 crystal cores to me. Don't think I'm being greedy. I'm being quite charitable, he added. To put it bluntly, if you die in the wasteland tomorrow, how can I chase you to hell to demand my crystal cores? The interest rate was actually quite high. However, the shopkeeper's concerns were not unfounded. When a person dies, all debts are gone. Normally, 50 crystal cores would yield 300 bullets, making the price 1 crystal core for 6 bullets. In the wasteland, when dealing with fierce beasts, if luck is on your side, you could take down a beast within 3 shots and earn 1 crystal core. Overall, the returns were decent. Shinbei nodded. All right. After both parties agreed, they wrote an IOU. The shopkeeper rummaged through the bullet blueprints and went to the workshop. Come back in an hour to pick it up. Meanwhile, Shinbei sat on the ground, disassembling the revolver and then reassembling it. Revolver LV-155. Shinbei seemed to have grasped a pattern. As long as he got his hands on the new gadgets, based on the number of detachable parts, he could almost level up each time. Except for the alarm clock. Upgrade. Revolver LV-2-010. No bullets, the cylinder is slightly stuck, and the pall is unresponsive. The rifling is intact and has great lethality. It is usable, but be cautious of the sticking. When firing continuously, observe the pall's operation status. It's done. The trigger's abnormal activity has disappeared. From unusable to usable. This is the effect of upgrading. Awesome. Shinbei held the heavy revolver and found some sandpaper. He began to continuously polish, buff, and oil it. Soon, an almost brand new revolver appeared before him. This pistol also had a distinctive appearance, displaying a gray-black color, reminiscent of a small gun held by aliens in a sci-fi movie. At this moment, Shinbei also discovered a patterned bullet on the table. Curious, he asked the owner what it meant. The owner casually replied, "It's something tinkered with by mysterious side abilities, said to enhance the bullet's power." I don't believe it. What's the difference from blessing the gun? Shinbei responded with an "oh" and didn't think much of it, pocketing the bullet for future study. Taking advantage of the downtime while processing the bullet, Shinbei continued deeper into the shelter. Before long, he arrived at a location marked with a gear sign. Inside, many ability users were at work. When Shinbei entered, he saw people continuously transforming chunks of iron or into metal. Next, others shaped the metal into various objects, including firearm parts and other incomprehensible things. Shinbei's eyes lit up. This is the role of ability users, the most reasonable development and utilization of productivity. Who are you looking for? An elderly man watched Shinbei warily from behind a fence. Shinbei candidly replied, "I want to customize a piece of equipment." "A customer?" The old man smiled. "My name is Chinonji. I'm the supervisor here. Come in and talk." Shinbei shook hands with him and followed Chinonji into the office. "So, what do you want to customize? Any requirements?" Chinonji was straightforward, never one for pleasantries. Shinbei pondered how to express his request appropriately. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I want to customize a portable mech. I wonder if it can be made." "Portable? A mech?" Chinonji was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if he was being asked how to shrink an elephant to the size of a teddy bear. "Are you kidding me?" After resting his chin on his hand, Chinonji thought for a moment. Instead of getting angry, he patiently asked, "What do you mean by portable?" Shinbei clarified his requirements. "If possible, I hope it can fold into a box that can be carried on the go. When needed, just press a button, and it can expand into a close-fitting mech." Chinonji was stunned, looking at Shinbei in surprise. "May I ask how much such a portable mech costs? Can you sell one to me?" Chinonji continued, "Young man, what era are we in? With abilities emerging everywhere, what use is a massive mech? Just the power issue alone is unsustainable. We are not a high-tech factory. You've come to the wrong place." An ability user who was converting or into metal scoffed and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shinbei was not embarrassed. He was merely testing these people's capabilities, trying to see if there were any special abilities that could create such a magical item. Seeing that the other party could not produce what he wanted, he lowered his expectations. "How about a close-fitting combat armor? Your requirements are even higher than those for mechs." Chinon almost jumped out. Shinbei pursed his lips. "Then what can you make?" "My requirement is to keep it as streamlined as possible, focusing on portability." Chapter 9. Custom Combat Armor. Shinbei's question was clearly contradictory. How could a close-fitting combat armor be streamlined? It involved a large number of components and modules, including exoskeletons, armor skin, power modules, and so on. The construction was extremely precise and complex. Chunin stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, "Actually, our research institute has indeed attempted to design combat armor. Although there are ability users, there are also many ordinary people. If they could be equipped, it would also be a significant combat power. Moreover, with the special shaping materials from ability users and the crystal core, it is theoretically possible to design a type of close-fitting combat armor." Upon hearing the term theoretically, Shinbei knew it was a lost cause. They might have tried, but they definitely gave up halfway. Shinbei tentatively asked, "Then how close are you to achieving your ideal armor?" Team leader Chen pondered for a moment, gently rubbing his chin, and said, "Let's not talk about where the research stands. The question is whether you want it or not." Shinbei naturally nodded. If he didn't want it, why waste time? "For 100 million crystal cores, I can provide you with a combat armor that ignores costs and manpower." Shinbei replied, "Honestly, that joke isn't funny at all." He coughed. "Team leader Chen, you really are humorous." Chunin shrugged, chuckling awkwardly. "If I had that much money, I would just buy a fighter jet." "Yeah, with that much money, I could buy 10 fighter jets." Team leader Chen sighed and continued, "Powered armor has been a topic we've been researching for a long time. Since the world changed, with various new materials and energy sources, our research progress has greatly improved, but we are still some distance away from achieving powered armor. What step are you missing? Shinbei asked curiously. Missing? A nearby technician hurriedly cleared his throat. Hey, you. I know what can be said and what can't. Just focus on your work. Team Leader Chen shot the technician a glare and then said to Shinbei, we're lacking in power. Our powered armor struggles to support the high-speed movement of the armor. It's very difficult to make heavy armor move like a human unless we use crystal cores as the energy source without considering costs. But the consumption is enormous and not worth it. Shinbei's heart stirred. I wonder how heavy the armor you researched is? By the way, what size is it? 1 ton, 2.5 meters tall, humanoid, Team Leader Chen said. To ensure impact resistance, we have used the lightest materials possible. This is already the lightest we can achieve. Upon hearing this, Shinbei's eyes brightened. So if we use ordinary materials, can we further reduce the weight? Team Leader Chen replied with a peculiar expression. If you don't need any defense, you could indeed remove many modules, and even use cheaper materials. But to be honest, it would be a waste if you bought it. Armor of this quality is merely for show. The material is too poor, prone to wear and tear, and could break easily without any enemy attacks. Shinbei thought for a moment and asked, what level can this powered armor reach? How much does it cost? You guessed right. I'm just looking to experience what it's like to wear powered armor, fulfilling a childhood dream. Whether it has combat capability doesn't really matter. Money shouldn't be wasted like this. Team Leader Chun was at a loss for words, but still said, it can let you run. And this type of powered armor weighs about 100 kilograms, but that's just for running, and it may not even be faster than you running on your own. As for the price, he calculated in his mind. If you don't need weapons, just a shell, I can make it for you with 1,000 core crystals. And I can assemble it right now. 1,000. Shinbei pondered and replied, are the materials you plan to use bulletproof? What if we don't use bulletproof materials? Even against a handgun bullet, I want something like Iron Man. I just need it to look the part and be able to move, but the functionality should be complete. Like the engines for the hands and feet. Just a shell will do. Performance isn't important. Oh, and I need it to be camouflaged. Are you trying to steal some technology? Do you have a way to enhance performance? Team Leader Chen looked at Shinbei suspiciously. Nowadays, there were all kinds of bizarre abilities out there. The assembly room was filled with similar ability users who lacked any combat strength, but could create astonishing value. Haha, you caught me, Shinbei said jokingly. My hobby is dismantling remote controls and alarms. I just want to see if I can modify the powered armor and challenge my limits. Come with me to the lab. I can assemble what you want right there. Team Leader Chen shook his head in disbelief, thinking he could make a big profit. But in the end, it was just a shell. That made things much simpler. However, Shinbei did not follow Chenanji out. Chenanji tilted his head and asked, what's wrong? Shinbei felt a bit awkward. He wanted to honestly say that he currently couldn't afford the armor. But when the words reached his lips, he fell silent, almost jeopardizing everything. Shinbei thought that if he really mentioned not having the money, Chenanji would definitely kick him out. The next time, the wealthy wouldn't pay him any mind or might raise the price. It was better to let Chenanji create the item first. This way, apart from selling it to him, Chenanji would have no other choice. With a plan in mind, Shinbei smiled and said, it's fine, let's go. Once at the top, I need to scan your body data. Height and build are very important, otherwise, the armor won't be comfortable to wear. Arriving at the newly built lab, Team Leader Chen operated a computer and then pointed to a nearby platform. Shinbei hesitated slightly before stepping onto the platform. He noticed 8 infrared cameras above his head descending and scanning his body from top to bottom. That's enough. Team Leader Chen operated the computer for a few more minutes, and soon the 3D printer beside him started working rapidly, automatically selecting materials. Then, to Shinbei's surprise, various component modules were quickly printed out. Many of them were even made of plastic, in addition to the necessary parts. Some components, however, could not be produced by the 3D printer and required a shapeshifter to mold metal sheets into balls and then stretch them into the corresponding parts. This combination of technology and mysterious powers opened Shinbei's eyes. Team Leader Chen seemed eager to convey something as he picked up the parts and checked the data. He even showed Shinbei, as if to say, if you want a crispy exterior, I'll make you a true crispy battle armor. However, Shinbei didn't mind. After all, he could upgrade. Under his astonished gaze, a dozen mechanical arms began moving rapidly to start the automatic assembly. Has the technology in this world advanced so much? At least in terms of artificial intelligence, it was far more developed than the Earth he had come from. Can I assemble it myself? He asked hurriedly. Although it was the most rudimentary version, it was still a precision high-tech product, and he had no confidence in disassembling and reassembling it himself. Chapter 10. You're really annoying. Team Leader Chen paused his fingers on the computer. You want to assemble it yourself? This armor, even with many modules removed, still has thousands of parts. The mechanical arms can finish the assembly in a few minutes, but manually it would take at least several hours. Are you sure you want to do it yourself? Yes. I hope to assemble it myself, but I would like you to provide me with an assembly sequence, Shinbei replied. If you don't understand power armor, even with a video of the assembly sequence, you might not be able to do it properly. If you miss a single screw, it might not work at all. Team Leader Chen said. Then can you guide me? Shinbei asked. I can, but my time is very valuable. Team Leader Chen paused, thought for a moment, and said, I can only give you an assembly video. If you have questions, you can ask me. Shinbei nodded. No problem. Chen Anji shrugged, feeling relieved himself but muttering in his heart. I really don't understand. If you could secretly learn the technology, I'd eat this computer. Even if you learn to assemble it, without knowing the working principles, you won't be able to produce various parts. Team Leader Chen shook his head in disbelief, then instructed the mechanical arms to disassemble the modules just assembled, and then controlled them to move the newly printed parts to the assembly table. Come over. Let us get started. After Chen Anji finished speaking, he left the assembly table and ran to the other side of the lab to work on his own things. Shinbei rubbed his hands together and opened the assembly video on the computer. He diligently followed along to learn how to assemble it. Without the automated mechanical arms, manual assembly was indeed slow, but Shinbei didn't mind. After all, this was all experience points. Experience 1. Experience 1. Every time Shinbei assembles a module into a component, he gains an experience point. Little by little, grains of sand accumulate into a pile. Time passes. After a full 3 hours, a power armor resembling Iron Man in camouflage color is assembled. This power armor is only 2 meters tall, perhaps because many modules have been removed. When the last part is installed, a white light flashes that only Shinbei can see. The power armor before him displays its data. Pseudo, Power Armor LV1, 1000. A completely useless battle armor, unable to fight, provides no defense, has no attack power. Perhaps it can be worn during festive celebrations to enhance the festive atmosphere. Shinbei's mouth twitches. The prefix pseudo is quite telling. It clearly indicates that this thing is just a plastic toy. However, Shinbei is still very excited. After assembling it himself, he can already upgrade his experience points. With upgrade data, there is no problem. Of course, Shinbei won't upgrade it right now. After all, Team Leader Chun is still in the lab, and he doesn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Even Team Leader Chun is embarrassed to call this a power armor. Referring to it directly, it has all the functions you want, but they are all super downgraded versions, weighing about 20 pounds. It's just a fragile shell. Don't even think about bulletproofing it. A regular person with a knife could probably cut through it. The most valuable part is the energy converter in the chest. You better not wear it to fight, or if anything happens, don't blame me. Rest assured, Shinbei grinned. Team Leader Chun took a crystal core, manually opened the energy slot in the armor's chest, and placed the crystal core inside. The next moment, the power armor's eyes lit up. All right, you can get in now. He pressed a button outside the energy slot of the armor's chest again, and the front half of the armor contracted entirely. The helmet, chest, abdomen, arms, and legs all shrank by half, allowing a person to stand inside directly. Shinbei stepped in. Once his hands, feet, and head were in place, the armor automatically closed. Then, he realized that he seemed to be able to control the armor through thought. It seemed there was a weak artificial intelligence inside. No, it has nothing to do with artificial intelligence. It seems to be a technology that links neurons, allowing him to control the armor's functions with his mind. He was somewhat surprised. The technology for linking neurons is available, and the technology in this world is really not weak, since all the functions are super downgraded versions. The ventilation system is also quite poor, so it's best to open the face shield. Otherwise, it's easy to suffer from oxygen deficiency, Team Leader Chen said. Okay, Shinbei thought for a moment. The face shield automatically retracted to the sides, exposing his face, but the retraction speed was a bit slow, indicating poor power. He tried to move and found that it felt like he was encased in a heavy shell, although the armor was lightweight, making his movement speed not too slow. It seemed to lack any extra power. He then tested the engine functions of his limbs and found that both his palms and soles could indeed emit light particles, but he could hardly feel any thrust. Additionally, there were hidden firing ports on both shoulders, each capable of holding 10 bullets of a handgun type. However, the power was negligible. The features were all there, but as expected, they were just for show. He could only rely on his own strength to move it. Fortunately, the joints were flexible enough, theoretically allowing for faster movement if his strength was sufficient, though this would easily wear out the parts. Team Leader Chen shook his head helplessly. The crystal core lasted only 3 minutes. Once it was used up, you had to replace it yourself. This energy converter was also a stripped-down version, leading to significant energy wastage. Shinbei's eyes widened slowly. Only 3 minutes? That was way too short. He felt embarrassed to voice it, as it might lead to misunderstandings. However, he quickly discovered an interesting point. Just now, After donning the battle armor for just over a minute, a message popped up in the corner of his vision. Pseudo armor. Experience 1. Did that mean he gained 1 experience point for every minute worn? That was incredible. Gaining experience from just wearing it was much easier than with a handgun. Shinbei concluded that experience could only be gained once per item assembled. To gain experience, the item had to be used, like firing a gun. But firing required bullets and hitting a target. This was why Shinbei emptied the magazine when sniping teammates. Only hitting something would yield experience. The battle armor, however, provided a surprisingly convenient way to gain experience. As long as he wore it, he could continuously earn experience. How great was that? At this moment, Chenanji said, "All right. As per your request, the armor is finished. That'll be 1,000 crystal cores. Please make the payment." Shinbei stepped out of the armor and chuckled awkwardly. "I don't have that many crystal cores right now." "What? You can't pay?" Chenanji's lips twitched. He could tell that Shinbei was likely a lower-tier resident. If it weren't for the absence of any unpleasant odor from Shinbei, he wouldn't have even entertained him. But what was the point of chatting if he had no money? Now that this toy was ready, how was he supposed to sell it if Shinbei had no cash? "Can I get it on credit for now?" Shinbei tentatively asked. "I've been a long-time resident of Shelter 36. Chenanji glared at Shinbei, his face turning green with anger. Chapter 11. The emergence of the abomination and the rampage. Shinbei left the research facility amidst Chenanji's curses. Although Chenanji was unhappy, he still gave Shinbei a 10-day deadline. If Shinbei couldn't produce 1,000 crystal cores by then, the toy would be destroyed. However, Shinbei was confident that Chenanji would not destroy it, as it was still worth money. Besides selling it to himself, no one else would even look at it. Selling scrap wasn't an option either. Chenanji had no other choice. Back at the weapon shop, the owner had prepared 300 rounds of ammunition. Shinbei expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he took them. By the end of the day, Shinbei was deep in debt. However, he felt no pressure at all. The cheat was his greatest lifeline. In the end, he used the remaining meat strips to replenish some sniper rifle bullets. As dusk fell, Shinbei returned to his rented room. There was little entertainment in the nights of this world. There were only gambling, bars, and brothels, none of which Shinbei liked. So he could only stare blankly at the setting sun. Meanwhile, many residents in the wilderness were rushing towards the shelter, carrying coal from the mines, ores, and wild fruits picked from the dense forests. Just then, in the far distance of Shinbei's vision, a line appeared on the horizon. Suddenly, several terrifying black clouds rose into the sky like smoke signals, forming 7 thick black pillars that seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Within these dark columns, countless sinister faces formed from the swirling smoke. Shinbei's heart raced as he looked closer. He exclaimed, "Evil spawn." At that moment, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the shelter. Residents craned their necks to look westward. The noise was deafening. "Outside, run. The evil spawn is coming." Damn it. This is the hellish toxin smoke of the evil spawn. Is it still active? According to records, the last time it appeared, it destroyed a city with a population of 1 million, leaving no survivors. Damn it. What are you still doing if you haven't entered the safe zone? Drop everything and run. What the hell? Are you idiots still carrying stuff while running? At that moment, those humans still 500 meters away from the Titan shelter turned back upon hearing the alarm. Upon seeing the terrifying evil spawn, they were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, screaming and running wildly towards the shelter. All the hard-earned ores or wild fruits were abandoned on the ground. The entire wasteland was thrown into chaos due to the sudden appearance of the evil spawn. People in the shelter continuously cheered and shouted encouragement to those still outside. Suddenly, from among the 7 smoke pillars, a cloud of black smoke shot out, coalescing into a terrifying face the size of a football field, rushing over with a gaping maw. Its teeth glimmering ominously, and it even emitted faint, devilish laughter in the wind. The strong winds in the sky blew fiercely, scattering people, let alone the smoke. However, this cloud of smoke maintained its form, as if it truly were a devil, making it hard for Shinbei to look away. Wherever the smoke passed, darkness engulfed the land, and the sun and moon lost their light. Those who ran slowly inhaled a mouthful of toxic smoke, instantly bleeding from all orifices, their bodies seeming to have their bones extracted, turning into a puddle of flesh. In the blink of an eye, these flesh puddles bubbled like boiling water. With a loud bang, they exploded into a mist of blood. At that moment, a resident, face pale and twisted in horror, continued to run while pulling out a rifle to shoot back. As the bullets pierced through the black smoke, sparks erupted in clusters. However, they were unable to resist the advancing speed of the evil creatures. "Ah no, help, pull me up." The black smoke continuously engulfed humanity, with bursts of blood mist like fireworks exploding in the darkness. It was both tragic and beautiful. Among these desperate souls, there was an ability user, constantly moving within. His entire body radiated swirling energy, and a 3-meter radius around him crackled with purple lightning. With a flick of his thumb, a blade of thunder slashed across the sky, sweeping through the heavens and earth, stirring the sun and moon, as powerful currents pierced through the void, directly striking at the evil creatures. A flash of thunderclap echoed across the horizon. Shinbei shook his head. Although the ability user's attack was fierce, that black smoke was indeed an evil force. Despite the thunderblade slicing through, it still failed to inflict any damage. However, the ability user was inherently much stronger than ordinary people. He ran at great speed, not forgetting to grab a few lagging residents and rush forward with them. In the end, after all the residents had entered the Titan shelter, they collapsed on the ground, panting heavily and even coughing up blood. The black smoke, upon approaching within 500 meters of the Titan, seemed to encounter an air wall and could not advance any further. Within the shelter, the residents began to murmur again. How many people died this time? I roughly calculated, and it was about 30 or so. Damn, this cursed world. There was no choice. Once Titan stopped, it would be a good opportunity for us to replenish supplies. If we don't go out to gather resources, everyone will be left without food or drink. The key was that this time the shelter was poorly positioned, too far from the mine. Sigh. Not long after, the black smoke drifted past shelter number 36, heading east and disappearing from sight. The evil creature came quickly and left just as fast, leaving behind blood-red circular pits on the wasteland. The residents had long since gotten used to life and death. In just a moment, some began to play cards, while others poured drinks. Shinbei sat in his small room, witnessing how fragile life could be, and felt a moment of daze. I need to be stronger, not just to defeat the evil creatures, but to run faster than them. The recent events had deeply affected Shinbei. To be blunt, if he were to encounter an evil creature in the wasteland, he genuinely wouldn't be able to run away. Therefore, upgrading his battle armor was urgent. Tomorrow, he needed to go hunting and collect 1,000 crystal cores as soon as possible to get the armor. Once he donned the armor, Shinbei believed it wouldn't be long before he upgraded to a suit of Iron Man-like armor. The sun completely set. Night fell. The stars shone brightly. The starry sky in this world was exceptionally enchanting, like countless diamonds embedded in the dark. Shinbei blinked, feeling drowsy. Before sleeping, he tied a metal wire at the door as a warning system. Then, he tilted his head and drifted into slumber. This was the first time he slept in this world. Shinbei had a strange dream. In the dream, he transformed into a massive spaceship, constantly processing vast amounts of data and repairing the ship. But no matter what, the continuously damaged parts could not be repaired. In the superbrain data, a red alert was triggered. Halfway through sleep, a signal suddenly emerged from the depths of Shinbei's consciousness. Like a high-speed computer, dozens of data points were instantaneously transmitted throughout his body, causing him to shift sideways by 30 centimeters in a strange manner. Then he suddenly sat up, his left hand gripping a revolver, swiftly bringing it to the intruder's chin. This series of actions was so quick that Shinbei's eyes only truly opened when the gun was aimed at the target. In the darkness, his pupils flickered with a faint light. Shinbei was taken aback. When did he raise the gun and sit up? Was it an uncontrolled reflex? In that brief moment, he realized there was an uninvited guest. Who are you? Shinbei whispered sharply. With his voice deliberately lowered, it added a subtle magnetism. Yet the rugged revolver was in stark contrast to his gentle tone. Chapter 12. The Uninvited Guest. Too violent. Shinbei woke up from his sleep, almost as a reflex. Even before his brain registered the signals from his body, his gun was already raised. The revolver in Shinbei's hand, with its massive size, long barrel, and intimidating black muzzle, left no doubt that it had enough power to crush the skull of the fiercest armored bear into powder within any range. This was not a weapon that an ordinary person could wield. Its fierce recoil was comparable to the firepower of ancient war machines, shooting with one hand. Even if his wrist miraculously avoided breaking or fracturing after the first bullet, the subsequent recoil would be enough to significantly misalign his grip, greatly increasing the time and precision required for follow-up aiming. But at this moment, the savage revolver was already aimed at the intruder's jaw, eliminating any concerns about aiming. Even if firing it resulted in Shinbei fracturing his wrist, that would only occur after the intruder's head was shattered into pieces. The head under the gun appeared fragile and thin. Whether it was this extremely powerful revolver or the least powerful ordinary handgun, both could easily penetrate her skull. However, few could easily pull the trigger, especially after seeing the intruder's face. Nearly all men would hesitate to make the decision to fire. Because she was an extraordinarily beautiful young girl, seemingly not yet 20. In an era where everyone was fleeing from disaster, women often appeared much younger than their actual age. She might be only 18, or even younger. She had short chestnut hair and a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, her sensual lips painted with a strange purplish-gray hue, and a pair of bright, large eyes fixed intently on Shinbei. Her eyes sparkled with panic, yet intertwined with a hint of excitement and anticipation. The girl wore a short leather jacket with a very low neckline, and the hem was just short enough to outline her full chest and tight, flawless waist. As if there was no other covering beneath the leather. She paired her lower body with a tight pair of jeans that hugged her voluptuous, perky hips and long, strong legs, as if it were a second skin. The young woman not only possessed outstanding beauty and a graceful figure, but also radiated vibrant vitality and excessive energy, evident from the strong smell of alcohol that clung to her. Clearly, the alcohol had overstimulated her nervous system, focusing her on seeking thrills and excitement while numbing her fear of life and death right in front of her. Despite a gun hanging just below her chin, ready to send her to her demise at any moment, her slightly blurred eyes, dulled by intoxication, were fixated only on the captivating eyes of Shun Bei and the hand holding the gun. Shun Bei's clean hands, with their smooth lines and delicate skin, made the young woman's own hands, which she had once considered proud, look dull in comparison. A glint of killing intent flashed in Shun Bei's eyes as he noticed the metal wire that had fallen to the ground. This woman had managed to bypass his alarm trap while intoxicated. His long index finger, resting on the trigger, slightly retracted, with just a bit more pressure. It would unleash the weapon's deadly force. The young woman finally sensed this lethal change, her gaze instantly sharpening as fear began to spread within her. Shun Bei maintained his stance with the gun aimed at her and stood up. With the slightest tremor of his finger, her beautiful face could easily become a bloody mess. The gun pressed firmly against her, forcing her to stand on tiptoe, maintaining an extreme posture that only a ballet dancer could achieve. Any small movement could lead to an accidental discharge. However, in that critical moment, Shun Bei made an unexpected move. He roughly searched her to ensure she posed no threat to him. Yet, she dared not move, allowing fear and tension to spread throughout her body as sweat began to quietly trickle down her cheeks and neck. The young woman furrowed her brow in pain, and Shun Bei's search finally came to a temporary halt. He stepped back and put away the gun. After confirming she was unarmed and that her drunkenness was genuine, with no apparent malice, he asked in a low voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The fire of enthusiasm burned in the young woman's eyes as she replied, "My name is Bai Luo. I thought you looked super cool when you came out of the shower. I've been here many times before, but never noticed you. Hee hee. By the way, I'm a lockpicking expert." Shun Bei was not unfamiliar with such situations. In this violent era, women often found themselves in a disadvantaged position due to physiological and strength differences, with many resorting to exchanging their bodies for basic survival resources, like food and water. With Bai Luo's youth and beauty, she could certainly survive this way. But to achieve a better life, she needed to master solid skills to provide tangible value to the shelter she belonged to. As a former mercenary and now a hunter in the wasteland, Shun Bei was well acquainted with the nature of money, violence, women, and trade. However, the current situation seemed to contradict his principles. As it touched on certain lines he was unwilling to compromise. "I'm out of money. Shun Bei currently has no core crystals on him. Everything has long been spent on bullets and rent. He only has a pound of meat strips left." The girl is clearly worth much more than that. The flames in her eyes burn even more fiercely as she suddenly pounces on him like a female leopard, her force pinning Shun Bei down on the bed. Breathing heavily, she tears at his clothes, her voice a mix of desire and low growls. "This time, no money. You just searched me so annoyingly. Hurry up and give it to me now." But Shun Bei's revolver is once again pressed against her chin, lifting her up. "I have a lot to do tomorrow. I need to conserve my energy." The girl, nearly completely naked, is driven mad by the sudden shift from heat to cold, but has no choice but to retreat under the pressure of the gun. Clutching her clothes, she watches helplessly as the door slams shut in front of her, locking her out. Shun Bei sits upright at the edge of the bed, the gun resting across his knees. He hears a gritted teeth, hysterical threat from outside. "Shun Bei, one day, I will violate you." Chapter 13. Revenge cannot be delayed after dawn. Shun Bei takes out the meat strips, tearing them off piece by piece, while sipping water to eat them down. He then straps on his Barrett sniper rifle and tucks a revolver at his waist, with bullets in a shoulder bag and a small pack on his back. When he steps outside, the landlord looks at him meaningfully, flashing a big yellow-toothed grin. "Going out, huh?" Shun Bei nods. "Don't lose heart, young man. What is wrong with being a 3-second warrior? Just solve the problem quickly." The landlord says this nonsensically. Initially, Shun Bei doesn't quite understand, and after a moment, he reacts with some astonishment and asks, "You know?" "Hey," the landlord chuckles. "Girls also come out to actively look for work. But I think this one isn't very dedicated." What do you mean?" Shun Bei asks. "You paid up so quickly," and she still looked unwilling. "Of course she's unwilling," Shun Bei explains. "I didn't pay for that." The landlord nods knowingly. No wonder she left cursing. Shun Bei waves his hand and directly leaves. Instead of heading straight out of the shelter into the wilderness, Shun Bei turns towards the task hall. There hangs a blackboard listing the supplies the shelter needs or temporary employment from other employers. Generally, there are more tasks requiring ability users since their individual combat power is unmatched by ordinary people with firearms. Although it is nominally called a shelter, it is quite large. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it resembles a small town. This doesn't even count the wheels behind the Titan. Shelter number 36 is medium-sized, with a population of around 90,000. Some larger shelters can accommodate 2 to 300,000. Therefore, once the Titan stops, there are many various employment tasks available. Shinbei squeezes through the crowd, looking at the board. There are plenty of tasks listed, many involving mining, logging, and similar jobs. Such work doesn't require combat with fierce beasts, making it safer. There is also a long-term mission issued by the general of the shelter, which involves gathering intelligence on the Titan's advanced direction. This task is rarely undertaken, as it requires staying ahead of the Titan, whose movement is entirely beyond human control, moving wherever it pleases. The estimated path is straightforward, but it could change direction the next day. Once the scouts return, you can find the shelter, and they won't say a word. However, this mission is still of certain importance. In the wasteland, there are many massive ruins of cities, currently inhabited by various cunning and brutal mutated creatures, mutants, zombies, and fierce beasts. This isn't particularly concerning, as the shelter's ability users are not to be underestimated. The only issue is that once the Titan enters the ruined city, it will create a significant angle of overturning and a bumpy experience. The shelter needs to reinforce buildings in advance. Meanwhile, the wheeled houses following behind must untie all their ropes and move in circles. This is a huge undertaking and naturally requires early warning. Many have gone bankrupt from passing through the ruins. Shinbei took a glance and focused on a task, exploring an abandoned coal mine to check for the presence of fierce beasts, with a reward of 30 crystal cores. If there are fierce beasts and they are eliminated, the reward increases to 200 cores. In fact, the underground world is not suitable for snipers. The towering buildings and expansive urban areas above ground, particularly in the mountains and forests, are paradise for snipers. However, the reward is just too tempting. Generally speaking, the mines in the wasteland have been repeatedly exploited. If Shelter 36 comes today, Shelter 30 might pass by tomorrow, so nearby mines are often thoroughly searched. The possibility of fierce beasts residing inside is quite low. Shinbei quietly noted the location of this task and turned to exit the mission hall. Suddenly, a person blocked his way. "You must be Shinbei," the man said. Hearing this, Shinbei slowly looked up. The man was wearing a leather combat suit, which did not resemble a regular military uniform. His shirt was half unbuttoned, revealing a hairy chest with well-defined muscles. His eagle-like nose and deep gray eyes gave him a unique charm, filled with strength and heroism. This appearance bore some resemblance to someone named Xiaolong. Shinbei recalled the man's name from the original owner's memory, Xiaoying. He is one of the combat ability users from Shelter 36. "Why did you come back alone? Where's my brother Xiaolong?" Xiaoying asked gravely, his gaze unfriendly. Shinbei shook his head. "I don't know. They abandoned me halfway, so I came back." "Really?" Xiaoying looked skeptical, clearly not believing it. "They abandoned you?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "Heh." Xiao Ying's expression grew serious, his face shifting with emotions, a hint of violence flashing in his eyes. "The direction you were supposed to go for the mission should only involve beasts like the corrupted wolf, which poses no danger. How could they have left you behind as a burden?" Shinbei was too lazy to argue. "Then go ask your brother. I'll ask you instead." The fierce anger of the character surged up. "What the hell is going on? You better explain it clearly. Where's my brother?" Shinbei reiterated, "I don't know." After saying this, he brushed past. As a first-level ability user, Shinbei was not afraid to face a direct confrontation, as long as he wasn't caught off guard. Firearms still posed a threat and advantage, especially the type of weapon he wielded, which could be upgraded. The character's gaze fixed intently on Shinbei's back. A bad premonition seemed to arise in his heart. He wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Shinbei said. After thinking for a moment, he moved out of the shelter, heading in the direction where his brother had once taken on a task. "Damn it, if my brother is still alive, you're safe. Shinbei, if anything happens to him, you'll pay the price." He wore a fierce expression. Meanwhile, Shinbei hid in a concealed spot, squinting at the direction where the character had disappeared. As soon as he saw his brother's corpse, he knew he would become a major suspect. After all, if everyone was shot dead, the beast wouldn't be using firearms. In the future, the character would be in the shadows while he was in the light. Who knows when revenge would unfold? Shinbei gritted his teeth, deciding not to care about the task for now. He would follow him. Shinbei needed to find a good position to ambush and eliminate the character, preventing any future troubles. In this world, one could regret for a lifetime for being a second late in killing someone. An hour later, Shinbei set off. The intense ultraviolet sunlight mercilessly scorched the ground. However, the heavy cloak he wore shielded him from all sunlight. He didn't walk fast, but his pace was steady, stopping only 3 hours later in front of a solitary house ruin. After carefully checking the villa, which had lost half its roof, and confirming there were no hidden deadly creatures or large carnivorous nests like armored bears, Shinbei finally relaxed. This would be the spot. He ambushed along the necessary route the character would return. This was the grave he had chosen for him. What if he was an ability user? It was either you die or I live. Chapter 14. Can bullets be upgraded? Let us do it. Shinbei quietly waited alone. Just as he closed his eyes to take a short rest, he suddenly recalled something. He took a bullet from his pocket. This bullet was taken from the desk of the weapon dealer in the shelter. It had complex engravings on it. Rubbing it with his fingers, he could feel the unreal quality of these engravings. It didn't seem like it was carved, but rather that the metal had the patterns inherently. However, upon careful inspection, he could still feel the shallow grooves engraved on it, shallow enough that they were invisible to the naked eye. The craftsmanship was exquisite, akin to that of a high-precision machine. In this world, ability users were roughly divided into two major categories: combat types and support types. Combat types wield formidable power, being unstoppable except against certain evil entities. Theoretically, they could kill any fierce beast or zombie. Additionally, there were many branches within combat types: common natural elements, gene expansion, and so on. The auxiliary system lacks strong combat power, mainly focusing on improving the living conditions and equipment needs of the shelter. However, the mysterious side has some peculiarities. Some abilities from the mysterious side can match the combat power of the combat system. For example, manipulation of space and time. Yet, some individuals with mysterious abilities can only assist the combat system in enhancing its combat power. At this moment, the bullet in Shunbei's hand, engraved with patterns, came from a mysterious ability user. The information about this bullet appeared in Shunbei's peripheral vision. Rifle bullet LV5, max level achieved. Disposable item. This bullet is inscribed with mysterious energy, can increase range by 500 meters, significantly enhance lethality, greatly improve accuracy, and has strong armor-piercing capabilities. If necessary, this bullet can adjust its trajectory. After reading the information, Shunbei was stunned. An ordinary bullet, engraved with patterns, had undergone such a terrifying change. Just the increase in range alone is a deadly trick to confuse the enemy. The enemy might underestimate the shooting distance, but the bullet cheats. And that's not all. The most outrageous part is that it can change its trajectory. Shinbei couldn't imagine how this could happen. Is it some kind of special shooting technique? Even in such a bizarre world, once the bullet is fired, it shouldn't be under the shooter's control anymore. Just then, a flash of light crossed Shunbei's consciousness. In the depths of his mind, it seemed as if a divine power connected to the bullet in his hand. Shinbei suddenly noticed a slight leftward shift of the bullet in his palm. It turned to the right. The bullet head slowly adjusted its direction, pointing to the right. Heavens! Shinbei exclaimed, realizing that changing the bullet's trajectory starts from the level of consciousness. In other words, once this bullet is fired, it can turn according to its own will during its flight path. Shinbei was suddenly filled with excitement. No wonder it is a bullet crafted by a mysterious ability user. Anyone can use it. He smacked his lips, feeling that the gun shop owner missed out on a significant business opportunity. At that moment, Shinbei took out his bullet and rummaged through his backpack. He pulled out a less than 10-centimeter alloy file. Following the engraved patterns on the bullet, he began to carve. Although Shinbei was not an ability user, he believed that as long as he continued to imitate, he would surely gain experience and be able to create such bullets. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Soon, Shinbei realized he was being a bit too hasty. The lines of these strange patterned bullets were quite complex. There were some overlapping patterns where he had no idea which line was drawn first. Simultaneously, due to lack of experience, his precision and control was also insufficient. After completing the first attempt at engraving, the text in his peripheral vision gave a prompt. Rifle bullet LV05. Surface has scratches, but does not affect usage. Shinbei, what a waste of effort. I need to be more careful. He looked up at the desolate wilderness, completely devoid of any figures, and continued to focus on his carving. Shinbei began to replicate and carve from the simplest patterns. Experience 1, not bad, there has been progress. Keep going. As he carved the second pattern, he didn't gain any experience points. Without any disappointment, Shinbei continued to carve. Experience 1, until he gained 5 experience points. The entire bullet had no more areas to carve, but compared to a level 5 bullet, many lines were still missing. This was mainly because the lines carved by Shinbei were too thick. The spacing between the two lines was simply incomparable to a level 5 bullet. There were issues with the tools, and my technique also needs improvement, Shinbei summarized. He then decided to upgrade the bullet. Rifle bullet LV2010. Surface has scratches, slightly increases shooting distance, slightly increases lethality. That's it. The results were there, but they were nothing compared to a level 5 bullet. However, for Shinbei, this was a huge gain, akin to discovering a new world. Especially for someone like Shinbei, who had no special abilities and relied on firearms for survival, this was undoubtedly a great help. If I had more precise tools, I could definitely carve out a level 5 bullet. Shinbei then didn't idle and attempted to carve bullets for a revolver. In just a moment, the carving was complete. Revolver bullet LV1, 55, upgrade. Revolver bullet LV2, 05. Consumable, surface has scratches. This bullet will produce an explosive effect upon hitting the target. At the same time, it will lose accuracy and shooting distance. Shinbei frowned. The M500 revolver has a lethal radius of up to 250 meters and an effective range of 50 meters. After gaining the enhancement, this bullet surprisingly lost some accuracy and range. However, Shinbei didn't care at all. As for the lost accuracy, it was no longer within his considerations. According to Shinbei's plan, when he was ready to use the revolver, he would never be more than 20 meters away from the target. Shinbei calmly processed the bullets, one after another, seemingly never tired or bored. In the blink of an eye, a box of bullets had been processed, and the patterns engraved on each bullet head were identical. Even using precision machinery to engrave, it seemed that was the limit. During this time, all the bullets Shinbei could carve were level 2, with level 3 yet to be carved. Shinbei wasn't in a hurry. Once he finished this task, he would seek out the mysterious ability user on this side for more guidance. Shinbei carefully stored the bullets and took out a second box to open, seeming not to be bored at all after 2 full hours of repetitive work. The experience from his past life as a special forces soldier taught him that enough patience is essential for survival. Shinbei looked up and gazed outside again. Suddenly, in the distance across the wilderness, a figure appeared, carrying a body, moving at an average speed of about 30 miles per hour, rushing toward him. The falcon is back. Shinbei quickly and skillfully stored away the bullets and tools, grasping the Barrett rifle in his hands. With a swift motion of his right hand, he chambered a modified round. He then stepped to the side of the wall, peering through a narrow gap to look outside. Throughout this process, aside from the metallic sound of the rifle being readied, Shinbei made no noise at all. At this moment, there was no sighting device on his rifle, but that did not hinder him from sniping. Shinbei narrowed his eyes slightly to reduce the glare, carefully observing the outside. Being skilled in long-range shooting, he was well aware of what could reveal his position. The target was getting closer. Shinbei slowly extended the muzzle of his rifle outwards. Chapter 15. Sniping in combat with abilities on the opposite side. The eagle was carrying his brother, the dragon, and running across the wasteland. At this point, he was filled with rage. He had a premonition that his brother was already dead. However, he never expected that upon arriving at the scene, not only had everyone been killed, but they had all been shot by a sniper. After inspecting each body, he discovered that aside from his brother's forehead being pierced by a handgun bullet, the other members had all been shot by a sniper rifle. Instantly, the eagle connected the dots to Shinbei's sniper rifle. It had to be him who killed everyone. The eagle's face twisted with fury. If he had known, he should have killed him earlier in the morning. He thought to himself that it wasn't too late. As long as Shinbei appeared at Shelter 36, he would eliminate him without hesitation. An ordinary person's life didn't matter to the shelter at all. With this thought, the eagle quickened his pace, jumping through the grass and trees in the wilderness, anxiously rushing back to the shelter. At this moment, Shinbei's eyes were fixed on the eagle in the distance, the T-shaped reticle following the slowly twisting barrel of his rifle, quickly capturing the 2 legs darting through the grass. He intended to shoot at the opponent's head or chest, but the dense branches and leaves overhead obscured the target's upper body. The view was limited due to the dense underbrush, only catching glimpses of the 2 legs sprinting rapidly. The eagle's upper body was at an angle that made it impossible to gauge. Blindly shooting at the head would not only miss, but could also alert the eagle. This first shot was crucial. Slow down, just a bit more, and look back at your wicked kind. Shinbei silently mouthed the words, with soft blades of grass brushing against his cheek. Whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, just as the eagle's legs came to a sudden halt. Waiting for his brain to send a signal to change direction, Shinbei decisively pulled the trigger. A sharp, whistling bullet shot out of the chamber, crashing through the obstructing grass and heading straight for the target. The bullet traveled at an incredible speed, skimming along the ground beneath the foliage, leaving a trail of whistling fire. Just as the eagle was about to lift his foot to run, the bullet struck the protruding bone of his left ankle, causing him to tumble heavily, like a galloping horse suddenly tripping over a tether, crashing forward without restraint, resulting in a broken nose, shattered teeth, and split lips that he could not avoid. Amidst the grass and trees, there was a sudden commotion before it quickly fell silent again. It was evident that the hawk had a strong combat awareness. Even when hit, it did not panic or scream. Instead, it remained extremely calm, making no unnecessary movements, as if it had disappeared into the underbrush. In a flash, Shinbei pulled the shell from the chamber of his rifle, his finger once again on the trigger. his eyes glued to the sight without a moment's hesitation, focused intently on the target. After a careful observation, he noticed a flaw. A hand was protruding from the foliage, glaringly out of place in the chaotic grass. With a swift motion, Shunbei's sniper rifle struck like a deadly snake, delivering a second lethal bite to the prey. The bullet flew through the air, still warm from the previous shot, and shattered the exposed hand. However, Shunbei did not hear the expected scream. Moreover, after the hand was destroyed, there was no reflexive movement at all, as if it belonged to a corpse. Shunbei's heart sank. This was the body of the hawk. With a look of shock still on his face, Shunbei quickly hoisted his sniper rifle and retreated behind a wall. He glanced around and listened carefully to the sounds around him. Shunbei was certain that the first shot had definitely hit the hawk's ankle. The second shot, however, was a bait set by the hawk, hitting the dead body instead. This meant that the hawk had likely figured out his position and would come around. Left or right? Shunbei had to change his position. At close range, he knew he could not take on the hawk. He decided to take a chance. Shunbei moved quietly, crouching as he made his way to the left, advancing while keeping low. He headed straight for the position of the body, intending to change his location and catch the hawk off guard when it showed itself among the ruins, even aiming for a headshot. Soon, Shunbei reached the back of the hawk's body and set up his sniper rifle. Almost simultaneously, a shadow appeared in his original sniping position. It was none other than the hawk. Shunbei's finger tightened on the trigger, and he decisively fired. Bang! A bullet shot out of the chamber, flying toward the heap of rubble. The white line of the bullet zipped through the dense foliage, disappearing in an instant. The sunlight and shadow on the bullet alternated at an extreme speed, and finally, it caused a few blades of grass on the thick green plants to tremble slightly before vanishing into the depths of the ruins. Puff! A cloud of blood mist erupted from the ruins. Shunbei thought that this time he had surely killed the target. Although the hawk was an ability user, it was only at the first level, and with his sniper rifle at level 3 and the bullets at level 2. It should have been more than enough to finish the job. But in the next moment, a rifle barrel emerged from the ruins, spraying bullets in Shunbei's direction. Rat-tat-tat. The gunfire was filled with a sense of impotent fury and random shooting. Shunbei moved quickly, using the hawk's body as a shield against the bullets, then rolled swiftly under a large tree. At that moment, the gunfire ceased, and a shout echoed from the ruins. Damn it, Shunbei. It's you, isn't it? Shunbei. Shunbei was also taken aback, gaining a whole new understanding of the ability users. Getting shot twice and still able to talk. Shunbei decided to respond boldly. That's right, the first move is crucial. You wouldn't mind, would you? Damn it. You really killed my brother, and now you want to kill me too? The cold voice of the hawk echoed again. What? Do you still want to kill me with a firearm? I'm an ability user. I advise you to surrender obediently, and I'll spare your life. At that moment, there was no need for more banter. Shunbei relaxed and continued. Although ability users are powerful, they are not invulnerable. If you have guts, step out. I'll shoot you in the forehead. If you don't die, I'll let you kill me. How about that? The hawk fell silent. One thing had to be acknowledged. The power of a sniper rifle posed a significant threat to ability users, especially for first and second tier ability users. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Unless one advanced to third tier or above, they could not ignore bullets. Now, his ankle was already badly injured, severely impacting his mobility. He had just been shot in the shoulder, with the bullet lodged in his bone, nearly making him faint from the pain. Though he wasn't directly killed, it was still life-threatening, and he was in a very passive position, because his ability was strength enhancement. This meant he couldn't engage in close combat, and could only take hits passively. The hawk looked around the terrain, feeling somewhat troubled. With his injured ankle, his speed had plummeted. If Shunbei kept circling around him, he would eventually be played to death. What to do? The hawk squinted at his injured ankle. Meanwhile, Shunbei was also contemplating what to do. He didn't dare to get too close to the hawk. Once entangled, he would definitely be crushed in no time. But the hawk was hiding behind the wall, not showing himself. If this dragged on, once the hawk's foot healed, it would only be Shunbei facing death. Thinking of this, Shunbei slowly took out a level 5 bullet. He took one last look at its pattern, memorizing it in his mind. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he still pushed it into the chamber. Chapter 16. Being chased by a small monster, he could only fight back. Shunbei couldn't afford to waste time. If he were sniping an ordinary person, he would dare to charge with a revolver. But the hawk was an ability user. His recovery ability was far superior to that of ordinary people. Regardless of the cost, he had to seize this opportunity and take his life while he was down. So, Shunbei pushed the level 5 bullet into the chamber without hesitation. He decisively fired. Bang! The bullet shot out like a finger, slicing through the soft plants at the edge of the stone pit and into the ruins. In an instant, the hawk, hiding in the ruins, scoffed. Random shooting? Behind him was a wall that bullets couldn't penetrate. A futile effort. At this moment, the hawk's mindset had stabilized. He would just wait it out. Whether Shunbei retreated, charged, or did nothing, the only winner in the end would be him. Time was on his side. Whoosh, the eagle-eyed figure saw a bullet streak past his head, leaving a white line behind. But in the next moment, his eyes exploded with unimaginable distortion, fear, oppression, and even despair played out before him. Because he saw that bullet, which had been flying in a straight line, suddenly changed direction, as if drifting in the air, turning and heading straight for him. What the hell? The eagle-eyed figure turned completely purple, and his eyes were filled with unparalleled terror, looking exceptionally horrifying. He had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. It was simply unbelievable, unimaginable, and hard to believe. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom why the bullet shot by Shinbei would curve. Could it be that Shinbei was a supernatural being? A power to control bullets? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But the absurd scene was unfolding right before his eyes. The eagle-eyed figure was completely stunned. At this moment, Shinbei, after connecting to the level 5 bullet and firing it, experienced something miraculous. He could share vision with the bullet. After the bullet zipped past the eagle-eyed figure's head, Shinbei immediately controlled the bullet to turn, aiming it straight at the bewildered eagle-eyed figure. Bang! The bullet accurately hit the eagle-eyed figure's right eye, exploding in his brain. The explosive force of the ammunition destroyed the brain tissue from within. The skull was blown open, and red and white matter erupted like boiling porridge. In Shinbei's view, it resembled a fountain of brain matter. Shinbei sighed lightly. After using a precious level 5 bullet, he finally dealt with all the trouble. This time, he wouldn't have to deal with the younger one, and then the older one would come, right? Shinbei put away his Barrett rifle and slung it over his back, returning to the ruins with a few jumps. Squatting on a broken wall, he looked at the eagle-eyed figure's corpse, a smile playing on his lips. A supernatural being, huh? He jumped down and began to search the eagle-eyed figure's pockets and bag. He found a supernatural identity card. Shinbei felt a bit envious. This card allowed for at least a 30% discount at all shelters, and in some places, it could even go down to 50%. For ordinary people, just getting a regular price was already good. Aside from the miscellaneous items, the most valuable thing was the crystal core. Shinbei counted and found there were as many as 330 of them. The principle of gaining wealth through violence is universal. Killing and robbing is the most profitable business without any investment. Shinbei converted the crystal cores into his own possession. He took a pack of cigarettes and discarded the other items. After having a few meat sticks and some water, Shinbei started his return journey. His figure moved like a ghost, swiftly navigating through the ruins. This world, resembling an apocalypse, was merely a reflection of humanity. Humans preferred fixed living spaces, but now, under the pursuit of erratic threats, they could only rely on titans to live a life of universal escape. However, for other ferocious beasts, this world was paradise. The wasteland was not desolate. Various terrains and ecosystems existed. The return journey will take about 2 hours. Shinbei tried to avoid the fierce beasts and not provoke them. It wasn't that he couldn't provoke them, but he needed to rush back to complete the task of exploring the mine, which was more cost-effective. However, things didn't go as planned. An hour later, Shinbei unexpectedly encountered a peculiar life form, a stone giant. This stone giant stood over 3 meters tall and appeared heavy. But strangely, it moved almost silently. Usually, it liked to lie on the ground, blending in with the earth, sunbathing and sleeping, hardly moving at all. But once awakened, it would relentlessly pursue any creature that disturbed its sleep, fighting to the bitter end. The most troublesome aspect was that the body of this stone giant was extremely tough. Knives and swords couldn't harm it, and ordinary firearms were ineffective. Generally speaking, when encountering such a stone creature, it's best to have an ice-type ability user in the team to freeze it, then swagger away without any hassle. Engaging in a fight would waste time and not be cost-effective. It was akin to a stubborn stone that was both foul and hard. Besides having an ability user, there was another quicker method to take it down, firing 5 shots in rapid succession at the same spot to pierce its heart. However, this was no easy feat, as it required extremely precise marksmanship. If the shooting was delayed, the wound on the stone creature would heal immediately. In a world where ability users were prevalent, handguns in their hands gradually became more decorative. Ordinary people lacked the funds to buy bullets to train their shooting skills. Therefore, when encountering a stone creature, the usual response was to turn and run, escaping to a distance where the stone creature couldn't catch up. Shinbei intended to run as well, but the stone creature pursued him like a mad dog without relent. After running 2,000 meters, Shinbei was exhausted, dry-mouthed, and panting. Frustrated, he drew his revolver, rolled, turned sideways, and aimed to shoot. He aimed for the stone creature's chest. However, the creature moved slowly. Shinbei quickly adjusted his aim to its thick leg joint. Bang! 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 He fired 5 consecutive shots. The powerful bullets shattered half of the stone creature's left leg joint, causing its heavy body to suddenly topple to the left. With a loud crash and a cloud of dust, Shinbei saw that the leg joint of the stone creature was rapidly regenerating. Truly a troublesome opponent. Revolver LV2, 510. Ignoring the text prompt, Shinbei quickly reloaded, 5 hot casings dropping to the ground as he deftly placed 5 more bullets into the cylinder. With a click, the cylinder was back in place, and without aiming, he raised the gun slightly. Taking advantage of the stone giant's momentary inability to move as it was getting back up, he fired again, releasing a long tongue of flame. Bang! Bang! He fired 6 shots at the stone creature's chest in quick succession. Bang! 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 The bullets from the revolver had tremendous power, and the recoil left Shinbei's hands numb. Almost all 5 shots hit the same spot, creating a deep bullet crater in the stone creature's chest. The stone creature trembled and then fell silent. Revolver, 1710, Shinbei put away his gun, lit a cigarette, and felt a bit melancholic. After firing 10 bullets, he had only managed to kill 1 stone creature, yielding just 1 crystal core. A single crystal core could only buy 6 bullets. It was a loss. After extracting the crystal core, Shinbei continued on his way. At the same time, he took out his revolver and upgraded it. Revolver LV3, 730, 5 bullets. The cylinder slightly stuck, the rifling intact, damage slightly increased, capacity 1, recoil reduced by 20. Shinbei felt a surge of interest. The upgrade was quite effective. Not only had the clumsy handling issue disappeared completely, but the capacity had also increased to 6 rounds, giving him a sense of extraordinary capabilities. Nice. Looking at the revolver, Shinbei muttered, I feel like one day, this revolver will turn into a cannon. Chapter 17. I'll pay you more. Please help me. Shinbei quickly returned to the vicinity of shelter number 36. He could see the giant Titan's mouth burrowing into the ground, continuously extracting water sources. Shinbei walked north, crossing the shelter, and soon spotted a large mountain looming over the wilderness. Below the mountain, there were dark mine entrances every few kilometers. Some were actively being mined, with humans operating steam machines, using ropes to pull out the mine carts. They dumped the ores or coal onto the ground for transport back to the shelter. These operational steam devices were established collaboratively by multiple shelters, and any nearby shelter could make use of them. It was a busy scene, with everyone working hard. After all, the Titan's movements were unpredictable. Sometimes it would stay in one place for a year, and other times it would start moving the next day. The time difference was significant. Shinbei arrived near one of the mines numbered A013. A few logistics staff from the shelter were peering into the mine. In the wilderness, although resources were unclaimed, the rights to extract them belonged to the shelters. After all, the defense forces organized by extraordinary individuals could not be disregarded by ordinary people. Shinbei mingled among them and chatted with several logistics workers for a while. Then he got straight to the point. I want to take on a reconnaissance mission. A staff member named Ming Yi looked Shinbei up and down, wearing an ambiguous smile. You? Yes. Let me see your extraordinary individual license. Ordinary person. Shinbei replied honestly. Ming Yi clicked his tongue. Buddy, it's not that I'm trying to be harsh. Anyone can take on a mission. But you also need to be able to survive. What if there are fierce beasts lurking down there? Is your life not worth anything? Shinbei calmly responded. Life and death are in my hands. You don't need to worry about that. I think you should just work as a laborer. You can earn some living expenses in a day. Another staff member added. This reconnaissance mission has already been taken on by 2 extraordinary individuals. They should be back soon. Hearing this, Shinbei clicked his tongue. Too late. He sighed. It is impossible to work, and it will never be possible in this lifetime. Since the task here has been preempted, Shinbei did not hesitate and turned to leave. He was heading into the mountains to search for ferocious beasts to hunt, to dig for more crystal source cores, and to buy back his battle armor as soon as possible. At that moment, other staff members at the mine entrance began to shout in panic. Something's happened. Come quickly. Following the sound, Shinbei saw a supernatural being stumbling out of the mine. His body was in tatters. His face was as if it had been crushed. One of his eyes was missing as if it had been forcibly gouged out. His body was covered in bite marks from rodents, drenched in blood. Even the muscles on his arm were gnawed to the bone. After collapsing to the ground, the supernatural being still bore an expression of extreme fear, uttering only 4 words. Save people, danger. Before he could say another word, he stiffened and died. Ming Ye's expression changed dramatically, his pupils suddenly constricting. Hey, is Thunder Tiger still alive? What's down there? Speak up. Hey. A staff member who checked the fallen being's breath found no signs of life. Damn it. Ming Ye's face flushed with anger. Thunder Tiger must be in great danger too. What should we do? Another person asked. If Thunder Tiger is still down there, maybe he's still alive. Should we go back and ask for higher-level supernatural beings to come over? We must extract the ore from this mine. Ming Yi suddenly turned to Shinbei. Do you still have the courage to investigate? Shinbei's gaze was serious. What level are these 2 supernatural beings? Both are first level. I'll take this task, Shinbei said without hesitation. He had come to take on this task in the first place and would not be intimidated by the uncertain fate of one supernatural being or the death of another. In other words, if he had taken the task earlier, he would still have to face the dangers ahead. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. The deaths of two first-level supernatural beings do not mean he would meet the same fate. All right, Ming Yi said straightforwardly. If you can eliminate the threats inside, I will add another 100 crystal source cores for a total of 300. If you bring Thunder Tiger back alive, I will add another 100. Shinbei nodded, first rolling in a nearby mud pit to cover himself in dirt and mud. Ming Yi and the other staff members gasped at Shinbei's preparations and couldn't help but exclaim, so damn professional. This is to mask his presence, right? It seems this guy really has a plan. Supernatural beings never pay attention to such details. Shinbei wiped the mud from his eyelids and pulled out a triangular military dagger from the deceased supernatural being as his weapon. Without saying a word, he entered the mine. He walked cautiously in the deep cave, his footsteps light and soft, like a nimble cat, moving silently. The thick hooded cloak and the earthy smell helped conceal his presence and body temperature, making it difficult for the dangerous creatures relying on smell or infrared vision to detect him. After all, a beast that can live underground must have exceptionally developed senses and infrared vision. At the same time, Shinbei tightly gripped a sharp trident dagger in his hand. The tip honed to a deadly sharpness, capable of both slashing and stabbing, making it a terrifying weapon. Although the original owner was not skilled in combat, Shinbei had been a special forces soldier in his previous life, and the hand-to-hand killing skills had already been ingrained in his genes through his journey. One could say that combat techniques were more like data, with the journey being akin to a copy-paste operation. Shinbei's modified rifle and pistol were slung over his back and hidden beneath his cloak. His pistol was powerful but lacked precision. However, in the cave's passage, its power could be exponentially increased. The problem was that in this deep and quiet passage, the sound of gunfire could carry very far, essentially announcing his presence to any creatures within several kilometers. Relatively speaking, the dagger was more suited to the current environment. The mine was not particularly dark. Every so often, there was a kerosene lamp with a lampshade lit on the walls, which had been ignited by the two previous ability users while exploring. Normally, when the lamps no longer lit, it indicated the location of their mishap. At a corner, Shinbei suddenly stopped, pulling back into his cloak to gradually blend into the darkness. A faint rustling sound came from the passage, and a mutated rat, about a meter long, emerged. Its disproportionately large nose wiggled as it sniffed the air, and its small eyes were dim and lifeless, having almost completely degenerated. The rat that lived on the surface decades ago belonged to the same species as this mutated creature. Now, with the world having changed drastically and enveloped by strange energies, these animals had undergone sharp transformations. Though the mutated rat had grown larger and stronger, Shinbei's mind remained relatively calm. According to the original owner's memories, 2 or 3 ordinary people could easily deal with such a creature if they were careful, posing no significant danger. At the same time, Shinbei found it puzzling that 2 ability users could not handle just a mutated rat. Wasn't that too weak? He had a feeling that deeper in the mine, there must be even more dangerous entities than the mutated rat. With no time to think about anything else, Shinbei hid in the corner, channeling energy into the dagger in his hand. He waited for the mutated rat to approach the turn where he concealed himself. Suddenly, as the mutated rat was nearly parallel to Shinbei, he struck first. The trident dagger shot out like lightning, piercing right through the tip of the rat's nose, penetrating its upper and lower jaws, pinning it firmly to the ground. The nose was the rat's most vulnerable point, and it screeched madly, its 4 short and sharp claws desperately clawing at the ground, sending debris flying as it dug a pit into the hard rock. Shinbei held onto the top of the dagger tightly with his left hand, his seemingly frail arm as unyielding as a rock. At the same time, he swayed his body to avoid being caught by the rat's claws. As the claw struck down, the skin was torn, but that was not the main concern. It was the bacteria. In this world, there was no health insurance, and seeking medical treatment for injuries could be quite painful. At this moment, the mutated rat, severely injured, could not last even a minute. Its body convulsed violently before it lay motionless. Shinbei slowly withdrew the dagger, turned the mutated rat over, and realized it was a female. Shinbei frowned slightly, and his expression changed subtly. Male mutated rats tended to act alone, while females were usually accompanied by a male. Without wasting a second, Shinbei quickly moved a few steps sideways, positioning himself in the center of the passage where the mutated rat had appeared. He crouched on his front legs, firmly planted his rear feet, and held the dagger level, aimed at the dark depths of the passage. Almost at the moment the dagger was leveled, a foul wind surged from the passage, and a larger male mutated rat suddenly leaped out of the darkness. Lunging at Shinbei, the dagger remained steady, and using the momentum of the mutated rat, the sharp tip plunged deep into its throat, traversing through its insides. almost emerging from its rear. Shunbei released his grip and swiftly retreated a few steps, moving gracefully as if gliding over water. With a crack, the mutated rat exerted all its strength to close its massive jaws, biting down on the hilt of the dagger. Although its incisors could gnaw through nearly any rock, they were no match for reinforced steel. With a crunch, the steel bent, and the rat's teeth shattered. The force of the male rat was too strong. After falling from the air, it slid several meters on the rugged ground before reaching Shunbei. Shunbei lifted his right leg and stepped on the rat's head. The rat squeaked and struggled, but it could not lift its head off the ground. Any effort to move would send unbearable pain through its body, pierced by the dagger. Even in such a critical state, it struggled for over a minute before finally stopping its breath. Shunbei withdrew the dagger, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Killing this creature was even more nauseating than taking a human life. Shunbei continued deeper into the darkness. In the rugged, dark cave, his eyes constantly scanned the ground for the paw prints of the mutated rats. The prints became more numerous and were scattered chaotically throughout the various tunnels. Soon, the light from the oil lamp faded, and darkness engulfed Shunbei's vision. Fortunately, he could occasionally see glowing moss and weakly shining sewage in the passage, which provided some clarity to his sight. Shunbei pursed his lips, increasingly convinced of the necessity of combat armor. If only he could gain infrared vision through the armor. Navigating this darkness would be like moving in daylight. At this moment, his vigilance was at its peak. Those two extraordinary individuals must have encountered an ambush here. Shunbei crouched down to examine the ground closely. Indeed, there were disordered footprints of humans, along with a large amount of blood mixed into the mud. Looking deeper into the passage, he could see traces of dragging. Almost in a crouch, he tightened his cloak around him, and, like a ghost, silently followed the traces deeper into the tunnel. To his surprise, in the rugged alley, some places seemed to have intentionally placed empty cans. These cans were tied with strings and hung above the alley. Is this an alarm device? Shunbei was somewhat taken aback. This was clearly something that only intelligent beings could create. Have the mutated rats evolved to such an intelligence level? This reminded Shunbei of the recently encountered wolf leader. He rubbed his temples. These crude traps were no threat to him, but they slowed down his movements. He carefully crossed over. After a long while, Shunbei saw an iron door. At the same time, the dragging marks disappeared inside the door. This iron door should be the refuge chamber of the mine. Shunbei took out his revolver, took a deep breath, and with a creak, he suddenly pulled open the heavy iron door and rushed out. It was a hall of over 100 square meters. Inside were more than 30 mutated rats of various sizes. The larger ones were almost adult-sized, while the smaller ones had yet to open their eyes. It was evident that these ground rats belonged to different litters. Based on the 3-month maturation period of the mutated rats, they could give birth roughly once a month, which was considered normal. What shocked Shunbei the most was the conspicuous large bed placed in the center of the hall. Judging by her physical traits, she appeared to be female. However, her sharp beak and teeth were still exposed, and a long tail was swaying behind her. Surprisingly, she was wearing a complete set of a pencil skirt typical of professional women from the old era. Her skin was not as fur-covered as that of other mutated rats. It was somewhat smooth, and her appearance resembled that of professional women from the old era. She was slightly petite, but the other mutated rats dared not approach her bed, and the bright red glow in her eyes indicated that she was the queen of this nest. Meanwhile, Shunbei's gaze shifted to the human on the bed. At first glance, he recognized him as the Thunder Tiger mentioned by Mingyi. Thunder Tiger's clothes had already been stripped away, and he wore an expression of dead despair. Caught in a situation where he couldn't escape or end his life, he could only endure the humiliation from the Rat Queen. For a moment, Shunbei felt dazed. The scene was too intense. As he looked over, a chill ran from his heels up his spine to the back of his head. Thunder Tiger had been violated by the rats. Despite the queen resembling a human, she was still fundamentally a rat. Shunbei nearly vomited. "Help me. Please save me." Thunder Tiger shouted hoarsely, his face trembling violently upon seeing Shunbei. Although they didn't know each other, there was no doubt he recognized him as a rescue personnel sent from above. Without hesitation, Shunbei raised his revolver. The dark muzzle pointed straight at the Rat Queen's forehead. At that moment, the Rat Queen's mouth suddenly opened wide, her eyes igniting with a dazzling red light, revealing 2 long fangs as she lunged forward with a speed faster than ordinary mutated rats. The twisted mouth made her entire face contort grotesquely. Bang, bang, bang. After upgrades, the recoil of the revolver had noticeably decreased. Holding the gun with one hand, Shunbei did not hesitate for a moment. 6 bullets were fired almost simultaneously. The first bullet pierced through her neck, while the remaining 5 traced an arc along her collarbone, completely severing her head from her body. This scene made it seem as if the bullets in Shunbei's handgun were like a chainsaw. Lei Laohu was left dumbfounded. Chapter 19. One shot is my mercy to you. Lei Laohu's eyes widened as he watched the head of the rat queen effortlessly pierced by Shun Bei's shot, rolling onto the ground. A look of disbelief crossed his face, and he was momentarily speechless. Did this just kill the rat queen? Did he even use any special abilities? Wait a minute. Lei Laohu furrowed his brow. This person doesn't seem to be an ability user. He relies purely on the power of the handgun and his bold, meticulous nature. With this thought, a hint of disdain crept into Lei Laohu's mind, although he felt humiliated for being overpowered by such a creature. As long as his life was not in danger, he still looked down on ordinary people brandishing firearms. At that moment, Shun Bei slowly retracted his handgun. The other adult mutated rats in the hall finally reacted, each one screaming hysterically and charging toward Shun Bei like crazy. Shun Bei retreated as smoothly as gliding on water, just avoiding the mutated rats' attacks. Then, with swift and light steps, he jumped out of the door and disappeared into the deep corridor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mutated rats suddenly stirred, instinctively rushing out of the hall, following the corridor in pursuit of Shun Bei's disappearing figure. Meanwhile, Shun Bei ran to create distance while firing wildly. The hot shell casings clattered to the ground. Bang, bang, the muffled and heavy gunshots echoed along the winding corridor, rippling into the distance. 10 minutes later, Shun Bei slowly returned along the same path, walking back into the hall. By this time, Lei Laohu had already freed himself from his restraints. Bare-chested and filled with rage, his face twisted as he swung his fists, covered in metallic elements, smashing the remaining mutated rat pups in the hall into pulp. The extreme humiliation and fury made his eyes nearly burst. He kept smashing them again and again, dragging the rat queen's corpse over, lifting it up and slamming it down, crushing its head. Shun Bei leaned against the door, watching with a smile. After venting his anger, Lei Laohu slowly raised his head, his face splattered with the rancid blood of the mutated rats. What's your name? Shun Bei. Shun Bei? Lei Laohu's face twisted into a neurotic grin. You've got some guts, daring to come down as an ordinary person. What happened to my partner? Dead. Lei Laohu cracked his neck. What a pity. From now on, you'll follow me as my subordinate. Go, bring me some clothes. Shun Bei raised an eyebrow, feeling displeased. Who spoiled you with such an arrogant attitude? You want me to be your subordinate? Shun Bei coldly smiled, remaining completely still. Did you not hear me speaking? Lei Laohu's eyes were filled with brutality, cruelty, and ruthlessness. You, an ordinary person, have the great honor of following me. Shun Bei's gaze was icy and profound as he slowly replied. Is it an honor to be violated by a rat alongside you? Say that again. Lei Laohu's expression turned to one of fear, resentment, and disbelief. Are you looking for death? I warn you, if you dare to say even a word of this, I will kill you. Shun Bei squinted. Was this fool truly out of his mind? Saving someone had only brought him trouble. Those 100 crystal cores were hardly worth it. Lei Laohu was undoubtedly suffering from a huge psychological blow. Once outside, he would probably doubt himself every day, wondering if others were talking behind his back about being violated by a rat. Just thinking about it was bothersome. Shun Bei's tone was indifferent. A useless ability user who can't even handle a mutated rat, boasting in front of your savior. Have you forgotten the pain after a good injury? Are you looking for trouble? Did I ask you to save me? It was the people above who offered a bounty. Lei Laohu continued with a fierce expression. You were paid to do what you needed to do, but my status is still higher than yours. Don't think I owe you gratitude. Remember, ordinary people are here to serve ability users. Bang. Shun Bei had no patience to listen to Lei Laohu's nonsense. He directly raised his revolver and decisively pulled the trigger. A bullet exploded Lei Laohu's head without mercy. To put it bluntly, at such close range, the upgraded gun and bullet were even more powerful than a Barrett. A first-level ability user could not withstand it. The world became quiet. Shun Bei felt immensely relieved. For ungrateful trash like Lei Laohu, putting him to rest was the best way to sever the ties of fate. However, Shun Bei also incurred some losses. The 100 crystal cores were gone. Initially, Mingyi had set a task that if he could bring this guy back alive, there would be a reward. But since this fool brought about his own demise, there was no need to feel guilty for being ruthless. At this point, Shun Bei had completed the task of exploring the mine. The earnings totaled 300 crystal cores, plus the rewards from the Hawk-esque killings and the output from the mutated rats, bringing his total assets to over 700, not far from reaching 1,000 crystal cores. Next, Shun Bei dragged Lei Laohu's body away, entering an abandoned mine tunnel, finding an underground well, and directly tossing it down. Then he returned to the hall and dug out the crystal core from the decayed head of the rat queen. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to the refuge chamber hall. That guy Lei Laohu should have some goods, right? After rummaging around, he found Lei Laohu's bag in a corner. Upon opening it, a brilliant blue light shone forth, and Shun Bei's eyes widened in surprise. Inside were nearly 300 crystal cores. Could he clear his debt in just one day's work? Killing and looting really paid off. Shun Bei happily collected the cores. After that, he left the refuge chamber and continued to delve deeper into the mine. Generally speaking, mutated mice have a strong territorial instinct and should not allow other mutated mice to occupy this hole. However, out of caution, Shunbei continued to investigate. He was stopped by a wire mesh gate. He moved the debris blocking the gate, then shot the rusted lock on the gate before pushing it open. After walking over 100 meters, Shunbei squinted slightly as a bright ray of sunlight shone on his face. Having been in the dark for too long, this beam of sunlight felt a bit uncomfortable to his eyes. After adjusting, Shunbei stepped onto the ground. The pedestrian and vehicle warning sign at the entrance was still very clear and had not completely faded with time. This was another exit of the mine. The scenery outside was not particularly special. It was just as desolate yet vibrant. Looking around, to the west was a vast wilderness, while to the east were countless skyscrapers hidden in the mist, remnants of humanity's former home. Now, they were occupied by various strange and fierce beasts. Shunbei retraced his steps, cautiously checking the mine tunnel back and forth twice to confirm there were no problems or leftover mutated mice before returning to the entrance. The task handover process went smoothly. Shunbei briefly described the mutated mice, but did not mention the whereabouts of the elder tiger. Mingyi inquired, but was equally unaware. Shunbei did not want to end up like the others who dealt with the smaller threats only to attract the larger ones. The rewards for the task were settled on the spot. 3 crystal source cores. Yes, 3 of them. They were just larger in size. Referred to as intermediate crystal source cores. 1 intermediate crystal source core could be exchanged for 100 regular crystal source cores. This time, the harvest was quite substantial. After deducting expenses and debts, there would still be 100 crystal source cores left. Shunbei did not linger. He headed straight back to Shelter 36. He needed to purchase the unique battle armor he had ordered. Upgrading quickly was the right path. Chapter 20. Upgrading the battle armor, unexpected surprise at Shelter 36. Shunbei climbed onto the back of the Titan and first went to the weapon shop. He cleared all his previous debts and also ordered a batch of ammunition for sniper rifles and revolvers. Looks like you had a good harvest, Shunbei said with a smile, nodding. With such gains, it must have been quite exhilarating. By the way, I have something I want to inquire about. After putting away the bullets, Shunbei continued, I once saw a bullet with a striped engraving here. Do you remember the maker? Shunbei thought it would be better to ask someone directly rather than fumbling around. Even if it cost money, it would be worth it. However, to his surprise, the shop owner sighed. I just got the news, he has died. Died. Shunbei's mouth twitched. His luck was too poor, wasn't it? Although he felt it was a pity, Shunbei was not too affected. In this world, not only ordinary people, but even ability users faced death every day. Ability users also needed to eat and drink. They had to go out hunting to earn crystal source cores. Moreover, crystal source cores were related to their advancement in rank. After a trip to the wilderness with someone, I was killed by a beast. The boss said it lightly, as if it were nothing unusual. Shunbei shrugged, chatted for a while longer, and then left. In a moment, Shunbei stepped back into the research institute's courtyard. Inside the laboratory, he took a glance. Shinonji was working, while the customized armor was left aside, collecting dust. It's still here, at least. Shinonji, busy with his work, showed some impatience when he saw Shunbei and continued to urge himself with the items in his hands, saying, your stuff is still here, not lost. No need to come every day. Come back when you've gathered 1,000 crystal cores. I don't do credit. Before he could finish speaking, Shinonji heard a series of tapping sounds from the table. He looked up to see 3 intermediate crystal cores and some other crystal cores rolling around on the table. At that moment, Shunbei had already walked to the other side of the laboratory and dragged the armor out from the pile of items. Didn't have money yesterday, and earned it so quickly today? Shunonji looked at Shunbei with shock and confusion. Even for an ability user, earning 1,000 crystal cores in one day is quite difficult. How could an ordinary person like Shunbei make money so fast? Did he poke a beast's nest? Shunbei smiled, but did not answer. He originally intended to wear it back to his rental place, but it was still too clumsy for now. He could wear it back, as long as he ignored the mocking looks from others, just consuming some stamina. After thinking for a moment, Shunbei decided to carry it back instead. He joyfully picked up his armor, cradling it like a girlfriend. Surprisingly, it was quite heavy, but this wasn't a drawback. As long as it could be upgraded, it would eventually turn into a button-style armor. Thanks. Shunbei happily carried the armor away. Shinonji rolled his eyes, secretly thinking it was a wasteful purchase. He had worked hard to earn the money, yet spent it on a big toy. The reason Shinonji didn't call Shunbei a spendthrift was that there was a distinction. Wealthy people are called spendthrifts, while those without money are just wasting their resources. Carrying the armor, Shunbei returned to the lower level and went back to his rental place, startling the landlord. The landlord circled around the armor several times, exclaiming in wonder. The 2-meter-tall figure, though mostly made of plastic and looking like a toy, had quite a nice design. I'm considering whether to charge you for 2 people's rent, the landlord said, propping his chin and yawning. Shunbei replied, This ISNTA person. Haha. The landlord teased. So, are you planning to sleep with it? No, I plan to wear it to sleep, Shinbei joked half-heartedly. In fact, he was serious. If he wanted to upgrade quickly, he would have to wear it to sleep, though it might just be uncomfortable. The landlord said, I sincerely advise you not to get into these flashy things. Once you earn money, it would be better to find a wife and have kids. Shinbei was momentarily bewildered. Isn't this damn world just making it hard for kids? However, even with those words, the landlord choked up and asked, But why do we live? Shinbei was taken aback for a moment, but his answer was straightforward. Of course, it's to be alive. It felt shallow. Suddenly, the landlord began to philosophize, saying, What is the meaning of life? It is to leave something for future generations to remember you by. In most cases, it means leaving behind your descendants, creating your replicas, producing seeds, and nurturing them to grow. Shinbei rolled his eyes and ignored him, heading upstairs. Such talk was already outdated in a peaceful world. In a dangerous world like this, it was better not to get into it. Back in his room, Shinbei placed the battle armor on the bed, leaving no space for himself to lie down and sleep. However, he still wore an excited and happy expression. The eagerness was somewhat like having just purchased an inflatable doll, impatient to get started. But Shinbei managed to hold back his excitement. To open the battle armor, he needed a crystal core. It could only function for 3 minutes, since it was just getting dark and not yet time to rest. He didn't want to waste it by taking it off just to go to the bathroom. Shinbei decided to upgrade the battle armor first. With a thought, the information about the armor popped up. Pseudo, Power Armor LV1, 1001-1000. This armor has no practical value, cannot engage in combat, provides no defense, and has no offensive capability. Perhaps it could be worn during festive celebrations to enhance the festive atmosphere. When he assembled it initially, the armor had already gained some upgrade experience. However, due to the presence of Chunanji at the time, he was afraid that the changes would be noticed, leading to an awkward situation. Now, he could finally upgrade it. Upgrade. Pseudo, Power Armor LV2, 2000. This armor is almost useless for combat. Using it in battle would be irrational, but its defensive ability has slightly improved, walking speed has slightly increased, and the reaction speed of thought connection has slightly enhanced. An infrared vision system has been added. During nighttime festive parades, it can keep pace with others and see the ground more clearly. After reading the information, Shinbei smacked his lips. There were changes, but it was still far from being combat ready. Although this was a small step, it represented a significant leap in Shinbei's overall combat capability. He temporarily set the armor aside and decided that when it was time to rest, he would thoroughly enjoy this little mischievous armor. Stepping out, Shinbei went to a bar. Feeling good today, he thought about having a drink and a nice dinner. The deep blue glass curtain walls of the bar were spotless, and a huge billboard at the top displayed a striking logo with leaping flames. This was Blazing Fire Bar, one of the favorite spots for the lower-tier will society and the common people. Inside the bar, the lighting was dim, saturated with the smell of alcohol and hormones. Women in revealing clothing moved about, trying to find men willing to pay for their services tonight. On a small stage, 2 nearly naked dancers twisted their bodies wildly. Under the combined effects of drugs and alcohol, they could dance frantically for 2 hours before being carried off, exhausted. Many men enjoy expressing their desires on the bodies of women who are already exhausted. Of course, these dancers are not bad-looking, and their worth naturally correlates with their appearance and figure. Shinbei found a spot to sit down, and just as he settled in, an uninvited guest plopped down in the chair opposite him, boldly declaring, "You're treating today." The speaker had a rather arrogant appearance, with a scruffy beard resembling a steel ring, as if it hadn't been groomed in years. A scar ran from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his right mouth, looking like a twisted worm. Suddenly, a fragment of the original owner's memory surged into Shinbei's mind. His name was Rock, a staff member at shelter number 36, working at the Employment Task Release Office. He was responsible for posting various employment tasks, essentially having many opportunities for others to earn a living. However, most of the tasks he released were not good jobs. The truly lucrative tasks were taken by his circle of friends. The relationship between the original owner and Rock was relatively good, but since the original owner was not an ability user, many tasks were beyond his reach. Their relationship was purely platonic, without any financial ties. "Hey buddy, how about a bottle of whiskey?" Rock grinned, twisting his scarred face into a snarl, and asked Shinbei. Shinbei smiled back. The original owner had no use for Rock, but he was different now. He nodded and paid with 12 crystal cores. The price was quite reasonable. "I like this place." Rock took a swig of strong liquor, exhaling a breath that smelled of alcohol, and continued, "The atmosphere here is filled with decadence, desire, and lewdness. A little drink, and that's life." If Shinbei hadn't been in a good mood today, he wouldn't have liked coming to such places. The overwhelming scent here could almost be equated to hallucinogens and aphrodisiacs for most people, leading them to lose their rationality and devolve into mere primal desires. Shinbei thought about how a bottle of whiskey was worth 20 bullets, which could often save his life in the wilderness, while whiskey wouldn't tea. However, he took a sip of the whiskey. It didn't taste great. It wasn't a high-end product from the old world, but merely alcohol produced by Shelter Number 36. This liquor lacked the rich, fruity aroma of old-world whiskey, but was at least strong enough. Rock's drinking capacity wasn't impressive. He was a rookie who loved drinking, but couldn't handle it well. After one drink, he began to feel dizzy and started rambling about past events. According to the original owner's memories, Rock was like a broken record, almost memorizing those stories. Shinbei could even anticipate what Rock would say next, including his expressions and tone. As he ate his dinner, Shinbei acted as a quiet listener. It was hard to interject, and even if he did, Rock wouldn't respond, continuing to recount tales of his past exploits, untouched by the burdens of divine punishment. Shinbei had only one evaluation of Rock, pitiful yet fortunate. Having lost his abilities, he was still able to secure a decent job that was enough for him to live on, making him part of a small lucky group in this world. At that moment, Rock downed a full glass of liquor and sighed contentedly. I saw you coming in and out of the upper level of the shelter today, working on a big toy? Shinbei nodded, just playing around. Rock raised an eyebrow. Are you out of your mind? Or did that research facility fool you? What do you mean? He took a swig of his drink, his gaze mysterious as he continued. The one you're working on is the wrong gender. Shouldn't it have a female appearance? Shinbei replied, that's not a plaything. Rock chuckled, I knew it. If you wanted to play with women, there are plenty available. Just then, a half-drunk young woman sat down beside Shinbei and whispered almost in his ear. You've already captured my heart, handsome. What do you say we do about it? Rock burst into laughter. Look at that. Your luck with the ladies is here. Saying this, he pulled out some crystal cores and tossed them onto the table with a knowing expression, my treat. The girl giggled, pocketing the payment and tucking it into her cleavage, which was also a form of silent boasting, showing off her ample figure. Shinbei thought to himself, honestly, this woman had a good figure and looks. It inexplicably reminded him of Bai Luo, the girl who had tried to force herself on him last night. But Shinbei had no time for romantic entanglements. He had to sleep in his battle armor. He was not in the mood for any romantic distractions. However, trouble seemed to always come hand in hand with women. Before Shinbei could figure out how to politely refuse while maintaining his composure, and also retrieve Rock's crystal cores from the girl's cleavage, a large, dark hand slammed down on his glass, shattering it on the bar. The hand then waved in the air, scattering glass shards all over the floor. Yet there wasn't a scratch on it. Shinbei slowly looked up to see a giant man, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles glistening under the lights, as if coated in oil. The man leaned down, his eyes dark and foreboding, his tone like steel grinding together. Kid, are you trying to steal the woman I have my eye on? This was clearly a provocation and an attempt to pick a fight. It was obvious that the woman had approached Shinbei. At that moment, the entire bar fell silent, with nearly everyone watching the scene unfold. Among them were ordinary people, ability users, women needing to earn their living for tomorrow, and many staff members from Shelter 36. The owner stood behind the counter, arms crossed, waiting to see how things would play out. Shinbei clicked his tongue. Can't even eat in peace. His expression remained unfazed as he casually said, You've interrupted my meal. Meal? The giant's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing a fierce demeanor. Do you want to taste my fist instead, pretty boy? With that, the giant raised his fist. As he watched, every pore on the man's entire arm began to enlarge, continuously expanding and contracting as it gulped in air. The man's fist, already enormous, now resembled an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, a fist larger than a basin appeared before Shinbei. The man, proud and boastful, displayed a gaze that was not only cold and brutal, but also filled with disdain towards Shinbei. This scene prompted others in the bar to cheer, eagerly stoking the fire of the spectacle. Fight, fight. We need some entertainment. Mengshan, your fingers would make women swoon, haha. Come on, I know his ability. It can last at most 3 minutes. How pitiful. Why not take some blue pills? Mengshan, unfazed by the taunts, wanted to give Shinbei a little lesson. Money doesn't mean you can toy with women. Mengshan cleared his throat, a thick phlegm lodged in his throat. He planned to spit it on the face of this weak, pale face before breaking his neck with a punch. However, the phlegm stuck in his throat refused to come out. His eagerness to vent suddenly shifted. Shinbei merely paused, shook his arm, and a nearly 30-centimeter-long revolver was pressed against his forehead. Mengshan's mouth fell open, his eyes wide, completely unaware of how the gun had appeared. The large gun reminded him at every moment that it could easily shatter his skull, no more difficult than breaking a cup. At such close range, even someone with abilities wouldn't withstand the power of a bullet. Brother, let us talk this over. Mengshan softened, his tone losing its aggression. However, Shinbei simply smiled calmly and pulled the trigger. Click. Mengshan's fierce face instantly turned blank, alternating between blue and white. He never expected Shinbei would shoot so decisively. But contrary to his expectations, after the trigger was pulled, the expected loud gunshot did not follow. The burly Meng Shan, who had been scared to the point of fainting, collapsed to the ground, knocking over 2 tables and several bottles and countless cups. The bar was filled with the sound of women's screams, unsure if they were mocking Meng Shan's cowardice or cheering for Shinbei. Shinbei picked up a bottle of expensive brandy from the table, poured some over the gun's muzzle, and then lit a cigarette. Only after the pale blue flame extinguished did he open the cylinder and reload the 6 bullets he had in his palm. Rock laughed heartily. You really are something. Shinbei smirked. Save some good jobs for me next time. You think using a gun proves you're not weaker than those with abilities? Shinbei, wake up. You've really had too much to drink. Shinbei replied. Who says that that's a good thing? Chapter 22. Not daring to fire a shot. Boom, a shell arrives. After a brief commotion, Rock and Shinbei left the bar. Just then, on the outskirts of Shelter 36, the once dark wasteland lit up with blinding lights. Shinbei squinted into the distance, where rows of vehicle headlights were visible. They're not our people, Rock muttered. They could either be from a shelter coming for trade, or they might be eyeing control over our shelter. In this world, gasoline had long since disappeared, due to the widespread flight from disaster. Even if some refineries remained intact, there weren't any skilled workers to produce fuel. The cost-effectiveness was simply too low. As for the fierce beasts, that was another story. The key issue was that wherever the mutated creatures went, it was like hell on Earth. Humanity could only survive by relying on titans. Stationing in one place or engaging in long-term production work meant death was just a matter of time, with no chance of luck. Therefore, vehicles in this world had their engines modified to be powered by core crystals. Even so, the cost was something most people couldn't bear. Often, traveling just 1 kilometer required a high-grade core crystal. Only influential figures or shelters could afford such waste. At that moment, Shelter 36 also directed searchlights towards the convoy. After a while, the convoy stopped about 500 meters away from Shelter 36. There were around 10 modified vehicles lined up, equipped with cargo beds. Simultaneously, many individuals dressed in standard black military uniforms jumped down. A few of them set up machine guns on the trunks, aiming at Shelter 36, appearing extremely arrogant, as if they intended to attack and seize control. Inside the shelter, many people came out to observe, showing expressions of extreme panic. Some were even screaming in fear. It should be noted that in this world, shelters are safe havens from the mutated creatures. However, for humans, conflicts and wars could still occur. Every Titan is an incredibly scarce resource. Whoever controls it becomes the boss of their territory. The greedy ones were certainly numerous. Meanwhile, those who controlled the Titans held a high-risk profession, as one could easily be eliminated and replaced by others. This often involved a purge of the remnants of the previous regime, with every conflict resulting in significant bloodshed. At this moment, the ruler of Shelter 36, General Yu Wuchang, also stood by the railing, observing the scene. Yu Wuchang's figure was tall and straight, and in the moonlight, one could vaguely see that the newcomer was a middle-aged man with a pale face and a sinister look. He wore military boots and a scarlet military coat adorned with grim bones as embellishments. His eyes glowed with a faint red light in the dimness, watching the crowd below as if they were a group of lambs awaiting slaughter. General, Rock looked up, trying to see General Yu Wuchang clearly in the moonlight, and hurriedly shouted, "It seems the visitors come with ill intent." Yu Wuchang's military uniform rustled in the night wind, and he merely smiled indifferently. With me here, they wouldn't dare fire a shot. Boom. The unidentified individuals below immediately set up a mortar and fired a round towards Shelter 36. Shinbei exclaimed, "Ah, are we getting hit in the face here?" However, the shell did not land on the shelter. Instead, it soared over the top and exploded on the other side. Under the moonlight, General Yu Wuchang stood with his hands behind his back, suddenly letting out a mocking sneer. By Luo from Shelter number 7. Can you please stop making a fuss? In the next moment, from the vehicles below, a pair of long, straight legs emerged from the car door, touching the ground with a rustling sound. At this time, Bai Luo was dressed in a sharp, high-ranking officer's uniform, a dazzling gold star on her shoulder epaulette. Her short hair completely tucked under a beret. Her face was as if covered in frost, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting smile. The residents of Shelter No. 36 looked on and couldn't help but sigh, quickly dispersing. Some residents went home to fetch supplies and rushed out to trade with the convoy, while others returned to the bar to indulge in drunken revelry. Rock clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. This woman is still as flamboyant as ever. It's always about making a big show, whether it's firing a shot or two, as if no one knows she's coming. Shinbei widened his eyes, momentarily stunned. Bai Luo? He was taken aback. Bai Luo at this moment was entirely the image of a battle-hardened soldier, completely devoid of the languid demeanor from that drunken night. What was going on with her? Shinbei couldn't help but blurt out. Rock raised an eyebrow in confusion. You know her? Shinbei frowned. We've met once. I must warn you, Rock said earnestly. Bai Luo is a subordinate of the tribunal established by the Spider Queen, and her status is not low. It's best not to provoke her. Her nickname is Widowmaker. Xin Bei exclaimed. Who provoked her? It was her who approached me. Who knew why this woman, who had appeared as a prostitute last night, had now transformed into the leader of the convoy? What kind of trick was this? Xin Bei felt a bit dazed. Wait, that's not the point. The key issue is the Spider Queen. Xin Bei remembered that he had a younger sister in the hands of the Spider Queen. He had no idea what her situation was now. Just then, Bai Luo scanned shelter number 36, and her gaze landed on Xin Bei. He stiffened all over. Bai Luo slowly raised her hand, pointing at Xin Bei, her lips slightly pressed together, forming a beautiful arc, with a hint of an ambiguous smile at the corner of her eyes. Xin Bei believed she understood the meaning behind it. And indeed, Xin Bei comprehended it. But his lips twitched, and his eyes showed no reaction. Bai Luo narrowed her eyes, seemingly ready to ignite. She silently mouthed, I will definitely have you. Xin Bei smacked his lips, initially thinking he could have a good chat with Bai Luo and inquire about his sister Shun Nan's situation. But given the current circumstances, it seemed their conversation could only take place in bed. For the sake of his integrity, Shun Bei decided to let it go. He would look for opportunities later to gather information about his sister. He estimated that his sister wouldn't be in any trouble. After all, she was taken by the Spider Queen, who was an even more formidable figure than General Yu Wuchang. Xin Bei turned to Rock and said, I'm going back to rest. Rock waved his hand. Go ahead, I'm staying to watch the show for a while. At this moment, the Titan was in a halted state, with various wheels and houses spread out. The connecting wooden boards between the houses have also been dismantled. Xin Bei walked on the ground, fearing that Bai Luo would come out and push him down. Even when publicly violated, others would only watch the spectacle, applauding and cheering. For the people in this world, public sexual performances are the norm, and their sense of shame has been fed to the dogs. Trembling with fear, Xin Bei returned to his rental unit and let out a sigh of relief. Back in his room, he sat by the bed and carefully carved a bullet. Revolver bullet LV-2-010. Disposable item. The bullet's surface has scratches. When this bullet hits a target, it will produce an explosive effect. At the same time, it will lose accuracy and shooting distance. For others, a level 2 bullet would be quite a pleasant surprise. But for Xin Bei, it could only be described as a failure. To survive longer in this world, Xin Bei could only rely on firearms and bullets. He hoped to obtain a level 5 bullet. Practice continued. Chapter 23. Everyone joins in. Beast Tide approaches. One bullet after another was engraved with patterns. Xin Bei kept recalling the details of that level 5 bullet. His engraving technique had improved, and after upgrading, the efficiency of producing level 2 bullets was very high. Finally, after consuming over 100 bullets, he was left with only one sniper rifle bullet. Sniper rifle bullet LV-1-05. Sniper bullet, well-made, stable gunpowder performance. Rustle. Xin Bei focused intently on the engraving, meticulously carving and trying to compress the distance between the engraved lines. Experience 1. Experience 1. After earning 5 experience points, Xin Bei directly chose to upgrade. Sniper rifle bullet LV-2-010. Sniper bullet. Surface has engravings. Range 50 meters. Slightly increases lethality. Slightly increases straight line parallel distance. This time, there was still space for engraving. Xin Bei held the bullet, using the moonlight to examine it. In this shelter, electricity is a precious resource, expensive, and limited in supply from the Research Institute. The amount of electricity that others can allocate is scarce, let alone for the lower-class residents. Only commercial places would turn on the lights. For ordinary households, lighting candles is a luxury, and most people just spend the night in darkness. Of course, Xin Bei's room also had a light, but there was no electricity. He would need to ask the landlord for more, at an additional cost. Xin Bei felt it was unnecessary. The moonlight alone was bright enough, at least several levels brighter than the moon on Earth. At this moment, the more Xin Bei looked at his masterpiece, the more delighted he became. After carving over 100 bullets previously, there was no space left on the bullet surfaces for further engraving. This time, however, his technique was more skilled. His control and understanding of the lines were clearer. Hopefully, he could produce a level 3 bullet this time. Xin Bei picked up the carving knife again, his expression focused and serious. The tip of the knife traced lines on the copper casing bullet, bit by bit. Experience 1 huff. Xin Bei let out a breath, shook his hands, and continued to carve. Upgrading bullets requires not only a sculpting space, but also consistent line orientations and directions. Xin Bei is not an extraordinary being and cannot decipher the meanings represented by these lines. He is certainly not a machine capable of precision processing. Xin Bei works entirely by hand. Even a single breath can affect the depth and alignment of the lines. Experience 1 as the final carving tool made contact. It was just right. The bullet was fully engraved. Although not as intricate as level 5 bullet lines, it still earned him 10 experience points. Level up. Shinbei excitedly held the bullet, and with a thought, he upgraded it directly. Sniper rifle bullet LV3, 020, range 100, increased lethality, increased penetration, increased straight flight distance. After reviewing the information, Shinbei felt a bit disheartened. It seemed he had overthought it. Mental control was likely a unique attribute of level 5 bullets, and anything below level 4 was out of the question. He rubbed his temples and stored the bullets away. He then went to the bathroom, which was essentially just finding any spot that would do. After all, with everyone fleeing, hygiene wasn't a priority. After firing a shot, one just needed to move to a new location. Who needed a bathroom? Nature sufficed. After tidying up, Shinbei took out a crystal core and placed it in the chest of his battle armor. Once the armor received the energy, it opened automatically. Shinbei quickly stepped inside. If he was slow, he would have to add another crystal core, which was not worth it. Once inside, he adjusted to a comfortable position and went straight to sleep. Every minute, he would earn 1 experience point. This was what they called lying down to win. Shinbei, ZZZ, experience 1. Experience 1. The next day, when Shinbei woke up, his spine felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, sleeping in battle armor wasn't the best choice, but for the experience points, he had no other option. He pushed open the armor and jumped out to stretch his limbs. Next time, he needed to add some bedding. Looking out the window, he saw that Bai Luo from Shelter 7 had already left, and Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. After rubbing his neck for a while, he finally felt better. He turned to check the armor's information. Pseudo, Power Armor LV2, 601-2000, a nearly useless armor. It is irrational to use it in combat. But its defense has slightly improved, walking speed has slightly increased, and mental connection response speed has slightly increased. It is equipped with an infrared vision system, allowing one to keep up with others during nighttime parades and see the ground more clearly. Shinbei was somewhat satisfied with the experience points gained from the armor. It felt much easier to upgrade compared to firearms and bullets. However, the downside was that it required too much experience. Shinbei thought about it and decided not to go out for the time being and just stay in the armor. At least it needed to be able to move with him, provide decent defense, conserve his stamina while running, and provide acceleration. Other functions could be upgraded gradually. After all, in this world, you don't need to be especially remarkable to survive. There's a rule that says as long as you can run faster than others, you're good. Currently, Shinbei still has some core resources, and if he saves carefully, it should be enough for a few days without going out. During this time, Shinbei has only one goal: to lie in his battle armor, gain experience points, and continuously level up. He must arm himself before going out to do anything. He quickly made a simple breakfast and savored every bite, converting the food into his own energy. Just after finishing breakfast, he heard the landlord shouting downstairs, "Beast Tide. The Beast Tide is coming. Grab your weapons." The entire rental building instantly became chaotic. Many people rushed out, armed with guns, weapons, or even barehanded, hurrying downstairs. In this world, the evil beings cannot harm those close to the Titans, but various ferocious beasts can kill the Titans outright. Therefore, once a beast tide attacks the shelter, humans must coexist with the Titans. It's a relationship of mutual survival, where the loss of one leads to the loss of the other. One could say that the Titans protect humanity, and humanity must protect the Titans in return. At that moment, the landlord was waving in the hallway. 8-tier defense, quickly. The so-called 8-tier defense is a designated position. Everyone living in the shelter has a unified defense task when the beast tide strikes. Each person must stand at their assigned defensive position, whether they are superpowered individuals or ordinary people. This is a mandatory requirement of the shelter, and disobedience can lead to severe consequences. Those who defy orders could be immediately eliminated by General Yu Wuchang. For the humans living in the shelter, the beast tide assault is an attack on their home and assets. There is no need for much talk. As soon as the alarm sounds, residents instinctively hold their defensive positions. Only a beast tide can unite all residents in cooperation. Even when others attack shelter number 36, there are still many onlookers. Changing rulers is easy. After all, power struggles only occur at the top, while those at the bottom are rarely affected. It's always the same, no matter who is in charge. Shinbei's plan to relax was interrupted as he grabbed his sniper rifle and followed the landlord to the 8-tier defense area. At that moment, Shinbei gazed into the distance. He saw clouds of dust rising in the sky. The ground trembled with a deep rumble. An endless roar echoed through the air. A dark tide of beasts charged recklessly across the wasteland. Various bizarre ferocious beasts surged like an army, their ferocity overwhelming. Among them was a beast resembling a dragon, over 20 meters long, with a hard, metallic-like scale armor. Leading the charge was an ape-like creature covered in white fur, with protruding fangs. Its arms hung down, and its massive mouth took up almost half of its face, topped with a grotesque flesh lump. Its blood-red eyes, larger than copper bells, combined with its enormous size made it truly terrifying. This was the explosive ape. Above the sky, dark shadows descended in droves, revealing dozens of monstrous birds the size of calves. These creatures had 4 claws on their bellies, each clutching rocks larger than basketballs. Their sharp cries echoed clearly, sending chills down spines. The sheer number was overwhelming. At this moment, General Yu Wuchang remained standing on the fence, his crimson eyes slightly squinted. His voice was not loud, but it resonated powerfully. Everyone, defend our home. Resist the beast tide. Prepare the artillery for a simultaneous strike. Chapter 24. Surrounded and outnumbered. A gruesome scene. Boom. Under General Yu Wuchang's command, the heavy artillery of shelter number 36 revealed their menacing, dark barrels. It was as if 1,000 cannons roared together. A barrage of shells shot into the sky, arcing down towards the beast tide. In an instant, massive explosions erupted, transforming into mushroom clouds accompanied by powerful shockwaves, obliterating the ferocious beasts within a radius of over 10 meters into flying remnants. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the stench of blood and the scent of charred flesh continually stimulated the senses of those in the shelter. Although this round of fire caused considerable damage, claiming countless lives of the beasts, the sheer number of ferocious creatures was overwhelming, with some able to withstand the cannon fire. They could not completely fend off the frenzied charge and impact of the beast tide. The roars of the beasts shook the heavens, and the ground trembled, as if thousands of horses were galloping. However, many beasts were gunned down by the artillery, forcing the tide to change direction. Only a few panicked creatures continued to charge forward recklessly, and those fortunate enough to find a gap near the safe zone were quickly turned into a mass of shredded flesh by the dense hail of bullets. Boom. Boom. The artillery fire from shelter number 36 continued to tilt. More and more beasts charged into the Titan safe zone. At this moment, the combat team of the ability users held the front line, forming an impregnable defensive position. These ability users were extraordinary in their actions. Some would smash 5-meter-tall ferocious beasts with a single punch, while others summoned lightning that danced through the beast horde, with each flash rendering a beast stiff and lifeless. There were also ability users who extended a sheet of ice from a single hand, freezing any beast that strayed into it, turning them into live targets. Through the full cooperation of the ability users, the beast tide became an insurmountable barrier. Shinbei watched in amazement. If any one ability user were isolated, they might not have such a significant impact. But the cooperation of many was not just a simple 1-1. It was more like 11. However, as time passed, some ferocious beasts began to break through the defensive line of the ability users, launching an assault on the shelter. At this moment, ordinary people needed to muster their courage to fight back. Ordinary individuals did not possess the formidable strength of ability users. They could only rely on their firearms to shoot at the beasts that slipped in. Rat-tat-tat, many residents concentrated their fire, and one by one, the beasts fell. The overall defensive effect remained steady. But just then, from above, chaotic quacking sounds filled the air. Shadows swooped down from the heights. This group of strange birds. Are they going to attack the Titans back? Shinbei's expression was stern. Logically speaking, even if they had aerial power, they should prioritize assisting other fierce beasts in attacking the ability users. Directly heading towards the shelter above, what are they trying to do? Shinbei had no intention of showing off. He immediately retreated into a nearby room. After all, the area above the shelter was not a position he needed to defend. Just as Shinbei had just stepped into the room, bang 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 bang, a series of rapid gunshots erupted. The civilians in the upper defense were cursing while firing their weapons at the strange birds hundreds of meters in the air, seemingly trying to attract their attention. However, the next moment, a particularly loud call echoed through the sky, as if receiving some kind of command. Dozens of strange birds in the air ignored the gunfire from the civilians. Instead, they suddenly accelerated and dove down. As they approached the center of the shelter, they released their claws and dropped hundreds of rocks. In the howling wind, these rocks accelerated downwards like cannonballs. For those in the upper shelter, it was akin to a fierce bombardment. A series of deafening crashes followed as these dense rock projectiles smashed through the roofs of low buildings and factories, with many unfortunate civilians being struck by the rocks, resulting in a gruesome scene. Damn it, their target is the factory. At this height, we can't hit them at all. What's going on? Why have these creatures become so clever? Damn, we're being attacked from both sides. Amidst the chaos, shouts of anger and screams filled the air. It became impossible to distinguish who was giving orders. The faces of the civilians turned pale as they futilely fired at the sky. But their handguns had a range of less than 50 meters, posing almost no threat to the circling and screeching birds. These birds seemed to possess considerable intelligence. Their main focus wasn't the civilians stationed on the upper levels, but rather the largest factory targets. The effect was quite evident, as the roofs of the factories were shattered. A large number of panicked children rushed out, fleeing in all directions. As the children poured out of the rooms, The circling birds let out excited calls and then swooped down like lightning towards the fleeing crowd. Go to the factory for support. Quickly, go up and save the children. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Wuchang immediately mobilized the defense forces. Some ability users and ordinary people rushed towards the upper levels. In such chaos, Shinbei was also called upon and followed closely. When he reached the upper levels, Shinbei was taken aback. Ah, help me, help. Bang, 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 bang. The birds circled and dove in the air, and the cries of both ordinary people and children echoed everywhere. On the streets, those civilians and ability users who could still fight were shooting frantically, with flames, roars, screams, and the chilling calls of the strange birds filling the air above the shelter. Shinbei saw an ability user lift an oversized rifle that was about 2 meters long. The shape is unusually rugged, with lines filled with a sense of violence and death. The gun's muzzle is as large as a fist. The ability user opens the back cover of the rifle and stuffs in a mid-level crystal core. With a firm slap, he secures the cover and raises the weapon. His face twisted in a fierce roar. Bastard. Die. In an instant, the user's arm glows with ethereal stripes, as if their ability is activating the firearm. After an explosive flash, the muzzle emits a swirl of blue light. Boom, boom, boom. The gun fires blue energy projectiles, which explode in the sky like miniature blue suns. In an instant, 3 monstrous birds are taken down. Shinbei gasps. This is the first time he has seen a firearm used by an ability user. It's so sci-fi. Not only does it require the ultimate crystal core, but it also needs the user to activate their own abilities. The power is impressive. However, Shinbei doesn't envy it. It's just a money-spending weapon that he can't utilize. At this moment, Shinbei has no time to observe his surroundings. He quickly climbs onto a small ruined outpost that has been crushed by rocks and looks out, taking advantage of the height. He immediately sees monstrous birds circling in the sky, waiting for an opportunity. Occasionally, they dive towards the ground, and their claws grasp terrified, struggling children or residents, as if they have caught their food, excitedly flapping their wings and soaring upwards. In the air, these monstrous birds begin to ravenously tear apart and devour the children in their claws. Their sharp beaks rip apart the desperate, struggling children like rag dolls. And in an instant, blood and entrails rain down from the sky, creating a horrific scene. The intense smell of blood wafts through the air. In Shinbei's view, the monstrous birds continuously circle and dive over their territory, avoiding the indiscriminate gunfire from the crowd, focusing their attacks entirely on the fleeing children, who are like headless flies. In the blink of an eye, a dozen children are snatched away like chicks by hawks. These monstrous birds are scattered and their movements fierce, coming and going like the wind. Given their advantage from the air to the ground, most people, apart from the ability user's oversized rifle, are largely ineffective. Aside from a few unfortunate birds that were shot down, the numbers have not decreased significantly. Shinbei immediately sets up his sniper rifle and pulls the bolt, preparing to shoot at the moving targets. In the chaos, Shinbei suddenly spots several distinct figures darting out and launching a sharp counterattack against the diving monstrous birds. Chapter 25. The powerful combat style of ability users in Shinbei's view. An ability user named Een who moves swiftly like a cheetah, darting through the crowd. Just ahead, a monstrous bird is diving down to grab a civilian. However, before the bird can flap its wings to ascend, Een Hu's figure has already pounced. And with a swift motion, he whips the long whip in his hand, which wraps around the bird's claws in the nick of time, pulling it into the air. Suddenly entangled by its talons, the strange bird flapped its wings violently, the air howling as sand and stones were swept up. However, the instigator, Een Hu, seemed firmly nailed to the ground, unmoving, with a fierce look on his face. Beast, get down. With a roar, Een Hu wielded a long whip, stepping back while twisting his waist and bending his body, his muscles cracking loudly. A tremendous force erupted from his arms, and the struggling strange bird, as heavy as a calf, was mercilessly swung against a nearby earthen wall, crashing through it completely. With a flick of his arms, the bird's claws, the size of a calf, could offer no resistance and smashed into the wall like a cannonball, demonstrating Een Hu's incredible strength. As the bird fell and continued to struggle, the crowd around Een Hu began firing their guns in unison. In the close-range barrage, the bird was turned into a sieve, thrashing a few times before going still. Meanwhile, Een Hu continued to move through the crowd, his whip striking like a venomous snake, rarely missing. Within just a few minutes, he seized the opportunity to take down 2 more strange birds, displaying extraordinary ferocity. Seeing this scene from dozens of meters away atop a turret, Shinbei's eyes flickered as he silently calculated something, then shifted his gaze to another area. There he spotted Meng Shan, the ability user who had previously clashed with him. This individual was wielding an exaggeratedly long saw over a meter, leaping swiftly across the rooftops of the low buildings like a monkey. Whenever a strange bird swooped down nearby, He would leap powerfully, bringing his saw down accurately and viciously on the bird's wings, severing them cleanly, as if he were cutting tofu, showcasing his brutal ferocity. Shinbei squinted, his gaze shifting among several ability users. Undoubtedly, these individuals displayed strength, speed, stamina, reflexes, and combat skills far exceeding those of ordinary people. Each one was exceptionally fierce. From their displays of power, they seemed like little superheroes. Amidst the chaos of curses, roars, and screams. As Shinbei was about to open fire, Rock climbed onto the half-collapsed turret, sweating profusely. What are you hiding here for? These beasts are as strong as bulls and fast. If they target you as prey, it'll be trouble. Shinbei replied without looking back. Of course, I plan to fight. Rock shrank into a corner, watching the chaos below with resentment. These winged claw vultures treat us like they're domesticated food. They seem to be getting smarter. They used to just dive down to grab people, but recently they even learned to throw stones. Damn it. If it weren't for me being afflicted by the divine punishment miasma, I would be the first to tear them apart. Shinbei understood. These strange birds had the advantage of flight, making them hard to deal with using ordinary firearms. Their fierce nature, combined with their size comparable to calves and swift movements, made them extremely difficult beasts to handle. However, Inhu and the others were able to respond with ease, clearly having had prior experience. Without the intervention of supernatural beings like Inhu and Meng Shan, the sanctuary would face even greater casualties from the beast tide, caught in a pincer attack. At that moment, a sudden surge of excited and fervent shouting erupted from the chaotic front. It's the general. The general has arrived. Ha ha, you damn beasts. It's time for you to face the music. Hearing the words the general, Shinbei turned to look in the direction of the sound. At that moment, the road was in disarray, yet Yu Wuchang appeared with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely as if in a garden. The scattered crowd was both shooting into the air and cheering excitedly, as if welcoming their king. A loud cry echoed through the sky, seemingly a signal to urge on. At this time, the sky's winged vultures had lost nearly half of their numbers. Among them, aside from those tearing into their prey midair, there were a few that seemed to have never caught anything, still circling and calling out impatiently, searching for opportunities. At this moment, Yu Wuchang, clad in striking crimson military attire, strolled onto the main road and immediately became the target for several winged vultures. With sharp cries for winged vultures, driven by the scent of blood, could no longer hold back. They let out excited screeches, spreading their wings that spanned 4 meters wide, and pounced down towards Yu Wuchang in the open area. You beasts, you all deserve to die. Facing the vultures attacking from different directions, Yu Wuchang slowly lifted his head. A cruel smile etched on his sinister face. What you destroy and plunder is my property. Boom. Yu Wuchang stomped down hard, and with a tremendous force. The ground beneath him erupted, his figure vanishing amidst the flying dust and debris. The nearby crowd only saw him disappear from sight, while Shinbei, further away, clearly saw Yu Wuchang leap into the air like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters high, and in the blink of an eye, landed beneath the first diving beast. Then Shinbei saw, at the critical moment, Yu Wuchang's hands shot out like lightning, instantly grasping the claws of the beast that had extended towards him. With a wild laugh, he yanked his arms. With a ripping sound, it was as if he was tearing not flesh and blood, but a thin piece of paper. The body of the winged vulture, the size of a calf, was torn in half, blood and entrails splattering into the air and drifting down with the wind. Boom. In the next moment, as the ground shook, Yu Wuchang landed steadily on the roof of a low building, holding 2 halves of the corpse. While the other 3 winged vultures swooping from different directions had no time to react or change course. They saw Yu Wuchang bend down, step forward, and release the 2 halves of the body like lethal projectiles. Bang bang. In the next moment, it was hard to tell just how much power was contained in Yu Wuchang's throw. 2 remnants of the corpses, accompanied by a fierce whistling wind, accurately slammed into 2 other Talon Claw griffins that were still about 10 meters above the ground, instantly breaking their wings and causing them to crash down as if they had been struck by a speeding vehicle. The 2 Talon Claw griffins let out piercing cries, struggling frantically on the ground. However, Yu Wuchang didn't even spare them a glance. He lifted his head to sweep his gaze at the last Talon Claw griffin, which was desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to take off, and with a flick and a kick of his foot, dozens of fist-sized fragments shot out like hidden weapons, piercing through the air with a sharp whistle. With a series of thuds, the stones exploded against the last Talon Claw griffin, severely injuring its wings. The griffin let out a miserable cry and staggered down to the ground, desperately flapping and struggling. By this point, all 4 Talon Claw griffins that had attacked Yu Wuchang had been brought down, all within 10 seconds. In just a few moments, Yu Wuchang's superhuman strength and brutal combat skills were vividly displayed. Shinbei stared intently at Yu Wuchang's figure in the distance, his mind rapidly processing the scenes he had just witnessed. The general is magnificent. The general is truly impressive. I told you, once the general arrives, those beasts won't stand a chance. Cheers and praises erupted like a tsunami as crowds from all directions surged forward, collectively targeting the 3 Talon-claw griffins that were still alive on the ground and turning them into sieves. Seemingly quite satisfied with the display of his martial prowess and prestige, Yu Wuchang smiled slightly and looked up at the sky. By this time, the hunting activity seemed to be nearing its end, with the number of deceased Talon-claw griffins approaching half. Under such significant damage, with a particularly loud cry, the remaining 20 or so Talon-claw griffins in the air had eaten their fill and, without any reluctance, turned around and flew back in the direction they came from. Chapter 26. One hit. No sound when the figures and cries of the Talon-claw griffins completely vanished from the horizon. It did not mean the beast tide was over. There were still a large number of ferocious beasts to deal with at the lower level. Shinbei had essentially just been a bystander throughout, doing nothing as the abilities of others efficiently drove the strange birds back. At this moment, Yu Wuchang directed a few people to visit the research institute. They found Shinanji, who brought out several weapons resembling flying discs. Shinbei was also holding one. Looking at the label, it read, Cluster Firepower Disc. This was the latest aerial suppression weapon developed by our research institute. Chun Anji quickly explained while teaching them how to use it. In simple terms, once the disc is airborne, it will tilt and unleash its internal ammunition, covering the designated area with full firepower. After the ammunition is exhausted, it will automatically return to the launch point for reloading. What you need to do is press this button, adjust the distance and height, and release the firepower disc. You don't need to worry about anything else. Remember, the flight distance is only 5 kilometers. Chun Anji wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. This device is still in development and hasn't been officially produced. If it weren't for the beast surge today, we wouldn't be using it. If this weapon doesn't respond or something unexpected happens, there's no need to panic, as it's still in the research phase. Just report directly to me. Shinbei examined the weapon in his hands, curiosity rising within him. According to Chinanji, the ammunition inside was supposed to be specially designed small projectiles fired through a barrel similar to that of a railgun, possessing not only immense penetration power but also explosive damage. At this moment, Yu Wuchang nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Director Chen. Let's go. We need to continue the fight. With that, Yu Wuchang left a few people on the upper level to clean up the aftermath while the rest returned to the lower level to continue battling the beasts. Shinbei, holding the cluster fire disc, returned to defense segment number 8. The landlord looked curiously at the item in Shunbei's arms. What is that? It's a newly developed weapon. This group is just wasting research funds, the landlord remarked, firing a shot at a beast and continuing. They should focus on improving the quality of life for the public, like researching sturdier wheels, which would be far more useful, instead of working on useless things all day. Shinbei smirked. It seemed unrelated to the research institute. Wasn't it Yu Wuchang who decided what to research? At that moment, numerous black discs rose from each defense node, rapidly dispersing in all directions and then firing a dense barrage of projectiles. Boom, boom. The distant stone forest area was flattened by the concentrated fire, and many unseen beasts were blown to pieces. It had to be said, this device was far more effective than traditional artillery. Wherever it pointed, it hit. Moreover, despite the flying disc's small size, it was equipped with high explosive shells, powerful enough to rival that of cannons. After a series of explosions, a swath of death was carved through the beast's tide. However, some monsters proved to be incredibly strong, leaping high to attack the black discs. With a loud boom, some beasts with exceptional jumping abilities soared dozens of meters high, knocking the black discs out of the sky or exploding them midair. The intact fire discs began to automatically return to their launch positions to reload with high explosives, adjust their bombing targets, and take off again to bombard. This display significantly boosted the morale of those in shelter number 36. The ability users, undeterred by fatigue, resumed their fierce combat, colorful abilities flying through the air. The piles of beast corpses grew higher and higher. Hey, what are you waiting for? Launch your fire disc, the landlord urged from the side. Shinbei responded with an O, operated the controls, and pressed the launch button. The fire disc, nearly a meter in diameter, soared into the air. Although Shinbei couldn't understand how the disc was powered, there were no flames or gas propulsion. He was greatly impressed. However, as Shinbei's fire disc wobbled into the air, it did not hover over the beast but instead headed straight for an unrelated area, flying toward the mountains. In the end, it turned into a small black dot in the sky and disappeared. The landlord looked bewildered, pointing at the flying disc that had soared away, and asked, "Why is yours different from others?" Shinbei, taken aback, opened his mouth and replied, "The Research Institute said this is a product still in development, which may have certain unknown and uncontrollable faults. Perhaps I encountered one." With that, Shinbei sighed. set up his sniper rifle, and said, "Let's take down the beast." The landlord didn't pay much attention, nodded, and began shooting one shot after another. In reality, Shunbei had intentionally set incorrect parameters to make the flying disc disappear. In his mind, if this thing could be upgraded, it would be a significant weapon. It would be like having air support, enhancing his own strength. Such a great opportunity couldn't be wasted. If one doesn't act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. After quietly completing this task, Shunbei focused entirely on shooting the beasts. This was not only for his own safety, but also to gain experience for his firearm. Moreover, there were other ability users up front, so he only needed to shoot without thinking. Bang, the bear spat fire, pushing the bullet out of the chamber. Whoosh, a heavily armored explosive bear that had slipped into the safe zone had its eye pierced, with a powerful bullet directly blowing off its skull. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the armored explosive bear fell to the ground, convulsed a few times, and died on the spot. Sniper rifle experience, 1. Wow. The landlord, lying on the side with an AK-47 in hand, looked shocked and said incredulously, "Did you just take down an armored explosive bear with that shot?" Shunbei adjusted his aim and replied, "What's so surprising about that?" Bang! Shunbei pulled the trigger again, sending another bullet into the eye of a rotting wolf, knocking it down instantly. Sniper rifle experience, 1 hiss. Another shot. When did your shooting become so precise? The landlord was greatly shocked, his expression twisted. Frankly speaking, if he had to hunt an armored explosive bear or a rotting wolf alone, he would definitely just run away. He didn't have the ability or courage to face such beasts alone. Even with a gun, it wouldn't help. His shooting skills were inadequate. This was no longer just hitting the head, it was hitting the eyes. Even an ability user skilled in shooting might not be able to do this. The more the landlord observed Shunbei, the stranger he felt. What kind of monster is this? Especially with that crude, rough, outdated modified rifle, which didn't even have a scope. But in his eyes, it became a rugged, simple piece of art representing the aesthetics of violence. Shunbei had no time to chat with the landlord. The beast tide was not a casual affair. It was a matter of life and death. Bang bang, Shunbei didn't care about the bullets. After all, there would be compensation from the shelter afterward. At most, he would lose some level 2 bullets. One shot after another, he kept shooting. Sniper experience 1. Sniper experience 1. Shunbei discovered that with a level 3 sniper rifle and level 2 ammunition, sometimes due to a misfire, even when hitting the highly defensive golden armored dragon beast, the bullet could penetrate its defense and drill into its flesh. Although it couldn't cause a fatal injury, the firearms in the hands of others couldn't pierce through. They just sparked on impact and made no sound. When dealing with such fierce beasts, one could only call for the help of those with special abilities to counter violence with violence. The one responsible for support just happened to be Meng Shan. After a fierce battle at Defense Node 8, all the beasts that had slipped in were eliminated. Shunbei temporarily got a chance to catch his breath. He glanced at his firearm. Sniper rifle LV3, 50-30, modified Barrett M95, range 1,100 meters, 5-round magazine. Detachable bipod missing, adjustable monopod missing, scope missing, high lethality, movement shooting, accuracy 20. It could be upgraded, but there was no rush. He would wait until all the bullets were fired. Just then, someone stepped on Shunbei's head. Chapter 27. Don't be afraid to kill. We have someone above us. Shunbei was resting when an oblivious person, while crossing his position, stepped on his head. Shunbei's expression changed, showing a mix of anger and embarrassment, and he directly cursed. "Do you have eyes? Are you blind? What's wrong with stepping on you?" The person spoke in a very rough tone. When Shunbei looked up, it was none other than Meng Shan. His tall figure completely overshadowed Shunbei, looking down with a face full of rage and a vicious grin. It's fine. It's fine." The landlord stood up and said with a smile, "It wasn't intentional. We're in a critical situation during the beast tide. Bumps and scrapes are inevitable, right, Shunbei?" Shunbei's expression was cold and indifferent as he reached for his revolver. At that moment, Meng Shan was radiating intense malice. "I did it on purpose. What are you going to do about it?" Meng Shan recalled the humiliation he suffered at the bar yesterday and was filled with rage. Even though that revolver could cost him his life, being mocked was the real disgrace. He had been laughed at by others at the bar, feeling utterly humiliated. The way he fell was simply embarrassing. Now seeing Shunbei resting while he was out putting out fires, was this the treatment for those with abilities? Damn it, Shunbei, you're living better than I am. Meng Shan's anger boiled over, and he stepped down on Shunbei's foot in retaliation. Shunbei wouldn't dare do anything to him. Let us go, let us go." The landlord sensed something was off and hurriedly pushed Meng Shan away. Meng Shan turned back 3 times, cursing and spitting at Shunbei, even leaving a harsh remark. "I'll kill you sooner or later." Shunbei stood up, expressionless, his eyes filled with extreme indifference. "Yesterday, I spared your life. And today you're asking for trouble, huh?" Shunbei called out. "Meng Shan." Meng Shan stopped in his tracks. forcefully pushing the landlord aside and striding back with an imposing demeanor, his face appearing extremely grim and terrifying. His expression suddenly turned cold as he gritted his teeth and growled. What? Do you want to compare notes with me? In Meng Shan's view, even giving Shun Bei 100 chances, he wouldn't dare to shoot and kill a superpowered individual, especially in a public setting. However, if he were to kill Shun Bei, no one would care. In this world, the status of superpowered individuals is inherently higher than that of ordinary people. Meng Shan stepped closer, grabbing Shun Bei by the collar. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he emanated a menacing aura. Now, kneel and bow to me. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the beast tide. Yet Shun Bei, with his handsome but sinister face, remained utterly calm. Without saying a word, he raised his revolver and pressed it directly against Meng Shan's chin. Meng Shan showed no fear, his fierce face twisting into a sinister smile. Do you dare to pull the trigger? Do you know the consequences of killing a superpowered individual? Shun Bei's eyes held an indescribable depth and coldness. I will naturally bear the consequences, and you. Shun Bei cocked the hammer and spoke again. As for you, you won't even see how gruesome your death will be. Meng Shan's expression flickered with a smug defiance as he coldly laughed. Go ahead and shoot. Let me see how brave you are. Boom. Without any hesitation, Shun Bei decisively pulled the trigger. The tremendous recoil from the revolver made Shun Bei's arm drop abruptly. At the same time, a flash of gunpowder erupted from the muzzle. In a cloud of smoke, even a barely first-tier superpowered individual would have their head blown to bits at such close range. In the split second that Meng Shan heard the gunshot, all his fury and malice froze on his face. His eyes were filled with a look of horror, twisted as if he had seen a ghost. How dare he? How dare he pull the trigger? Instantly, the bullet, propelled by the furious gunpowder, pierced through Meng Shan's jaw and into his brain. His skull shattered, and a mix of red and white brain matter and flesh exploded, splattering everywhere. Shun Bei shoved Meng Shan's corpse aside, wiped his face, and nonchalantly sat down, meticulously cleaning the flesh off his revolver. Meanwhile, the landlord and others were left dumbfounded. None of them had expected Shun Bei to shoot without any hesitation, killing Meng Shan in an instant. Meng Shan was a combat-type superpowered individual. Although only at the first tier, he was still a superpowered being. Everyone's faces were filled with indescribable shock and disbelief, as if they were caught in a storm. The landlord's throat rolled in disbelief. Shun Bei and Meng Shan had merely exchanged words, and in the blink of an eye, a life had been taken. Although lives are not highly valued in this world, one must consider the identity of the individual involved. That was a superpowered person, and now their head was blown off. The landlord's eyes were filled with uncertainty, his face dark as if it could drip water, gritting his teeth and saying, Shun Bei, have you gone mad? You have killed the ability user Meng Shan, and General Yu Wuchang will not let you off. However, Shun Bei remained calm, his gaze deep and tranquil like a monk in meditation. His voice serene and indifferent. It doesn't matter. The landlord had a decent impression of Shun Bei. Yet, after such an incident, there was only one path left for Shun Bei. He quickly pulled out a high-grade energy core and handed it to Shun Bei. A high-grade energy core could be exchanged for 1,000 energy cores. This was no small fortune. The landlord's voice was slightly hoarse, and he lowered his tone. Go. Get out of Shelter 36 quickly, and look for other shelters in the wasteland. Never come back. Although the landlord's words were harsh, Shun Bei understood his good intentions. In this messed-up world, there were still people with overflowing kindness. It was indeed rare. However, Shun Bei did not accept the energy core. Instead, he tossed it back, stood up, and revealed a hint of a cold smile. Thanks, but don't let your sympathy get the better of you, or you will bear the other's suffering. With that, Shun Bei put away his revolver and left the 8th defense node with the Barrett rifle on his back. Where are you going? The landlord pressed. Shun Bei waved his hand. I'm going to find someone to mediate. Otherwise, my only outcome will be death. Shun Bei knew very well that in this situation, killing an ability user was tantamount to seeking death. In the wasteland, one could kill silently, but inside a shelter, especially during the beast tide, it would be like giving General Yu Wuchang a reason to take action. The Wrath of Thunder would be inevitable. Shun Bei temporarily did not want to leave Shelter 36. The outside wilderness was fraught with dangers. His physical strength was simply inadequate for continuous combat. He needed to upgrade his battle armor before he could qualify for long treks in the wilderness. Shun Bei moved through various defense nodes. Amidst the chaos, he returned to the upper level. He found Rock and explained his situation. Upon hearing this, Rock frowned slightly. You really know how to get into trouble, he said, clicking his tongue. Shun Bei replied, I really know how to find people. Cut it out, Rock said, stroking his chin. Thinking for a moment before saying, you continue to defend your node. I'll handle things on General Yu Wuchang's side. Thanks. Just remember, you owe me one, Shun Bei said, shrugging as he left the upper level and returned to his defense node. Shun Bei knew that Rock was definitely capable of helping him mediate. Before he had been contaminated by the divine punishment miasma, he was not just boasting about his bravery. He was truly formidable, with a mastery of thunder. He could cause the heavens and earth to shatter. He had also saved General Yu Wuchang. One could even say that without Rock, there would be no Yu Wuchang today. Therefore, Shunbei dared to fire his gun openly without restraint. After all, he had connections up top. Chapter 28. Upgrading the sniper rifle. The beast-tied assault continued. The cluster vitality discs had become a force to be reckoned with. Each deployment cleared large areas of fierce beasts, which saved a lot of stamina for the ability users below. After all, no matter how strong an ability user was, they were not perpetual motion machines. There would always be times of fatigue. Moreover, Shelter 36 had faced beast tides more than once or twice. Whether they are those with special abilities or ordinary people, everyone has their own coping experiences. The only unexpected event was that the monstrous birds would throw stones this time, causing considerable damage to the upper-level residents. Fortunately, General Yu Wuchang led his men to drive them back in time. Although there were casualties, it was still bearable. At this moment, after dealing with his own troubles, Shunbei re-entered the battle. He shot one bullet after another, with unerring accuracy, hitting every target. The landlord beside him was left questioning his own life choices. Just as Shunbei killed the ability user Meng Shan, he thought about letting Shunbei escape from shelter number 36. With vast lands, one could go anywhere, as there are other places to seek refuge besides shelter number 36. Any shelter could offer a chance for survival. However, after leaving for a while, Shunbei returned as if nothing had happened. Moreover, he showed no signs of worrying about the future, and his shooting remained precise. If it were him, he would have been in a state of chaos, unable to think of resisting the ferocious beasts. The landlord pursed his lips, unable to understand Shunbei's current mindset. The battle continued until the afternoon. The corpses of the beasts in front of the shelter had piled up over 10 meters high. Many houses in the shelter had also collapsed due to the assault. At the same time, many people had died. Disasters could strike at any moment, and the people in the shelter had no time to grieve. After the beast tide receded, everyone entered a busy state. They repaired the houses that needed fixing. The ability users began to dissect the beasts, extracting the core crystals and cutting off valuable parts for storage. For ordinary people, the beast tide was a disaster. But in the eyes of the ability users, it was a treasure trove delivered to their door. It just required careful handling, with a few casualties being the cost. On the wasteland, when was there a day without death? At this moment, Shunbei had exhausted all his ammunition. Since the landlord's house remained intact, there was no need for repairs, so Shunbei went back to rest. Of course, he could have chosen to chop wood and sell planks to the affected landlords to make some money. But relatively speaking, resting in his battle armor was more cost-effective. The landlord followed Shunbei, looking suspicious and fearful, worried that Yu Wuchang might suddenly appear to capture Shunbei and implicate him. But until nightfall, he did not see anyone coming aggressively to find Shunbei. Logically, this news should have reached Yu Wuchang by now. The landlord slapped his head. Could it be that Shunbei has a connection with Yu Wuchang? Unable to figure it out, he decided to stop thinking about it. At that moment, there were shouts outside the door. The landlord hurriedly ran out. The people outside were staff from the logistics department of shelter number 36. They were dragging 2 large bags, distributing them to each household. One bag contained core crystals, and the other bag contained various beast meats. How many people? The staff asked the landlord. The landlord gestured and said, 9 residents, plus me, that's 10. Nonsense. The staff pointed at the list and said, 1 clearly died. The landlord looked distressed, but the one who died had a family. His wife and kids need to eat. Life and death are fated. The staff spoke in a blunt tone. I am just following the rules. If you break them, others will take advantage. The landlord sighed and reached for his reward for defending against the beast tide. He returned to his house and called out loudly. The residents came downstairs one after another to collect their share. Shunbei was the last to receive his portion, which consisted of 50 crystal source cores and 100 pounds of beast meat. No one knew how this distribution was determined. Anyway, whatever General Yu Wuchang gave you, that is what you took. In the end, the landlord suggested that everyone take care of the household that had lost someone and share a little with them. Others contributed a bit of meat, but Shunbei gave the little boy a handgun. This handgun was the one Shunbei had used to execute the tyrant dragon, but it had been upgraded. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. If one cannot become a supernatural being, then a handgun is the guarantee for survival. The landlord was taken aback, feeling a sharp pain in his jaw. Did the 2 women not need beast meat for food? Indeed. Shunbei grinned and said, what I give is food. No one eats metal, but the fierce beasts will eat bullets. After saying that, Shunbei turned and went upstairs, quickly lying down. The landlord watched Shunbei's back, lost in thought. He went back inside to grab a box of bullets and handed it to the little boy, ruffling his hair. Little K, your father is gone, and you need to grow up. The boy named Little K was not very old, barely around 10. But he nodded with clear and resolute eyes. At this moment, Shunbei was sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring at the Barrett sniper rifle in his hands. A piece of information popped up. Sniper rifle LV3, 8030, modified Barrett M95, range 1,100 meters, 5 bullets, detachable bipod missing, adjustable rear monopod missing, scope missing, high lethality. Moving shot, accuracy 20. Upgrade. Sniper rifle LV4, 5100, modified Barrett M95, range 1,300 meters, 5 bullets, high lethality. Moving shot, accuracy 20. Blind shot accuracy increased by 20, silencing effect increased by 20, recoil reduced by 20. Shunbei's eyes sparkled. This upgrade brought significant changes. Not only was the range increased, but even blind shots could improve in accuracy. It was simply extraordinary. Additionally, the silencing effect, although a 20 reduction might not seem substantial. The appearance of this new attribute undoubtedly indicated that after reaching the upgrade limit, it would achieve 100 silencing. Such an effect was explosive. One must understand that even the best suppressor on a handgun cannot achieve 100 silencing. The last point was about recoil, which was also impressive. The recoil of this Barrett was much greater than that of a revolver. Firing a revolver one-handed would leave Shunbei's arm numb, and if the stance was incorrect, dislocation could easily occur. However, with this Barrett, if not held with both hands or fired prone, attempting to shoot one-handed would undoubtedly lead to dislocation due to the massive recoil. Firearms are man-made. However, people cannot fully control it. Another M500 revolver fired only once today, killing the beast. Nothing noteworthy. Then, Shunbei took out his alarm clock. After disassembling and reassembling it, it had turned into a timed bomb. It only needed 10 core crystals to be added. Shunbei attempted to place the core crystals inside. Strangely, although the alarm clock had no opening or place to insert the core crystals, each one placed on the shell was absorbed inside. Very well. Even Newton's coffin can't hold this down. After inserting 10 core crystals, he looked at the alarm clock again. Alarm clock LV5, max level, loading progress, 1010. In addition to being absolutely punctual, it is also a timed bomb. Shunbei clicked his tongue. I wonder how powerful the explosion will be. Perhaps I can buy more alarm clocks to experiment. If the effect is good, it can be used to eliminate enemies. Putting down the alarm clock, Shunbei continued to focus on his most important equipment, the battle armor. He spread out the bedding and comfortably lay down. Battle armor experience 1. Battle armor experience 1. Shunbei yawned and roughly calculated. 6 hours in the afternoon. 12 hours at night, totaling 18 hours. 1 hour equals 60 experience points. Tomorrow he could gain 840 experience points. The day after tomorrow, he could level up. Hopefully. There will be some surprises. Chapter 29. Blue Demoness. Overbearing to the point of making your scalp tingle in the morning, Shunbei entered the blaze bar, which was in complete disarray. Bottles were strewn all over the floor, and food remnants were visible everywhere. Drunken patrons lay on the ground, snoring, their sounds resembling a symphony of chaos. The bar was permeated with a pungent mix of alcohol and vomit. The tense beast tide and the harvest from yesterday had granted everyone quite a few core crystals. For the desperate humans who live day by day, indulgence and heavy drinking are eternal themes. Naturally, they drink until they are lost in a drunken stupor, oblivious to everything. Shunbei found a clean spot to sit down. After a while, Rock hurriedly arrived. Shunbei waved his hand. Waiter, whiskey. No one responded. The waitstaff were all passed out. Shunbei got up and went behind the counter to grab a bottle of liquor, left a core crystal, and returned to his seat. Rock took a swig of the drink, winced, smacked his lips, rubbed his stubbled face, and said, "The matter of you killing the ability user, the beast, has been settled." Shunbei raised his glass in salute. "Thanks. But it's not that simple," Rock added. Shunbei responded with an "oh" and asked, "What additional conditions?" Rock spoke in a low voice. "It's not that Yu Wuchang necessarily wants to add conditions. My reputation as a general still matters. Without me, there would be no today for him, you understand. But Ian, who is a good brother of the beast, and insisted on causing trouble. In the end, he compromised. You owe Yu Wuchang one unpaid task." Shunbei understood clearly and bluntly said, "Is it a task from Ian? You can interpret it that way." Locke shrugged. "No matter what the task is, as long as it's under the name of the shelter, it must go through me. I will reject anything unreasonable." Shunbei didn't care. As long as he had time, he could upgrade his armor. Even if Ian who wanted to use the guise of a task to get him killed in the wasteland, it wouldn't be that easy. The two chatted for a while longer before Shunbei left the bar. For the next 2 days, Shunbei had nothing to do. His main task was to relax. When he was too tired, he would take a stroll near the shelter. The wasteland was not a place to enter and exit casually. Encountering fierce beasts wasn't a big deal, but running into the evil breeds was a different story. There was no place safer than the shelter. Recently, the pile of meat left from the beast tide had turned into a recreational area. The strong scent of blood and flesh attracted many fierce beasts looking for food, while ordinary people with guns began to hunt. Although the results were minimal and mostly a waste of bullets, it was quite entertaining. After all, there was a gamble involved, betting on whether someone could hit a fierce beast with a shot. With nothing better to do, Shunbei decided to join in. Coincidentally, the landlord was also present. Upon seeing Shunbei, the landlord's eyes lit up. He knew exactly how to place his bets and winked at Shunbei, suggesting they make a killing together. Shunbei nodded slightly. The sniper rifles being used here were not of good quality. One was a 98K, which, before Shunbei's journey to this world, was well known in gaming circles. However, in this harsh world, it was somewhat lacking. Although it came with a scope, the gun had been haphazardly modified, and its performance was far from optimal. Alright, up next is Shunbei. The host raised a bottle and cheered, not a superhuman, nor a shooting expert, but an ordinary person. Place your bets. The onlookers debated for a moment, quickly betting on Shunbei missing the shot. The landlord was grinning, confident in his bet. He had seen Shunbei's shooting skills before. They were definitely top-notch. To put it bluntly, even superhumans specialized in shooting would not have the upper hand against him. Shunbei lay on the shooting platform, aligning the crosshairs of the high-magnification scope on the head of a fierce beast that was busy eating flesh. It was a bone corruption lizard. Its appearance was both bizarre and terrifying, covered in uneven, mottled armor that glimmered with a sinister light in the sunlight, as if it were made of countless rotten bones. Its eyes were two deep-set black holes, occasionally shooting out ghostly blue flames, making it look eerie and fearsome even during the day. Shunbei estimated the distance, about 500 meters. For a mercenary like him, this distance was nothing. Back when he was sniping teammates near the corrupted wolf cave, they had been over 800 meters apart. Shunbei adjusted his position and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The barrel emitted a puff of bluish-white smoke. Everyone turned to look at the bone corruption lizard. In the next moment, propelled by the bullet's kinetic energy, it burst open its eyes, dark blood mixed with silvery fragments of its eyeball splattering onto the rocks. It did not flee. The bullet likely damaged its brain tissue, causing it to emit sharp wails as it rolled at the cave's entrance, continually crashing against the stones. In just a few moments, the creature succumbed to its injuries. Oh yes, the landlord laughed heartily, stuffing all the bets into his pocket. The other gamblers gasped in shock, clearly taken aback. It should be noted that the rules of this competition only required hitting the beast, not necessarily killing it. Yet, with a single shot, Shunbei had claimed the beast's life. This shooting technique was truly astonishing. Let us go again. I bet Shunbei can hit the beast. His shooting skills are impressive. I'll bet too. I wonder if he can maintain his performance. I'll bet he can't hit it. Are you silly? Look at Shunbei's shooting posture and steady aura. There's a 100% chance he can hit it. Bet on him hitting. Shunbei turned to sneak a glance at the landlord. The landlord had bet on him missing. Shunbei understood the unspoken message. For the next shot, he intentionally missed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The gamblers erupted in curses, calling it bad luck. For the next few bets, whatever the landlord wagered, Shunbei shot at. After a few rounds, the landlord had lost nearly 300 core crystals. The landlord signaled Shunbei to retreat, indicating it was time to stop. On their way back, they started to split the loot. Shunbei received over 200 core crystals. You take the larger share. I'll just follow you for the benefits. The landlord's face was filled with joy. This was essentially cheating to obtain the core crystals, and he wasn't being greedy. Shunbei, however, was not one to back down, pocketing the crystals. The group of fools was going crazy with frustration, laughing at their misfortune. The landlord reminisced about the earlier scene. Feeling elated from the bottom of his heart, Shunbei recalled the saying, in gambling, 9 out of 10 lose. Sometimes, you lose without even knowing how. At that moment, a girl in a black cloak suddenly sprang out from the side, reaching out to stop them. The girl slowly lifted her head, her features extremely delicate, resembling a porcelain doll. However, her pupils glimmered with a faint blue light. Shunbei couldn't tell if her blue eyes were natural or if she was using some ability to enhance her appearance. Blue Enchantress, you're the ability user. The Blue Enchantress, the landlord blurted out. The girl, most of her face hidden under her hood, pointed a finger at the landlord and uttered a single word, leave. The landlord was obedient, immediately departing without looking back. Yet he didn't run far, instead hiding at a distance to observe. Shunbei, somewhat puzzled, asked, do you need something from me? The Blue Enchantress spoke in a cold tone. Your shooting skills are impressive, comparable to those of a shooting specialized ability user. You had many mistakes. You saw that just now, right? You were intentionally setting up a trap to win, and I noticed long ago. Shunbei responded. The Blue Enchantress continued. Coincidentally, my team needs a sniper. Although you are not an ability user, you qualify to join. Shunbei's expression remained neutral as he said, I'm used to being alone. There will always be times when I need teammates. The blue demoness walked past Shunbei and turned back to say, if I need you, I'll call. There was an unmistakable implication that refusal was not an option. Chapter 30. Major upgrade of the armor. This girl is quite wild. The landlord chattered on the way back. Last time, there was a drunk guy who was taking a leak outside a house. Isn't that a normal thing? And guess what happened? The landlord answered his own question. Goodness, he got blasted with an ice gun, just like that. They said it was to protect their eyes. It's completely unreasonable. So brutal. As the landlord recounted the incident involving the blue demoness, he turned back, covering his crotch, fearing she might come back for him. Shinbei clicked his tongue at the remark. When it comes to abilities, there's no reasoning. If it were him in a powerful position, he wouldn't be reasonable either. The one with the strongest fist gets to speak. Shinbei had killed the ability user Meng Shan and still had to find a way to smooth things over. Having prepared himself mentally for the harsh realities of this survival world, Shinbei was no longer surprised by what was happening. Upon returning to his place, he continued to lie flat and focused on upgrading his armor. In terms of physical strength and constitution, he couldn't compete with the ability users, so he had to rely on technology. The poor rely on mutations, while the rich rely on technology. 2 days later, Shinbei crawled out of the armor, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He glanced at the armor's information. Pseudo, Power Armor LV2, 2,322,000. A nearly useless armor. Using it in combat would be unwise. However, its defensive capabilities have slightly improved, walking speed has marginally increased, and the reaction speed of the mental connection has slightly improved. The addition of an infrared vision system allows one to keep up with others during nighttime parades and see the ground better. It's here. The experience points are fully prepared. Shinbei's mind moved. Upgrade. Power Armor LV3, 320-3000. A somewhat useful armor that can assist in running. With improved defensive capabilities and a certain load-bearing capacity, the reaction speed of the mental connection has slightly improved. Each crystal core can maintain high-speed operation of the armor for 5 minutes. After reading the information, Shinbei couldn't help but smile. The level 3 armor is usable. Although it still doesn't meet all expectations, there's no super strong defense, no immense power, no firepower system. And it can't be carried like a button. At least it can help improve his running speed. Just this alone is enough to make Shinbei ecstatic. Moreover, the efficiency of the crystal cores has greatly improved. Originally lasting only 1 minute, it can now sustain for 5 minutes. This is undoubtedly a significant advancement. Even more surprising to Shinbei is that the armor, which was originally around 2 meters tall, has now shrunk to about 1.8 meters. Just the right height for him. The surface of the armor has also changed from a rough texture to a matte black color. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and the more delighted he felt. Shinbei eagerly re-entered his combat suit, slinging his sniper rifle on his back and securing his handgun. He stepped out of the room, expecting the creaking sound of joints, but was met with silence. The suit moved fluidly without producing much noise, and every part felt exceptionally smooth, with no sense of blockage or heaviness. It fit him snugly, as comfortable as wearing a coat. It was clear that this upgrade had led to a comprehensive evolution of the combat suit. Shinbei continuously moved his limbs, squatting and jumping to adapt to the rhythm brought by the suit. After descending the stairs, his landlord looked puzzled and exclaimed, "Wow, this toy has changed a lot in just a few days." Shinbei lifted his visor and replied with a hint of pride, "Naturally, I've been busy modifying it." The landlord remarked, "With your skills, you should work at a research institute." Shinbei responded, "That's not the life I want. People ultimately seek stability." "That may be true for you," the landlord said. Shinbei waved his hand and left the rental unit. He intended to head to the mountains to the north to retrieve the cluster fire disk he had deliberately diverted during the beast tide and see what effects the upgrade had. Meanwhile, the entire shelter number 36 was bustling with activity. Some were mining, while others were collecting wood. Shinbei strode confidently toward the upper levels of the shelter. Residents who passed by were not surprised by his appearance. After all, among the ability users, there were those fully armed to the teeth, such as specialists in shooting or close combat. However, these users typically had protective suits designed for specific areas rather than full coverage. The general consensus among the onlookers regarding Shinbei was simply, cool. Upon arriving at the weapon shop, Shinbei replenished some ammunition, having nearly exhausted his bullets during the last beast tide. Without ammunition, firearms were merely sticks. While gathering bullets, he asked the shop owner, "Why don't I see any large firearms for ability users here? I saw one user shooting at a monster bird last time. It was impressive." The owner, with a cigarette in his mouth, chuckled. "What? Are you thinking of buying one?" Shinbei blinked, contemplating, "Could I use one?" The owner teased. Using a gun powered by a crystal core isn't as simple as just inserting the core. The user needs to catalyze the energy to launch the light projectiles, otherwise, they'll just explode on the spot. The speed of the light projectile is also related to the user's ability level. If it's a shooting specialist, they'll have better control over the weapon. Shinbei suddenly understood. No wonder the ability user he had seen using a large energy firearm to shoot down that monster bird had a strange flight pattern with the light projectiles. They seemed slow and had an early parabolic arc. It turned out the user's lack of strength was the cause. This realization completely dispelled his desire to own an energy firearm, and he bid farewell and left. Leaving shelter number 36, Shunbei began his journey north on foot. The clouds in the sky hung low, revealing a gap just enough to let the setting sun shine through, pouring down large swathes of golden sunlight. After walking across the wilderness for a while, Shunbei discovered the weaknesses and shortcomings of his armor. Under the scorching heat, it felt like a furnace inside, leaving Shunbei drenched, as if he had just been pulled out of water. In fact, the armor had a temperature regulation system that could even lower the temperature to zero, but it required the consumption of a core energy source. Shunbei felt a pang of regret and chose not to activate it. Instead, he could only lift his visor to get some fresh air. Shunbei maintained a steady pace, not hurried, with each step perfectly measured, without the slightest error. About 3 hours later, as he approached the edge of a mountain, a sudden roar of engines erupted behind him. He turned to look back and saw what seemed to be a dinosaur roaring into the sky, its roar overpowering the sounds of two speeding off-road vehicles. Suddenly, a pitch-black motorcycle burst out from the dust cloud, racing past the two vehicles at an incredible speed. Heading straight for Shunbei, this motorcycle was modified to be extremely wild, and the roar of its engine matched its astonishing speed. Shunbei found the shape somewhat familiar and, after a moment of thought, suddenly remembered. This was by Luo's ride. Shunbei's lips twitched. The ghost just won't leave him alone. Without any hesitation, he pulled out the energy core and directly inserted it into the power device. Instantly, the armor's power system was activated. Shunbei took off running. He couldn't handle this woman, who was even more unreasonable than the Blue Enchantress. The Blue Enchantress would at most force you to invite her into your team, but Bai Luo was after him personally. In this damn world, when a woman goes crazy, not even 10 bulls can hold her back. You tell me this is an ordinary person? In the driver's seat, a burly man puffed on a cigar, glancing at the speedometer and then at the man running ahead. Damn, he has already hit 40 kilometers per hour. Bai Luo sat in the passenger seat, holding a slender steel needle, coiling her hair and inserting the needle into her bun. She looked at Shunbei running in front of her with great interest. See, even an ordinary person can run at 40. I'm definitely not wrong about him. The burly man chuckled. If you're sure he is an ordinary person, then the problem lies with the protective armor he is wearing. The burly man took out a core energy source and inserted it into the engine's feed, flooring the accelerator, causing the vehicle to surge forward and kick up a cloud of dust. After nearly 100 meters of agonizing and shuddering braking, the vehicle used its last bit of momentum to stabilize, showcasing the man's nearly perfect driving skill. The vehicle came to a steady stop just under 3 meters away from Shunbei. Bai Luo kicked open the car door, placed her hands on the edge of the vehicle, and leaped onto the roof. Sitting cross-legged atop the car, she smiled charmingly, stretching her body and revealing a subtly alluring figure. Looking at Shunbei, she spoke word by word. I've taken a liking to you. So, will you come with me or not? Give me a straightforward answer. Chapter 31, Shame. Shunbei faced Bai Luo's declaration, touching his own face. He realized that the staff member at shelter number 36 had not been wrong. A good appearance was indeed the beginning of trouble. Women tended to stick to him. How annoying. Shunbei was not polite either. He pulled out a revolver and pulled the trigger. Bang bang, the continuous gunfire erupted right next to Bai Luo's ear. For a moment, she thought the bullets were aimed at her. Especially the cold and menacing muzzle felt like a demon roaring. She had never felt how close death could be with just a handgun. It even made her back chill and hair stand on end. Bai Luo rolled off the top of the car. Looking out again, she saw that Shunbei had already dashed into the dense mountains and disappeared. Frustrated, Bai Luo climbed back into the car, her pure and lovely face twisted in anger. Get after him. However, the large man beside her, smoking a cigar, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Chase? The tire's been shot out. Only then did Bai Luo realize that Shunbei's 2 shots had actually hit the tires. She kicked the car door in frustration. As her foot hit the ground, the earth shattered violently, and her body shot forward. Let us see how far you can run. Bai Luo moved swiftly, each leap and landing showcasing her graceful form, yet her strides far exceeded those of an ordinary person. A cloud of dust rose behind her. Shunbei, weaving through the dense mountains, heard Bai Luo's frantic pursuit behind him and couldn't help but stiffen. Bai Luo's speed was comparable to that of a cheetah. If it weren't for his armor providing enhanced speed, he would have been caught in no time. Shunbei climbed over a hill, and a ruined town appeared not far ahead. It seemed to be a small abandoned town. By the time Bai Luo reached the top of the hill, Shunbei had already vanished into the ruins. After running for a long time, her blood surged, her face flushed, and she was gasping for breath. What was he wearing? It was like he had superpowers. Bai Luo couldn't help but exclaim. Then, she pulled a thin, small dagger from her tall boots, gripping it tightly. Her eyes gleamed with a wolf-like intensity, and a cold smile curled at her lips as she walked directly into the ruined town. Before her lay the deserted town, with a small river flowing through it, shimmering with green light, resembling gentle waves. Thanks to the ample water source, surprisingly resilient shrubs thrived everywhere, abandoned for decades. Some trees had even grown to several meters high. Although it was still morning and the sun was fierce, the ruins felt eerie, devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, Shinbei hid in a small building, peering through the already murky glass window outside. He could vaguely see Bai Luo, agile as a leopard, leaping between the ruins, landing as lightly as a feather. The dagger in her hand gleamed brightly. In the hands of an ordinary person, it could only be used to cut food. But Shinbei believed that in Bai Luo's hands, it would undoubtedly unleash tremendous lethality, delivering a fatal blow to her enemies. Shinbei was unsure of Bai Luo's level as a supernatural being, but not all supernatural beings were versatile. For example, if one had a defensive ability rated at level 3, other attack methods could be at level 1, yet they would still be classified as a level 3 supernatural being. Observing Bai Luo in her tight leather outfit, which accentuated her figure, Shinbei could infer that Bai Luo's abilities were likely focused on attack, particularly in close combat. Therefore, he deduced that her defensive abilities were probably not very high. Shinbei decided to eliminate Bai Luo here. This individual was extremely troublesome, and he couldn't afford to be constantly hunted by her every time he entered the wilderness. That would hinder all his plans. As long as he remained patient, which Shinbei had in abundance, he could wait for the right moment. After taking one last look at Bai Luo's figure, Shinbei quietly retreated into the wall. He activated the temperature control system in his armor, lowering the temperature to 0 degrees to avoid detection by any heat-sensing abilities Bai Luo might possess. His clothing was sufficient to keep him warm. The town was quite large, and there were many buildings like the one Shinbei was hiding in. It would take Bai Luo some time to search them all. Shinbei prepared his ammunition and placed it in front of him. He began to engrave patterns on the bullets to increase their effectiveness. While he didn't dare to think of achieving a perfect shot, he needed them to be sufficiently threatening. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the sky. Bai Luo, aimlessly searching through the ruins, felt a moment of doubt, suspecting that Shinbei had quietly left. She was left to mindlessly play a game by herself. It was important to note that she had extensive survival experience in the wild. Aside from the evil entities, she had never encountered prey that she couldn't track down. However, encountering someone like Shinbei, who left no scent, traces, or clues, was a first for her. Now, Bai Luo had already exhausted a significant portion of her energy, and her mental alertness had diminished compared to the daytime. She had to admit that Shinbei was an exceedingly cunning, ordinary person. Bai Luo was certain that Shinbei had not left, but was watching her from somewhere, waiting for her to become fatigued. She scanned her surroundings again, but it was pitch black. Suddenly, she felt a mosquito-like sting on her neck. Reaching up to touch it, she found a dark red stinger in her hand. A chill ran down her spine. Poison spider bee. This creature was not large, about the size of a palm, but it was a combination of a bee and a spider. The abdomen of the poison spider bee was unusually swollen, resembling both a bee's honey sac and a spider's egg sac. It could not only shoot a sedative toxin, but also bind its prey with silk. The silk posed little threat to supernatural beings, as its projection speed was very slow, making it easy to evade. However, once the anesthetic needle is in, if one cannot break free in time, the spider silk wrapping around the body will harden over time, making it increasingly difficult to escape, even for those with special abilities. It's quite a hassle. The next moment, the anesthetic began to take effect within Bai Luo. An overwhelming fear started to envelop her. Her vision blurred, her steps weakened, and after stumbling a couple of times, she fell to the ground with a thud. Then, before her consciousness completely faded, she heard a rustling sound. A venomous spider bee flew over, circling above her head twice, preparing to spray silk to capture its prey. At that moment, out of the corner of Bai Luo's eye, she saw a small building in the ruins, about 100 meters away, where a glass window suddenly shattered. A sniper rifle protruded from it. Then, a flash of gunfire erupted. Bang, a fiery line shot straight toward her. And all Bai Luo could think was, adding insult to injury, a real disaster. Unable to withstand the invasion of the anesthetic any longer, Bai Luo fainted. Coldness and sharp pain felt like countless ants gnawing at her flesh, and her consciousness drifted alone in a sea of anguish. Amidst the chaotic awareness, faint whispers seemed to come through. TSK, Boss Wu, what do you think we should say if Captain Bai wakes up? What to say? Isn't this what we wished for? But Captain Bai is in a passive state. Who cares? It's all the same, just didn't he get to enjoy it? Various vague and indistinct voices whispered in the darkness, causing Bai Luo's already scattered mind to ripple with pain. I am still alive. In Bai Luo's mental world, It felt as if the first ray of light in the world pierced through the darkness. A milky white glow gradually dispelling the shadows like the warm sun on a winter day. The cold, sharp, itchy, and tingling sensations spread throughout her body from the void of her mental realm, making her breathe rapidly like a bellows. Her eyelids slightly trembled, and she gradually regained a faint sense of her body. Bai Luo slowly opened her eyes. She found herself in a relatively intact abandoned house. A campfire beside her radiated warmth. Her teammates were gathered around the fire, chatting and laughing. "Oh, you're awake?" Boss Wu, a burly man with a cigar, asked with a playful smile. Bai Luo propped herself up, only to feel a sudden tearing pain in her lower body. Her eyes widened slowly as she reached down to touch herself, and upon seeing the bloodstains, she gasped. Boss Wu joked, "When we got here, Shinbei had just gotten off you." "Damn it!" Bai Luo shouted in anger. "Where is he?" "He left." "Left? Why didn't you stop him?" "Men are like that." Boss Wu laughed heartily. "They pull up their pants and leave." The other team members laughed uncontrollably. Boss Wu said earnestly, "Isn't the price you pay for losing in this game exactly what you wished for?" "Not a loss." Bai Luo's mouth twitched, "But I didn't even enjoy it. Not even once." Boss Wu grinned. Bai Luo closed his eyes and breathed heavily for a long time, finally calming the anger and humiliation in his chest. What a disgrace. The next time I encounter him, I must be on top. Ambitious. The team members cheered loudly, their laughter echoing for a long time. Chapter 32. Disassembly and reverse restoration. The jungle at night was undoubtedly dangerous. Any creature daring to come out to forage at night posed a potential threat to ordinary people or those with special abilities. However, Shinbei moved quickly, although his battle armor was far from adequate for hand-to-hand combat with those with special powers. The venomous needles shot by the small creatures attempting to ambush him could not penetrate the armor at all. Additionally, the armor was equipped with an infrared vision system, making it effortless to navigate in the dark. He continued to head north, walking toward the area where the cluster fire disc had fallen. As the saying goes, it's a long way to the top. Despite the short straight-line distance, the number of hills to cross was immense. Shinbei's journey seemed to stretch infinitely. Reflecting on the scene that had just occurred with Bai Luo, Shinbei couldn't help but chuckle. When bad luck strikes, even drinking cold water can get stuck in your teeth. After hiding all day, Bai Luo surprisingly let her guard down at night. She didn't even notice the venomous spider bee behind her, which was indeed a mistake. In the end, she was hit by a needle potent enough to incapacitate a fierce beast, collapsing to the ground in an instant. At that moment, Shinbei had intended to kill Bai Luo, but his gun was still aimed at the spider bee. Ultimately, to relieve his frustration and end Bai Luo's relentless pursuit, Shinbei took advantage of her unconscious state and directly took action. Throughout the process, Bai Luo was like a dead pig, but it was satisfying. In any case, Bai Luo lost the game, and she achieved the result she wanted. The process was irrelevant. After a long trek, Shinbei found himself in a valley. According to his calculations, he should now be at the location where the cluster fire disc had fallen. He searched meticulously, examining every inch of the valley. As dawn approached, Shinbei discovered the cluster fire disc resting on a large rock. Found it. Excitement surged through Shinbei as he immediately picked it up. Upon inspection, the exterior showed some scratches and dents. No major issues. The internal components seemed intact and undamaged. Shinbei pondered for a moment. Two problems needed to be addressed. First, disassembling and reassembling the fire disc required a clean and stable environment. The current setting was certainly unsuitable. A single screw could easily get lost in the grass. Second, the cluster fire disc was too large, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Bringing it back to the shelter would be too conspicuous. It would surely be confiscated by the research facility and would require an investigation. After all, he had reported that the fire disc had deviated from its course and crashed into a mountain. Now, carrying back an almost intact fire disc would only invite trouble. Therefore, Shinbei needed to find a hidden place to stash it away, gradually upgrading it, and observing any changes in the future. With this in mind, Shinbei walked deeper into the valley. Before long, he emerged from the valley into a wide open space. At the edge of the horizon, there lies a considerable city ruin. Shinbei consumes the core crystal source and activates the armor's accelerated movement mode. After about half an hour, he arrives at the city's outskirts. Upon entering, he finds a relatively concealed location. After checking around to confirm that no ferocious beasts are lurking, Shinbei sets down the cluster fire disc and rubs his hands. He gazes at the disc for a few seconds, and information pops up. Cluster fire disc LV-1-0100. A flying device capable of ground strikes, equipped with strong firepower. With a cruising range of 5 kilometers. The power of this cluster fire disc is undeniable, as Shinbei has witnessed it firsthand. What follows is disassembly and assembly. He takes out his toolbox, drinks some water, and eats some jerky to regain some energy. After resting for a moment, Shinbei grabs his tools and begins to attempt disassembly. First, he tackles the outer shell. This is relatively easy. A few high-strength screws can be removed. It must be said that the manufacturing process in this world is commendable. The screws, no matter how much force you exert with your wrench, can be easily unscrewed with just a click sound, allowing you to use only your fingers to twist them off. After removing the outer shell, he finds a highly complex structure and wiring inside. Shinbei knows that without guidance from a research institute, he cannot rush into disassembly. He needs to take notes. Taking out a pen and paper, he begins to sketch the internal structure. In his previous life as a Special Forces soldier, he had also studied the basics of mechanical principles and structures for a period. To put it simply, while he may not understand overly complex mechanisms, he can certainly manage to repair a car. Of course, the automobile structures in this world are quite mysterious, using the core crystal source's power. Although Shinbei does not fully grasp the principles, he can still glean some insights by viewing it as gasoline. The driving gears, the disk's output shaft, the linked large gear, the gyroscope, the firepower output module, the core crystal energy output module, small cannons, and high explosives. Initially, Shinbei did not recognize the names of the various components. However, this batch of technical fire disks is experimental, and all the components and modules are labeled, presumably for the convenience of researchers during assembly. Under normal production circumstances, such labels would not be affixed, as there wouldn't be time for that. This, however, benefits Shinbei. Next, while disassembling, Shinbei sketches the connection diagram of each component on paper. Normally, there should be assembly diagrams, including front views, top views, left views, sectional views, and half-sectional views. But since Shinbei picked up this fire disk, stole it, he cannot and dares not ask the Research Institute for blueprints. He can only use rudimentary methods to take notes. Fortunately, the installation of the various wire bundles is relatively simple. The ends of the modular wires are bundled together, designed as plug-in connectors, leaving no chance for mistakes in insertion. If it doesn't fit, it simply won't go in. Shinbei, like an ant gnawing at an elephant, meticulously disassembles the cluster fire disk piece by piece. At the same time, Shinbei opened a shell and poured out the gunpowder inside. He made an unexpected discovery. The gunpowder was composed of two colors, with the black being high explosive. The other was a blue-tinted crystal fragment. Shinbei reached out to touch it. Is this the core crystal? Shinbei's expression changed slightly. This thing can also condense into a solid to store energy? Shinbei couldn't help but gasp. No wonder the cluster fire disk was so powerful. The core crystal, as a special form of energy, was essentially in a semi-solid liquid state internally. But how did the Research Institute manage to solidify it while still preserving energy and allowing it to participate in the gunpowder reaction? Could it be that this fire disk had been researched long ago, and this little crystal fragment was the latest achievement of the Institute? Shinbei recalled the details of handling the cluster fire disk. When he got it, it seemed like someone was dusting its surface. Did the bullets also incorporate this thing? Shinbei stroked his chin and thought. This wasn't the key. The key was how to crush the core crystal without damaging the energy contained within. Shinbei couldn't figure it out. After all, he wasn't a professional researcher. He needed to find a chance to ask Chinanji about it. For now, he set aside this unexpected discovery about the gunpowder. Shinbei glanced at the scattered components on the ground, rubbed his hands, and began assembling. Only through the assembly process could he gain experience points. Moreover, according to past patterns, as long as the assembly was successful, he could level up. As for how to upgrade further, he would figure it out. Click, click. Shinbei looked at his scavenged blueprint and began to reverse engineer it step by step. Experience 1. Experience 1. 3 hours later, when Shinbei covered the shell and tightened the last screw, he took another look at his masterpiece. Cluster Fire Disc LV1, 100-100. A flying device capable of ground attacks with strong firepower and a cruising range of 5 kilometers. Perfect. The experience points were just enough for an upgrade. Shinbei didn't hesitate. Upgrade. Cluster Fire Disc LV2, 0-200. A flying device capable of ground attacks with strong firepower, a cruising range of 10 kilometers, increased wireless connectivity, slightly enhanced bombing lethality, slightly increased bombing speed, and doubled ammunition capacity with automatic loading. Shinbei blinked. He temporarily ignored the information that popped up and focused on the appearance of the cluster fire disk. Why did it get bigger? Shinbei was completely bewildered. What he wanted was a portable cluster fire disk. The smaller, the better. Ideally, it could fit in his pocket. It would be even better if it could expand when thrown. But the reality was that this cluster fire disk not only didn't shrink, but had a diameter of 2 meters. Shinbei's mouth twitched. Does upgrading only make it bigger? Shinbei stroked his chin. This was getting tricky. The more it upgraded, the larger it became. How would he hide this thing in the end? His head hurt. However, Shinbei didn't have too many worries. The vast wilderness was even larger. Not every place had human footprints. There were plenty of locations where no one had passed for a year and a half. After all, with everyone fleeing, Human activity couldn't stray too far from the Titan. Otherwise, the dangers would be unpredictable. Just then, a message popped up on Shunbei's armor display. Wireless connection detected. Would you like to connect? Quite intelligent, indeed. Connect. This set of armor had a computer module designed from the beginning. Although the memory was minimal and the CPU wasn't powerful, akin to a stripped-down car infotainment system, it was still reasonably intelligent. Soon, the armor display showed, connected, resetting data. Resetting? Shunbei understood that this was restoring factory settings, deleting the central control permissions of the shelter. After a long wait, it still hadn't completed the reset. Highlighting the CPU's limitations, Shunbei glanced at the updated information on the cluster fire disk. Originally capable of cruising 5 kilometers, it had been upgraded to 10 kilometers. This was undoubtedly a significant improvement, and a doubling at that. Simultaneously, it wasn't just about the increase in distance. It also represented a substantial enhancement in the efficiency of utilizing the core energy source. This cluster fire disk required a mid-level core to operate. In other words, it could fly farther on the same energy, emphasizing cost-effectiveness. Initially, the fire system of this disk had 12 firing ports arranged like a clock, covering a full 360-degree angle with shooting openings all around, as well as on the top and bottom. The surrounding circle had a total of 9 32mm barrels, while the top and bottom each had 3 barrels. So this fire disk had a total of 12 32mm barrels. As for damage and shooting speed enhancements, there was no need to check. Those attributes were guaranteed with every upgrade. At this moment, after a long silence, the reset finally completed. The armor display updated. Reset complete. This cluster fire disk is exclusively yours. Wireless connection range, 1 kilometer. Within 1 kilometer, you can transmit signals through the armor to activate the cluster fire disk for cruising and support. Shunbei tried to control it, since it was bound to his neurons. He didn't need to press any buttons. With just a thought, the wireless signal transmitted to the fire disk, causing it to silently hover. He maneuvered the fire disk, watching it silently ascend and fly around the spacious factory. At first, the disk moved slowly, but gradually accelerated to a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. This speed was impressive, comparable to the armor. After bringing the disk down, Shunbei pondered for a moment, then attempted to sit on it and control it to ascend again. The 2-meter diameter, 30-centimeter thick disk slowly rose, moving at a slow pace, but indeed ascending. The stability is impressive, he thought. Suddenly, he exclaimed as the firing disk tilted unexpectedly, throwing him off. At the same time, the virtual display of the powered armor showed the words, overweight. Fortunately, after he fell, the firing disk returned to normal and was undamaged. Is this what they call overweight? He brushed off the dust from his clothes. He wondered what this device would become as it continued to upgrade. In a daze, he increasingly felt that the clustered firing disk in front of him resembled a dream he had one day, transforming into an enormous spaceship. That seemed a bit far-fetched. He shook his head and circled around the clustered firing disk to find other ways to gain experience and upgrade. He experimented with both hovering and flying, but to no avail. After ruling out all incorrect options, only one answer remained. He needed to fire. What a headache. In fact, firing to upgrade was relatively quick. 12 shells, plus another 12 from the ammunition chamber, could yield 24 experience points in a single launch. With 5 launches, he could reach level 3. But the problem was that the ammunition was high explosive. Moreover, it was high explosive mixed with fragments of a core crystal. That made things quite tricky. He felt a bit despondent for a moment. He could only think of another way. The location was 50 kilometers from shelter number 36, so it should be safe. He hid the clustered firing disk in a corner of the factory and covered it with weeds. He planned to obtain high explosive bombs and return to continue upgrading. After doing all this, he packed his belongings and started heading back to the shelter. Any area of the wasteland no longer belonged to humanity. Humans could step in, but could not linger. Besides the dangers, another issue was the water source. Only Titans could purify water that was safe for humans to drink. Both surface water and groundwater were contaminated beyond human tolerance. Humans without a water source were like survivors in a world unable to escape the Titans. Shunbei walked cautiously through the ruined city. The city was also a place where fierce beasts lurked. He didn't want to provoke them for now. After all, the terrain was too complex. Firing a shot could easily attract other beasts, which was far less advantageous than the open space of the wasteland. However, just then, he suddenly heard a dull and powerful gunshot echoing along his path. Rat-a-tat-tat. Some bullets even swept in the direction where Shunbei was, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was startled and immediately dropped to the ground, scrambling toward a partially collapsed building at the edge of the street. Bullets don't have eyes, but do the shooters? Shunbei hid behind a wall, wiped the dust off his visor, drew out his sniper rifle from his back, ejected the magazine, which was filled with level 2 bullets. Of course, his engraving technique had become increasingly refined, and he had a full magazine of level 3 sniper bullets, but he didn't use them, saving them for later. He pulled back the bolt. Shinbei crawled to another window, poking his head out to observe the situation outside. He saw two groups engaged in a shootout about 100 meters away. One group, dressed in black, was frantically fleeing, quickly darting into the nearby buildings to use the terrain for cover and counterattack. The other group, clad in khaki, set up a machine gun and began firing indiscriminately. Bullets flew across the battlefield. Shinbei pulled his head back. In such a situation, bullets were indiscriminate, and safety couldn't be guaranteed. Luck was truly the only protection. Shinbei didn't want to get involved in their dispute. He just wanted to get away. He crouched and jumped out of the ruins, maneuvering between the buildings to evade the dangerous area. However, it seemed the other side wasn't willing to let him go. As a bullet struck the ground in front of him, nearly hitting him, Shinbei rolled and took cover behind a wall, shouting, "I'm just a passerby. Don't shoot me. Cut the crap. Today, everyone except our cleanup team has to die." A man on the opposite side roared in response. Shinbei cursed under his breath and blindly fired a shot in return. Whether it hit or missed was secondary. He needed to make his stance clear. Chapter 34. Dispute and encirclement. Faced with this unexpected disaster, Shinbei hadn't considered reasoning. In this messed up world, reasoning was utterly useless. What he could do was silence the other side and make them regret it. The so-called cleanup team had a similar group in Shelter 36, known as the Punishment Squad. Shelter 7 referred to theirs as the Tribunal, which was a suppression unit for dealing with traitors and disputes internally. Shinbei didn't care where the other group came from. He only knew that as a bystander, his luck seemed to be extremely poor. So, after the other side threatened to eliminate him as well, Shinbei fired back blindly. Initially, he just wanted to suppress their fire and take the opportunity to change his position, as his shouting had already revealed his location. To his surprise, that blind shot hit its mark, directly killing the man who had responded. Experience 1, Shinbei was taken aback. Just firing randomly could kill someone. The other side's luck was truly at its worst, as if death itself had come knocking. He found a concealed position, and the muzzle of his sniper rifle erupted with fierce flames again. The assault rifle in the opposing building that had been roaring the loudest suddenly fell silent. The sound of Shinbei's rifle shook the morale of the armed personnel who had just been fleeing. A few experienced individuals seemed encouraged. Although they didn't know where the reinforcements came from, at that moment, they were undoubtedly helping to eliminate the enemy. They leaped up from the ground, seizing the moment when the enemy's firepower faltered, decisively encircling from both sides, intending to wipe out the hidden purge team in the buildings. One enemy after another appeared in Shinbei's scope, only to vanish, their faces varied in their final moments. Behind the mask, Shinbei's eyes were calm and deep, silently observing the abrupt end of each life. Thud thud, the heavy machine gun fire echoed again, and the two armed figures in black at the forefront were instantly pinned in midair, blood gushing from their chests. The others were once again suppressed by the intense gunfire, forced to huddle on the ground, unable to lift their heads. Almost at the instant the machine gun fired, Shinbei quickly adjusted his aim, locking onto the shooter operating the heavy machine gun. At that moment, the gunner was still turning the gun to suppress the position of Shinbei. However, Shinbei did not rush to pull the trigger. To his surprise, the gunner was a girl who looked no older than 11 or 12. At such a young age, she was capable of operating a machine gun, indicating that she was an awakened ability user. Her delicate face, rare among the purge team, was framed by large eyes filled with tears. She bit her lip tightly, drawing blood that trickled down her chin, while the flames spitting from the machine gun cast flickering shadows on her face, filled with hatred. Shinbei did not know where her hatred came from or what she had experienced, but being caught in this senseless slaughter, he felt utterly powerless. Through the girl, Shinbei seemed to catch a glimpse of another figure, a little girl he thought he had long forgotten. In the brief moment of hesitation, a piercing scream echoed on the battlefield as an armed figure in black, crawling on the ground, was ruthlessly showered by the machine gun's fire, blood gushing forth instantly. Shinbei felt no sympathy for anyone. Just like this world, it showed no mercy to any human. It was a situation where it was either you or me. Anyone standing and breathing was a criminal. Shinbei's pupils contracted into pinpricks, the muzzle subtly shifted, and he decisively pulled the trigger. The specially crafted bullet, imbued with the power of thunder, shot straight into the mouth of the rampaging machine gun. The roar of the machine gun abruptly ceased, followed by an explosion of sparks, as hot debris flew in all directions. The girl stood there for a few seconds before collapsing weakly, a piece of the machine gun deeply embedded in her forehead. The thick clouds were blown apart by a strong wind, and the scorching sunlight poured down. In this ruined city, the gunfire did not cease with anyone's death. The firepower of the purge team remained fierce. After all, their numbers were more than 10 times that of the other side. Even under encirclement, the already limited number of armed figures in black was wiped out by various crossfire tactics. At that moment, one of the armed figures in black crawled to Shinbei's position, panic written all over his face as he sought refuge. Shinbei glanced around. It seemed that only he and this stranger remained on the entire battlefield. Despite having killed many enemies, there were still about 100 left on the other side. Shinbei asked, "Which shelter are you from? What did you do?" "Shelter 20, the person replied quickly. "I am a staff member from the Research Institute. Due to conflicting ideologies, I was ostracized by others, so I killed the team leader and escaped. The armed personnel who covered for me were sent by Shelter 22. If you can get me to Shelter 22, I'll reward you with wealth and power." Shinbei recalled the little girl filled with hatred moments ago. "You killed that little girl's father? He wanted to monopolize my research results." The man's eyes turned bloodshot as he continued. "I had agreed to give it to him, but he wanted to silence me." In his excitement, he forgot to conceal his presence, exposing his head outside the wall, seemingly looking for excuses for his betrayal. But in the next moment, the concentrated firepower from the extermination team directly targeted him, turning him into a sieve in an instant. Shinbei remarked, "This is self-destruction." At this moment, the extermination team erupted with loud cheers, clearly seeing their target in the traitor. Shinbei didn't want to analyze who was right or wrong between them. Perhaps the team leader wanted to silence him for attempting to escape with the research results, or maybe the leader wanted to monopolize the results and eliminate him. Regardless of the reasons, it had no bearing on Shinbei's chances of survival. At that moment, the clouds in the sky closed in again, casting a gray and gloomy shadow over the wilderness. The heat from the earlier sunlight still lingered, and the ground felt like it was radiating heat waves. Rustling sounds echoed within 100 meters of Shinbei's position. The extermination team had begun to encircle him, with over 100 people closing in. Even if Shinbei had extraordinary abilities, he would be shot to pieces under such chaotic fire. After all, his battle armor had not yet reached the level capable of resisting bullets. "They're forcing me to use my trump card." Shinbei lay back in the open ruins without a roof, squinting his eyes, his gaze shimmering, and his pupils becoming unfathomably deep, instantly radiating a fierce energy. With a thought, Shinbei connected his consciousness to the wireless link. Far away, in an empty factory, a cluster of firepower discs that had been covered in weeds suddenly soared into the air. They changed angles continuously, weaving through the urban ruins, heading straight for Shinbei's position. At this moment, the extermination team was tightening their encirclement. Meanwhile, feeling victory was within reach, they began taunting and mocking Shinbei to undermine his spirit. "Kid, you're the last one left. Hurry up and surrender. Don't touch our target. I can give you a decent way to die. Damn it, come out. Wait, what is that in the sky?" With the warning, the extermination team looked up. A disc hovered above the center of their encirclement around Shinbei. Meanwhile, hiding in the ruins, Shinbei smirked. In the next moment, he stirred his consciousness. The cluster firepower disc artillery system is activated. Click. 12 barrels extend. Chapter 35. Luck strikes, unexpected joy. At this moment, Shinbei, surrounded by the clearing team, naturally cannot use firearms. Under the premise of ensuring safety, he must either break through the encirclement or eliminate all enemies. Shinbei can only unleash the firepower disc. If not now, then when? At this moment, the firepower disc, having received Shinbei's wireless command, is already hovering above his head. The 12 cannons resemble the eyes of 12 bloodthirsty dragons, burning fiercely and coldly staring at the enemies surrounding Shinbei on the ground. The clearing team looks up, confused and puzzled. "What the heck is that? It looks like a firepower disc. I've seen this thing at Shelter 36. Is it powerful?" "Not at all," during their experiments. The bombing lacked firepower. To put it simply, it's like setting off firecrackers. The key is that the warheads are too small, not much gunpowder can fit in, and the lethality is minimal. But we still need to be cautious. What if it breaks the skin? Haha, from what you say, I doubt it could even blow off the roof, right? I just wonder, Shelter 36 should be quite far away. How did this thing get here? It better not be a smoke bomb or something. Everyone, stay alert and don't let that guy pull any tricks and escape. Push in. The members of the clearing team below are still laughing, treating it like a joke, completely unconcerned about the firepower disc above. In their eyes, how much power can such small barrels unleash? No need to worry. Just charge in. Kill that bastard who has taken down so many of our team. The clearing team compresses the encirclement once more. Shinbei's expression is mocking and cold, and with a thought, the firepower disc receives the bombing order. In an instant, the 12 cannons on the firepower disc roar in unison, and fierce flames tear through the air, transformed into 12 fireballs shooting down like meteors, trailing long tails of flame, heading straight for the enemies on the ground. The bombing process is like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, with a torrential barrage raining down from above, turning the entire battlefield into a hellish scene of carnage. The high explosive warheads, combined with the crystal core fragment explosives, create a continuous explosion upon impact with the ground, forming a nightmarish landscape woven from flames, smoke, and debris. The shockwave sweeps through like a raging tide, ruthlessly destroying everything in its path. Boom, boom, boom. The cluster firepower disc bombards in a 360-degree no-dead angle attack. From above, it resembles the fireworks of death, rampaging across the ground. Amidst the thick smoke and the scent of death, Shunbei lies relaxed on the ground, his demeanor calm and composed. Just like this artillery fire, it is his stage, his death symphony. At the same time, those from the clearing team who had just mocked the firepower disc's lack of firepower are instantly dumbfounded. They realize that whether hiding in buildings or behind broken walls, they are all thrown into the air by the explosive shockwaves. Some are even blown to pieces on the spot, their bodies reduced to a gruesome mix of blood and flesh, scattered and tossed away into the unknown. The members of the extermination team were caught off guard, frozen in shock with their pupils dilating in extreme disbelief, uttering terrified and regretful roars. Damn. Help me. What the hell is this? Just skin deep? My legs are blown off. Hiss. Help. Help. Run. Run fast. In this sudden storm of gunfire, the extermination team members met their demise in the flames before they could react, with severed limbs and scattered body parts, blood mingling with dirt, appearing especially glaring under the firelight. The bombing lasted only a short time, but each second felt eternal, with every explosion marking the end of several, if not dozens, of lives. Once the gunfire quieted down, the entire ruined city fell silent as if the tape had suddenly stopped playing. Faintly, only the horrific wails and painful moans of the enemies could be heard. Shunbei stood up, gazing at the cluster fire disc, his eyes gleaming with uncontrollable joy like a ruthless beast. Awesome. So fierce. This bombing nearly wiped out the enemy. Those still alive have long lost their combat capability, either missing limbs or barely clinging to life. Shunbei waved his hand, and the cluster fire disc returned along its flight path, entering standby mode. He then leaped out of the ruins and casually picked up a rifle, an M4A1 assault rifle. If this weapon were on Earth, it would be considered an excellent rifle. However, in this world, it was merely a toy for ordinary people, a mere stick in the eyes of those with special abilities. Shunbei pulled the bolt, chambering around, and strolled leisurely through the bombed-out wreckage. A few steps away, an enemy from the extermination team was buried beneath the rubble. Struggling in pain, Shunbei pressed the gun's muzzle to his forehead. The man, startled, suddenly looked up, his bloodied face resembling a snake. You can't kill me. I'm a member of Shelter Number 20. Shunbei's tone was calm, but his words sent chills down the spine. May there be no escape in hell. Bang! A bullet struck his forehead. Experience 1. Ignoring the pop-up message, Shunbei continued to search through the ruins for any surviving members of the extermination team. For him, although using a revolver to kill enemies would increase his experience points, it wasn't worth it. The bullets for his revolver were all level 2 and 3. Not cost-effective for taking down extermination team members. Bang bang. The crisp sound of the M4A1 assault rifle echoed continuously. With each gunshot came either curses or cries for mercy. But Shunbei remained unfazed, whether it was curses or desperate pleas, all met with a fatal shot. Minutes later, Shunbei discarded the rifle and returned to the ruins where he had initially sought refuge. He shook a small bag, revealing his haul, over 100 crystal source cores. Poor. Shunbei had only one word to describe it. So many people, yet only this little bit of crystal source core was found. It's no wonder there are no ability users in the extermination team. Wait, Shunbei stroked his chin. It's not that there are no ability users, but rather that the users from Shelter 20 have encountered those from Shelter 22. The two sides are separated on the battlefield. Shunbei was just wondering why there were only ordinary people in the extermination team. There were also no ability users in the escort team. It turns out they are entangled together and haven't arrived yet. With this thought in mind, Shunbei didn't hesitate for a moment. Immediately slung the Barrett sniper rifle over his shoulder and left without a second thought. Shunbei had some strength to fight against ability users, but it also depended on their numbers. More than 2 would be difficult to handle. This place was not suitable for staying long. If the ability users caught up, it would lead to inescapable trouble. Just as he was about to leave, Shunbei stepped on a backpack. This backpack belonged to a defector from Shelter 20. After being shot in the head, the backpack had rolled to the side. Shunbei picked it up, wanting to see if there were any crystal source cores inside. Upon opening it, Shunbei was a bit puzzled. The large backpack was filled with papers. A quick glance showed he couldn't understand what was described on them at all. There were all sorts of bizarre blueprints, and he couldn't make sense of the equipment from any angle. However, he still spotted a keyword on one of the blueprints: crystal source recombination refining process. Shunbei was suspicious. Could it be fragments of the crystal source core inside the firepower disc shell explosives? He couldn't believe it. Shunbei had never doubted his luck. But this was too incredible. He was still worried about how to obtain crystal source core fragments, and now it seemed like a solution had fallen into his lap. At that moment, fate was on his side, Shunbei's side. However, he still held a skeptical attitude. After all, the terms recombination and fragments were completely unrelated. Perhaps it was just his imagination, and he was jumping to conclusions. Shinbei immediately closed the backpack and stuffed a crystal source core into the power module of his armor. He then charged out of the ruins and ran out of the city, distancing himself from this place of trouble. As for the blueprints, he could study them later. There was no time to waste. He began to move steadily across the vast wasteland. Night soon fell, and the cold wind dispersed the heat of the day. At that moment, two ability users dressed in black robes appeared at the edge of the devastated ruins. A man named Gon-Mo pulled back his hood, revealing a pair of featureless white eyes. He sniffed the air and spoke with a chilling tone. Death, gunpowder. Another ability user extended his hands hidden in his sleeves. His hands had no flesh or skin, only stark white bones. TSK, did they suffer from concentrated artillery fire? Chasing Ma, we are late. Gon-Mo crouched down, grabbed a handful of blood-soaked soil, and licked it with his tongue. Our people from Shelter 22 are also dead. Chasing Ma moved his bony hand and looked back towards the wasteland. Aside from the howling wind, there was almost no other sound, nor any signs of activity. Yes. Zhuema chuckled lightly. Whether it's our people or those from the shelter, they are all dead. At this moment, Gon-Mo inhaled the air and leaped effortlessly into the ruins that Shinbei had once hidden. He took a deep breath. Various scents lingering in the air flooded his mind. This could only indicate one thing. Gon-Mo smirked. There is still one person alive. Zhuema laughed heartily. No kidding. Everything is gone, so naturally someone is alive. Why don't you tell me where the person went? Gon-Mo squatted on the rooftop, hanging his head. He didn't leave a drop of blood. I can't smell him. Zhuema scratched his head. I remember the nearest shelter from here is number 36. If the Titan didn't take a detour. Gon-Mo looked up, facing south. Then let's go check it out. Chapter 36. Upgrading the armor. Have they come? Shelter number 36. The Titan has already begun to move. The wheeled houses were in chaos, chained together, stretching several kilometers away, dragged by the Titan as it continued to flee. As long as the evil species were not dead, humanity could not stop. Only watching vast lands become unusable. It was an endless escape. When Shinbei returned to his rental unit, he spent quite a while searching. The positions of the rental units were not fixed each time. To get a good spot, one must fight for it. Clearly, Shinbei's landlord was not skilled at this, and once again, he fell behind the large and numerous convoy of wheeled houses. Shinbei locked himself inside the unit, took off his armor, feeling as if he had unloaded a 1,000-pound boulder. His whole body relaxed. He went out to buy some drinking water and food. The price of drinking water had dropped from 6 crystal cores to 3. For the shelter, as long as the Titan had enough water sources and sufficient drinking water, prices would be lowered to ensure that all residents would not die of thirst. After a simple meal, Shinbei turned his attention to his armor. After wandering outside the wasteland for a few days, the armor gained experience points every minute. Power Armor LV3, 3,163,000. A somewhat useful armor, can assist in running. Defensive capabilities have improved with a certain load capacity, and the reaction speed of the mental connection has slightly increased. Each crystal core can maintain high-speed operation of the armor for 5 minutes. It's ready to upgrade. Shinbei felt a stir of excitement. For him, firearms were for combat, while armor was for survival. Only by continuously upgrading his armor could he have the confidence to confront those with abilities, rather than retreating like an ordinary person when facing them. Upgrade. Shinbei did not hesitate for a moment. Power Armor LV4, 1605000. A more useful armor, defensive capabilities have reached the level of a second-tier defensive ability user. The power module has been upgraded. Each consumed crystal core can unleash the full power of a second-tier strength-based ability user in one strike. The joint connections of the armor have been upgraded, allowing for more complex movements without feeling blocked. This upgrade nearly made Shinbei exclaim in surprise. After reaching level 4, the exosuit clearly indicated that it could now engage with second-tier abilities. A significant upgrade. An explosive upgrade. This means I can now engage in close combat with ability users below the second tier. Shinbei trembled with excitement. It's important to note that the upgraded firearms and ammunition in Shinbei's possession can also kill ability users. However, this does not completely solve the problem. Once an ability user closes in, firearms become a burden, and close combat becomes the only option. In the past, the thought of being approached by an ability user frightened Shinbei. Now he was no longer afraid. The technology tree is my way out. However, even though Shinbei was pleasantly surprised, he did not let it go to his head. The ability users in this world possess bizarre powers that cannot simply be dealt with by high defenses. Shinbei was well aware that the road to upgrading the exosuit was still long. At the very least, it needed to reach the level of advanced armored suits. Currently, it was still lacking significantly. Regarding the exosuit, Shinbei took out the backpack he obtained in the ruined city. He spread out the blueprints one by one. The table couldn't hold them all, so he stuck some on the wall. Soon, the small room was covered in papers as if the walls were plastered. Shinbei went through them page by page. Any theoretical data was immediately removed and burned. Shinbei didn't need theory, nor did he need to study principles. He wasn't inventing anything. Moreover, he couldn't understand it anyway. Then he burned all the other procedural papers as well. In no time, the papers on the wall were reduced by more than half. What remained were all blueprints related to the crystal source reorganization and refining equipment. These blueprints were mostly hand-drawn, but each line was comparable to computer-printed quality, showcasing their professionalism. He set aside the drawings of components, as they were of ambiguous utility. Over a dozen blueprints still remained on the wall. 2 of them depicted the complete structure of the entire device, while the others detailed the main assembly components. Shinbei stroked his chin, studied them for a long time, and realized that if this device were to be made, it would require an area of over 300 square meters to accommodate it. Of course, this specification was aimed at mass production. If Shinbei were to use it alone, the space required would be much smaller. At the same time, there were dozens of main assembly components, not to mention the countless other parts within these assemblies. Shinbei felt a bit of a headache, unsure where to start. If he were to approach a research institute to manufacture this equipment, regardless of the size issue, just making the request would raise suspicions. After all, the institute had similar research and practical applications. Pursuing this on a personal level would be seen as malicious intent. If reported, even Rock might not be able to protect himself. What if I only need an outer shell? Shinbei looked at the conceptual diagram of the entire device. He didn't need mass production. He only needed enough concentrated firepower for practical use. Shinbei estimated that it would be about 1 square meter. It could definitely be fixed onto the firepower disc. The only question was, with the shell in place, would the external components be upgraded? Experience brings knowledge. Guessing is useless. Trying it out is the way to know. Thus, Shinbei began to rebuild the shell based on the equipment. He aimed to ensure that even the research institute wouldn't be able to tell what the device was from the shell. Adding a circle here, another round there. Shinbei scribbled and drew, transforming the original concept diagram of the device beyond recognition. It was completely unrecognizable, but only Shinbei knew that after removing the unnecessary parts, it was the shell of the crystal source reorganization and refining device. Without hesitation, Shinbei put away the other drawings and hid them well. He took the crystal source core and headed out. Arriving on the back of the Titan, on the second level of the shelter, he made his way straight to the research institute. When Shunanji saw Shinbei, the spendthrift, reappear, he looked puzzled and teased him. How's the armor working out? Shinbei praised. Your craftsmanship is still great. It's really good. Shunanji snorted. Just keep pretending. That thing is a hassle to move. What fun is it? It's even a nuisance just lying around. It's important to know that even on the back of the Titan, the space available for movement and use is limited. Not to mention the cramped lower-level housing. Shinbei coughed, unfolded his scribbled drawings, and explained his purpose. Today, I would like to ask for your help in making something. Shunanji smiled and asked, let me see what you're up to. At a glance, Shunanji was completely stunned. It looked messy, resembling a spiky iron porcupine. What is this? A toy. A type of toy I designed. Can it kill beasts? No. Shunanji rubbed his forehead and sat on the sofa. So it's just for fun, without any power modules or firepower systems. Shinbei nodded. Shunanji licked his lips. All right, if we have the money, let's play. After all, lying on a woman's belly is also a bit of a shake, right? At least this toy can leave me with something. Shinbei laughed heartily, quite amusing indeed. To be honest, your drawings are too messy. There are too many bizarre shapes. It requires 300 crystal source cores. Come back tomorrow to pick it up. To be frank, this price is a bit steep, but there's no choice. If you don't add more to cover the other components, it would be easy to expose the real device. Once exposed, 300 crystal source cores won't solve the problem. Shinbei paid on the spot and left the research institute. Shinbei returned to the lower level and made a trip to the Blaze Bar. Although it was still afternoon, there were quite a few people in the bar, all drinking and eating. Especially the herb-smoked meat, which was overflowing with fat and fragrant. Currently, the price of meat was also declining, primarily because the beast meat left over from the last beast tide could not be consumed entirely. More of it had been smoked into tough jerky. Jerky was not as tasty as fresh meat. Just as Shinbei sat down, Rock led 2 strangers to sit opposite him, giggling. Let me introduce you. Rock pointed at the 2 individuals and said, this is Chasing Horse, and this is Ganemo. They come from Shelter 22 and happen to pass by here. According to tradition, it is a pleasure to have friends come from afar. Shinbei was taken aback for a moment. His expression remained unchanged, but his eyes subtly scrutinized the 2. His right hand instinctively reached for the revolver at his waist. At this moment, Shinbei felt an overwhelming sense of tension, especially when Rock mentioned that the 2 were from Shelter 22. His heart raced. Rock might be oblivious, but Shinbei was very clear in his mind. Shelter 20 was still embroiled in a conflict with Shelter 22 due to a traitor incident. After all the fighting, only he would benefit. Shinbei didn't believe they were just passing by. They were probably here for him. But he couldn't figure out what clues he had left behind. After a brief recollection, he realized he hadn't left any noticeable traces. This is Shinbei. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He is quite brave, Rock introduced. An ordinary person being described as brave was indeed a remarkable individual. Chasing Horse, with his bony hands crossed, rubbed them together, producing a harsh sound, and smiled at Shinbei. Ganemo sniffed the air, grilled meat with a hint of vanilla. Plain yet delicious. Suddenly, Shinbei felt that they might not be here for him after all. There was no hostility from them. Perhaps they had a purpose for coming to Shelter 36, but they definitely didn't know that their true target was sitting right in front of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so polite and would have acted directly. Shinbei relaxed his grip on the revolver and waved his hand. Waiter, bring 3 more servings of grilled meat and some whiskey. Soon, the grilled meat was served. The group chatted over food and drinks, discussing various topics from all over. Rock seized an opportunity to ask, "So, what mission are you on this time?" As soon as Chasing Horse heard this, his head began to hurt. And he glanced at Shinbei. Rock waved his hand. "It's fine. We're all on the same side. Then I want to hide it from you." Chasing Horse said after taking a sip of his drink to gather his thoughts. "We lost something, a dirt-colored backpack." Rock chuckled. "A shabby backpack? I can give you one." Ganemo, chewing on the grilled meat, made an unclear sound. "It's not just a matter of a backpack." Rock blinked. Although the other party spoke simply, he realized that the backpack might contain something important. Very important. Rock probed again. Chasing Horse nodded. "It may not matter to you, since you already have it. But it's crucial for us at Shelter 22. Then you could buy it from us," Rock suggested. In this world, not every shelter could be self-sufficient. They needed to trade with one another to fulfill their resource needs. For example, Shelter 18 produced a lot of cigarettes, and almost everyone smoked their products. Shelter 36 specialized in alcoholic beverages and had always been part of external trade. Hearing Rock's suggestion, Chasing Horse chuckled. "We would like to buy. But we just met General Yu Wu Chang, and he wouldn't sell. What is it that can't be sold?" This was the first time Rock heard that there were things not for sale at Shelter number 36. Anything could be traded, including people. Let's not dwell on that. Juema shook his glass. "We might stay here for a while, looking for our things. Sorry to trouble you." Rock shrugged. "As long as there's money. You can stay as long as you want. But from what you said, does that mean your people took our things?" "Doubt is everyone's freedom," Gammo interjected. Rock continued. With a hint of warning, causing trouble is not allowed. Guests must not break the rules of Shelter number 36. Juema laughed heartily. "I hope Ailuo can hear this." "Don't mention her." Rock clicked his tongue. "She relies on the Spider Queen. No matter which shelter she goes to, she always fires a couple of shots first." A few days ago, it was even worse. Yuxiang had just said she wouldn't dare shoot, and then she fired a few rounds at us. Juema and Gammo laughed heartily. After dinner, Juema and Gammo left. Rock leaned against a corner of the wheelhouse with Shinbei, gazing out at the vast, desolate land. Many residents were returning from work, climbing up towards Titan. "I heard the Blue Enchantress is looking for you," Rock asked. Shinbei nodded. "She might have taken a liking to my appearance." "If you think that, death isn't far off," Rock said earnestly. "The Blue Enchantress's missions are always fraught with danger. Those without abilities are just cannon fodder in her team." Shinbei rubbed his nose. "What excuse can I use to refuse?" "To become a corpse," Rock gave a deadly answer. "That's quite a suffocating suggestion." Shinbei laughed heartily. Shinbei shifted his protective focus to Juema and Ganmo, asking, "These two won't cause trouble, will they? Just keep your distance from them." Rock exhaled a breath of alcohol. "They're both second-tier ability users. They wouldn't dare make too much noise in front of our Shelter number 36. Shinbei responded with an O. Second-tier ability users, indeed. That night, Shinbei, with a brown backpack, quietly left the shelter while it was deep in the night. He ran 50 kilometers south in one go, finding a cracked fissure and dropping something in. Then he returned to the shelter, meticulously copying and altering the remaining useful blueprints into drawings only he could understand. The original was set ablaze. "Go ahead, if you can find anything on me. I'll admit you're impressive." Shinbei clapped his hands, erasing all evidence. Juema and Ganmo could only search in vain. Inside a hotel that specifically accommodated people from other shelters, the price was steep, costing 30 crystal cores per night. At this moment, Juema leaned against the window, looking outside, and said, "Ganmo, how do you think we should investigate? We can't just search every house, can we? General Yuxiang wouldn't tolerate our behavior." Ganmo, with porcelain-like eyes, rolled them and fiddled with a bullet casing in his hand, resolutely saying, "I have a feeling the stuff is right here, and we will find it soon." "What do you mean?" Ganmo raised the bullet casing in his hand, feeling the patterns on it. "Such a curious bullet. Why carve patterns on a bullet?" "Just bored, I guess." Chasing the Horse pulled the curtains, lying on the bed, and said, It's like someone can't help but kick pebbles. But the patterns are very regular. Clearly made with care. Gon Imo sniffed the bullet near his nose. I feel that this pattern might be more important than what we're looking for. I have no research on firearms and am not interested. That's something only ordinary people fiddle with. Chasing the horse yawned. Gon Imo lowered his head. If an ordinary person could kill a supernatural being with a bullet, then who exactly is an ordinary person? Or is it that the patterns on this bullet are prepared to kill high-level supernatural beings? But a contradiction arises. This is clearly a skill that only supernatural beings should possess. Yet supernatural beings look down on gunpowder firearms. Those specialized in shooting among supernatural beings use crystal source weapons. If this is the work of an ordinary person, what is the use of carving this thing? Gon Imo was puzzled. The next day, Shinbei arrived at the research institute to take his belongings. According to the design, the original size of the item was merely 1 square meter. However, it had many eye-catching decorations added. Overall, it resembled a prickly iron hedgehog that was hard to handle. In the end, it was Chunonji who hid a wooden box, allowing Shinbei to carry it back to his rented apartment. After unpacking, Shinbei spent a lot of time dismantling all the unnecessary branches and leaves, mainly because the research institute was lazy. Some parts were not detachable, but molded as a whole. It was convenient for shaping supernatural beings. Stretching and pulling it was as easy as handling Play-Doh. But for Shinbei, dismantling it was a hassle. Several saw blades broke in the process. After working for a long time, he finally restored the small crystal source reorganization device to its original state. At this moment, the device was just a shell with nothing inside. Shinbei focused on the device. Soon, information popped up. Crystal Source Reorganization Device LV105. A simplified version of the Crystal Source Reorganization Device toy, with only an exterior, lacking any production capability. To produce crystal source core fragments, it is missing 5 necessary internal parts. Number 001 Fragmentation Module, Number 008 Engine Module, Number 016 Packaging Module, Number 089 Pressurization Module, No. 170 Cooling Module. After reading the information, Shinbei was both delighted and shocked. Although this empty shell could not produce crystal source core fragments, it directly provided the missing components. It's worth noting that there are hundreds of drawings for the components. Some drawings even depict several components at once. Now, he just needed to follow the prompts to make all 5 components, and he could start production. Mass production and personal use are indeed vastly different. Shinbei licked his lips and immediately found the corresponding numbered device drawings, then burned all the other drawings. Some of these components are commonly used. If all were handed over to the Research Institute for production, the intention would be quite obvious. Shinbei stroked his chin and, for safety's sake, decided to first visit a second-hand equipment recycling shop to try his luck. Chapter 38. Modifying Bullets. Major Additional Attributes. In this world, due to resource scarcity, materials and supplies are quite precious. Therefore, when inheriting and developing technology, a principle of substitutability is followed. Thanks to the utilization of core resources, many components can be repurposed across different devices. For example, engines come in only a few specifications. The power is definitely sufficient, and the only difference is the length of the output shaft. To avoid frequent or excessive purchases at the Research Institute, Shinbei plans to try his luck at a second-hand shop. The shop is not far away, and Shinbei arrives at the entrance in just a few minutes. Here, one can find any second-hand civilian items, except for firearms. There are even mineral water bottles, which are essential for everyone. If a certain entity passes through the city, many people specifically go to the urban ruins to dig for these items. Upon entering, Shinbei takes a look around, and indeed finds many components required for core resource reassembly equipment. The 008 engine module is a small engine. Boss, how much is this? He asks. I don't want to rip you off. The boss yawns behind the counter and replies, that thing is already scrapped. If you're confident in your repair skills, you can take it for 100. Shinbei does not hesitate at all. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, it is still an engine module. Even if it's broken, it can be upgraded to a functional one. After all, when he first crossed over, the Falcon gave him a broken handgun. How else could it have been upgraded? I'll take it. Shinbei tosses over 100 core resources. The boss is visibly taken aback, thinking the deal might fall through, and slaps his thigh. If you repair it, I can give you an extra 10 for it. What a shrewd merchant. A usable engine module, even if secondhand, should at least sell for 200. Afterward, Shinbei rummages through a pile of junk and finds components like the 016 packaging module, 089 pressurization module, and 170 cooling module. He packages everything together, spending over 1,000 in total, nearly emptying his wallet. Looking at the meager 20 core resources left in his bag, Shinbei feels a pang of heartache. All his hard-earned money has been spent in the blink of an eye. However, he doesn't dwell on it for long. Thinking about the abilities he possesses makes him feel much better. If spending on technology is an endless pit, Then spending core resources for upgrading abilities is like a black hole. Shinbei leaves the shop with the components and returns to his residence, placing the engine module into the core resource reassembly device. Experience 1. He gains experience. This indicates that even a broken engine module is recognized by the system. He then puts the packaging module and other components in as well. Experience 1. Experience 1. He checks the device information. Core Resource Reassembly Device LV155. A simple version of a core resource reassembly device that only has an exterior and lacks any production capabilities. To produce core resource fragments, it requires 5 necessary internal parts: 001 fragmentation module, 008 engine module, 016 packaging module, 089 pressurization module, and 170 cooling module. Upgrade. The equipment shook slightly, almost like a magical device, and the information refreshed accordingly. Crystal Source Recombination Device LV2020. A simple, low-spec version of a crystal source recombination device with low production capacity, low efficiency, low qualification rate, and high energy consumption. Although the text clearly indicated that this was a piece of junk equipment, as long as it could produce, that was enough. The efficiency and qualification rate could be gradually upgraded later. As for how the components thrown and connected and worked together, it was not something Shinbei cared about. What he wanted were the crystal core fragments that could enhance lethality by containing energy fragments. After some research, Shinbei first inserted a crystal core into the power port of the engine module as a power source. He was curious as he observed that this engine module had a mechanical claw that, upon grasping the crystal core, extended a slender hollow alloy tube into the core to extract its liquid as a power source. It was somewhat like a fuel tank. Shinbei clicked his tongue. Then he tossed a crystal core into the entry of the crushing module. To his surprise, the device indicated that the number of inputs was insufficient. Shinbei added another one. Still not enough. Could it be that more were needed? How much could it produce? Shinbei's face darkened as he muttered to himself. He continued to add more. It wasn't until he had gradually input 10 cores that the device lit up with a green light, indicating that the input was complete. Next, the device would operate autonomously. Shinbei could just wait with peace of mind. At that moment, he heard the landlord shouting downstairs, "Welcome, Blue Fairy, to my apartment." Blue Fairy. Shinbei quickly stepped out of the room and locked the door behind him. This guy was definitely here for him. He had no intention of exposing what was inside. It was better to leave early. After going downstairs, he saw the landlord leading the Blue Fairy upstairs. If she was coming down, then he didn't need to go up. The landlord greeted Shinbei with a smile. "She's looking for you." The Blue Fairy still had that distant demeanor, cold and unpredictable, resembling a walking ice sculpture. She slowly raised her head, her striking blue eyes fixed on Shinbei, her tone devoid of warmth. "Tomorrow, gather for a mission." After saying those 7 words, the Blue Fairy turned and left, just as lightly as she had come, taking nothing with her. The landlord nodded and bowed as he saw her off, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and letting out a sigh of relief. "I was really afraid that if she was in a bad mood, she would turn my apartment upside down." "Your worries are unnecessary," Shinbei said. "Why? Would you step on an ant?" The landlord responded with an "oh," gaining some insight. But he continued, "But if you really did step on it, it would have no power to resist." "Exactly." Shinbei narrowed his eyes and said, "Being weak is a fundamental sin." This was indeed true for the landlord. It was also true for Shinbei. He dared not utter a word of defiance against the Blue Fairy's orders. A bloodbath would be a light consequence. What he feared most was being unable to seek life or death. It seems that every time Shinbei kills someone, he gives them a swift end. Strictly speaking, Shinbei is quite a good person. Returning to his room, the crystal source reassembly device has completed production. He gained an experience point. Is it possible to gain an experience point every time production occurs? Shinbei calmly nodded. The upgrade method is quite standard. When he opened the discharge port, Shinbei was instantly taken aback. Inside were fragments of crystal source cores, each smaller than a fingernail. The production ratio is shockingly low. Shinbei's eyes, mouth, and eyebrows twitched in unison. 10 crystal source cores yielded this little bit of fragments, according to the ratio of high explosive powder to fragments in a cluster fire disc bomb. It could barely produce 1 bomb. The initial investment is enormous, the qualification rate is low, and it's too costly. Shinbei nearly spat blood. The hope of quickly upgrading the firepower disc was instantly shattered. At this rate, the financial input would be countless. Shinbei helplessly supported his forehead. Even if it hurts, he must invest. Gritting his teeth, he has no choice but to invest. He can only hope that after upgrading the crystal source reassembly device, the qualification rate will increase and the consumption ratio will decrease. Shinbei cautiously put away the crystal source core fragments. Then, he took out the magazine from the barrel. With one hand, he loaded a bullet. The orange-yellow bullets clattered onto the table. Using a tool, he pried open the circular groove. He took out the detonating powder beneath the primer, and the ignition felt. From the fuse hole, he poured out the propellant. Mixing it with a certain proportion of crystal source core fragments, he refilled the propellant, sealed the cartridge case. Shinbei fixed his gaze on the bullet. Information popped up. Rifle bullet LV3, 020, range 100. Adding crystal source core fragments significantly increases lethality, penetration, and straight-line flight distance. If this bullet remains within an ability user, it will repel the crystal source energy in their body, with an additional shock effect. The information changed. There were additional descriptions. Besides significantly increasing various effects, there was also an added shock effect. Although it must be lodged inside an ability user, if the user is either shot dead or has a strong physique, they will still suffer a second impact from the bullet. This is somewhat mysterious. The shock effect is akin to being struck head-on, causing a brief feeling of dizziness and disorientation. This is undoubtedly a great aid to Shinbei in the ever-changing battlefield. Even if a shot does not kill the ability user, it can still disorient them for a few seconds. Whether to flee or continue sniping, it is a brilliant choice. Shinbei pondered. The cluster fire disc shells do not have this effect. Could it be that only level 3 bullets can activate this effect? Shinbei is not skilled in carving the bullet patterns yet. He hasn't even mastered the bullet patterns. After so many days of practice, he can barely ensure that 6 out of 10 bullets are level 3. He wonders when he will achieve level 5 bullets. However, this time, filling the bullets with crystal source core fragments has an immediate effect. Shinbei wasted no time and began modifying the bullet powder. A full hour passed. After Shinbei used up all the fragments of the crystal core, he obtained 10 bullets with a Zhendong effect. Not bad. Shinbei loaded the bullets into the magazines separately, planning to use them when necessary. After all, at this stage, the crystal core fragments were hard to come by. They were all obtained with money. The next day, Shinbei packed his backpack, put on his armor, and locked the door of his room. He left the rental apartment and arrived at the designated meeting point for the Blue Rose. It was time to go out and make money. He just didn't know how dangerous this trip would be or how much reward it would bring. Soon, other people began to appear at the meeting point. Everyone looked at Shinbei in surprise. A regular person carrying an antique sniper rifle is our teammate? What a joke. Chapter 39. Solo Mission. When Shinbei appeared at the assembly point, his appearance was indeed peculiar. He wore armor that looked good, but was not practical. To others, this type of armor was merely decorative. Real armor was not armor at all, but protective gear. It only needed to protect specific areas. In other words, it was specialized and precise, using limited materials to reinforce critical parts. Clearly, if Shinbei's entire armor were made of high-grade materials, it would be an unimaginable investment. With that kind of money, who would still be doing missions? At this moment, Shinbei faced the gazes of the crowd calmly, without any fluctuation in his mood. These people probably also vaguely guessed that Shinbei should be a sniper. However, they had doubts about his abilities and did not mock him verbally. In this world, that was not a rational behavior, especially for a sniper. It was often him who caused trouble, and also him who solved it. Gradually, more than 100 people arrived at the assembly point, among them over 10 with abilities, while the rest were regular people. The regulars all carried rifles. Shinbei was somewhat surprised by the size of this team. So many people, what kind of mission were they on? Before long, the Blue Rose appeared in front of everyone. The originally chattering crowd began to quiet down. She lifted her hood, and her black hair fell down. The Blue Rose glanced around as if counting heads, then nodded and spoke. This mission is to go 300 kilometers away to connect with the personnel at Shelter No. 10 for material transfer. Our task is to protect the materials to the designated location and then bring them back. Now, let's head to defensive section No. Want to get the vehicles ready, and we'll set off directly. Shinbei followed the crowd, feeling a bit surprised. Was it really that simple, just an escort mission? Was it necessary to gather so many individuals with abilities? It seemed that regular people equipped with heavy firepower could complete the task back and forth. Shinbei didn't think much of it. He arrived at section number 1. This location was at the very front of the Titan. The so-called garage was an iron structure hanging from the Titan S body. The deck was lowered, close to the ground but not touching it. Otherwise, the Titan's movement speed would make the deck shatter like plastic. Driving the vehicles out of the garage requires a certain level of skill. After all, the Titan is moving. And the vehicles cannot go too slowly. They must almost be launched out. If the speed drops, it's easy to be thrown off the deck. After about half an hour, 10 vehicles left the shelter and sped across the wilderness. Among the convoy was an off-road vehicle with an antenna on the roof. Likely a radio transceiver for communication. This off-road vehicle was naturally occupied by the blue-haired beauty. Following it were 7 pickup trucks, each equipped with artillery. 3 of these trucks were loaded with supplies, covered by tarpaulins, leaving their contents unknown. However, from Shinbei's observation, they should all be light cargo, as the tires showed no signs of heavy load. The other 2 vehicles were for transporting people. Shinbei and others squeezed in the cargo area, bouncing along the way. The convoy kicked up a cloud of dust, resembling a small snake slithering forward. Dense clouds were parted by strong winds, allowing the scorching sunlight to pour down. The various colorful creatures that had been moving on the ground immediately scattered, seeking dark places to hide. The temperature on the exposed ground quickly rose, and soon the shimmering heat distorted the view of the landscape. In the transport vehicle where Shunbei was, there was a canopy overhead, shielding them from the direct sun. The only sounds were the howling wind and the dull thud of the wheels crushing the earth. It was afternoon, despite the sun being obscured by clouds. This desolate land remained as hot as a furnace, mercilessly baking the ground. On this somewhat flat wilderness, the convoy struggled forward, the vehicles roaring as if engaged in a fierce battle against invisible resistance. Inside the transport vehicle, people were crammed together, and even two individuals sat on the roof of the cab, gripping those time-tested AK rifles, vigilantly surveying the seemingly boundless wilderness. The people inside varied in shape and size, dressed in a hodgepodge of clothing, and their weapons were a chaotic mix, with some even holding old muskets meant for small game. They appeared fatigued, with hollow eyes, drowsy under the blazing sun, their heads feeling as if they weighed a ton. Shunbei, cradling a modified rifle that drew attention, leaned against the side of the cargo area, swaying with the bumps of the vehicle. He occupied a relatively spacious position at the back of the last transport truck. In this cargo area, there were several fierce individuals who also claimed their corners, each being a first-tier ability user. Even in this makeshift team, no one dared to provoke them easily. Compared to those tough characters, Shunbei, despite his slimmer build, enjoyed the same treatment thanks to the carefully modified sniper rifle in his hands. These ordinary survivors, who had endured countless life-and-death struggles, understood that in intense battles, a skilled sniper could often turn the tide and save their lives. Therefore, they preferred not to waste the sniper's precious energy during the journey. As a result, Shunbei could easily sit in the truck and rest his eyes. The convoy had been on the move for a full 5 hours, and the terrain began to grow rugged. Not far ahead was a collapsed highway, and abandoned country villas could be seen occasionally. After marching for so long without reaching the designated location, even the empowered individuals on the truck started to lose their energy. At that moment, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. The blue enchantress approached the truck where Shunbei was and waved her hand. Everyone jumped down from the truck. Shunbei scanned the vicinity. Aside from the people from Shelter 36, he saw no one else. The blue enchantress called Shunbei aside. As a sniper, he should have no problem with stealth missions. The blue enchantress spoke without any questions, simply stating things in a stiff, almost didactic manner. Shunbei nodded slightly, maintaining his composure. Stealth was an essential skill for snipers, as important as marksmanship itself. A sniper who cannot remain hidden is merely a moving target. At the 9 o'clock position, 10 kilometers away, there was a city ruin. You will go in ahead, find the central garden, and lie in wait nearby. The blue enchantress glanced at her watch. We will enter the city under the cover of night in 2 hours. After saying this, she took out an earpiece. You will be able to hear my commands when you are within 5 kilometers. Go. Shunbei cracked his mouth slightly, shouldered his sniper rifle, and was about to carry out the mission when he paused, questioning, what if I find someone who poses a threat to me? The blue enchantress fixed her deep blue gaze on Shunbei, her meaning clear. Shunbei shrugged, understanding. No one's life was more important than his own. Not even those from Shelter 10. Shunbei did not activate his armor's power module. Instead, he walked at a leisurely pace. 2 hours was more than enough time. He carefully avoided the rampaging beasts around. Gradually, as the sun set, he could see the silhouette of the ruined city ahead, framed by the orange-yellow glow of dusk. The dark outline resembled a large beast that had fallen to the ground. Through the signs on the broken highway, he learned that this city was called Jiangxing. Shunbei was not very familiar with the geography of this world and could not reference it against Earth. However, as a sniper, the most crucial basic skill was adapting to various complex environments. Even in unfamiliar places, one could escape or carve a bloody path. Shunbei quietly made his way to the edge of Jiangxing, weaving through the ruins. The entire journey was quiet. He found a bus stop sign and, using the almost faded text and map for reference, located the position of Central Park, approximately 3 kilometers away. Shunbei began to circle around, avoiding sunlight, and at 1 kilometer away, climbed to the rooftop of a tall building. The rusty iron door was easily dealt with. Shunbei bent down, keeping a low profile, and crawled beneath the parapet. He peeked out. In the distance, Central Park was empty, showing no signs of activity. Shunbei shrank back, closed his eyes, and began to rest, waiting in place. Chapter 40. Under attack. Is this the end? Not long after, the headset crackled with static, jolting Shunbei awake. He rubbed his face to regain his senses, and within seconds, he fully emerged from a near hibernation state, entering a combat-ready mindset. Shunbei, do you see anyone? The voice of the enigmatic Blue Rose came through the headset with an ungraspable electronic tone. Shinbei leaned out again. The distant Central Park was still quiet, with no sign of life. He replied briefly, "Impossible." After a moment of silence, Blue Rose responded, "We agreed to conduct the transaction in the Central Park and to observe." Shinbei pursed his lips, beginning to understand. Blue Rose might be planning a double cross. If it were a normal transaction, there would be no need for such preparations. He took a sip of water and looked down again. This time, he was taken aback. On a low building across from him, a sniper was using binoculars to observe the Central Park. However, it seemed this guy was either a rookie or careless. He had forgotten that his position was opposite the sun. The binoculars instantly reflected a bright glimmer. This flash disappeared quickly but did not escape Shinbei's keen eyes. He immediately began to reposition along the parapet. Peeking out again, he saw the sniper lying on the rooftop, casually smoking. Shinbei's gaze swept around the low building, and amidst the greenery, he noticed some indistinct figures. Were these the people from shelter number 10? Shinbei couldn't be sure, but they likely were. He reported through the headset, "I found them, hiding in the southeast corner of the Central Park." "Good," was Blue Rose's succinct reply. Suddenly, the previously silent urban ruins were shattered by the sharp sound of something cutting through the air. Shinbei looked up alertly and saw 3 black dots racing towards him at an astonishing speed, crashing down into the core area of the Central Park in an instant. Following that, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky, and 3 massive fireballs shot up, causing the surrounding skyscrapers to tremble like fragile sandcastles, collapsing outward from the square. "Confirm the projectile landing point," Blue Rose asked calmly. 10 degrees to the left. Shift left by 10 degrees. Fire 5 rounds in quick succession. Execute immediately. Within seconds, the sky was once again marked by 5 fierce trajectories. Another round of shells violently struck the Central Park, instantly engulfing the area in thick smoke and cries of anguish. Although Shinbei was more than a kilometer away from the central square, the air was already thick with heat and the smell of burning. These shells must have incorporated core fragments, he thought. Ordinary shells couldn't cause such devastating effects. Only a place like a shelter could manufacture such weapons on a large scale. My small-scale output was mere child's play. While he could not witness the fate of the personnel at shelter number 10 under such overwhelming firepower, their chances of survival seemed bleak. However, the artillery barrage from the Blue Enchantress did not cease. According to the precise targets marked by Shinbei, the subsequent attacks became even more concentrated and accurately covered the entire area. The air was filled with a howling sound as fireballs erupted one after another above the Central Park, with some individuals being thrown into the air by the explosions. A truly tragic sight. Those who managed to escape began to flee for their lives, desperately shouting for people to disperse. Shinbei's black hair was wildly tossed about by the shockwaves, and he could feel the tremors of the earth. Past battles were mere contests between individuals. But the scene before him was a true depiction of war. In just a few minutes, hundreds of shells rained down on the Central Park like a torrential downpour, reducing everything to fragments. The roar of artillery continued unabated, and everything was turned to dust in the face of the devastating firepower. The Blue Enchantress worked closely with Shinbei, utilizing the precise coordinates he provided. The deviation of the shell impacts was controlled within 10 meters, obliterating all targets hiding within the buildings into blood mist and shattered bones. Shinbei maneuvered through the explosions and smoke, using the chaotic situation as cover, never staying in one position for too long. He knew that another wave of shells could come whistling down at any moment. Constantly changing positions made it harder to lock onto him, a survival skill essential for every sniper, applicable whether the attack came from enemies or allies. The Blue Enchantress could easily deduce his location. It was not uncommon for those in power to turn on their own. After several relocations, Shinbei noticed that no shells had landed on his previous positions, and the tension in his nerves began to ease slightly. The intense bombardment had passed, with only an occasional heavy shell flying in, accurately hitting a specific building. These heavy shells were more powerful than before, capable of flattening small buildings with 3 floors or fewer upon direct impact, leaving no chance for the personnel hidden inside the number 10 shelter. Shinbei climbed to the top floor of an abandoned building and looked out through the window. From this angle, he could see the square of the Pendulum City, where flames were raging and the surrounding buildings were nearly destroyed. Corpses lay scattered around the square, and charred remains of living beings were also visible. Shinbei calculated in his mind that the enemies from the number 10 shelter who had been killed or destroyed in the square numbered at most half. Some ability users had escaped far too quickly. The shells took time to travel, and those with strong perception had already darted out several steps before the shells landed. At most, they were only blown away by the shockwave, sustaining minor injuries. Even ordinary people, if they were focused and alert, could notice the shells coming. But ordinary people could not defend against the shockwaves. The majority of deaths would be among these ordinary individuals. Shinbei took off his rifle, chambered a round, and then sent his assessment through the earpiece. After the initial panic, the personnel from the number 10 shelter reorganized. From their deployment, it was clear that although the number 10 shelter had made preparations, they had not anticipated such a fierce long-range assault, resulting in heavy immediate losses. However, their response speed was also remarkable. The survivors quickly organized themselves, busy yet composed. Soon, instructions for cover reached Xinbei. The leader began to divide the team into several groups to encircle the central park. Urban combat was about to ignite. Gunshots, explosions, screams, curses, and accusations echoed one after another, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Xinbei lay flat on the rooftop, his gun barrel protruding out. He continuously scanned the entire battlefield. At that moment, Xinbei noticed a figure hiding behind a wall, a personnel from shelter number 36, shooting randomly with a firearm. He was completely unaware that an enemy had stealthily approached from behind. Xinbei decisively pulled the trigger. A bullet, trailing a fiery white line, instantly penetrated the enemy's skull. It burst apart like a smashed tomato, splattering red and white into the air. The enemy slumped against the wall, slowly sliding down, leaving a deep crimson trail. It resembled a blossoming plum tree, with the enemy's body as the trunk. The rescued man was momentarily stunned, only then realizing the enemy behind him. He looked up to see Xinbei on the high building, astonished. This was nearly a 1,000-meter distance. To hit a target from so far away with a single shot was incredible. He gave Xinbei a thumbs up. Xinbei nodded and continued to survey for potential enemies. Just then, a blue halo flashed before Xinbei's eyes. The crystal source, giant gun. Xinbei's heart sank, and his gaze instantly locked onto the direction from which the enemy fired. It was from a building almost parallel to his, where an ability user was holding a 2-meter-long firearm, firing specialized bullets. Xinbei realized it was too late to evade. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed in his ears. The wall beside him seemed to break apart like paper. The powerful shockwave tore through the air, and the overwhelming blast instantly propelled Xinbei away, crashing him into another wall, sending him plummeting from the 6th floor. This scene was also witnessed by the leader, who shook her head in disappointment. An ordinary person hit by the specialized firearm of an ability user and falling from the 6th floor had no chance of survival. It was a certain death. Chapter 41. The monster-like powered mecha dust, dirt, and debris rained down as Xinbei fell from the 6th floor like refuse. Boom. Xinbei let out a terrible scream as he hit the ground. A massive amount of bricks fell, instantly burying him. Damn it. Xinbei felt as if the 3 layers of his body's natural defenses, skin, muscle, and bone, were being torn apart like paper, and a wave of overwhelming pain surged through him. Xinbei felt completely numb. Thanks to the protection of his combat armor, the fall from the 6th floor wasn't too problematic. At most, his internal organs experienced some shock. But that bullet from the ability user had nearly cost Xinbei's life. If it weren't for the wall absorbing some of the shockwave, his combat armor would have likely been shredded. At that moment, Xinbei had a renewed understanding of ability users specialized in firearms. They were like killers. Xinbei lay on the ground for a full minute before regaining consciousness. He pushed aside the rubble and took a moment to catch his breath, allowing his body to return to normal. Picking up his sniper rifle, he quickly loaded a new magazine with a single hand. The crisp sound echoed as the magazine fell free. With lightning speed, Xinbei replaced it with a magazine containing Tier 3 core fragments. At the same time, he inserted a core into the power module of his armor. A humming sound filled the air as the power system charged up. Xinbei wiped the dust off his visor and stepped forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. With the powerful energy output of his armor, Xinbei burst out of the dark alley in an instant. So, you're an ability user? Just wait. Xinbei slowly curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile more sinister than that of a demon. This intense melee combat ignited a long-lost passion within him. It was the thrill of taking an enemy's head amidst a hail of bullets, the genes within him cheering, the cells pulsating with excitement. In that moment, Xinbei felt like a massive computer, constantly calculating various routes, figuring out angles to flank, and how to eliminate that gun-specialized ability user. At this moment, the battlefield was chaotic. As Xinbei approached the building across from him, he could see that despite the blue enchantress launching a surprise attack, the personnel at Shelter No. 10 were highly skilled and still fiercely resisting. Bullets flew like they were free, and gunfire flickered in every alley. Although the shooting was somewhat random, the bullets were indiscriminate. Meanwhile, the ability users on both sides were engaged in combat, creating a scene of utter chaos. Just then, Xinbei emerged from the shadows of a narrow alley and immediately spotted the blue enchantress in a standoff with a man who appeared to be the leader on the opposite side. The man looked rugged, his muscles like iron and bronze. Enchantress, is this your attitude in negotiations? You're so treacherous. Aren't you afraid of losing your life? The blue enchantress, with her flowing red hair, replied in a detached tone, Iron Dome, Your side offended us first. Blood for blood, what is wrong with that? Nonsense. Iron Dome shouted angrily. The last transaction was initiated by your people who brought the goods to our shelter number 10. We accepted them as they were. What's wrong with that? The blue enchantress slowly raised her hand, a chilling aura erupting from her palm, and an ice spear materialized from the frost. She gripped it tightly with one hand, exuding the presence of a doomsday goddess, her expression unwavering. If you dare to accept our defector, be prepared to pay the price in blood. Haha. Iron Dome's laughter grew louder, shaking the air as he spread his arms wide. All right. I want to see what a Tier 5 ability user can do. Don't let me capture you, or I'll make sure you experience the pleasures of being a woman. At that moment, Shunbei, who had just run out of the alley, instantly caught Iron Dome's attention. Little brat, you die first. Shunbei replied. I'm just passing by. Iron Dome let out a vicious laugh, his foot stomping down, sending shockwaves through the street as he launched himself towards Shunbei like a cannonball. But Shunbei wasn't going to sit still. He quickly fired a blind shot. Bang! The gun's muzzle spewed gunpowder, launching the bullet out. The bullet exited the chamber, spinning at high speed, piercing through the air and causing distortion in the surrounding space. In the instant the gun fired, the bullet struck the target's chest. Boom! To the naked eye, although the bullet broke through the target's skin, it merely embedded itself in the thick muscle, unable to penetrate any further. Shunbei was secretly astonished. This was a level 3 bullet. The target's defensive capability was too abnormal. This sensation felt to Shunbei like stabbing a heavily clothed person with a dagger, not penetrating at all, merely leaving a small red mark on the skin. Oh, still daring to shoot? Quite bold, but you'll die painfully. The target originally did not care about the damage from Shunbei's bullet. It continued its charge towards him, but the next second, its mental focus suddenly faltered. As if it had crashed, its limbs lost coordination and fell to the ground with a thud. What is going on? The target's eyes widened, showing a hint of panic. It felt its energy repelling its own use, as if some foreign energy was causing chaos. The target struggled, trying to stand up, but its hands and feet would not obey, as if there was no friction, unable to rise. The blue flower's face showed a moment of shock. However, without a hint of hesitation, taking advantage of the target's loss of coordination, she raised her icy spear emitting cold air and thrust it forward. The sharp tip pierced through the air, compressing layer by layer, exploding and collapsing, forming a pure white shockwave flowing along both sides of the blue flower's arm. A muffled sound of air bursting mixed with intense energy fluctuations directly penetrated the target's head. And it didn't end there. The blue flower, like a vengeful spirit, after delivering a fatal blow, continued to stab, turning the target's body into a beehive. The target fell to the ground, blood streaming down its face, its body in ruins. Trembling uncontrollably, with bones and internal organs shattered from the continuous violent thrusts of the icy spear. At the same time, a large amount of blood spread out beneath it, making it appear like a rag doll, ultimately succumbing to the blue flower's brutal and violent assault. Meanwhile, the blue flower slowly exhaled, turning to look at Shunbei. She was utterly stunned by Shunbei's presence, her pupils dilating, her expression filled with extreme shock and disbelief. A flash of astonishment crossed her eyes. You're actually still alive? Shunbei shrugged. Actually is quite an inappropriate word here. The blue flower frowned. For her, no one had ever corrected or contradicted her statements before. However, what surprised her was not that Shunbei was still alive, nor his challenge to authority. It was that the shot was truly bizarre. Did it hit the enemy's vital points? It had no lethal power, yet caused the opponent to enter an abnormal state of shock. How could this be? It completely exceeded her understanding. Just as the blue flower was about to ask Shunbei how he achieved this, she saw him wave his hand and dash into a nearby alley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The blue demon was once again left speechless. Is it really that fast? At this moment, Shunbei had no time to chat with the blue demon. He focused on running, charging towards the building where the gun-specialized ability user was located. Shunbei could already see that the guy was still firing wildly, each blue bullet equivalent to a cannonball. It was like a human cannon, under the intense firepower. The personnel at Shelter 36 were unable to lift their heads, continuously calling for help, requesting the ability user to take action. Holding a sniper rifle, Shunbei dashed out of the alley again. As long as he could reach the building across from him, a distance of 200 meters, Shunbei was confident he could take down this ability user with a single bullet. However, just as Shunbei peeked out from the alley, he heard the rapid sound of gunfire. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris on the ground. Shunbei quickly rolled back into the alley, pressing his body against the wall, panting heavily, feeling a lingering fear. A machine gun? How could such heavy firepower appear? Moreover, the gunfire was very muffled but had an intense impact that quickened his heartbeat, continuous and relentless. One could imagine that under such a dense hail of metal, almost no living being could survive. Shinbei cautiously peeked out, and what he saw left him dumbfounded. An enemy from Shelter 10 had most of his body encased in a peculiar and powerful armor. It was a towering suit of armor over 2 meters tall, standing majestically, with exhaust vents on its back continuously spewing out hot air. What was particularly striking were the gears embedded at the joints, spinning wildly with every movement of the enemy, pulsating like a heartbeat. This powered armor was equipped with an extraordinary power system and excellent maneuverability, moving with the ease of a second skin for the enemy. Even more terrifying was the rare multi-barrel rapid-fire cannon that the enemy held tightly in hand, a weapon typically only mounted on heavy vehicles, far beyond the capability of an ordinary soldier to wield, unless it was a monster with gun specialization abilities. The terrifying rapid-fire cannon's barrel spun rapidly, under the enemy's control, slicing through the walls of the surrounding buildings with ease, mercilessly tearing apart any life hidden within. The giant ammunition box on the back of the armor resembled the mouth of a beast, continuously feeding ammunition belts directly into the cannon's chamber. At this moment, the enemy took a step forward, instantly crouching to gather strength, bending his body with elbows lowered, as the rapid-fire cannon adjusted its angle and let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the cannon spun like a tornado, and the ammunition belts shot out like shooting stars. Nearly 100 rounds of cannonballs sweeping down upon a 3-story building 100 meters away. The personnel inside Shelter 36 hadn't even had time to scream before being instantly reduced to bloody fragments, unable to distinguish how many people had been hiding inside. However, Shinbei's gaze precisely captured a fatal flaw in this powered armor. It was not a fully enclosed structure, and the enemy's head was exposed, wearing only a helmet with limited protection. This weakness undoubtedly became an excellent point for his counterattack. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Shinbei had an 80 confidence of hitting the enemy's head. Even if it was just the helmet, the bullet's impact would still fracture the enemy's cervical vertebrae inside. Shinbei took a deep breath and extended the gun barrel. The crosshair settled on the enemy's constantly swaying head. Bang! Shinbei didn't even glance back, sprinting out of the alley towards the building across the street. Chapter 42. Chase and Hunt. Shinbei extended his sniper rifle, pulled the trigger, then retracted it, and began to run. As for the guy piloting the powered mech, Shinbei didn't even look at him. At less than 200 meters, if he still missed, Shinbei felt there was no reason to survive in this world. In that moment, the enemy's protective visor on the powered mech shattered into pieces. A spray of blood burst forth like fireworks. The high-speed multi-barrel machine gun, due to the enemy's sudden death, misfired and wasted all its ammunition before collapsing. At this point, Shinbei had already entered the building, reaching his designated position. He was now 300 meters behind the firearm's specialized ability user. Shinbei extended his sniper rifle out of the window. The crosshairs settled on the enemy's head. Only then did Shinbei see clearly that the enemy was wearing a thin layer of armor, with a leather base covered in paper-thin armor plates, appearing more decorative than protective. Additionally, he wore an antiquated helmet that clashed with his armor. The guy was vigorously chewing gum, his temples pulsating in rhythm with the crosshairs. Just as Shinbei was about to pull the trigger, the enemy suddenly turned around, and their eyes locked onto Shinbei. A deep, cold light flashed in Shinbei's eyes, filled with an ominous aura. He gestured a pinky finger towards the enemy. The enemy's pale face showed a look of fear, swallowing hard, hair standing on end. He never expected that after being hit, the person in full armor would still be alive after being thrown off the 6th floor. But facing Shinbei suddenly behind him, he felt no panic, because he saw that Shinbei's firearm was merely a modified Barrett. This outdated weapon could only threaten a first-tier defensive ability user. For a third-tier firearms specialist, combined with second-tier defense and a protective helmet, it would only result in injury, not death. He showed a mocking expression, even smirking, and gestured a middle finger at Shinbei. A provocation. Shinbei decisively pulled the trigger. Thud! A muffled gunshot rang out. A brass-colored shell gleamed as it ejected from the chamber, clattering to the ground. The bullet flew at an almost imperceptible speed. The next second, sparks erupted from the enemy's forehead, and he didn't even sway. In the moment of death, the enemy couldn't comprehend why a bullet from an ordinary person could penetrate his second-tier defense. Was this reasonable? The brain, shattered by bullets, left no room for thought. He died instantly. Shinbei put away his sniper rifle, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's fine to look down on ordinary people, but don't underestimate upgraded firearms and ammunition. Just then, Shinbei's sixth sense suddenly went off. He felt someone was watching him. Peeking out, he saw a tall figure staring directly at him from 100 meters away. Standing over 2 meters tall, the giant exuded a chilling aura, as if the gaze of death itself was upon him. An ability user from Shelter Number 10? Shinbei hesitated not for a moment and immediately aimed his sniper rifle to shoot. In the next instant, as if sensing an invisible threat, the giant's eyes sharpened and turned icy. He licked his lips and shouted, "I am Mao Buer, and I want to tear you apart." Shinbei scoffed. His crosshairs already settled on the giant's forehead. Maybe in your next life. However, in the next moment, the seemingly clumsy giant moved with a speed that shocked Shinbei. With just one large step, he covered 10 meters, his momentum swift and fierce, causing the ground to tremble as he landed. Shinbei's heart sank. This speed was impossible to aim at. He quickly took out a crystal core and inserted it into the power module, supporting himself against the window with one hand. He leaped and vanished into the ruins. Malbuer let out a thunderous roar, like a tiger descending a mountain, instantly leaping several dozen meters and pursuing Shinbei at a speed comparable to his own. Shinbei raced through the ruins, weaving between broken walls and dead trees. His unprecedented speed turning everything around him into blurry afterimages. He continuously squeezed the power module to its limits, the red lights on his mask flashing a warning that the module was overloading at 100. However, Shinbei paid no mind. Still darting between abandoned buildings and withered trees like an arrow shot from a bow, pushing his armor's performance to the utmost. The terrain of the city rapidly constructed itself in Shinbei's mind, with possible paths of movement appearing clearly like a living map. He was well aware of the surroundings near Central Park, cleverly utilizing every corner to avoid obstacles and maintain an uninterrupted high-speed run. In contrast to Shinbei's agile and nimble movements like a cheetah, Malbuer resembled an unstoppable heavy tank, powered by sheer force. With each step, he covered more than 10 meters, and wherever he landed, the ground would instantly sink. Malbuer's approach was entirely different from Shinbei's. If there were buildings or walls ahead, he would crash through without slowing down, as if all obstacles were made of paper, crumbling instantly without hindering him in the slightest. From above, it looked like a gray dragon, billowing dust, rampaging through the city, and those massive obstacles that could have slightly slowed him down never appeared in his path, demonstrating that this seemingly rough giant actually possessed an astonishing ability to calculate in an instant, always finding the best tangents to gradually close in on Shinbei. Every few seconds, a chance would arise for Malbuer to shorten the distance to Shinbei. After a few minutes of high-speed pursuit, Shinbei still maintained the initiative, skillfully maneuvering around his own team members scattered across the battlefield, leading Malbuer straight to the combat troops at shelter number 10. In a city like Jiangqing, a battle involving hundreds of people shouldn't be considered significant, but the intensity of firepower from both sides far exceeded that of the old era. The explosions echoed continuously, as if thousands were engaged in fierce combat. Many times, Shinbei and Malbuer charged directly through the center of the crossfire. The difference was that Shinbei used buildings and terrain to shield himself from stray bullets, while Malbuer charged straight through the rain of bullets. As a third-tier defensive ability user, Malbuer was not afraid of sniper bullets, so why would he care about automatic rifle bullets? After several back-and-forth exchanges, the battle formation at shelter number 10 had been completely thrown into chaos. Shinbei's intention was clear: engaging close combat with Malbuer, a superhuman, would likely put him at a disadvantage. Therefore, Shinbei adopted a strategy of continuously running circles to wear down Malbuer's stamina. Shinbei's running speed was powered primarily by his armor, with at least 90 of the energy coming from it, allowing him to conserve a lot of physical strength. However, Malbuer seemed to sense Shinbei's intention. The speed of an ordinary person was humiliating for him. Suddenly, Malbuer let out a heart-stopping roar, instantly boosting his physical abilities to a higher level, and his speed surged again. At a critical moment when the distance between them expanded to nearly 200 meters, Malbuer leaped once more, this time achieving a height and span greater than ever before, with one massive hand raised overhead, the palm crackling with a faint blue electric arc. In this crucial moment, Shinbei displayed extraordinary calmness and reaction speed. He suddenly stopped, swiftly turned, drew a revolver from his waist, and with dazzling speed, ejected all the bullets from the chamber, then expertly inserted a special bullet embedded with a Tier 3 crystal core fragment, pressing it into the chamber without hesitation, aiming at Malbuer, who was about to launch his attack in midair. Every movement was almost too fast to capture, yet clear to Malbuer. For Shinbei, these tactical maneuvers, aiming with the gun, stopping to shoot, crouching shots, jumping shots, moving shots, and quickly reloading, had been perfected in his previous life. Just as Malbuer was about to unleash a thunderous strike in the air, it was as if an invisible force pulled him back, causing him to suddenly drop straight down and land firmly on the ground. At this moment, the distance between him and Shinbei was less than 100 meters. He stared at the dark muzzle of the gun and then at Shinbei's eyes, unable to read any information from them. However, the special bullet that Shinbei had just loaded sent a chill through Malbuer's heart, an instinctive alertness akin to that of a creature facing a natural predator. At that moment, Malbuer clearly saw the mysterious patterns on the bullet. Although he couldn't determine their meaning, he speculated that they might greatly enhance the bullet's lethality. Clenching his fists tightly, He gathered energy without any concealment, surrounded by flickering electric light. Shinbei, seeing this, furrowed his brow and coldly asked, "Do you want to experience the power of this thing?" Mao Buer responded with a hearty laugh. "A mere handgun. What power could it possibly have? Die?" Before his voice faded, the confrontation between the two was about to erupt. In an instant, Shinbei's revolver fired. In this world, remember one principle: strike first, reap the rewards early. It never goes wrong. A deafening bang echoed, as if thunder had exploded right beside him. The recoil from the revolver caused Shinbei's arm to jerk back violently. A searing flame shot out from the barrel, instantly piercing the darkness. It was a blazing light, like flames spewing from the depths of hell. Driven by this flame, the third-level bullet shot out with lightning speed. The bullet's velocity was so fast that its trajectory was impossible to catch, leaving only a blurred silver streak in its wake. Mao Buer exhibited astonishing reflexes under Shinbei's attack, rapidly leaning back to avoid a fatal shot to his throat. However, Shinbei's precise aim did not miss, hitting Mao Buer squarely in the mouth. Despite Mao Buer having third-level defensive capabilities, the close-range shot nearly shattered his jaw. At the same time, Mao Buer counterattacked fiercely. He thrust his palms forward, releasing a surge of electric fire that instantly wove into a large, towering bright blue electric net, several meters in diameter and 2 meters high, completely enveloping Shinbei in the blink of an eye. This ultra-high voltage current instantly penetrated Shinbei's armor, scorching the skin beneath his combat suit to a charred black. Although Shinbei had anticipated Mao Buer's counterattack, the power of the electric net far exceeded his expectations. Upon contact, the skin and flesh on Shinbei's body instantly carbonized. As the dazzling blue electric net came into view, Shinbei felt the approach of death. With a heavy thud, the charred Shinbei collapsed to the ground. Under the intense electric shock, his blackened exterior began to crack, exposing fresh red flesh that continuously oozed with a faint red blood. Lying on the ground, Shinbei showed no signs of movement. For anyone else, such injuries would have been fatal. However, under the protection of his armor, his chest still faintly rose and fell, indicating he still had a spark of life left. On the other side, Mao Buer was in a similarly dire state. Despite being heavily injured, he had not completely eliminated Shinbei, and at this moment, he lacked the ability to even approach and confirm Shinbei's fate. He tightly covered his face with his hands, letting out a roar of extreme pain, his massive body rolling on the ground, each impact capable of destroying several buildings. Amidst this chaos and suffering, Mao Buer was also enduring severe agony. As if thousands of knives were slicing through every nerve ending, he staggered to his feet. But unexpectedly, he fell again. Mao Buer tried to stand up once more, only to fall again. This happened several times. With wide eyes, Mao Buer looked incredulous. "Is the energy within me restless?" After struggling for a few seconds, he finally regained control of his body and stood up unsteadily. One must say, the physique of an ability user is indeed formidable. Any ordinary person hit by such a shot would have long since lost consciousness. Yet Mao Buer could still stand up. Level 3 defense, terrifying indeed. However, the shock in Mao Buer's heart lingered. He couldn't imagine that his level 3 defense failed to block a revolver. What kind of bullet was that? Its power was comparable to that of a firearm specialist. "Kid, you are increasingly piquing my curiosity." At the same time, Mao Buer felt a sense of unease. In his understanding, not to mention the small-sized Shinbei, even an armored T-Rex wouldn't be able to withstand the supercharged electric net he unleashed. But for some reason, Mao Buer felt an inexplicable worry in his heart, sensing that this ordinary human was extremely dangerous, and this feeling of danger did not dissipate even as he fell. Mao Buer finally understood where the unease was coming from. It was the armor on Shinbei. Whether in terms of running speed or defensive capability, it was comparable to a level 2 ability user. Has the technology of Shelter 36 developed to such an extent? Mao Buer's jaw was still oozing blood. This injury was enough to threaten his life, but as long as he returned to the shelter immediately, there was still hope for survival. However, he couldn't care less. This ordinary person in front of him was too mysterious. Whether it was the unexpected bullet or the armor, if he could bring them back to the shelter, it would definitely be a great achievement. Mao Buer finally reached Shinbei's side and lifted his massive foot, heavily stomping down on Shinbei's chest. Despite his serious injuries, every movement of Mao Buer was still filled with overwhelming power. This stomp, even if it landed on an elephant, would easily crush it. Just then, a faint, piercing sound of air whistled through the night. Mao Buer turned around suddenly. Amidst the deafening shriek, a fierce and indescribably violent ice spear erupted from a dark corner of the ruins, tearing through the night sky with unparalleled momentum. Blue Demon. Mao Buer was shocked. His heart felt as if gripped tightly by a large hand, rising with unprecedented, incomparable danger and crisis. How could the Blue Demon appear here? Is the leader dead? Before Mao Buer could find an answer, the ice spear had already pierced through his heart, freezing his body in an instant. As if time had stopped flowing at that moment. Thud! Mao Buer knelt on the ground. A venomous, painful roar suddenly escaped from him. You sneak attack. The figure of the blue demon slowly walked out from the shadows, her bright blue eyes clearly revealing a look of disdain. I can kill your leader, for you. A sneak attack or not, the result is the same. The blue enchantress gently pushed Mao Buer's forehead. May there be no escape in hell. Boom. Mao Buer died with his eyes wide open, collapsing to the ground. The blue enchantress crouched beside Shunbei and tapped his mask. Are you still alive? Shunbei weakly responded, I'm about to die. Heh. The blue enchantress sneered. You really dared to fight against a Tier 3 energy manipulator and a Tier 3 defensive ability user. Shunbei didn't want to dwell on that topic and simply said, you might as well think of a way to keep me alive. I can't. The blue enchantress replied with a single word. She then took out a vial of yellow potion and poured it into Shunbei's mouth. In a moment, beneath Shunbei's charred and cracked skin, all the flesh and blood were writhing wildly. With enhanced vision, one could even see extremely fine blood vessels within Shunbei's body growing like tentacles, extending and forming a net that covered the tissue, then generating a new layer of tissue above it. These newly formed tissues acted like soil, immediately sprouting countless branches, and as the branches grew, they would reveal new blood vessels. Shunbei gritted his teeth, enduring the bizarre transformation in his body. It felt as if thousands of ants were biting him. An unbearable itch and pain. The blue enchantress coldly remarked, this is a super enhanced recovery potion, worth 100,000 crystal cores. Shunbei's gaze flickered. I owe you. No. The blue enchantress said playfully, laughing, it's a gift for you. But I have to say, even for ability users, it's extremely rare to receive such treatment. Let alone for ordinary people. And you are not like ordinary people. The blue enchantress leaned down, her cold, crystal-like eyes staring directly at Shunbei. Really different. Not in terms of combat will, but something I can't quite grasp. She stood up and continued. In at most half an hour, you'll be back to normal. I need to go to the front lines, just follow me. After saying that, the blue enchantress pulled up her hood, her steps light, and she vanished into the night. Chapter 44. There's always a pest looking for trouble at this moment. Shunbei had no time to ponder the blue enchantress's cryptic words. His will was nearly shattered by the side effects of the potion. Half an hour later, the strange sensations on Shunbei completely disappeared, regaining control of his body. He stood up unsteadily. He removed his battle armor and stripped off all his clothes. A gentle shake caused a large amount of black dead skin to fall off. At this moment, Shunbei's skin had restored to its original state, even more tender than before, like that of a child. This potion truly had its worth. Shunbei felt a joy of rebirth. Generally speaking, injuries or deaths incurred during missions are losses one has to bear. The blue enchantress giving him the super enhanced recovery potion for free was something Shunbei accepted with peace of mind. One must not be thick-skinned. After putting on his battle armor again, he established a normal connection with his will and began a system self-check. Everything was normal. Shunbei felt relieved. He was truly worried that high-voltage electricity would cause irreversible damage to the armor. From the system's self-check, at the moment of the current intrusion, the system decisively cut off all circuits and sensing components. It transformed directly into a metal shell, allowing even the largest current to be safely released back to the ground. The battle suit was rebooted. Shunbei jogged back to the city. By this time, the battle had already concluded. Shelter number 10 had been bombarded by shelter number 36. And with the leader absent for a long time, morale had already collapsed. The powered armor that could have suppressed the personnel from shelter no. 36 was easily taken down by Shunbei with a single shot. Shelter number 36 completed its mission almost effortlessly. After defeating the main resistance of the enemy, the search for remaining foes progressed steadily. Under the overwhelming influence of reconnaissance and battlefield support systems, the scattered enemy resistance posed no threat to the blue enchantress and the personnel from shelter number 36, who were swiftly eliminated by concentrated firepower, leaving only destruction in wait for these enemies. After Shunbei resumed his actions, he didn't foolishly follow the eager and bloodthirsty combat personnel to chase down the enemies. Instead, he moved around the vicinity of Central Park, starting to scavenge for bodies. Anything that could be sold or used, such as cigarettes, bullets, crystal cores, and water bottles, was gathered by Shunbei. After about an hour, he had filled a large bag with various items. That night, the blue enchantress ordered a retreat from the city. They found a sheltered spot to set up camp and rest. However, compared to when they arrived, there were now several more vehicles. Shunbei glanced at the markings on them, which belonged to shelter number 10. Moreover, the tires were deflated, suggesting that they were loaded with supplies. At this moment, an ability user approached Shunbei and reached for his bulging bag, declaring that all spoils must be turned in for redistribution. Shinbei recognized this person as the vice captain, known as Third Master. Although he was only around 30, his title suggested that he was not someone to be trifled with. However, Shinbei did not let go, his expression slightly changing and his brows knitting together. I haven't heard of this rule. Let go. Don't be ridiculous. Just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Third Master retorted angrily. I've seen plenty of young greenhorns like you. Shinbei's eyes, deep and indifferent like a bottomless abyss, slowly drew out a revolver and pressed it against Third Master's forehead. I clearly saw many people scavenging. Why are you specifically coming for mine? Looking to fleece an easy target? Huh. Third Master showed no fear in front of Shinbei's gun. To him, Shinbei's bullets posed no threat. Of course, if he had witnessed the fate of the previous intruder, he might have reconsidered. Put it down. A calm voice emerged from within the tent, belonging to the Blue Enchantress. Both Shinbei and Third Master complied, one lowering the gun and the other releasing the bag. The Blue Enchantress lifted the tent flap, her red lips parting slightly. Temporary rules are still rules, but they need to be considered on a case-by-case basis. Third Master was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Blue Enchantress to side with Shinbei. He took far too much, he argued. That was his ability. Ability? How many enemies did he actually kill? I didn't see anything. Isn't it just guiding the direction of the shells? In Sanya's view, Shinbei did nothing at all. Guiding the shell's direction is something even a dog could do. At the same time, during the chaotic battle, although he couldn't see Shinbei's position, there were no signs of him taking down any enemies during the pursuit. Therefore, Sanya felt that the Blue Enchantress was being overly partial. It's not like he was a hesitant ability user. Why should that be the case? At this moment, the Blue Enchantress slowly turned her head, staring at Sanyi with a frosty expression, but her eyes rarely revealed a wave of anger. You're talking too much. Sanya's gaze trembled, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. He shook his sleeves, snorted, and turned to leave. This was too disrespectful. Shinbei clicked his tongue and said, It's you who's disrespectful, the Blue Enchantress replied in a deep voice. Shinbei pointed at himself. He stole my things. The Blue Enchantress looked at him expressionlessly. I said, Temporary rules are still rules. He is the deputy captain, and you have to obey. Shinbei gritted his teeth and huffed. He realized that if he didn't have a strong fist, he would have to endure. With the Blue Enchantress backing him today, who would care about him tomorrow? Rest. We have to travel tomorrow. The Blue Enchantress left a light remark and turned to enter the tent. Shinbei didn't have a tent at all. For ordinary people, this was a privilege of the ability users. Shinbei went to a place where ordinary people gathered and found a spot to sit down. In the middle was a lively campfire. The fire crackled, and sparks rose with the warm wind, as if blooming briefly in the dark night sky. The scent of burning wood filled the air, intertwining with the unique aroma of the wilderness, creating a distinct and reassuring smell. Some people were roasting canned food and meat strips, laughing and joking. Shinbei? A man leaned next to him and greeted. Thanks for saving my life today. Shinbei turned his head and saw it was the guy who had nearly been shot from behind by the enemy. Let me treat you to some meat strips. Shinbei chewed a few bites, unable to tell what kind of beast meat it was. For the humans in this world, there was no choice in what beast meat to eat. Having something to eat was already good enough. The man sighed. This time we lost more than 30 people, including 3 ability users. The cold numbers didn't resonate with Shinbei. When would these days of fleeing come to an end? The man kept talking. Shinbei thought this was an unsolvable question. As long as there was one unkillable evil creature alive, fleeing could never end. The man poked Shinbei and continued. I've heard rumors that evil creatures can be killed. Did you know that? Shinbei was taken aback. There's such a saying? Someone has seen the corpse of an evil creature, but no one knows how it died. The man looked up at the brilliant starry sky with hope on his face. Hugging his rifle tightly, his tone filled with excitement. I dreamed that it was an ability user who killed it. Shinbei twitched his lips. Then go dream about it. The next day, the Blue Enchantress organized the team. The convoy began its journey back. Everyone was in high spirits, as returning to the shelter meant they could settle their rewards for this mission. Chapter 45. Why are you bothering me? The entire team at Shelter 36 set off for their return journey. At this moment, those who could still stand and make it back were undoubtedly lucky. The humans who died in yesterday's battle had vanished in time. No one would bury them in the earth, nor would anyone remember their names. The return journey went smoothly. Aside from encountering some mindless beasts halfway that were easily dealt with, everyone arrived safely at Shelter 36. The Blue Demon directed everyone to park the vehicles in the garage. As for the supplies obtained from the enemy's vehicles, no one knew except for the Blue Demon. Next, everyone returned to the upper level of the Titan and gathered at the mission release station. After the Blue Demon handed over the mission to Rock, she left. Shinbei and the others began to line up to collect their mission rewards. By the time Shinbei approached, the others had already received their rewards and were heading off to the bar to unwind. In this world, it's not uncommon for people to have money but no life to spend it on. The spent crystal cores truly belong to oneself. Otherwise, they just fill the pockets of the strong. Once the mission rewards are in hand, one can't wait to spend it all at once. I heard you got into trouble again, Rock said, puffing on a cigarette and exhaling a spicy cloud of smoke. I don't like that word, Shinbei replied, spreading his hands. Sometimes it's not me looking for trouble, but trouble finding me. Three Master is also a tough character, Rock flicked off some ash. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the vice captain of the Blue Demon. Shinbei understood the implication. I'm tough too. Rock was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. Well, you take care then. Rock then handed the mission reward to Shinbei. Shinbei opened the paper bag and took a peek inside. There were 10 intermediate crystal cores. Shinbei looked puzzled. Did you miscalculate? According to the mission rewards, an ordinary person's reward was 3 intermediate crystal cores. Even for Shinbei as a sniper, it would only be 5. Only those with special abilities could receive 10. Clearly, there was an error in the reward distribution. If it were someone else, Shinbei wouldn't have mentioned it, but Rock was different. He didn't want to take advantage of him. Rock nodded at the paper bag and said, that's right, it's 10. The other 5 were added by the Blue Demon for you. Shinbei replied with an O. Rock put his arm around Shinbei's shoulder and said meaningfully, I don't know how you performed on the battlefield, but you were probably recognized by the Blue Demon. Hopefully, it's not because she appreciates your pretty face. Or you might be in for it. Shinbei replied firmly. I told you, I'm tough. All right, Rock chuckled. Let's hope so. After leaving the mission release station, Rock followed Shinbei to a weapon shop. The ammunition store had several new sizes and styles of bullets, likely due to different materials used. Shinbei focused intently on comparing the performance, craftsmanship, and prices of 3 different brands of bullets. Rock lit another cigarette, striking a match to ignite it. Smoking in a weapons shop is akin to committing suicide, but Rock doesn't care at all, and neither does Shinbei. Only the shop owner looks a bit green. Among this batch of bullets, some contain modern high-energy propellant instead of the traditional gunpowder from the old era. Certain special ammunition uses even more dangerous materials. However, the shop owner can only keep his mouth shut. He certainly knows Rock, who, although just an ordinary person, is quite an impressive figure. Shinbei carefully selects bullets. Rock, waiting impatiently, remarks, you're being picky like a woman. I don't see any difference. Rock examines a bullet, but sees nothing unusual. Shinbei shakes his head. That's because you're not sensitive to bullets. Boss, this type is 300 rounds, and this one is 100. I SNT that a lot. Rock raises his eyebrows. You're not actually going to shoot on the battlefield, are you? That's just wasting your money. Are you planning to get into a fight? You're right about that. After leaving the weapons shop, Rock quietly says, some people just go to fight, without firing a shot. Hiding in the corners where no one can find them, and then jump out yelling when it's time to charge. Shinbei's lips twitch, unable to respond. Hiding is also a skill. Rock pats Shinbei on the shoulder. Learn well, don't rush to the front whenever something happens. The ones who die the fastest are usually those types. They head to the next level. Rock wants to go drink, while Shinbei has his own tasks. So they part ways. Shinbei buys some food and water before returning to his rented room. The first thing he does is take off the combat armor he has worn for 4 days. He hangs it on a dedicated rack and starts inspecting the exterior of the armor. Although this armor has saved his life multiple times, and its internal modules still function, the outer surface is already pockmarked. Some areas even show scratches and paint peeling. That's not the worst part. What Shinbei cannot accept is that the entire armor is filthy, very dirty. Various bloodstains and bits of flesh emit a strong, foul odor. Shinbei takes the armor outside and fetches some water to start cleaning it. This water is simple filtered water, unsuitable for drinking, typically used for flushing toilets and washing clothes. Soon, as Titan moves, a trail of bright red blood is left on the ground, which quickly evaporates under the sun. Shinbei is busy when Chasing Horse suddenly appears, squatting at the edge of the RV's wooden platform, reeking of alcohol and grinning at him. Shinbei, having met him once, nods and says nonchalantly, cleaning my toy. Toy. Chasing Horse looks curiously at the armor, knocking on it. Its texture is somewhat hard to decipher. Is it some kind of high-strength plastic? In Chasing Horse's view, he has never seen materials like this armor before. It's not made of mainstream synthetic gold. In this world, synthetic gold is a general term, with many material branches beneath it. These materials are usually synthesized using the hides of fierce beasts, and high-quality ones use powdered bones melted down and mixed with new-age alloys to create a new type of alloy material. He feels a bit disdainful. Ordinary people can't afford synthetic materials. They just like to fiddle with these useless things. After Shinbei finished cleaning the battle armor, he stood up and wanted to go back. Chasing Horse pressed his hand. Don't go. Let's chat for a bit. Shinbei tilted his head. Do you have something to say? I'm just interested in you. How about visiting our shelter number 20? I can offer you good treatment. Shinbei hesitated. Defection. Actually, in this world, personnel can move between shelters, but it's a bit troublesome. It requires signatures from both parties controlling the current shelter for a peaceful transfer to occur. In fact, which shelter would dislike having more people? The more power, the better. Population is the foundation for development. Usually, personnel movement is seen as defection. It all depends on whether the current side dares to shout and attack the opposing titan. A typical example is the recent war with Shelter Number 10. Shelter Number 30 SIX's resentment towards those who defected to Shelter No. 10 was merely a shadow cast over the opponent, and they didn't dare to organize a large force to confront the titan of Shelter Number 10 for an explanation. Of course, there are exceptions, like Shen Nan, who was taken by the Spider Queen. General Yu Wuchang didn't even dare to make a sound. This reflects the power disparity among shelter leaders. Yu Wuchang didn't even have the confidence to challenge. Shen Bei was doing quite well in Shelter Number 36. He had connections here, could delay rent payments, and Rock was a solid ally. Moreover, the Blue Rose subtly seemed to become his backing. He didn't want to go to Shelter Number 10 for no reason. Shen Bei directly refused. Chasing Horse chuckled. No problem, let us talk about something else. Shen Bei didn't have time to chat idly with him. One wrong word might make him suspect that the lost item was taken by Shen Bei. It was definitely wise to say less. However, Chasing Horse seemed determined to engage Shen Bei in conversation, insisting on chatting. Shen Bei found it strange. Was this person a lunatic? With so many people in the shelter, why did he want to talk to him? After over 10 minutes, Shen Bei finally managed to shake off Chasing Horse. When he returned to his rental apartment, he found the landlord lying back in a chair, sound asleep. Hey, aren't you afraid of twisting your neck? Shen Bei pushed the landlord awake. The landlord yawned and shook his head. Damn it, it's not like I wanted to sleep. I don't know where that chilly wind came from. It flashed before my eyes, and I just passed out. Shen Bei's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He drew out his revolver, his gaze fixed on the stairs leading upstairs. Chapter 46, Invasion and Exposure. Chilly wind. In Shen Bei's view, there was no such thing as a chilly wind. It must have been some ability user who knocked the landlord out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Besides repairing the house and collecting rent, the landlord also had the duty of guarding the door to prevent strangers from entering and causing tenants to lose their belongings. In this world, don't expect any honesty or for people to leave their doors unlocked at night. The quality isn't that high. Even if no one gets killed or robbed in the shelter, it's still considered following the rules. What made Shen Bei alert was that just now, Chasing Horse had been dragging him into a nonsensical conversation with no substantial content. It was purely to waste his time. At first, Shen Bei thought that the pursuer was just bored and had too much to drink. But now he realized he was being targeted. How did he expose himself? There was absolutely no reason for it. Shen Bei recalled that while he was being chatted up by the pursuer, the partner, Gan Mo, had not appeared at all. Shen Bei had a strong intuition that Gan Mo was in his room. Although all the blueprints related to the crystal source fragmentation and reconstruction, as well as the yellow backpack, had been dealt with, he didn't know what Gan Mo was looking for. But it was definitely nothing good, especially with the makeshift crystal source fragmentation and reconstruction device left in the room. Even if Gan Mo might not know what it was better to be safe than sorry. Immediately, Shen Bei grabbed his revolver and moved lightly upstairs. For him, even if he ran into Gan Mo, he still had the strength to fight back. The upgraded pistol and bullets were not to be taken lightly. A third-tier ability user could be severely injured at close range with one shot. 2 bullets would be enough to take him down. Shen Bei leaned against the wall and listened carefully at his room door. There was no sound or movement inside. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly yanked the door open, crouched down quickly, and scanned the room with his gun. The room was small, just a single room, and he could see everything almost instantly. It was empty. Shen Bei put away his revolver and began to check the arrangement of his belongings and the dust. He had been gone for several days, and the first thing he did upon returning was clean his battle armor. Although the dust in the room was thin, there was still quite a bit. Looking at the floor, aside from his own footprints, there was indeed another set of footprints. Moreover, the other party seemed to have acted without restraint, leaving no signs of concealment, simply walking in through the door. Following the footprints, they led straight to the corner of the wall, where his Barrett sniper rifle was hanging. Shen Bei was puzzled. Nothing in the entire room appeared to have been moved or searched. Did Gan Mo knock out the landlord and sneak into his room just to see his sniper rifle? Shouldn't he have rummaged through the cabinets looking for the backpack? At the very least, he should have checked the crystal source fragmentation and reconstruction device, right? But there were no fingerprints on it. Such unusual behavior left Shen Bei completely baffled. He took down his sniper rifle. Was there something wrong with it? Shen Bei focused his gaze on the sniper rifle. If it had been tampered with, he should receive a notification. Soon, information about the sniper rifle popped up. Sniper rifle LV4, 100-2100, modified Barrett M95, range 1300 meters. 5 rounds, high lethality, moving shots, accuracy 20, blind firing accuracy increased by 20, silencing effect increased by 20, recoil reduced by 20. Aside from some changes in experience points, all other information remained unchanged. It seemed there had been no tampering. Shinbei was even more confused. What was Ganemo doing here? He pulled back the bolt, and a bullet ejected. Shinbei frowned. According to reason, there should be no bullets in the chamber. To ensure that there is no accidental discharge, the bolt is only pulled to load a bullet into the chamber during combat. The fact that a bullet has now come out indicates that someone has pulled the bolt. Why did he pull the bolt? Shinbei looked at the bullet that had fallen to the ground, bent down to pick it up, and planned to reload it into the magazine. In that brief moment, a flash of insight struck Shinbei. His pupils contracted, and his expression stiffened. This is bad. He had forgotten a critical detail. Shinbei finally understood why Ganemo had pulled the bolt. He was checking the bullets. His bullets were completely different from those used by ordinary people. They had grooves. Back during the Urban Ruins incident, when he participated in the battle at the 20th Shelter Rebellion, he had fired a lot of shots. There must be casings with grooves left at the scene. Once compared, it would be evident that the bullets came from him. And on that battlefield, everyone had perished. There were no survivors. The only one alive was him. So, whose hands the backpack was in would be obvious to Ganemo. However, the above assumptions must be based on a precise premise, that Juema and Ganemo had correctly identified him to solidify the evidence. Otherwise, many people use sniper rifles at the 36th Shelter, and if they all infiltrated to search, it would eventually create a commotion. It's strange, how did they locate me? Shinbei paced back and forth in the room, trying to think from Juema and Ganmo's perspective to fill in the evidence chain. After a moment, Shinbei remembered that after the beast tide ended, he had set up a shooting game with the landlord, taking down scattered beasts and winning quite a bit of money. Even the blue enchantress had noticed he was pretending to miss to win money. So, if Juema and Ganemo inquired about who had good shooting skills at the 36th Shelter, they would naturally stumble upon his name. Shinbei twisted his neck and muttered to himself, "My only oversight was leaving casings on the battlefield, a fatal flaw. But why didn't they take this opportunity to search for the blueprints? It's strange." Shinbei vaguely felt that they seemed indifferent to the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly device. After all, the simplified version of the device was clearly placed in the room. And they didn't even touch it. It seemed they were looking for something else. However, Shinbei had no mood to speculate on what they were searching for. At this moment, he had already been targeted by Juema and Ganemo. What he was thinking now was how to deal with these two tales. The only way to solve the problem was with one word: kill. If one comes, kill one. If two come, kill them both. The only thing that relieved Shinbei was that within the shelter, not to mention outsiders like Juema and Ganemo, even locals wouldn't dare to kill openly and brazenly. If they dared to act recklessly, it would be tantamount to slapping General Yu Wuchang in the face. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. They would be judged and executed by General Yu Wuchang. There was still time to prepare. First, upgrade the battle armor, firearms, and anything else that could be upgraded. Then, find an opportunity in the wilderness to eliminate the two of them. At this moment, Shinbei was not in a panic. Instead, he was full of restless energy, a desire for slaughter stirring within him. At the same time, Shinbei was curious. They were not searching for the blueprints of the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly process. What exactly were they looking for? Was there something important that he had forgotten? Shinbei's gaze fell on the already cleaned battle armor. It was pockmarked and severely chipped, but Shinbei believed that once upgraded, it would surely be restored to like new condition. Upgrade the battle armor. Chapter 47. This upgrade seems a bit off facing the current situation where he was being targeted by the pursuers. Shinbei had only one option: kill. And the confidence to kill came from his equipment. Admittedly, Shinbei could not match the overwhelming force of a supernatural being. However, his advantage lay in precise shooting. It was a contest between technology and supernatural abilities. He hurriedly upgraded all the necessary equipment. The first item was the battle armor. Power Armor LV4, 1605000. This armor has some utility, with increased running speed, enhanced defensive capability, and improved reaction speed through mental connection. Each crystal source core can maintain the armor's high-speed operation for 10 minutes. The armor can change color according to the environment, allowing for better concealment. After reading the information, Shinbei noted that there were significant changes in the text. Originally, a single crystal source core could only sustain operation for 5 minutes. Now it could last for 10. This indicated that the efficiency of the power module had improved after the upgrade. At the same time, the most important upgrade was its appearance. The current battle armor could be described as a camouflage suit that could blend into various environments. This would provide extreme protection in complex wasteland terrains. During the last encounter with the number 10 shelter, he had been shot by a gun-specialized supernatural being. Likely because his armor had not blended into the environment, its bright colors exposed his position. Now, with the upgraded armor, he no longer had to worry about that issue. Next, Shinbei began upgrading his sniper rifle. Sniper Rifle LV5, 2200, Modified Barrett M95, range of 1,400 meters, 5-round magazine, particularly high lethality, moving shooting ability. Accuracy increased by 30, blind shooting accuracy increased by 30, silencing effect increased by 30, recoil reduced by 30. It can function normally even with sand blocking the barrel. The entries for this sniper rifle had not undergone major changes, but some data had been added. The most crucial new entry was the ability to ignore sand. Previously, when using this sniper rifle, even in combat, he had to be careful about sand getting into the barrel. The last time he fell from the 6th floor, he had to clean the barrel while running to avoid a misfire. Now, it could be ignored, even rolling in a muddy area. He could draw the gun and shoot without any problems. This upgrade was incredibly practical. Shinbei couldn't help but feel delighted. Then, he took out the revolver. He had used this revolver relatively less, but during the last battlefield encounter, he had fired it a few times at close range. The upgraded experience should be sufficient. Shinbei glanced at the information. Revolver LV3, 3730, 5 rounds. The cylinder slightly stuck, rifling intact, damage slightly increased, magazine capacity 1, recoil reduced by 20. Upgrade. Only by continuously upgrading can one compete against ability users. Revolver LV4, 750, 5 rounds, rifling intact, damage increased, magazine capacity 1, recoil reduced by 30. Damage increases with consecutive shots. Shinbei was stunned. Originally, this revolver had a sticking issue. After this upgrade, it disappeared completely. This was now a brand new handgun, with no mechanical faults whatsoever. Moreover, the new attribute was even more formidable. In a consecutive shot state, the damage from the bullets would increase. This had an absolutely lethal effect against ability users at close range. Incredible. It was simply too powerful. After upgrading all 3 main combat supplies, Shinbei fell into deep thought. After comparing the last battlefield, Shinbei initially believed that the level of firearms corresponded to the rank of ability users. However, during the battle with Malbu Air, despite being a level 3 revolver, when almost pressed against Malbu Air's jaw, it failed to shatter his skull and instead smashed his chin. It's important to note that this was a level 3 revolver combined with high explosives and mixed with fragments of a core. It seems that simply comparing levels with ability users is absolutely unreliable. To shatter the defenses of a level 3 ability user, the firearms and bullets must either be of a higher level or surpass the required level. This is merely the baseline. To achieve excellence, one must study and refine further. However, with Shinbei's current strength, being able to contend against level 3 ability users as an ordinary person is already an extremely impressive achievement. This is also the reason why the Blue Rose was shocked. In the following time, Shinbei began upgrading the core fragment reassembly device. Currently, this device was still quite large and had low production efficiency. It also required financial investment. Shinbei now had 9 intermediate core fragments, insufficient for more than 30 core fragments. He kept 1 intermediate core fragment as a backup and consumed all other resources. While others indulged in their rewards, Shinbei, on the other hand, poured everything into a bottomless pit. As the device activated, experience points continuously popped up. Experience 1, Experience 1, Experience 1, Shinbei blocked the information, extracted the produced core fragments, mixed them with gunpowder, and then sealed them inside the bullets. 1, 2, 3. After working for a while, Shinbei checked the device information. Core reassembly device LV2, 2520. A low-spec version of the core reassembly device with low production capacity, low efficiency, low pass rate, and high energy consumption. Pause operation. Upgrade. Core reassembly device LV3, 5100. A low-spec core reassembly device with relatively low production capacity, low efficiency, low pass rate, and high energy consumption. The changes to the entry are minimal. Transitioning from low to relatively low is still considered progress. However, Shinbei is not in a hurry. As long as he can leave shelter number 36, Chue Ma and Gon Mo can only feel anxious without daring to act recklessly. He will slowly produce and consume all the crystal core resources, while also completing the modification of all the ammunition, storing a portion for the cluster fire discs use. By the way, he still needs to purchase some high explosive powder. At this point, Shinbei suddenly realizes a critical issue: how to obtain the shells for the cluster fire disc bombs. Custom-made? 1 or 2 might be manageable, and the weapon shop owner could easily handle that. However, to upgrade the cluster fire disc, a large number of bombs would be needed. With a significant quantity, it could easily raise suspicion at the research institute. After learning from various details, Shinbei is particularly cautious. Focusing on development is the key. Exposing too early would be akin to a child bearing the burden of wealth. Rubbing his temples, Shinbei thinks, there will be a way when we reach the mountain. He continues modifying the bullet powder and starts engraving patterns to upgrade the bullet grade. As night falls, Shinbei reaps considerable rewards. Engraving level 3 bullets has become second nature. After procuring new materials and specifications for bullets from the weapon shop owner, he unexpectedly engraves a level 5 sniper bullet. In his palm lies the coveted level 5 bullet, finally created by his own hands. Instantly, information about this bullet pops up in his peripheral vision. Rifle bullet LV5-0300. Disposable item. This bullet is engraved with mysterious energy, which can extend the range by 500 meters, significantly increase lethality, greatly enhance accuracy, and possesses strong armor-piercing capability. If necessary, this bullet can adjust its trajectory. Wait a minute. Shinbei tilts his head in suspicion. Something seems off. He immediately notices that the description of this freshly made level 5 bullet is identical to the one he found in the weapon shop. However, the anomaly lies in the bullet's level. Shinbei distinctly remembers that the level 5 bullet from the hands of the ability user had a suffix indicating it was maxed out. How can his bullet still be upgraded? Does this mean there are level 6 and level 7 bullets? Shinbei gasps. Could it be that my understanding and operation of bullet engravings have surpassed that of this mysterious ability user? This is somewhat exciting. Shinbei believes that aside from being unable to awaken an ability, he is definitely not inferior to others in combat skills and understanding. If this were not a survival world, a place similar to Earth, Shinbei would have the courage and strategy to wield a sniper rifle and carve out a bloody path. It is precisely the mysterious nature of ability users that has kept him restrained. Setting aside abilities, Shinbei feels that while he may not be far ahead in other areas, he is certainly not just a single-minded thinker. Thus, he stands on the shoulders of giants. Shinbei let out a light breath. This bullet still has potential to be tapped. However, after examining the bullet, he noticed that there were no more places to engrave patterns. Where's the potential? This was a perplexing question. The next day, after dawn broke, Shinbei continued his work. The first thing he did was upgrade the crystal source core reconfiguration device. After the upgrade yesterday, he had neglected it due to the emergence of level 5 bullets. Now, upon checking the information, Shinbei was taken aback. Crystal source reconfiguration device LV3. 880-100, a low-end version of the crystal source reconfiguration device, with low production capacity, low efficiency, low qualification rate, and high energy consumption. All the crystal source cores had been consumed, earning him 880 experience points. Without hesitation, he upgraded directly. Crystal source reconfiguration device LV4, 780-300, a low-end version of the crystal source reconfiguration device, with low production capacity, low efficiency, low qualification rate, and high energy consumption. Continuing the upgrade. Crystal Source Reconfiguration Device LV5, 480-500, a crystal source reconfiguration device with acceptable production capacity, efficiency, qualification rate, and energy consumption. After 2 levels of upgrades, the word simple completely vanished. The production efficiency also reached an acceptable stage. This meant that with the same 10 crystal source cores, instead of only being able to produce 2 bullets, he could now produce enough for 5 bullets. What a huge advancement. Shinbei sighed. Yet, there was a tinge of melancholy. While others squandered money on food and entertainment, he could only gnaw on meat strips and upgrade cold equipment. No one wanted to refrain from enjoying life and indulgence. But the situation was pressing, so Shinbei could only call himself a monk of hardship. At that moment, Shinbei stroked his chin and muttered to himself, I just need 20 more experience points to reach level 6. Should I go for it? His self-questioning soon found an answer. Yes, the obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in. He had to do it. He invested 20 crystal source cores and let the device produce. He packaged the produced crystal source core powder for backup. He stepped out to replenish some water and food. Then he went to the materials store to purchase a batch of high explosives. This item wasn't regulated, or rather, it was something ordinary people could access, and even the general had no interest in managing it. The most useless ordinary people could also be the most useful. A sense of the duality of spears and shields. On the way back, he happened to encounter Zhuai Ma and Gan Mo leaning against the fence, pretending to survey the wasteland, while secretly observing Shinbei's movements. Still here? Shinbei took the initiative to greet them. Gan Mo was somewhat surprised and responded, the mission is not yet complete. We need to stay a few more days. Shinbei nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, Zhuai Ma chuckled softly and asked, When are you heading out, little brother? Shinbei stopped and calmly replied, That depends on the mission. I plan to check at the mission office tomorrow. Wish you all the best. Zhuai Ma said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Shinbei nodded and walked away. At this point, the smiles on Zhuai Ma and Gan Mo's faces gradually faded. Gan Mo sniffed the lingering warmth of Shinbei and hissed, His blood must be sweet. Don't be ridiculous. Zhuai Ma said pragmatically, I've tasted human blood, and it's bitter and salty. That's for you, Gan Mo said, pulling out a bullet engraved with patterns and stroking it. I've always been curious about the purpose of the engravings on Shinbei's bullets. It's just idle chatter. Zhuai Ma leaned against the railing, putting his weight down. We can complete our mission soon. As long as Shunbei leaves the shelter, everything will be back under our control. By the way, Chue Ma asked, where did he throw the bag? Chue Ma clicked his tongue. In reality, what they were looking for was not the blueprint for crystal source fragmentation and reassembly. That was just a decoy. The most important thing was the bag. The bag was worth its weight in gold. It could provide shelter now. 10 with a fearless combat unit that would follow orders without question, charging into the fray without fear. He must have lost it. I sneaked into Shunbei's room and didn't catch a whiff of the bag. Ganemo looked at Shunbei's gradually disappearing figure, a smirk on his lips, and continued. But one thing is certain. The location of the discarded bag is in his mind. Huh. Chue Ma's eyes suddenly sparkled with a mysterious light, this time. I prefer to pry open someone else's mind. Back at the rented place, Shunbei couldn't wait to upgrade the Crystal Source Core device. Crystal Source Reassembly Device LV5-01,000. A Crystal Source Reassembly device with decent production capacity, efficiency, and qualification rate. New feature. Can use Crystal Source Core fragments mixed with steel to produce various types of shells. Note. Lacks containment pool module, shaping module, and fusion material. True spirit element. Shunbei? Wait a minute. What has this upgrade turned into? Can the Crystal Source Core and steel be made into shells? Shunbei's jaw almost dropped in shock. This is unbelievable. I didn't expect that after the upgrade, this device would also expand. It solved the problem of shells for the cluster fire frisbee in one go. At the same time, Shunbei suddenly thought of the level 6 bullets. Secretly shocked, could it be that level 6 bullets need this kind of shell for engraving? In a daze, Shunbei's thoughts opened up. The containment pool module and shaping module were easy to understand. Shunbei pondered. It should be used for high-temperature fusion and shaping of the shells. But the key material? What is the true spirit element? Shunbei had never heard of it. Perhaps the original owner's memory knew, but it was lost. However, Shunbei vaguely felt that the true spirit element was not something simple. It seemed quite formidable. Yet Shunbei felt no discouragement or frustration. As long as he could collect the true spirit element, he could produce shell casings, and the cluster fire frisbee could undergo a leap in upgrade. Shunbei pressed down his excitement. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. First, he needed to deal with Chue Ma and Ganemo. Shunbei put on his battle armor, packed the food he bought into his backpack, and organized his water supply. Food was not a concern. The wasteland was full of food as long as he had the ability to hunt fierce beasts. The water supply is sufficient for Shunbei to survive for 10 days in the wilderness. That's about enough. He straps on his backpack and checks his weapons. The most numerous Type 3 bullets are placed in the back of the backpack, while 5 Type 4 bullets are inserted into the left side of his waist. Compared to Type 3 bullets, these Type 4 bullets have increased lethality. Moreover, the bullets do not need to be lodged in the bodies of ability users. As long as they hit, they will produce a shockwave effect, making them more convenient. The only Type 5 bullet is kept at the left waist, ready for use at any time. At this moment, Shunbei has entered a pre-battle state. He plans to leave the shelter tonight. It's likely that his pursuers will find a way to catch up with him. Let the rally begin. Shunbei shook the core of the crystal source in his bag, glanced at his battle armor, and smiled. Then, he quietly waited for nightfall. A few hours later, in the early morning, Shunbei slowly opened his eyes from rest. He packed the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly device and hung it on his battle armor. This device couldn't be left in the rented room. It was too unsafe. Taking this opportunity, he quickly moved out. Shunbei opened the window, leaped, and landed effortlessly on the wilderness. Stepping on the moonlight, he moved leisurely towards the direction of the firepower disc for battle. The fight is about to begin. Chapter 49. The Wilderness. Whose patience will be exhausted. At dawn, 2 figures left shelter number 36. They were the pursuers. For them, Shunbei's earlier statement about checking the missions today seemed like a ruse, as he appeared to have fled last night. They dropped the pretense and directly confronted the situation, initiating the chase. One of the pursuers sniffed the air, adjusting their direction from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Their figures gradually turned into black dots in the wilderness. The scorching sun mercilessly baked the land. The sky presented a murky gray-blue hue. With the sun hanging high like a fireball, its rays blinding and carrying unbearable heat. Dust filled the air, and as the wind blew, it stirred up waves of yellow-brown dust, resembling ancient spirits wandering the earth. The pursuers walked at a moderate pace, conserving energy while maintaining their maximum speed. A few hours later, one of them lifted the hood to reveal a face, where the undulating mountains came into view. The mountains were not high, barely classified as hills. There was no snow at the top, nor any visible vegetation, just a few withered trees halfway up, stretching their gnarled branches in the cold wind. As he stepped onto the hilltop with his solid, heavy military boots, the shallow brown exposed rocks clearly couldn't withstand the weight, groaning as they began to crack. A visibly mutated small grass stubbornly poked its body through the rock crevice, swiftly attaching its blades to the military boots. Its sharp and tough serrated edges continuously cutting into the fabric. The seemingly tender grass blades sawing against the rough rubber surface of the boots produced a sound that could make one's teeth ache, leaving behind white marks. With just a gentle press, the military boots crushed the fierce little grass into several segments. Then, the military boots took a big step forward and stood at the edge of the peak. Looking out, Chasing Horse shrugged and said to Gonemo beside him, "Are you sure he stayed here last night? There's nothing here." Gonemo sniffed the air and pointed, "I can still smell the heat of the smoke." Chasing Horse followed the direction of his finger. About 500 meters away, there was a pile of burnt wood ash. It seemed to be the case. Chasing Horse smirked. The two approached the already cold campfire. Gonemo took a deep breath and turned to walk northwest. Chasing Horse kicked the wood ash away, and the black ash flew in the wind, like some kind of evil creature startled and fleeing. He casually broke a branch, bit it, grinned, and followed closely behind. 3 hours later, Chasing Horse and Gonemo stopped. In front of them lay the corpse of a ferocious beast, a scorpion lion. This beast was massive, with a scorpion's tail and stinger, a lion's body and claws, and a head that fused insect compound eyes with sharp mouthparts. Its skin was mottled green and purple. It was far from docile and would attack humans on sight. The corpse was riddled with bullet holes, shot to pieces by a high-speed machine gun. Seeing this scene, Chasing Horse couldn't help but sneer. Must be the work of Shin Bei, right? His shooting skills are really terrible. Gonemo was also a bit surprised. Although this beast was incredibly fierce, it was just a facade. An ordinary person with firepower could take it down with a shot to the forehead. Yet Shin Bei had fired more than 10 shots to kill it. Gonemo frowned and voiced a doubt. Could it be that Shin Bei is just putting on a show? The residents of Shelter 36 said they lost quite a bit of money to him. Chasing Horse spat out the already chewed branch. It's losing money. Sometimes Shin Bei can't even hit the beast and still loses money, which shows his shooting is quite erratic. Gonemo sighed. This guy is not an ordinary person. He has quite a high level of tactical skill, like a wild wolf that refuses to be tamed. Chasing Horse chuckled coldly. Gonemo continued. Let's go. Since there's been a shooting incident here and we didn't hear any sounds, it means we're still quite far from Shin Bei. They stepped over the scorpion lion's corpse and continued onward. Chasing Horse kicked the scorpion lion again and spat. What a troublesome guy. Why not just let me pry open your skull? An hour later, Gonemo made a sharp turn. This turn was almost a 90-degree bend. Heading north. Strange, where is he going? Gonemo stood still, constantly sniffing the air. Chasing Horse didn't care. Who cares? His shooting is erratic, and so is he. I suspect he's just going in circles, Gonemo said. At this moment, Shin Bei was moving steadily across the vast wilderness. He had returned to the hidden cluster fire disk ruined city last night, and had also hidden the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly equipment here. Without lingering, he left and ventured into the wilderness. At this time, the battle armor allowed for more stable control of his steps, enabling precise movements within 2 steps without any error. Inside the armor, Shin Bei was almost walking passively. The energy required for walking and running is on completely different levels. A crystal core can sustain for about 2 hours. Therefore, Shin Bei hardly consumed any stamina. The heavy modified rifle pressed against his back gave him a bit of confidence. He needed to maneuver with the pursuing horses and the other individuals behind him in this vast and complex terrain, competing not only in patience but perhaps also in luck. After all, a third-tier ability user had almost taken him down before, now facing 2 third-tier ability users, although their defensive capabilities were unknown. He could not afford to be careless. What Shin Bei needed to do was to wear down their patience and stamina. Thus, he maintained a constant speed. If he went too fast, they might think he had vanished and stopped pursuing. If he slowed down, he would not achieve his goal of exhausting their stamina and could easily find himself at a disadvantage. The vast world was filled with endless dangers and opportunities. Shin Bei was a very patient individual, and the initiative had returned to his hands. He firmly believed in this. 5 days passed in a hurry. Shin Bei walked without rest, alternating between 2 hours of walking and half an hour of rest, day and night. He maintained a steady pace of about 10 kilometers per hour while walking. Of course, Shin Bei could go much faster than that. He did this to lead the 2 pursuers to misjudge his speed. At a critical moment, even the smallest mistake could turn the tide of the situation. Shin Bei knew that the distance between them was getting closer. It was almost time for a close encounter. How long that would take, Shin Bei was unsure. It all depended on his mood, as the initiative was back in his hands. 30 kilometers away, the pursuer was covered in dust and frustration. He irritably set up a collapsible cooking pot, threw the standard rations into the pot, and added water. There was a switch under the pot. With just a press, a high-temperature flame from solid fuel could boil the rations in 3 minutes. After hastily eating a few bites with Gonemo, he grew increasingly agitated. 5 days. The pursuer's previously indifferent attitude had been entirely consumed, replaced by a restless emotion surging within him. That damn guy has been evading us for 5 days. Gon Imo silently ate his food. After chewing slowly, he took out his water bottle, hoping to drink, but only a few drops trickled out. Gon Imo took a deep breath. We were originally the hunters, but now he has become the hunter. Gon Imo recalled the routes they had taken over the past few days and realized they had made a large circle, much like a donkey blindfolded and turning the millstone. How terrifying it would be if Shun Bei were an ability user, Gon Imo thought to himself. Cursed. The pursuer stood up, agitated, and began to stomp his feet, causing a booming noise beneath him. He threw his head back and yelled, "Damn it, Shun Bei. If you have the guts, come out." Time passed slowly, and night soon enveloped the land once again. The pursuer and Gon Imo were on the brink of collapse. Although they could not move as freely in the night as they did during the day, they were unwilling to give up, knowing that Shun Bei could not have gone far. He was nearby. For such a cunning prey, they would not give Shun Bei a chance to breathe. Rather, it was Shun Bei who had little time left to catch his breath. With ammunition exhausted and water nearly depleted, the consequences of not finding Shun Bei soon were worrying. After another day and night, the night wind was chaotic and mixed. Gon Imo was feeling the water stains on the ground and sniffed. It was urine. Gon Imo was overjoyed. The urine was still wet. Shun Bei was nearby. Before he could finish his thought, Chui Ma, gazing into the distant wilderness, suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Chapter 50. The initiative is in my hands just as Gon Imo was thrilled by the trail of urine and was about to catch Shun Bei. Chui Ma noticed a flicker of fire in the dark distance. The firelight flashed and disappeared. Chui Ma instantly deduced that it was the muzzle flash of a gun. Be careful. As soon as Chui Ma's warning fell, Gon Mo's already tense nerves reacted immediately. He shouted loudly, pushing both hands forward. An invisible force field barrier supported itself in front of them. In an instant, a burst of firelight ignited just a meter in front of them. Chui Ma looked over, realizing that this sudden firelight was actually a bullet. The bullet was spinning at high speed, creating sparks as it violently rubbed against Gon Mo's barrier. The bullet, like it had hit an invisible wall, abruptly slowed down, and then began to deform violently. Chui Ma's expression changed, even showing signs of surprise. He knew that Gon Mo's force field barrier belonged to a second-tier mysterious ability. After multiple tests, any bullet fired from a firearm at a distance of 500 meters would be futile against this barrier, bursting apart upon contact. Yet, what puzzled Chui Ma was that the flickering muzzle flash was nearly 1,300 meters away from them. At such a long distance, this bullet had not exploded. Moreover, the bullet had an immense momentum, far exceeding the ordinary. Even though it was glowing red-hot from the high speed and intense friction, it was almost melting into a mass of molten iron. What kind of bullet was this? Chui Ma shouted in disbelief. Gon Imo remained silent. Having also noticed that this bullet was unusual, he increased the output of the barrier energy to resist the bullet's kinetic energy. However, ultimately, in the explosive gaze of both of them, the bullet pierced through the invisible wall with a whoosh, transforming into a searing stream of metal, hurtling towards Chui Ma's chest. Although this metal stream had slowed down compared to before, its force and high heat could still easily penetrate thin steel plates. But the bullet was momentarily obstructed, giving Chui Ma ample time to react. In an instant, bright red emerged in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, as a fiery storm erupted around him. At this point, the bullet had completely transformed from a streamlined shape into a mass of molten metal. After the jet stream rushed into the scorching wind, it was immediately violently swirled, pulled off course, and scattered by a raging whirlwind. A large number of metallic droplets brushed past the pursuer, falling onto the wilderness and causing wisps of smoke to rise from the ground. After spinning rapidly for dozens of rounds, the burning wind suddenly spread out in all directions, igniting everything within a 10-meter radius of the pursuer. It was only at this moment that the muffled sound of a sniper rifle could be faintly heard. Cold sweat trickled down the pursuer's forehead. It was clear that the shot was aimed at his heart. If it were an ordinary bullet, the pursuer would not have cared much. Although he would be injured, it definitely would not be fatal. However, the power of this shot was far greater than that of an ordinary sniper rifle, comparable to an anti-material rifle. If hit directly, it would likely pierce through half of his chest. The more the pursuer thought about it, the more afraid he became. It seemed he had indeed underestimated Shun Bei. But he couldn't understand how Shun Bei's sniper rifle could be so powerful. A surge of anger erupted in his heart. His legs suddenly burst into flames. With a stomp, a fierce wave of fire erupted from him, and the area within 10 meters around him was like a sudden hurricane, stirring up flying sand and rocks. He shot forward uncontrollably, little brat, looking for death, watching the enraged figure of the pursuer, constantly changing its charging route, drawing an S shape, and moving unpredictably. Gon Imo also started to sprint. In his view, with both sides so close, could an ordinary person outrun an ability user at a distance of a kilometer? This was in the wilderness, where Shun Bei had created distance early on. If they both started running together, he could easily leave Shinbei several blocks behind. Victory was in sight. Meanwhile, after taking a shot, Shinbei already had a plan in mind. Gon-Mo was an ability user of the mysterious type, primarily skilled in tracking and support. The Pursuer was a combat-type ability user with fire abilities. He had figured out the opponent's cards. At this moment, Shinbei, taking advantage of the cover of night, moved like a nimble black cat, traveling at a speed of around 20 kilometers per hour. Shinbei did not intend to engage in close combat right now. He wanted to continue evading them, driving them mad. Shinbei was betting that these ability users, who clearly had lived a privileged life, could not endure the pain, fatigue, hunger, and filth of the wilderness as he could. As an ordinary person, to deal with two third-tier ability users at the same time, one needed patience, and still more patience. After all, the psychological shadow left by Mao Air was too great for Shinbei. If it weren't for the rescue of the Blue Demon, he would have been the one dead. The night would eventually pass. When daybreak came, Shinbei began to accelerate, continuously consuming the crystal core to increase the speed of his battle armor to 40 kilometers per hour. Damn it! The Pursuer was parched and cursing, his face contorted. I have never been so humiliated. In the Pursuer's past combat career, it had always been a direct clash, fist against fist. The longest battles did not exceed a day, and that was in battlefield conditions. In a smaller scale fight like this, it could be resolved in a couple of hours. But now his mindset has collapsed. Why is that person running so fast? The Pursuer asked in confusion. The other one licked his dry lips, sniffing the air. It's definitely the armor he's wearing. Impossible. The Pursuer immediately denied it. I've seen his armor. The materials are all the lowest grade. Almost like a toy. Have you seen what's inside? There's no doubt about it. The other's expression grew more excited. This guy might have something more valuable than just a bag to exploit. The Pursuer's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. At this moment, the target entered the urban ruins, climbing atop a high-rise hotel that had not yet collapsed. In the past 24 hours, he had been getting closer to them, then quickly retreating, hiding back into the shadows. He repeatedly aimed with his consciousness, locking onto different enemies, then disappearing immediately. In this way, he tested the enemy's sensitivity and applied pressure. His stamina was rapidly declining. But he believed that the Pursuer and the other one were exhausting themselves even faster. Their water supply had been depleted, and there was hardly any high-energy food left. Most importantly, the enemy wasn't getting effective sleep. He moved around them like a shepherd dog herding sheep. Almost there. He began to calculate the time. In about an hour, the Pursuer and the other one would also enter the urban ruins. Close your eyes and rest. Only with ample stamina can he face the real showdown ahead. Outside the urban ruins, the Pursuer and the other one stood at the street entrance. This should be the battlefield he chose. The other one let out a sigh of relief. The Pursuer twisted his neck. He hadn't had water for 3 days. For an ordinary person, he would have already fainted or died. But for those with abilities, although it was extremely uncomfortable, dizzy and blurry, it was not fatal. What was truly deadly was the endless pursuit of the target. The Pursuer strode into the urban ruins. The other one kept sniffing the air, gradually getting closer to the target's location. On top of the high rise, the target suddenly opened his eyes, gently poking his head out. He saw the Pursuer and the other one searching from 2 kilometers away. He took a deep breath, unbuckled his belt, and urinated over the edge to increase his scent. Then he took out an alarm clock, set it for 10 minutes, and placed it behind some bricks. It would be best if it could kill or at least injure the other one. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to harm them through their defensive field. He went downstairs and headed straight for the building across. Graveyard activate. Chapter 51. Ambush, take one out first. 9 minutes later, the Pursuer and the other one appeared in the hotel room. The other one touched the damp urine stains on the floor. Not more than 10 minutes had passed. He stood up. The Pursuer's restless mind could no longer be contained. Where has he gone now? Perhaps he's watching us from somewhere. Let us say something useful. Let us go. As the other one finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave the room when a bullet suddenly shot in from the window on the other side. The other one instantly raised a force field for defense. The warhead suddenly slowed down like the last time, and under the immense kinetic energy, it began to glow red and deform, ultimately breaking through his defense field and turning into a metal jet aimed at his chest. Gonmo's feet were firmly planted on the ground, and his body suddenly leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding the lethal metal jet. He reached out and pressed lightly on the floor, and his body bizarrely bounced back, standing straight on the windowsill again. His gaze fixed on the opposite side. He saw it. Shinbei was 800 meters away, aiming with a sniper rifle. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the building, disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the last ray of light vanished timely on the horizon, and the vast abandoned city was completely shrouded in darkness. Due to the physical exhaustion over the past few days, Gonimo finally relaxed upon seeing Shinbei. He even felt like he could use a good sleep. as if he had just fought a fierce battle, utterly fatigued. But the problem was that he hadn't even touched a hair of the enemy during these days. He sat on the ground, panting and recovering his strength. Chasing horse, it's your turn. Just as he was about to finish his words, a sudden cracking sound came from the bricks in the corner. Chasing horse and Gon Mo exchanged puzzled glances. What was that? The next second, boom. A deafening explosion tore through the previously calm air, and flames instantly illuminated every corner around them. The shockwave from the explosion hit everything around like an invisible wall, shattering the windows. Gon Mo wanted to stand up, but couldn't he react in time, nor could he raise his defense field. Under the immense impact, Gon Mo was the first to bear the brunt, directly thrown out by the violent explosion. Along with shattered debris, he fell from the building, crashing down to the ground. Unsure of his fate, Chasing Horse immediately hid behind the wall. Although buried under the rubble, he was not seriously harmed. After crawling out, he quickly searched for Gon Mo and found that he had already fallen from the building. Chasing Horse wasn't too worried. Falling from this height wouldn't be fatal, at most resulting in serious injuries. As long as he could return to the shelter, it was a minor issue. He could recover in a few days. Without any hesitation, Chasing Horse stood up and jumped down from the high building, heading straight down the street to chase Shinbei. He believed that Shinbei couldn't have gone far. At that moment, he had completely lost his rationality due to Shinbei's torment. Whether it was physical hunger and thirst or mental restlessness, all were driving him to end the battle quickly and return to the shelter to continue enjoying a comfortable life. He even found himself somewhat resistant to the wilderness. This was all the mental pressure and torment brought by Shinbei. At this moment, he ignored any surroundings and just wanted to catch Shinbei and crack open his skull. In this extreme agitation, his eyes blazed with fury, gritting his teeth. Especially since Shinbei had set the bomb to explode just as they arrived. No, it was initially set to miss the explosion time. But Shinbei's shot had made up for the missed timing. The cunning calculation ability made Chasing Horse even more furious. Rationality was completely gone, leaving only the desire for slaughter. Just when he had not run half the distance and had just flown past a pile of garbage by the street, he didn't notice the unusual movement of the trash heap at all. If he had retained any rationality, he would have noticed signs that the garbage heap had been moved. Just as he brushed past the garbage heap, suddenly, with a crash, a fingertip-sized piece of concrete rolled down from the debris. Chasing Horse abruptly stopped, turned his head, and then saw a figure standing up from the garbage heap. The figure raised a revolver with one hand. Chasing Horse's eyes exploded with disbelief. It was none other than Shinbei. He never expected that Shinbei not only didn't escape, but instead moved in the opposite direction to ambush him on his path. Was this person still an ordinary human? In that moment, Chasing Horse saw Shinbei, with a cold expression and deep eyes, decisively pulling the trigger. A bright flame erupted from the gun's muzzle. At that instant, Chasing Horse's mind entered an extremely tense yet calm state. He almost watched the bullet spinning towards him. A faint trail of flame appearing on the bullet's body due to the high-speed friction with the air, before disappearing above his line of sight. It was aimed at his forehead. Chasing Horse even had time to entertain such a thought, but unfortunately, the speed of his consciousness had completely outpaced the reaction of his body. At such a close distance, Chasing Horse had no way to evade. The bullet penetrated his forehead and exited through the back of his head, the massive kinetic energy lifting his entire skull, causing blood to pour down like a waterfall. Chasing Horse seemed unwilling to believe that he had died at the hands of an ordinary person. A revolver, albeit rugged in design, shouldn't he have posed much of a threat, right? Although his defense was at the second level. This ordinary person certainly had a lot of guts. He was quite scheming. What Guillermo said was not wrong. If he were an ability user, he would dare to kill even the extraordinary, right? Should I be thinking about food now? No, I should sleep first. The brain cells that were not yet completely dead were thinking erratically. He still stood, maintaining a stiff posture, except for the chill at the back of his head. He felt as if he were dreaming. Yes, these days had been too exhausting. Exhausted to the point of questioning life. The sound of footsteps. In Chasing Horse's gradually dimming vision, he saw Shinbei walking step by step towards him. Then, a pair of gray, mud-stained hands rested on his shoulder. A cold yet liberating voice reached Chasing Horse's ears. May there be no escape in hell. No, this is a wish of death. Chasing Horse didn't want to hear it, but his body was pushed backward slowly. He stared blankly at the night sky, his right hand slowly reaching upwards, as if searching for something. Chasing Horse tightened his right hand, like a drowning person finding a straw. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at that moment, the light in his eyes had already faded. His right hand gradually weakened and released. He breathed his last. Shinbei thoroughly searched the area, taking everything he could find. He then quickly returned to the base of the hotel. There was also a figure named Gon Mo here. Based on Shinbei's estimation, Gon Mo would be injured by the explosive device and, along with the fall, would be at least seriously wounded. That made him easier to handle. Shinbei pulled the barely conscious Gon Mo out from the rubble, squatting beside him. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hello, Gon Mo. When Gon Mo was dragged out from the debris, he was covered in blood. His face twisted in pain. He had considered that someone might come to rescue him, but he never expected it would be Shinbei. This clearly indicated that his pursuer was dead. Otherwise, Shinbei wouldn't have had the guts or time to dig him out. You. Gon Mo spat out a mouthful of black blood, nearly fainting. He couldn't believe that an ordinary person could kill a third-tier ability user. At that moment, Shinbei was fiddling with a revolver, emptying the magazine. He then loaded a bullet into the chamber, spun the cylinder, and with a click, he locked it back into place. Shinbei's lips curled into a smirk, his expression as cold as an ancient glacier, devoid of warmth. As he pressed the gun against Gon Mo's thigh, what? Killing a third-tier ability user seems impossible to you, right? Gon Mo appeared to be struggling to suppress his boiling rage and murderous intent, his voice hoarse. I understand now. You're just a cunning trickster. Huh. In Shinbei's deep-set eyes, a fleeting glimmer seemed to flash. On the battlefield, there is only life and death, no such thing as despicable or noble. As an ability user, if you forget this basic truth, you deserve to fail your mission. Gon Mo's expression was one of lingering fear. At this moment, he finally realized Shinbei's cunning and tactics. For days, they had been using kinetic armor to evade pursuit in the wasteland. To them, it seemed like a chase. But from Shinbei's perspective, the real battle had already begun. The two sides were in completely different phases. Gon Mo and his pursuer only felt the true fight began after seeing Shinbei before the explosion. But that wasn't the beginning, it was the end. Speak. What are you really looking for? Shinbei asked indifferently. Gon Mo's expression darkened, countless chaotic thoughts flashing through his mind. The blueprint for the crystal source fragmentation. Bang. Shinbei pulled the trigger without hesitation. This terrified Gon Mo, turning his face pale, eyes tightly shut. Fortunately, there was only one bullet in the chamber, and it didn't fire. Gon Mo's answer sounded like a joke to Shinbei. If they were searching for the blueprint for the crystal source fragmentation, why wouldn't they even glance at the equipment in the room? Did he really think Shinbei was a child? Naive. You're lucky this time, you lied. And the bullet didn't pierce your brain. But next time, it might not be the same. Shinbei's gaze was as unfathomable as an abyss, his tone betraying no emotion. If I don't get the answer I want, I will pull the trigger again. You have only 5 chances. You know what's inside the bag you have. Tell me, what should I be looking for? Bang, the revolver's hammer clicked again. You're quite lucky, Shinbei said with a teasing tone. Continue. I want to see whether your mouth is tougher or the bullet is. Gon Mo growled in frustration, unwilling to back down. I've said all that I need to say. Bang, Shinbei pulled the trigger again. Still, no gunpowder ignited. TSK if I had your luck. I'd make quite a bit at the roulette in a bar. Just give me a quick end. That's just wishful thinking. Shinbei locked the trigger. Boom. Sparks flew. And smoke erupted. The bullet finally fired, propelled by the gunpowder. The loud noise echoed in the ruined city for a long time. The bullet directly shattered Gon Mo's right leg. Flesh, broken bones, and blood splattered everywhere. A wave of immense pain surged through Gon Mo's leg nerves. The sharp and intense pain tore through his thigh like lightning. It felt as if a searing hot iron block was deeply embedded in his muscles and bones, instantly causing his whole body to spasm. He could feel every nerve twitching in agony, every cell silently screaming. Damn it! Gon Mo hugged his broken leg. Rolling on the ground, Shinbei silently mocked him, pulling out another bullet to load into the chamber. Shinbei stepped on Gon Mo's chest. Gun barrel pressed against his left leg. Come on, let's continue. I have plenty of time to play with you. Gon Mo's expression was one of urgency, ferocious. You bastard. Bang, another empty shot. Shinbei smiled, leaning forward, his gaze intense and aggressive. Your left leg might just get shattered next. Then I can take a nap and continue tomorrow. A thick cloud of despair enveloped Gon Mo's heart, his expression extremely cold and deep, silent. Not talking. Shinbei's gaze was indifferent. Then I will shoot. I will. Gon Mo's mental endurance finally collapsed. We're looking for the bag. Shinbei responded with a puzzled The bag? That's right. Gon Mo lay back on the pile of rubble in despair. The shattered reorganization blueprint of the crystal source is just a distraction. What we're really looking for is the bag. I searched the bag thoroughly. There's nothing but the blueprint. You can try cutting it open to check. Shinbei tilted his head, questioning. Does the bag have enhancements? Is there something hidden inside? Something you wouldn't dare touch? Gon Mo's somewhat deranged laughter echoed. Really, Shinbei? We've fallen into your hands. We admit defeat. But I need to give you a warning. That thing is not something an ordinary person like you can handle. Shinbei aimed the gun at Gon Mo's forehead, his gaze filled with disdain. As an ability user, aren't you just a defeated opponent in my hands? Whether I can handle it doesn't require your say. You just need to tell me what is inside that compartment. Why don't you go see for yourself? Gonimo looked as if he was resigned to his fate, refusing to speak even if it meant death. Shinbei cracked his neck. May hell not have an escape. Boom, a bullet shattered Gonmo's head. His skull exploded at the neck, turning him into a headless corpse, lifeless. Shinbei yawned and searched Gonmo's body. Carrying the sniper rifle, he left the battlefield under the night sky. After a while, he found a relatively safe house and huddled in a corner, laying out his spoils before him. 50 mid-level crystal cores, not bad. The other items mostly had no direct practical value. However, Shinbei found a key in a tube of red powder among the clutter. The key was of the style from shelter number 36. It seemed to be a guest house key. Hadn't he checked out? Shinbei stroked his chin, put away the key separately. He poured out a bit of the red powder and sniffed it under his nose. It had a smell reminiscent of pickled cabbage soup and rotten eggs. What is this? Shinbei held the glass tube up to examine it. A label on the back simply read, Exorcism Agent, used to harm spiritual beings. Shinbei's eyes widened slowly. This is a good item. Just when he was worried about how to deal with some true spirit elements, it appeared right before him. If he hadn't found this, he wouldn't have known that dealing with spiritual beings required this stuff. Afterward, Shinbei drank some clear water, and his thoughts began to quiet down. He hesitated over the various matters regarding the backpack. Gonimo never revealed what was hidden in the layers of the leather armor before he died. Should he go back to satisfy his curiosity? Shinbei pondered for a long time. The place where he lost the backpack seemed to be a surface crack, but the inside should actually be an inner-city subway tunnel. He could find it, but was it necessary? Shinbei frowned. Forget it. He would find it when he had time. Otherwise, it would become a lingering worry. However, there was no rush. He could put other matters aside and focus on upgrading the cluster fire disc tomorrow. Shinbei curled up, always holding the revolver in his hand, and drifted off to sleep with a hint of drowsiness. A night passed without incident. When dawn broke, Shinbei left the ruins of the city and once again ran across the wasteland. Chapter 53. The shock after the hunt this time. Shinbei did not head straight toward the hidden cluster fire disc ruins, but deviated in a certain direction. An hour later, under a thick, cloud-covered sky, the light was dimmer than usual. Shinbei slowed his pace, carefully observing the surrounding environment. This was a desolate, barren, and dilapidated small town. Half-collapsed abandoned houses dotted the horizon, and several high-voltage towers stood lonely in the wind, their twisted steel bars clearly outlining the immense power of a nuclear explosion. At the end of his line of sight, he could still see a large circular shallow pit, which was the epicenter of the nuclear explosion that day. Yes, the nuclear blast pit. This was a remnant left by humanity's attempt to see if they could kill the other species. It turned out that the other species seemed to be high-dimensional beings that could not be destroyed or eradicated. And in this small town, no one survived the impact of a nuclear explosion. Even without a nuclear explosion, this small town would be completely slaughtered under the pursuit of the evil beings. However, Shinbei heard a saying that the nuclear explosion seemed not to be aimed at the evil beings, but rather at something else, which could also be a rumor. The name of this small town was unknown to Shinbei. In this era, all place names have lost their meaning, collectively referred to as ruins. After all, humanity can no longer rely on cities for survival. The only name worth remembering is that of a titan. Shinbei chose an abandoned house on the edge of the town to rest. He turned and poked his head out, gazing at the sky above the town. Above the town, an unnatural phenomenon occurred, with thick radiation clouds swirling ominously, their center hanging low, almost touching the town's iron tower. It seemed as though the entire sky was on the verge of collapse, threatening to crush the town that bore the scars of time and hardship. Waiting for nightfall, Shinbei sat down at ease. Ever since the chase with the pursuers in the wasteland, he had passed through this small town one night by chance. He discovered several glowing creatures. These creatures were entirely different from the other ferocious beasts of the wasteland. They resembled malevolent spirits, naturally born from areas where special magnetic fields and negative energies like those from graves gathered. They were nearly invisible during the day, undetectable to the naked eye of ordinary humans. Only at night did they emit a faint glow, like fireflies. Upon seeing these strange creatures, Shinbei immediately thought that this must be the source of the true spirit elements needed for the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly device. However, as he was being pursued by the others, he did not attempt to kill them. Moreover, Shinbei felt that using bullets might not harm them. A bullet might just pass through without any effect, potentially alarming these spiritual beings. Now, to deal with the pursuers, Shinbei planned to collect some true spirit elements. The most reliable method, of course, was to use the exorcism potion from the pursuers. Taking out the potion, Shinbei frowned, wondering how to use it effectively. Should he apply it to his fists for close combat? Although he knew how to fight, he questioned its reliability. The doubt was not about the potion itself, but about the capabilities of the spiritual beings. Who knows what tricks they might have? There was a high possibility of being discovered before getting close, which would make the battle uncontrollable. After some contemplation, Shinbei left the current ruined house. He had an intuition that when he passed by this small town, he had run along its edge. While the pursuers would not take a detour, but would go straight through the town, they would inevitably encounter the spiritual beings within the town, leading to a confrontation. As long as he could find their battleground, he would know how it was resolved. This is what it means to learn from experience and to use what is readily available. The road into the town had long been destroyed, barely recognizable as a former path. A wooden signpost stood by the roadside, adorned with 5 or 6 directional signs, most of which had faded and become illegible. Shinbei searched around the small town. Since it was daytime, there was no need to worry about attacks from spiritual beings, allowing him to move freely through the streets. He arrived at the central area, which had been deserted for years, leaving the ground covered in dust. Shinbei indeed discovered 2 rows of footprints crossing the town. Without much thought, he concluded they must belong to the ones he was pursuing. Following the trail of footprints, he noticed a new crack on the wall of a dilapidated house not far away. Shinbei jogged over. The crack in the wall was caused by an old coin that had become completely distorted and embedded in the surface. Below the wall, in the gaps between the scattered stones, lay a pale blue, peculiar crystal. Is it a true spiritual element? Shinbei picked it up with one hand. It felt icy, like an unmelting ice block. He focused his gaze, and a prompt immediately appeared in his peripheral vision. True spiritual element, max level, a rarely useful material. Shinbei's face lit up with joy. Indeed, this was it. This confirmed his suspicion that the ghostly spiritual beings in this town could drop the items he needed. As for the note about its limited usefulness, that applied to others, not to him. It had great potential for his purposes. He could use equipment to produce shells himself. Shinbei could now confirm that the ones he was pursuing had used the coin's projectile to kill the spiritual beings. The most direct evidence was the absence of footprints in the corner of the wall, indicating the coin had been shot from 5 meters away. Shinbei reached out to tug at the coin embedded in the wall, but couldn't budge it. It seemed to have quite a grip. He stroked his chin. It wasn't just a simple throw. It required some impact force. That meant he'd have to use a firearm. Shinbei was very accurate with his shooting, but throwing was a different matter altogether. Although his armor could provide similar power, the accuracy wouldn't suffice, resulting in a waste of the spirit cleansing agent. With that in mind, Shinbei returned to the abandoned house. He took out a magazine for his sniper rifle, loaded it with photons, and coated the bullets with the spirit cleansing agent. The slight grooves on the bullet heads allowed the agent to adhere properly. As for the concern about jamming the chamber, that was a joke. The sniper rifle had been upgraded to the point where it could fire even with sand in the chamber. After preparing about 20 special bullets, Shinbei packed the remaining items into his backpack and began to rest with his eyes closed. As night fell, he woke up on time, consumed a tube of tasteless high-energy nutrient solution, drank some purified water, and left the house. Taking advantage of the darkness, he climbed to the highest building in the town. A 3-story structure. There might have been taller buildings that had collapsed, but this one stood firm. Lying on the rooftop, Shinbei extended his rugged yet extremely simple sniper rifle over the parapet. The infrared vision in his armor was turned off, as it was unnecessary. The glowing spirit-like beings are the best targets. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the sky completely darkens, with no moon and no wind. It's pitch black. Gradually, some lights start to flicker in the small town, as if the town has come to life at that moment. These lights move continuously, resembling human shapes. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that these spirit beings have pitch-black eye sockets and lack legs, their lower bodies resembling flowing ribbons. They bustle in and out of various buildings, appearing quite busy. This gives Shinbei an illusion, as if the peaceful scene from 100 years ago is being replayed. They are working, laboring. Time to hunt. Shinbei aims at a spirit being and pulls the trigger. Bang! A series of sharp and swift sounds pierce the tranquil air. The high-speed bullet carves a beautiful arc through the air. It moves so quickly that the surrounding air is stirred into swirling eddies. Crack crash in Shinbei's line of sight. The target he shot seems to shatter like glass, dropping a true spirit element and transforming into a light spot that drifts toward the night sky, disappearing like a star under the night. It's so easy. The spirit dispelling potion is indeed effective. Shinbei grins, feeling like he is just shooting at targets. However, just as Shinbei is about to aim at the second target, he suddenly notices that all the spirit-like beings in the town are collectively looking at him. Shinbei's expression freezes, his heart skips a beat. Without a word, he grabs his sniper rifle and jumps directly from the 3rd floor, running away. Chapter 54, Smart Chip? Just when Shinbei thought this was merely a game of shooting moving targets, he fires the first shot. For the second shot, he doesn't even think about pulling the trigger. He chooses to flee. As he jumps down, his satchel gets torn, and the crystal core rolls to the corner of the wall without him noticing. Perhaps the gunfire was too loud, which caused all the spirit beings in the town to turn around collectively, their gazes fixed on Shinbei. At that moment, Shinbei's hairs stand on end, and his scalp tingles. Holding onto the sniper rifle, He activates the power module of his combat armor, maximizing the power output, and speeds towards the outskirts of the town. But the next second, Wuxia's spirit being appears almost as if ignoring distance, directly on Shunbei's left side. The corner of Shunbei's eye catches the light, nearly causing his brain to short-circuit. Instantaneous movement? Shunbei's heart almost stops at that moment. But his reaction isn't slow. He tilts his arm, raises the rifle, and aims directly at the spirit being on the left. The gunpowder ignites, and the bullet instantly penetrates the spirit being's light drive, causing it to explode. However, just as Shunbei breathes a sigh of relief, another light suddenly appears on his right side. Shunbei's heart skips a beat. Just as he thinks about aiming to shoot, it's already too late. The spirit being on the right suddenly waves its hand. The motion is incredibly gentle, almost like a grandmother stroking her grandchild's hair. It passes directly through Shunbei's body. As Shunbei moved, he felt a moment of confusion. The battle armor did not issue any damage alerts, and there were no wounds or bleeding on his body. Was he overthinking it? Did this thing have no harm? Shunbei was almost scared to death by his own thoughts. He planned to stop and continue his rampage. But in the next moment, his mind suddenly felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, plunging into blankness. Then, his limbs lost sensation, and he collapsed to the ground, being flung out of the town by the strong inertia. At that moment, Shunbei's will seemed to be drained, as if his soul had been suddenly expelled into the void. Everything around him felt meaningless, and his perception of the external world was completely offline. After a while, Shunbei finally regained some clarity, though even the simple act of opening his eyelids felt incredibly difficult, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. He struggled several times, and even with the assistance of the battle armor's energy, he couldn't get back up. Shunbei managed to lift his head, and his vision gradually cleared from a foggy state. He saw those spirit-like creatures only a meter away, yet they seemed trapped by an invisible barrier, frantically clawing and circling, letting out silent screams, unable to escape. Shunbei breathed a sigh of relief, lying on the ground. He had underestimated these spirit-like creatures. They were indeed not to be trifled with. Breathing heavily, Shunbei muttered to himself. They could ignore distance when displacing, and once hit, the body would be unaffected. But the mind would be drained. This state was very troubling. Shunbei felt as if he had been thoroughly exhausted like a vacuum cleaner. He was utterly fatigued, more so than when he was chasing horses on the plains with Gonemo. It felt as if he had never slept since birth. No wonder Gonemo chose to attack spirit-like creatures with steel coins. The sound was minimal. Shunbei gained some insight. If the spirit-like creatures weren't restricted to their territory and he had taken a few hits, his mind would definitely collapse, and he would become a vegetable. It was a close call. Fortunately, the instantaneous acceleration provided by the battle armor had flung him out of the town. If he had been just a bit closer, death would have been so near. After resting for about 10 minutes, Shunbei finally propped himself up with his sniper rifle and stumbled to his feet. All right, now it's all under my control. Shunbei stood outside the town, raised his sniper rifle, and fired. Bang bang bang, bright, blinding flashes erupted. Bullets pierced through the air, spinning rapidly. Those fearless spirit-like creatures were instantly shattered before Shunbei. Soon, all the spirit-like creatures in front of him were eliminated. Shunbei re-entered the town. Each of his steps maintained a steady pace and rhythm, without deliberately concealing the sound of his footsteps. He proceeded along the small path into the town. Although his steps had become very light, in the stillness of the night, even the slightest sound of footsteps traveled far, as if a stone had been thrown onto a smooth lake surface, instantly stirring endless ripples. Shunbei picked up the true spirit elements one by one. This was all a harvest. With these items, he could even produce his own shells. After picking up the last true spirit element, Shunbei was just about to turn and leave. Out of the corner of his eye, Shunbei noticed light spilling from the corner of a building. He was very familiar with this structure. It was the rooftop he had climbed to before. Shunbei's pupils constricted. He had thought he had eliminated everything. How could there still be one left? He immediately raised his sniper rifle, intending to shoot it down directly. Otherwise, if it caught him, the feeling would be unbearable. A buzzing sound, like electricity, seemed to emanate from the source. Shunbei tilted his head. Electric sound? Was it not a spiritual creature? Due to the wall in the way, he could only see the light and could not make out anything else. He cautiously circled around to another side of the building. His gaze fell upon it, and he realized it was nothing to worry about. The light was not emitted by a spiritual being at all. It appeared to be a bulb flickering on a circuit board. How could there be electricity? Shunbei jumped down from the wall and walked a few steps to the electronic panel. He then discovered that the panel was equipped with a battery module, and the crystal core he had dropped had been absorbed by the battery module, converting energy and activating the circuit board. However, this was not just a simple circuit board. There was also a small screen, resembling a miniature computer. Shunbei examined it thoroughly and found 3 slots, but he could not tell what device they belonged to. However, he had a way to obtain information. After concentrating for a few moments, Text prompts appeared in his peripheral vision. World-destroying class Starship Intelligent Chip. A high-performance chip. But it only retains basic functions due to the lack of a Ward database defense template SP model. It can be installed on a cluster firepower disk to add some new capabilities. Shinbei? What is this? A Starship chip? What does that mean? Don't tell me there used to be a spaceship flying in the sky, then it exploded and scattered its parts everywhere. Though the scenario seemed a bit off, it appeared to be the most reasonable explanation. Of course, Shinbei had never heard of starships in this world. Could it be that he was just uninformed? Shinbei furrowed his brows. He was still in a vague phase regarding the vast and mysterious world around him. If it weren't for the battle armor protecting him, he wouldn't dare venture into the wilderness alone. It seemed there were many secrets in this world. He would have to ask Rock about it later. Shinbei stored the circuit board away. Regardless, this was an unexpected surprise, and he was curious about what functions it might add if installed on the cluster firepower disk. Having dealt with matters in the town for now, Shinbei organized his belongings and walked through the town. The night wind was chilling, and every time it blew, it caused the streetlights to sway and emit creaking sounds. Thus, the damaged buildings became even more animated in this moment, displaying overlapping and twisting postures. The small town behind him gradually faded into the darkness. The bright moon dispersed the clouds, casting a silver glow upon the earth. The entire world felt both illusory and real. Shinbei jogged towards the ruined city, where the cluster firepower disk was hidden, weaving around the territories of fierce beasts. At dawn, they arrived at the designated location. It's time to upgrade the cluster fire disk. Shinbei was filled with excitement. However, before that, he returned to the battlefield where he had initially found the bag, planning to collect some metal as raw material for producing shells. After all, those discarded firearms were made of high-quality iron. To his surprise, upon arriving at the silent battlefield, he found that everything, including bodies and firearms, had vanished, leaving only bloodstains behind. Has someone cleaned up the battlefield? Shinbei was somewhat stunned. They really left nothing behind. He twitched his lips and did not linger. Turning to leave immediately, there was plenty of iron in the ruined city, though the quality was poor. But he could make up for it with quantity. Chapter 55, Upgrade. New functions. Although he didn't find good iron, Shinbei discovered a collapsed iron bridge in the ruined city. The channel steel on it was severely corroded and rusty. But after scraping off the rust, he found some decent iron inside. That would be enough. After spending quite some time, Shinbei managed to retrieve about 50 pounds of iron from the bridge. Back at the workshop, Shinbei laid out the cluster fire disk, crystal source recombination device, circuit boards, true spirit elements, reservoir modules, shaping modules, and crystal source core powder on a burlap cloth. The reservoir module and shaping module had already been purchased at shelter number 36, so he installed them directly. The installation method was quite simple. Just open the lid, toss the two items in, close the door, and it was done. It felt a bit like putting an elephant in a refrigerator, just a few steps involved. After all, his lucky charm was quite impressive and unreasonable. The focus was on the incredible efficiency. Soon, the information on the crystal source recombination device changed. Crystal source recombination device LV5-01000. This crystal source recombination device has decent production capacity, efficiency, and qualification rate, with acceptable energy consumption. It can use crystal source core powder mixed with steel to produce various models of shells. Missing fusion material, true spirit elements. After adding the two items, the only thing lacking was the true spirit elements. Shinbei fed the true spirit elements, crystal source core powder, and iron blocks into the feed inlet all at once. The device fused the raw materials together. After a moment, some unqualified molten iron was ejected from the waste outlet, which Shinbei had anticipated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought back so many iron blocks. Next, the device projected a screen, prompting Shinbei to input the shell dimensions. He had some experience with this kind of data, especially after seeing Chuan Onji manipulated on a computer at shelter number 36. It was simple in some ways, involving several components like the chamber, cartridge, body, connecting cone, cylindrical section, tight cone, and front cone, among others. However, it became complex when it came to dimensions. Nevertheless, Shinbei was not worried at all. He took out his toolbox, which contained an original shell for the cluster fire disk. Measuring it with calipers was all it took. After comparing and recording the data, Shinbei input the dimensions into the device. At the same time, data on the dimensions of sniper rifle and revolver bullet casings was also collected, and the equipment began to produce automatically, without any concern from Shinbei. Shinbei turned his attention to the cluster fire drone. Information popped up. Cluster fire drone LV2-0200. A flying device capable of ground strikes, possessing strong firepower. With a cruising range of 10 kilometers, enhanced wireless connectivity, slightly increased bombing lethality, slightly improved bombing speed, and doubled ammunition capacity with automatic reloading. Upgrading this thing is quite a hassle. Without engaging in combat, experience points will not increase, which is really frustrating. Shinbei opened the casing of the cluster fire drone and placed the circuit board inside, figuring out how to install it with the help of the connectors. He closed the casing and looked again. The information displayed. Upgrading. Wow. It can't even read now. Is this circuit board really that difficult to manage? Shinbei was a bit taken aback. He had added several modules to the crystal source reconfiguration device, completing the integration in the blink of an eye. However, as a more advanced cluster fire drone, it actually needed time to digest the circuit board for upgrading. Shinbei felt a hint of anticipation. During this time, he checked the information on the sniper rifle and revolver. Neither had enough experience for an upgrade, so he set them aside for now. He then focused on the power armor. Having been wandering in the wilderness for about 7 days, with 1 experience point per minute, he should be able to upgrade now, right? Power Armor LV4, 10240-5000. A somewhat useful armor, speed and defense capabilities enhanced, and thought connection reaction speed improved. Each crystal source core can maintain high-speed operation for 10 minutes. The armor can change color with the environment for better concealment. That's enough. After all this effort, finally getting something upgraded. Upgrade. Power Armor LV5, 5240-10,000. An extremely useful armor with greatly enhanced defense, capable of withstanding a full strike from a Tier 3 power user. New abilities include resistance to magnetic field interference, high-temperature resistance, and electric current activation. Electric current activation requires a mid-level crystal source core, can generate 1000 V high voltage current. Usable 3 times. Wow. Shinbei was shocked after reading the information. It could originally only withstand a full strike from a Tier 2 power user, but now it could handle a Tier 3. This full strike is not just an ordinary attack from a power user, but a powerful special move. Stronger. Even more powerful. Plus, the resistance to magnetic field interference is an essential new capability. Generally speaking, the more precise the equipment, the greater the threat from strong magnetic fields. Undoubtedly, the upgraded armor is a high-tech product. The magnetic field is definitely a critical issue, although he hadn't fought against power users with this ability. At least now he had addressed this vulnerability. Power 1. High-temperature resistance is also nice. If the armor had upgraded a bit earlier, faced with the fire-type ability user, Shinbei dared to engage in close combat. Of course, this was just a thought. Shinbei understood that although the battle armor could resist high temperatures, it didn't mean it could completely insulate heat. Being roasted or burned both constituted harm. Another significant upgrade was the current excitation. This was a new attack method added after the battle armor could unleash the power of a second-tier strength-type ability user. It reminded Shinbei of Malbu Air's high-voltage electric net, a lingering shadow. Can I also electrocute someone? Shinbei took a deep breath. Whoever dares to provoke me will also get a taste of that shadow. Shinbei smacked his lips. However, to activate this current excitation, a mid-level crystal core was needed. His wallet was feeling the pinch. If wealth were to be compared, Malbu Air could unleash the electric net without spending a dime. Definitely a wealthy individual. Those who play with technology are indeed bottomless pits. Shinbei shrugged. But having something is better than nothing. In comparison to ensuring his life, the cost-effectiveness was relatively high. Of course, looking at the current upgrade progress, Shinbei could only sigh. He didn't know when he would achieve a battle armor like Jarvis. After all, without air conditioning, the battle armor was still unbearably hot, and turning on the air conditioning would cost money. The power of money, alas. Although he still had 50 crystal cores stripped from the fire-type user and gone MO, a glance at the still upgrading cluster fire disk made Shinbei feel uncertain. Shells were needed for the projectiles, shells required powdered crystal cores, and powdered cores needed intact cores for crushing and reorganization. What a layered money chain. Just then, the cluster fire disk emitted a ding sound. Shinbei was taken aback. Has the upgrade completed? He focused his gaze. Out of the corner of his eye, information about the upgrade appeared. Chapter 56. Fire Disk, Upgrade Practice, Cluster Fire Disk LV2, 0200. A flying device capable of ground strikes with strong firepower. Cruising range of 10 kilometers, increased wireless connectivity, slightly enhanced bombing lethality, slightly improved bombing speed, ammunition bay capacity doubled, and can automatically reload. Added an Apocalypse-level Starship Intelligent Chip, basic version, with designated strike target commands, can be equipped with a monitoring system, missing, real-time data feedback, and simple command editing. After reading the information, Shinbei noted that the text description hadn't changed much at the beginning. However, due to the addition of the Apocalypse-level Starship Intelligent Chip, several new functions had been added, all of which were quite practical. Designated target strikes were the most exciting for Shinbei. It was important to note that both the number 36 shelter and his cluster fire disk had absolute bombing capabilities. But precise strikes were truly a headache. In other words, the cluster fire disk could only achieve a 360-degree bombing radius centered on itself. As for where the bombs would land, that was left to chance. This is also why, when Shinbei first used the cluster fire disc to bombard the enemy, he had to hover it above his head. Furthermore, he needed to reload. However, now that the cluster fire disc is equipped with a chip, it has the capability to strike designated targets. The air-to-ground strike ability has become even stronger. Shinbei couldn't help but feel delighted. Compared to indiscriminate bombardment, he preferred precision, much like a sniper rifle. Although a high-speed multi-barrel heavy machine gun has a larger damage range, it still isn't as interesting as a sniper rifle. Is the monitoring system a heavenly eye? Shinbei believed this was also an important upgrade. It would allow him to have a bird's-eye view of the battlefield while inside the battle armor. Cameras are easy to obtain, but the problem is that using the cluster fire disc for reconnaissance on the battlefield would surely make it a target for enemy fire. That would be quite tricky. Shinbei was well aware of how difficult it was to upgrade a cluster fire disc. Losing one would be heart-wrenching. Although he could simply edit the commands to make the cluster fire disc evade enemy attacks, the chip was incomplete, and its computational power was insufficient to handle the ever-changing battlefield situation. It felt somewhat pointless. However, there was some good news. At this moment, the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly device completed its work, spitting out 24 shell casings. Shinbei looked over with curiosity. These shell casings displayed a bluish-gray color, vastly different from the standard shells of shelter number 36. Then, Shinbei busied himself, taking out explosives and crystal source core powder to fill them according to proportion. Soon, one usable shell after another was completed through Shinbei's processing. Modified cluster shell. The shell casing has been infused with true spirit elements, making it easier to shape. When launched, it will not produce any sound. The internal filling of crystal source core fragments greatly increases the explosive lethality. Hiss. Upon seeing this information, Shinbei couldn't help but gasp. This is too outrageous. He never expected that adding true spirit elements would result in the shells making no sound when fired. To be clear, any shell explosion typically goes through a loud bang when fired from the cannon and then another loud noise upon landing. But now, the shells produced by Shinbei actually lacked one of those sounds. This means that if the enemy is oblivious and doesn't notice the cluster fire disc in the sky, they can only realize there was a bombardment after the shells hit the ground. Or, in other words, the enemy might see something shot from the cluster fire disc, but have no idea what it is. Incredible. Shinbei immediately thought, doesn't that mean my sniper rifle is essentially equipped with a silencer? As this thought struck him, Shinbei was so excited he nearly jumped up. This is the true silent shadow hunter. Power 100. One is not enough. It must be 100. Shinbei rubbed his hands together. He would make the first batch of 20 shells to test the effect. He loaded the shells into the cluster fire disc's magazine. After a series of clicking sounds, the cluster fire disc cannon, distributed in 12 directions, is equipped with automatic loading mechanisms. Let's give it a try and earn some experience points first. The wireless connection within the armor has long been prepared. The thought control command is issued. Real-time data from the cluster fire disc is transmitted to the armor's screen. The information is limited, but practical. Cluster fire disc. Remaining kinetic energy, 10. Loading capacity, 12 rounds. Remaining ammunition, 4 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 1 meter. Edit command, none. With the cluster fire disc in hand, the individual stepped out of the abandoned factory. The entire city, devoid of human activity, has seen those towering buildings submerged beneath a cover of vegetation, with thick vines twisting everywhere, as if they had suddenly emerged from another realm overnight. Some trees bear branches glowing with a white light, adorned with luminous fluff resembling dandelion seeds, which swirl in the air as the individual passes by. Other trees feature bright red fruits, as large as televisions, emitting dazzling red light. The roads have been carved into a maze by unfamiliar vegetation, with the once mighty buildings now wrapped in thick vines, and some plants even stretching directly out from the structures, displaying branches of various colors. The entire scene resembles an ancient city abandoned a millennium ago. At that moment, the individual heard a rustling sound and looked forward. Furrowing their brow, they spotted a swarm of long, twisted creatures, exhibiting a semi-transparent, slightly gray-green hue, with skin covered in fine scales, surging toward them like a tide. It seemed they had caught a whiff of the individual's presence, and their collective charge accelerated. Shadow serpents? The individual thought of a name. One of the most striking features of these creatures is the row of long, flexible tentacles growing from their backs. When at rest, these tentacles lie flat against their bodies. But when moving or hunting, they extend rapidly like serpents. When gathered, their bodies rub against each other, producing a low, unsettling sound reminiscent of the Earth's rumble. Individually, these creatures can be easily handled by an ordinary person, much like swatting a fly. However, once they gather in numbers, the quantity transforms into a formidable force. Now, the individual faced a dense mass of these creatures, their collective might even daring to challenge formidable foes. Instead of panicking and fleeing, the individual focused their thoughts and issued a bombardment command to the cluster fire disk. After all, gaining experience points is what matters, and practicing on these creatures is a good opportunity. Although these bugs don't contain core crystals, they do have a crop filled with a fragrant liquid, which is excellent for brewing. As for how many intact crops can be collected, that depends on luck. The cluster fire disk swiftly responded to the command. The cannon slightly elevated, and the bombardment began. Chapter 57 Advanced Commands. Disk of Stealth. Boom, boom, boom. The cluster fire disk fires its projectiles simultaneously, one after another. Although the cannon mouths spit out dazzling flames, they make no sound, like ordinary stones thrown away. The scorching shells cut through the sky, whistling like death itself as they rush toward the shadowy worm swarm on the ground. Those creatures, which had intended to bite Shinbei, showed no fear at all. Boom! In the next moment, it was as if hundreds of thunderbolts exploded at once, the sound of the explosions reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. The dense projectiles crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, and the air and ground suddenly erupted with several blazing fireballs. The calm air was instantly torn apart, and a violent airflow swept through, shaking the very ground. The sky trembled, the earth mourned, and the shockwaves generated by the explosions sent nearby sand, debris, and wreckage flying into the air, creating a chaotic storm. In the blink of an eye, the flames and smoke engulfed the shadowy worms. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and burnt flesh, intertwining with the peculiar scent of the shadowy worms, forming a nauseating mixture. Some of the worms were torn apart by the bombardment, their bodies thrown away on the spot. Those that survived seemed to sense the power of the artillery, instinctively feeling fear, causing them to scatter and flee in all directions. Fierce. Shinbei stood atop a discarded car, observing the rhythm of the cluster fire disk. I must say, the modified shells have explosive power several times stronger than standard shells. The massive craters and shockwaves caused a significant portion of nearby buildings to collapse. It was worth the effort I put into crafting these shells. This fire support is definitely my trump card. Shinbei marveled, as other teams faced such swarms of shadowy worms. Without fire-type abilities present, the only option would be to run. Even high-speed machine guns can run out of ammo. Yet at this moment, Shinbei, with his own strength, managed to inflict heavy casualties on the shadowy worms with just a few bombardments. The remaining half was still in a state of instinctive flight. However, this time the shelling was different from the previous 360-degree salvos. The upgraded cluster fire disc knew to target the enemies rather than waste ammunition bombarding meaningless areas. Each time a cannon fires its ammunition, the cluster fire disc rotates slightly, allowing the next barrel to continue the bombardment. The empty barrel automatically reloads, preparing for a second shot. Experience 5. Experience 5. Shinbei widened his eyes slightly. What? Each shell grants 5 experience points? Surprising. Truly unexpected. Could it be because the shells are hard to come by? Shinbei could only speculate. After all, creating such shells was indeed labor-intensive, involving many steps to achieve. One shell might equal 5 in terms of effort, which seemed reasonable enough. If 20 shells were fired, he would be able to level up. Incredible. Shinbei continuously issued commands, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing creatures with bombardments. Ceasefire. Meanwhile, Shinbei searched for the gizzard of the shadowy creeping worm, until the tactical panel displayed that the cluster fire disk's ammunition was empty. Shinbei hadn't collected many intact gizzards. The explosive power was intense, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Shinbei weighed the more than 10 gizzards in his hand and couldn't help but smile wryly. The gizzards were far from sturdy. They could even be pierced with a dagger. For an ordinary person wanting to earn this reward, they would have to be extremely careful when collecting gizzards. Not to mention the powerful bombs. However, there was a captivating fragrance wafting from the crater. Shinbei glanced at the real-time data of the cluster fire disk again. Cluster fire disk. Energetic remaining, 5. Ammunition count, 0 rounds. Ammo bay remaining, 0 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 300 meters. Edit command, track and bombard target, completed. This time, the energy consumption was quite significant, dropping from 10 to 5. But hovering in standby mode didn't seem to consume much energy. Shinbei edited a command. Edit command, automatic return. In the blink of an eye, the cluster fire disk returned to Shinbei's side. The command editing was quite effective, allowing him to avoid distraction from issuing real-time orders. Shinbei gave a thumbs up. Then, he eagerly began upgrading. After being busy in the wilderness for so many days, aside from dealing with the chasers and Ganemo, everything else revolved around upgrading the cluster fire disk. Upgrade. Soon, under Shinbei's gaze, the shape of the cluster fire disk expanded again. This time, the diameter reached 5 meters. The thickness also increased by a meter. Although it still resembled a disk, it felt oddly larger. Shinbei had a strange illusion that if it continued to upgrade, it could even resemble a starship. Ever since he inadvertently found the chip, Shinbei couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Would it eventually upgrade to a starship? He shook his head and muttered to himself, what good would that do? As long as the evil beings persist, the flight from danger won't end, and the evil beings can fly too. At this moment, new information refreshed in Shinbei's peripheral vision. He dismissed the unnecessary and speculations and focused on the text record. Cluster Fire Disk LV-3-0500. A flying device capable of ground attacks, possessing strong firepower, with a cruising range of 20 kilometers, wireless connection distance increased by 3 kilometers. New world-destroying level Starship intelligent chip, basic version, with designated strike target commands, can be equipped with a monitoring system, missing, real-time data feedback, and simple command editing. Added storage bay for placing some items. New invisibility system allows the cluster fire disk to become invisible, but once the firepower system is activated, its shape will inevitably be revealed. Shinbei swallowed hard. Wow, the cruising range has increased. The wireless connection distance has also expanded. That's impressive enough. The most astonishing aspect of this upgrade is that the cluster fire disk can now become invisible. This invisibility is not just about being undetectable on radar. It's about being completely transparent. This black technology makes perfect sense. Shinbei couldn't help but laugh. In this world, some ability users can turn invisible, and my multi-directional fire disk can also become invisible, no problem there. Moreover, this way, Shinbei doesn't have to keep running back and forth between the ruins and the shelter. After all, the Titan is always moving, getting further away from this ruin. Also, if something were to be picked up by some clueless human here, it would be a huge loss. Now, by making the multi-directional fire disk invisible and allowing it to follow the Titan, I can protect myself at any time. The most it will cost is some crystal source cores. Money is something ordinary people have to work hard for to earn, showing courage. But for Shinbei, fully equipped and with top-tier power, making money is relatively easy, comparable to ability users. Immediately, Shinbei edited the command. Edit command. Invisible and floating at 500 meters, auto-follow. After the command was issued, the multi-directional fire disk in front of Shinbei gradually disappeared as if coated with transparent paint, perfectly blending into the surrounding air. Shinbei looked at the tactical panel. Multi-directional fire disk. Remaining energy, 4. Ammo count, 0 rounds. Remaining in ammo bay, 0 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Edit command. Invisible and floating at 500 meters, auto-follow, great, great, great. Shinbei was overjoyed. Soon, he would return to the abandoned factory and place the crystal source crushing equipment inside the multi-directional fire disk. This way, both of his important items would be secured. It's time to head back. Shinbei glanced to the south. Otherwise, he might lose track of the shelter without even knowing it. Chapter 58. Gathering information. All around forbidden, Shinbei returned to the abandoned warehouse. After continuing to manufacture some shell casings and crystal powder, he tidied everything up. After erasing all traces, he walked out of the ruined city and back into the vast wilderness. With the assistance of the battle armor, Shinbei maintained a steady speed of 30 kilometers per hour, heading towards the location of Shelter 36. Generally speaking, the Titan rarely turns. As long as he keeps moving forward, he would see it. The next day, Shinbei safely returned to the shelter. However, to his surprise, he couldn't find his home. This meant that the rental unit following the Titan had disappeared. Shinbei felt a bit confused. He wandered repeatedly among the RVs, searching for the rental unit. When he couldn't find it, he decided to visit a bar. He happened to see Rock drinking there. Shinbei? The moment Rock saw him, he looked quite shocked. He examined Shinbei from top to bottom and even reached out to pinch his arm. You're still alive? Rock exclaimed in disbelief. Shinbei, somewhat puzzled, sat down and directly ordered a glass of water, quenching his parched throat. Why wouldn't I be alive? Shinbei retorted. Rock laughed heartily, grabbing Shinbei's hand. You're really lucky. A few days ago, the rental house where you lived was ambushed by a creature known for its enormous mouth, and the entire building was swallowed whole, leaving only a young boy alive. Everyone else was gone. Shinbei's gaze shifted suddenly, and he twitched his mouth a few times. No wonder he couldn't find his rental place. It was taken by that creature. This beast can grow up to 100 meters long, with its mouth occupying most of its head, filled with sharp, twisted fangs. These fangs seem capable of tearing through anything, whether it's solid metal or thick stone walls. They appear utterly defenseless against it. In the wilderness, aside from beast tides, this is the creature responsible for the most destruction of homes. Every shelter has records of RVs being swallowed by it. Moreover, it's hard to defend against, mainly because this beast hides underground. When Titans pass by, their enormous size makes them unbothered, acting as docile as a dog. However, when an RV passes by, the hidden creature erupts from the ground, like a dragon fish leaping out of the water, swallowing it in one bite with a crisp crunch. After swallowing, It directly burrows back underground, disappearing without a trace. Not to mention ordinary people. Even those with abilities have no means to deal with it. They can only harbor resentment. Shinbei took a deep breath. He had been in the wilderness these days, and luckily managed to avoid this disaster. He calmed down and asked, who survived? He hoped it was that landlord who could delay rent payments. After all, that guy had some strength and was capable of managing an RV. Most importantly, he could delay rent payments. For someone like Shinbei, who was burning through money endlessly, saving a bit was a big deal. However, Rock's answer surprised Shinbei. It was a little boy named K. The names in this world are indeed casual, and Shinbei was not surprised anymore. Not to mention K, even a name like Blue Demon Flower wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Shinbei recalled K as the little guy who had given him a pistol while others provided him with beast meat after the beast died. Quite fortunate. Shinbei nodded. Rock sighed and said, that's the kind of luck you get when your ancestors' graves explode. When that creature swallowed the house, the little guy was inside, and he ended up falling out between the creature's teeth. Shinbei shrugged, grabbing some roasted meat and starting to eat. His fiery stomach finally found solace. Each piece of food entering his stomach felt like a furnace burning at high temperatures, instantly breaking down the food. Shinbei ate 5 plates of roasted meat before finally alleviating his hunger. Rock slightly opened his mouth. Have you awakened? Generally, those with abilities eat several times more than ordinary people. Shinbei's eating habits clearly exceeded the limits of a normal person. Shinbei shook his head at the remark. You know my situation well. So how come you can eat so much? Rock teased, like a starving ghost. Shinbei didn't tease much. When hungry, just eat until satisfied, regardless of the amount. That's reasonable. The two chatted for a while longer, during which they mentioned chasing horse and Ganemo. Rock seemed a bit suspicious, wondering why there was only a few hours difference between Shinbei's disappearance and the departure of chasing horse and Ganemo. But he didn't think deeply about the conflict between Shinbei and the two others. He wouldn't dare to imagine that these two extraordinary individuals had already been killed by Shinbei. After finishing his meal, Shinbei took another sip of alcohol and handed over a shadowy creature's pouch he found to the waiter to cover the bill. This item was considered valuable in the bar. According to business practices, after settling the bill, any excess core crystals would be returned to Shinbei. However, the bar owner generously allowed Shinbei to prepay for a few boxes of drinks and snacks, making him appear quite generous. Rock felt somewhat dissatisfied and wanted to have a word with the bar owner. Shinbei raised a hand to calm him down. I haven't lost anything. The boxes of drinks are here, so you can come and drink anytime. Rock hesitated and rubbed his hands together, saying, that feels a bit awkward. It wouldn't be fun if we keep being so formal. Shinbei wiped his mouth and remarked, does this world require social niceties? It does and it doesn't, depending on the person. The blue demon doesn't need them. Her strength stands alone in Shelter 36. She's not concerned about losing face, not even with General Yu Wuchang. But Yu Wuchang does need social connections, especially with other shelters. Although there are many wild areas, there are even more teams wandering around, and they occasionally run into each other. The relationships between shelters are not always harmonious, and can even be quite contentious, leading to conflicts and violence. Shinbei also needed social connections. A few bottles of alcohol weren't worth much, but they could yield quick results. I have a question I want to ask. Shinbei lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and felt incredibly relaxed at that moment. Rock took a sip of his drink and chuckled. Are you wondering where to sleep tonight? Come to my bed. There's enough room for the two of us. Shinbei replied, no thanks. He exhaled a smoke ring, lowered his voice, and seriously asked, have you heard of a world-ending class starship? Shinbei was very curious about this question. If he had found the chip of a world-ending class starship, did that mean that starships had existed in this world? Where had they gone now? And what kind of technology did this world possess? It felt like a weakened version of punk, with a severe sense of disconnection. Where did you hear that term? Rock asked seriously. Shinbei casually fabricated a story. I saw that term on a wall in the ruined city. What's the problem? Rock tapped the table and said, not many people know that term, and you don't need to know about it either. Stay away from everything related to it. It's a taboo, remember that. Huh? Shinbei asked, confused, you keep talking but provide no substantial information. Have you turned into a fortune teller? Speak clearly. Rock clicked his tongue and rolled up his sleeves. Fine, I'll clarify for you. All rumors and secrets about world-ending class ships are discussed in the Bloody Conference. Bloody Conference? What's that? Shinbei asked. It's a meeting formed by the leaders of the shelters, Rock whispered. Not all leaders are qualified to be part of the Bloody Conference. Our General Yu Wuchang isn't qualified. By the way, the head of the Bloody Conference is the Spider Queen. Chapter 59. A penny overwhelms heroes. As soon as the name of the Spider Queen was mentioned, Shinbei knew there was no point in continuing the conversation. The name was too taboo and mysterious. At that moment, Rock suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, do you remember Inhu? The so-called good brother of Meng Shan. That's right, he has a mission coming up. Shinbei replied, so I'm going to follow him for free? Rock took a sip of his drink, stood up, and patted Shinbei on the shoulder. Take care of yourself, just go with the flow. After all, Inhu has two tasks. One is you, and the other is the actual mission. After saying this, Rock yawned, stretched, and continued to ask, are you sure you don't want to stay at my place tonight? Hotel prices aren't cheap. Shinbei smiled, let us talk later. With that, Rock's figure disappeared at the bar entrance. Shinbei leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting as he stared at the ceiling. Was Inhu finally planning to take action against him and seek revenge for Mengshan? Shinbei exhaled a breath of stale air. He wasn't afraid of fighting against those with abilities. What worried him were outside factors that could interfere during the mission, such as the mission target and others involved. Caution and vigilance were necessary. Shinbei set a goal for himself and left the noisy bar. After walking a few steps, he suddenly noticed someone following him. Shinbei slightly turned his head and saw a small figure behind him. Little K? The short figure, barely around 1.30 meters, looked lost and bewildered. Homeless, huh? Shinbei chuckled softly. In this world, shelters protect humans from evil entities, but they don't cover basic needs like food and shelter. Children who lose their parental protection are worse off than wild dogs. Of course, there are people who adopt these children. But what happens to those who accept such care is unknown. This world is filled with individuals who show their true colors, with various peculiarities running rampant. Shinbei waved. Come with me. He wasn't being overly compassionate. Rather, he planned to buy wheels and build a house. Since he often needed to venture into the wilderness for money, it wouldn't do to be unguarded, as he could easily be robbed. Little K was familiar with him and wouldn't be a burden for food. Little K quickly approached Shinbei and looked up at him. Shinbei ruffled his hair. Little K's eyes were not as clear as before, they were somewhat murky, and his eye sockets were swollen, clearly having cried for a long time in some corner. Shinbei sighed, my food isn't good. And I want to raise you for free. You'll have to help me guard the place. Little K nodded. Can't you speak? Little K nodded again. Shinbei felt a lump in his throat and chuckled. He led the silent Little K to the upper level of the shelter. Shinbei went to the research institute. After waiting for a long time, he finally caught Chunanji when he became available. Hey! As soon as Chunanji saw him, he expressed confusion. Why is your armor different again? Are you trying to admit that my skills are quite good? Shinbei responded with a smile. Chunanji rubbed his chin and walked around Shinbei's battle armor. The modification is indeed impressive. At least there are no hindrances to movement. Are you interested in working at the research institute? Facing this invitation, Shinbei waved his hand. I'm not an ability user. Afraid of being looked down upon? Chunanji laughed heartily and continued. There is definitely a hierarchy of disdain, even among ability users. This world is like that. Survival of the fittest is a basic principle. You were born into this world, so you have to accept it. Shinbei turned to Little K and asked earnestly, did you learn anything from Uncle Chin's words? Little K nodded. Shinbei turned back to Chunanji. The educational effect is good. You, Chunanji, put on a serious face. I'm talking to you. Why bring others into it? The significance of education is universal. I see you're just not convinced. I'm only unconvinced that others see me as weak. Upon hearing this, Chunanji paused for a moment, but then raised his eyebrows and said somewhat rudely, to say you are weak is already a compliment. Shinbei shrugged and remained silent. All right. Chunanji pressed his hands down. Since you don't want to come to the research institute, then tell me your current goal. Shinbei candidly replied, I want a mobile home. How much would that cost? Chunanji rubbed his chin. Actually, the house itself isn't very valuable. The cheapest way is to hire labor and buy wood to build one. What's expensive are the wheels and chains, which require a high-grade crystal core. Shinbei found it hard to understand. Although the technology in this world is somewhat skewed, it shouldn't be that the cost of wheels is excessively high. He thought it was because the cost of building a house was too high, as old-time real estate developers often tricked the public. A high-grade crystal core is equivalent to 100 intermediate crystal cores. That's quite a fortune. Before the upgrade of the cluster firepower disk, Shinbei had 50 crystal cores on him. With a bit more effort, whether through hunting fierce beasts or committing crimes, he could manage to acquire the remaining 50. But now, after the upgrade, he only has one intermediate crystal core left. Shinbei knew that a mobile home wouldn't be cheap, but he didn't expect it to be this expensive. It seemed even credit wouldn't be possible. Quite expensive, isn't it? Chunanji noticed Shinbei's conflicted expression and thoughts, knocking on the table. You think it's expensive, and I think it's expensive too. Moreover, I can tell you that the cost of the wheels and chains isn't high. What's expensive is the qualification certificate. Qualification certificate? This was the first time Shinbei had heard this term. He vaguely felt that this thing seemed like a property certificate from the old era. Chunanji continued. You need to understand one principle. A shelter can't operate solely relying on titans. There is also taxation. Otherwise, where do the salaries of us non-combat personnel come from? In short, Chunanji summed it up in one sentence. You don't know how costly it is until you manage it yourself. Even General Yu Wu is going bald. Without a qualification certificate, your mobile home can't be registered on a Titan. If you dare to hang it up without permission, the punishment is unimaginable. Shinanji added. Shinbei stood up, looking helpless. It seems I was thinking too simply. Then why not come to our shelter to earn money? Thank you for the kind offer. Shinbei humbly said a few words and continued. How about this? Help me create a modular house. The materials don't matter, the cheaper the better. As long as it can keep out the wind and rain. Your requirements are too low, far below the cost of wood. It doesn't matter, Shinbei replied lightly. How many floors? Shinanji was recording the requirements. Any other needs? 1 floor. Shinanji was surprised. Just 1 floor? Aren't you planning to be a landlord? Just for myself, Shinbei said, leaving behind a mid-level crystal core as a deposit before turning to leave the research institute. In Shinbei's eyes, the materials for the house really didn't matter. Even a cardboard house could be upgraded into a formidable shelter, as long as it was modular and could gain experience points. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to level up. Later that evening, Shinbei took Little K to Rock's residence. He lived on the upper floor, enjoying exceptional treatment in a 2-story standalone house. It was no problem for him to host Shinbei for a few nights. Though he acted tough, he was quite accommodating. Rock opened the door with a hearty laugh and welcomed Shinbei in. Reality had been quite harsh, and Shinbei could only smile helplessly. He mentioned his plans to build a mobile home. Rock looked at Shinbei as if he were foolish. It's naive. Anyone can tell that building a mobile home is cheap. Who would rent instead? Speaking of which, I forgot to ask, when is Ian Hu leaving for the mission? Originally, Rock had too many tasks to keep track of when each one was scheduled. They were all notified last minute. However, he paid special attention to Shinbei and replied immediately, I thought you were dead, so the timing didn't matter. But today Ian Hu came to say the mission is scheduled for tomorrow. Tomorrow? Shinbei's mouth twitched. I won't chat with you anymore. I need to get some rest. He patted Little K. Go find a place to sleep. Little K looked a bit awkward, glancing at the messy room with garbage everywhere. Finally choosing a corner to settle down, Rock suddenly grabbed Little K by the neck and dragged him to the storage room, tossing in a blanket and closing the door. Isn't that generous? In Rock's eyes, kids like him were a burden, and having a storage room to sleep in was a huge favor, at least better than being outside. Shinbei took off his armor, curled up on the sofa, and yawned. At least he's better off. He can stretch his legs. Look at me. The sofa is too small. Go upstairs and share a bed with me. Shinbei joked. I'm afraid I might make mistakes. Rock carried a bottle of wine upstairs. Tonight I'll lock the door, so you won't have a chance to make any mistakes. Chapter 60. Different treatment. Stay here, and if I don't come back, just call him Godfather, got it? Shinbei finished gearing up and took a moment to instruct Little K. Rock almost choked on his breakfast, exclaiming, You're really putting me in a tough spot. I can barely take care of myself, let alone this little brat. Shinbei checked his guns and bullets, smiling as he said, He's mute. What are you afraid of? Roke twitched the corner of his mouth. Just take me as your entertainment. Come here, little one. Lick my leftover food clean. Waste even a bit, and I'll knock out your teeth. Despite Roke's fierce words, he pushed his breakfast towards Xiao Ke. Shinbei stretched out his hand to grab the food, pausing in midair. Shinbei said, Hunger keeps you alert. Roke grinned. Shinbei smacked his lips, snatched a piece of roasted meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. This kind of advice isn't worth thanking. It's all my experience. I've got my own experience. Huh. After a few days in the wilderness, you've lost your sense. Roke got dressed and waved his hand. Let's go. Before stepping out, Roke warned Xiao Ke with a fierce expression, Dare to steal my things, and I'll make you regret it. Xiao Ke showed no fear, quietly eating the food. Roke shook his head and muttered, If this little guy could awaken, he'd be quite a tough one. Shinbei glanced back, closed the door, and said, If one isn't tough, one can't stand firm. Weak people have already been eliminated by this world. Roke looked at Shinbei with a strange expression. Are you trying to be a philosopher? If medicine can't save people, what use is philosophy? If you talk like this, I feel much better. They arrived at the task center. The entrance was already crowded with many figures. Roke's demeanor changed, his imposing aura fully unleashed. As he kicked aside the people blocking the way. Move. Do you not have eyes in the back of your head? The crowd chuckled and parted, apologizing. Boss Roke. You overslept again. Is there any task today with less work and more pay? Boss Roke, the settlement from yesterday's task was off. You didn't account for the core crystals needed for driving. I came to take on a fixed task, just a little gift as a token of respect. Roke raised a hand to silence the chattering crowd. Taking a deep breath, he cursed loudly. Damn your ancient mother's times. You can make several trips with just one intermediate crystal core, and you report two to me? Trying to pull a fast one, huh? Get lost. What kind of nonsense did you send me? You want an easy task? Better not send anything at all. Who are you trying to insult? Then, amidst Roke's curses, he opened the door to the task center. The crowd surged in. Many people had come to take on fixed tasks today. Such tasks were mandatory requirements of the shelter. Every member of the shelter, regardless of who they were, had to complete a task assigned by the shelter every week. Generally, personnel from the research institute also had to venture into the wilderness to execute tasks. However, usually, non-combat personnel had lower-level tasks, mostly involving transportation or cleaning up battlefields, with no danger involved. In simple terms, this was also a means for the shelter to profit without much effort, essentially akin to forced labor. Of course, if one took on a task at the task center, they wouldn't need to do a fixed task. Shinbei sat aside waiting. Who hadn't arrived yet, and couldn't help Roke much. After a busy while, fewer and fewer people remained at the task center. In this world of survival, there was no rest. Everyone, like ants, buzzed around the Titan, coming in and out, stockpiling various supplies. No one knows where Titan will go. Being in a temperate climate is still relatively narrow. Once it enters the frozen territory, it is impossible to predict when Titan will come out. All the upper-level arable land is completely ruined, and a large amount of firewood is still needed for heating. The entire shelter will be in a state of stagnation, relying solely on stored supplies to get through. Shinbei once heard that a Titan took humans into the frozen area for 5 years. After 5 years, only the Titan survived. Everyone else froze to death. The tragedy comes not only from evil beings and ferocious beasts, but also from the climate. After everyone in the task force left, Rock stretched lazily. Working 4 hours a day? I'm so hardworking. Shinbei ignored Rock's boasting, feeling he couldn't compare at all. How much is the reward for this mission from Inhu? You must be moved if I tell you. Rock opened his computer to check the personnel list. Just the right amount for a high-level crystal core. But this has nothing to do with you since you owe a favor. Moved. Indeed, it was stirring. Heart racing a bit. Shinbei was too sensitive to this amount of money. Is it difficult? A task at this price is probably not that simple. It involves dealing with the wild god. Rock said casually. Shinbei almost fell off his chair. The wild god. That existence is second only to evil beings. Evil beings are feared by everyone due to their indestructible nature. The wild god, while it can be killed, has an attack power comparable to that of evil beings. It requires a high-priced ability user to join forces to deal with. Who is leading the team. What rank is he? A third-tier ability user. Are you kidding? Shinbei said directly. Is it too late for me to defect now? Calm down. Rock focused intently on the computer, typing a few keys and cursing. Damn. Luo Qingyuan, didn't he come to carry out the quantitative task again? Where were we? Rock turned to Shinbei. I want to defect. Don't panic. Rock pressed down with his hand. It's just a juvenile body. The research institute is very interested in this thing. Juvenile body. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. The difficulty of a juvenile body is much lower. Does the research institute have money to burn? What is there to study? Shinbei asked. Rock lowered his voice. I heard that shelter number 1 has developed a serum that can allow ordinary people to undergo a second awakening. With the raw material being the blood of the wild god. No one dared to provoke the wild god before, but now that a juvenile body has been discovered, you can bet they want to try it. Normally, if an ordinary person has not awakened their abilities by the age of 18, they have almost no hope for the rest of their life. But now, technology can allow for a second awakening. It's a bit sci-fi. Shinbei frowned. Is there no cost for the second awakening? Rock spread his hands and exclaimed. There is. If it fails, it explodes. The flesh blows up into pieces. Shinbei completely lost interest in this matter. Not long after, Inhu entered the task force with a few people. This time, Inhu and the others were equipped differently than usual. The entire body was wrapped tightly, with a gas mask and antidote in hand. Mr. Luo. Inhu did not pay any attention to Shinbei and immediately reported to Luo Ku. Luo Ku looked somewhat displeased. This is a bit inconsiderate. You still owe Shinbei a gas mask. It's a pity there are no supplies left in the logistics department. Inhu was too lazy to find an excuse and just made up a random story. Shinbei, Luo Ku turned to him and said, the place you are going to is the swampy deadwood forest. Go to the logistics department now and get a set of protective equipment. As he spoke, Luo Ku began to write a note. Without a note, it was impossible to obtain supplies from the logistics department. At this moment, Inhu said, there is no time. Let us go directly. Luo Ku slowly raised his head, his brows furrowed sharply. Is your time really that valuable? The Research Institute's time is valuable. Inhu was unafraid of Luo Ku's questioning. Luo Ku's teeth ground together. If it were in the past when he still had abilities, anyone daring to talk back like that would have gotten a beating for sure. But a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. General Yu Wuchang might still give Luo Ku some face, but his subordinates, who had abilities, looked down on Luo Ku to some extent. At this moment, Shinbei stood up and calmly said, it's unnecessary. Just set off directly. A gas mask? Is that thing more useful than battle armor? It's a burden. Inhu's face was filled with a cruel, gleeful smile. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go? Saying this, Inhu turned and left with his men. Luo Ku glared at Shinbei angrily. Foolish. You don't even know how to navigate. That is a place filled with poisonous gas. Do you want to die without a gas mask? Shinbei waved his hand, slinging a sniper rifle over his shoulder. Here's your chance to be a godfather. I'll treat you like my grandmother. Luoku was filled with an indescribable feeling of agitation, spitting out words. You 1T come back. I'll just throw that bastard Xiao Ke into the wilderness. Shinbei maintained an indifferent attitude, neither appearing serious nor pretending to be relaxed, and changed the subject. I have only one request. If I'm the only one who comes back, find a way to make the accounts right and get that high-level crystal core. I needed to build an RV. Luoku. Chapter 61. Arrival. Execution of the mission. Shinbei followed Yin Hu and others along the plank to the garage in front of Titan. The plank was a structure hanging on Titan, resembling a swinging connection. As they walked, it swayed back and forth. Shinbei secretly observed the composition of the team. There were 5 ordinary people, all holding rifles. Led by Yin Hu, a third-tier ability user. His weapon was a long whip, which was quite powerful. He had killed many winged claw griffins during the beast tide. There were also 2 other ability users, one called Flying Squirrel and the other Suli. Their levels and abilities were unknown. However, Suli carried a dark red curved bow on his back, suggesting he was a combat-type ability user. This was troublesome. Back then, they had to chase down Juema and Gan Mo for several days to finally kill them, and it had been quite a hassle. Now there were 3 ability users. However, Shinbei was not intimidated at all. Whether it was battle armor or the clustered firepower overhead, it was enough to deal with them. Soon, everyone arrived at the garage. In the garage, it wasn't just the Yin Hu team retrieving their vehicles. Shinbei also spotted the Blue Rose. Today, she was clad in a form-fitting leather military uniform that perfectly wrapped around her stunning figure, exuding a breathtakingly cold and alluring aura. Her icy blue hair made her unforgettable. The Blue Rose beckoned with her finger. Shinbei pointed to himself. Come here. The Blue Rose maintained her ever-cold expression, but her tone was quite pleasant. Her voice was clear and gentle, like autumn winds brushing against red leaves, or the vast sea reflecting the icy moon. What is the matter? Shinbei asked. Neither humble nor arrogant. In truth, he felt a bit anxious, fearing that the Blue Rose would bring up the cost of the modified healing potion, which was worth 1,000,000 core crystals. Something that could save a life could indeed cost one. Where to? The Blue Rose asked coldly, her lips a striking red, radiating an enticing vitality. The swamp of dead trees. The Blue Rose was quite surprised. How did you end up with such a task? Shinbei shrugged. I owe General Yu Wuchang. Don't go, come with me. The Blue Rose's gaze was steady and restrained. The most deadly aspect of that task isn't the wild god, but the miasma. Shinbei hesitated. He naturally knew that the Blue Rose's status was higher than that of Yin Hu. As long as she spoke, Yin Hu wouldn't dare to utter a sound. What task do you have? How much can you earn? You can get 5 intermediate core crystals. Forget it, I'll stick with the swamp of dead trees. Shinbei directly rejected the Blue Rose. What kind of joke was that? Only 5 intermediate core crystals? There was a high-level core crystal here to be earned. It was foolish to chase after such a small amount. It was like giving up a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Although Shinbei didn't know if Locke had a way to account for the money, he needed to focus on completing the task first. Quite stubborn. The Blue Rose said sharply, eyeing him. Take care of yourself. Shinbei shrugged and returned to the Yin Hu team. The group inspected their weapons, vehicles, and other tools. Confirming everything was ready, Yin Hu retrieved the vehicle, and everyone climbed onto the motorcycle, rushing out of the garage, heading toward the desolate swamp forest. The blazing sun struggled to penetrate the thick gray clouds, casting its light on the black and yellow earth. Occasionally, a strong wind would blow away a small patch of gray cloud, allowing the sunlight to shine through unobstructed. Looking out the window, Shinbei saw a tall plant in the wilderness, its pale stem covered in half-meter-long thorns. Whenever the sunlight shone down, it twisted its branches to absorb as much light as possible, growing at a visible speed. This was truly an astonishing world. There was nothing that couldn't be imagined. Only the unimaginable. Inside the vehicle, Yin Hu lit a cigarette, resting his legs on the windshield. His eyes sparkled with a frightening excitement as he smiled blandly and said, when we reach the swamp of dead trees, we'll split into 2 teams to search for the juvenile form of the wild god. Don't panic. It's just a juvenile form. Even if I encounter it alone, I can handle it. Shinbei, Fei Shu, and Su Li formed a group, while the others followed me. After some arrangements, Fei Shu and Su Li turned back to glance at Shinbei in the back seat, exchanging a sinister grin. A barely perceptible look of anticipation flickered in Shinbei's eyes. This arrangement was indeed interesting. Although they were split into 2 groups, Shinbei felt like an ordinary person among the ability users, merely a pawn. If he accidentally died, everyone would be happy. If he survived, they would make sure he didn't. Fei Shu suddenly twisted his mouth into a grimace and cornered Shinbei with a single line. As a sniper, reconnaissance is a basic skill, right? Shinbei's heart skipped a beat, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. However, he maintained his composure, nodded. and offered an ambiguous smile. No problem. The other ordinary people in the vehicle sensed a tense atmosphere. They exchanged glances, completely bewildered about how Shun Bei had offended Yin Hu. In their minds, did an ability user really need to scheme to eliminate an ordinary person? Probably not, right? Although the sniper rifle behind Shin Bei looked intimidating and seemed to pose a threat to ability users were inherently stronger than ordinary people. It seemed overly cautious for Yin Hu to resort to such underhanded tactics. But for Yin Hu, caution was necessary. Shin Bei had previously clashed with San Yi, and after the incident, San Yi inquired about it. He learned that Shin Bei had taken down Iron Dome with a single shot and eliminated Mao Bu Air. Not to mention Iron Dome, Mao Bu Air was an even more formidable presence. Treating Shin Bei as just an ordinary person would be sheer irresponsibility. Thus, Yin Hu's plan made perfect sense, letting Fei Shu and Su Li test Shin Bei's peculiarities first. Was it just the accuracy of the sniper rifle? Once they figured out Shin Bei's true capabilities, and considering he didn't have a gas mask, he wouldn't last long in the toxic atmosphere. They could easily send Shin Bei ahead to scout, extracting his remaining value to pave the way for the mission. After all, Shin Bei's reconnaissance skills were recognized by the Blue Rose. In this regard, he definitely had some skills. Then they could dispose of him to take revenge for Meng Shan. At that moment, Yin Hu grew increasingly irritated as he looked at Shun Bei's battle armor. He snorted a few times and turned away, fiercely puffing on his cigarette. An hour later, hot winds swirled, smoke and dust rose, and the roar of motorcycles echoed across the wilderness. After 3 hours of high-speed travel, a vast area shrouded in mist, exuding an eerie stillness, came into view, a gray swamp. They passed through a flat, damp grassy area, and ahead lay a stretch of indistinguishable marshland, covered with patches of gray dead leaves and shrubs. Tendrils of mist swayed in the wind as tall, crooked gray trees grew within, forming an expansive swamp that seemed to stretch endlessly. Fei Shu called out, "Captain, ahead are pieces of marshland that are hard to identify. We can't go any further." Stopping the vehicle from a distance, Shin Bei scrutinized the swamp that clearly wasn't a friendly place, his expression shifting. The outer edge of the desolate marshland is a flat and open grassy area, with a clear view all around. Su Li scanned the surroundings and asked, "Captain, where should we start?" With such a vast marsh, finding clues about the juvenile form of the Wangsun will require some luck. Yin Hu narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. "Let's not rush in just yet. Let's look for any traces in the vicinity." The flying squirrel nodded, tossing a crystal core into the engine, and the vehicle began to move at a steady pace, searching around the outer edge of the desolate marshland. Soon, they noticed patches of grass being turned up on the ground ahead, leaving a series of irregular mud pits spaced over 10 meters apart, extending into the marsh. Here, the flying squirrel immediately stopped the vehicle and began inspecting the large mud pits. Yin Hu jumped out of the car and looked towards the desolate marshland. The soil isn't completely dried out, which means it hasn't been long. This should be the trail left by the black bat. Split up and move in. Chapter 62. Crisis. Unannounced retreat inside the marsh. A faint gray miasma floated like mist among the trees. The ground was covered with gray fallen leaves, and patches of marshland were hidden beneath a thick layer of leaves, seemingly harboring hidden dangers. In this eerie atmosphere, 3 figures moved steadily through the mist, crunching the dry leaves underfoot, creating a subtle sound. Shin Bei walked at the front, with the flying squirrel and Su Li a few steps behind, flanking him on either side. Their current mission was to explore the interior of the marsh and search for the juvenile form of the black bat. Su Li observed carefully and then paused to ask, "Flying squirrel, have you found anything?" The sharp-nosed flying squirrel removed his gas mask, slightly squinting his eyes and flaring his nostrils as if trying to catch a scent. Cough, cough. The color of his face turned an unusual shade of red, and he quickly put the gas mask back on, speaking in a muffled voice. 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 9 o'clock directions have a bloody scent. However, the scents at 1 o'clock and 9 o'clock are faint, while the scent at 11 o'clock is very strong and has a corrosive quality. It must be from the black bat. Great. Su Li's eyes lit up as he immediately directed Shin Bei. "You head towards 11 o'clock and move deeper." Shin Bei glanced at the flying squirrel, sensing that his abilities were similar to Ganmo's. He could detect and distinguish all scents within nearly a kilometer and had the ability to memorize and track them. Although this ability might not have much impact in combat, it was considered top tier in terms of auxiliary capabilities. However, the toxic hazards within the desolate marshland made it difficult for even the enhanced physique of an ability user to endure for long. While the flying squirrel's tracking sense was powerful, it couldn't be sustained indefinitely. The fact that he had just removed his mask and was already struggling to breathe was a testament to that. Of course, the flying squirrel had another ability, extraordinary hearing, which allowed him to detect and distinguish infrasound waves like a bat. Though not as powerful as his tracking sense, it was still quite excellent for reconnaissance. As Shin Bei walked, He contemplated how to complete the task and get his rewards. Achieving this required a significant price. At that moment, Su Li and Fei Shu exchanged glances, clearly surprised. Ever since parting ways with Yin Hu, they thought Shin Bei would not last long in the swampy deadwood forest without a gas mask. To their astonishment, they had underestimated the tightly wrapped battle armor Shin Bei wore. It seemed to be quite a good piece of equipment. Su Li gestured to Fei Shu, who understood the gist of it. He wanted to examine the armor Shin Bei was wearing to see what functions it had and whether it possessed unexpected capabilities. Fei Shu nodded, understanding the implication. Just then, Fei Shu seemed to hear something and smiled at Su Li, pointing to a spot less than 3 meters ahead of Shin Bei, making gestures. Su Li turned to look ahead. According to Fei Shu, if Shin Bei moved forward, he would undoubtedly come under attack. A good show was about to unfold. At that moment, Shin Bei paused. The armor's amplification system picked up a rustling sound. This sound was almost inaudible to ordinary people. Only those with superior hearing abilities could detect it. After upgrades, the armor also featured enhanced amplification, allowing it to match the hearing capabilities of those with special abilities. Something lay beneath the leaf litter 3 meters away. Without hesitation, Shin Bei raised his revolver at an angle and fired a normal bullet, the dark muzzle emitting smoke in the next second. Bang! The flash of the shot trembled the air. Simultaneously, the ground just a few meters in front of him erupted like a bomb, with mud, dead leaves, and blood splattering everywhere. Hiss! Hiss! A strange and chilling sound rang out. Shin Bei focused his gaze and saw a soft-bodied creature, as thick as a person, resembling a leech, blown into 2 pieces, one segment writhing madly in the mud, its grotesque mouthparts occupying most of its head, constantly contracting and struggling, looking utterly terrifying. It was the infamous killer of the desolate swamp forest, the Iron Line King Worm. This creature lay hidden beneath the leaf-covered mud, masking all its scents, temperatures, and movements, making it extremely difficult to detect. However, as someone who believed that technology was the primary productive force, Shin Bei was clearly not among those easily caught off guard. At his level, he could utilize the armor's advanced module combinations to achieve detailed perception of the external environment, even the slightest movements in the ground around him. Despite the Iron Line King Worm being concealed in the mud, could be vaguely sensed. Fei Shu, witnessing Shin Bei's speed and decisiveness in firing, was also taken aback. He found it hard to believe that a regular person could detect the presence of an Iron Line King Worm ahead. Frankly speaking, in this team, aside from himself, even Ian who would not have noticed. How strange. How strange. Was this pure luck? Su Li was equally shocked. If Fei Shu hadn't remained silent, he might have thought Fei Shu had betrayed them and signaled Shin Bei in advance. Damn luck, Su Li muttered to himself. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of withered wood and broken leaves continued to echo, and amidst the faint poisonous mist, Shin Bei advanced through the marshy forest. Behind him, Fei Shu and Su Li were tense, observing and listening for any signs of danger as if facing a formidable enemy. In the desolate marsh, one moment the ground was solid beneath their feet, and the next it could give way to a quagmire hidden beneath the fallen leaves, risking an attack from the Iron Wire King Worm. Therefore, they had to be extremely vigilant to avoid any ambush. Unknowingly, Shin Bei arrived at a small clearing in the center of the desolate marsh. The sparse trees surrounded a ground completely covered in dead leaves and shrubs. Beneath the seemingly flat surface, there appeared to be a muddy pit, concealing hidden dangers. At the same time, traces of some large reptile could be clearly seen alongside a large pool of black blood. Shin Bei did not advance further, but turned to Fei Shu and Su Li, saying, I think we shouldn't go any further. Should we call Yin Hu over? In Shin Bei's view, completing the mission would naturally require Yin Hu. If Yin Hu wanted to be the cannon fodder, Shin Bei wouldn't mind using him as a stepping stone. Fei Shu took off his gas mask, flaring his nostrils to distinguish the residual scents in the air, his face filled with excitement. The footprints and the corrosive, bloody odor had completely vanished here, indicating that they seemed to have found the hiding place of the young form of the wild god Black Bat. After a moment of thought, Fei Shu, with his crooked nose looking somewhat comical yet fierce, said, How can you be so sure we've found the wild god Black Bat? If we don't see its true form, isn't it a waste of time? We should continue exploring until we see the Black Bat. Shin Bei's eyes seemed to be veiled in a thin layer of dust, and he had no choice but to turn around. With a flick of his wrist, he unhesitatingly fired his revolver. Sure enough, beneath the thick layer of dead leaves on the clearing, there lay a quagmire that devoured all life. The bullets broke through the cover of the leaves without obstruction, sinking deeply into the mire in various directions. In just a few blinks, Shin Bei emptied the magazine, and then, boom, 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 boom. From various points in the muddy clearing, 6 muffled explosions erupted in succession. There was no ripple, as if pebbles had been thrown into a lake. At that moment, Shin Bei's eyebrows twitched involuntarily, and an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. It felt as if some extremely malevolent creature was slowly awakening from the depths of the quagmire, sending shivers through his soul. He instinctively jumped back, turned in midair, and ran wildly toward the rear. While Fei Shu and Su Li were momentarily stunned, Shinbei had already leaped past them. "What the hell are you running for? Get in front of me!" Su Li shouted loudly. Shinbei shrugged. "Maybe I've inhaled too much of the miasma. I'm a bit dizzy." Fei Shu cursed. "Stop being slippery. I'm telling you again, unless you see the true form of the wild god Black Bat, you better wade through it." In Fei Shu's eyes, Shinbei was just a false alarm, being cunning. Just then, there was a loud crash. The calm marsh suddenly turned turbulent, with mud, dead leaves, and other debris soaring into the air like a curtain. A tall, menacing shadow emerged from the marsh, propelling the soaring mud and leaves forward with ferocity. Chapter 63. You do your thing. I'll watch the show. Shinbei would not expose himself to danger. After the bullets were spent, he decisively began to retreat. At the moment the mud erupted, a shadow, covered in mud and not much larger than an ordinary person, shot out with incredible speed, almost like lightning. Even Shinbei, who was intently watching the marsh, could not clearly see what it was. As it appeared, a visible shockwave surged forth like a crashing wave. Sweeping in all directions, the sound wave tore through the air, shaking the ground, and causing a boiling effect, shattering countless dead leaves into the sky. The first to suffer from this sound wave attack were Su Li and Fei Shu, both letting out muffled groans as if dozens of gongs were ringing in their heads, rendering them frozen in place. Especially Fei Shu, who was closest and had enhanced hearing as his ability, was severely affected by the violent sound wave, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices and stand motionless like a puppet. Shinbei had already shut down the amplification system. Otherwise, the damage from the sound wave would have been even greater, perhaps more than what Fei Shu experienced. Taking advantage of this moment, the shadow that leaped from the marsh lunged forward, its claw-like appendages piercing through Fei Shu with chilling force. Suddenly attacked and in excruciating pain, Fei Shu's survival instincts kicked in, and he let out a horrific scream, flailing his arms wildly. But before he could fight back, a massive maw descended from above him. With a swift snap, without a sound, the shadow's gaping mouth bit off Fei Shu's head in one swift motion, blood spraying everywhere as it let out a cruel and childish cry. The shadow, with Fei Shu's headless body hanging from its claws, darted to the other side of the marsh, seemingly ignoring Shinbei and Su Li as it began to devour its meal ravenously. In the blink of an eye, the ability user Fei Shu was dead on the spot. Beast. The next second, Su Li, recovering from the impact of the sound wave, witnessed this scene and his eyes nearly burst with rage. He could clearly see the shadow that had launched the sudden attack, a pitch-black beast resembling a bat, covered in mud and still coated with the remnants of its birth. Its wings were crumpled and not fully extended, giving the impression that it had just hatched. This was the target they had been searching for, the juvenile form of the dark god Black Bat. At this moment, Su Li roared furiously, veins bulging on his forehead. "Shinbei, you noticed the danger and didn't give a warning, causing Fei Shu's death." In Su Li's view, if Shinbei had alerted them earlier, Fei Shu would not have been so close to the juvenile Black Bat. It is completely possible to retreat alongside Shinbei. But Shinbei didn't remind him, and even falsely claimed it was due to inhaling too much miasma. That wasted several seconds for nothing. Shinbei looked innocent. "You have too many expectations of ordinary people." Su Li gritted his teeth, not having the time to think too much. The emergence of the wild god meant it was time to call for assistance to surround and eliminate it. As for Shinbei's issue, that could be dealt with later. He first let out a sharp, penetrating whistle. In the next moment, the longbow appeared in his hand like lightning, and at the same time, the muscles in his arms bulged as he smoothly went through the motions of taking the bow, knocking an arrow, and drawing the string. Boom. 3 explosive arrows appeared in his hand, and as his arm muscles tensed, the bow resembled a full moon. Whoosh. The sounds of air bursting and shrill whistling erupted as 3 meteors tore through the air in an instant. Almost at the same time, Su Li released his 3 arrows. The black bat, which had been ravenously gnawing at the corpse of the flying squirrel, seemed to sense the danger ahead of time. It immediately abandoned the carcass before transforming into a flash of black lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The black bat's movements were incredibly swift, narrowly dodging Su Li's explosive arrows. The ground shook, and debris exploded, creating 3 large craters. The mangled corpse of the flying squirrel was also lifted high by the force of the explosion, rolling into the mud and slowly sinking. The small black bat that dodged Su Li's arrows had already perched atop a dead tree branch, looking down with its pitch-black eyes the size of longan fruits, staring intently at Su Li, saliva dripping from its mouth. Its eyes filled with a cruel and malicious glint as it let out a piercing cry. Screech. "Hungry, hungry, hungry." It felt like a starving beast that hadn't eaten for days, fully displaying its extreme hunger and bloodthirst, eager to feast. And the food, of course, was Su Li, who was attacking it. What are you still looking at? Come to me, Su Li shouted. Instead of coming closer, Xun Bei pretended to be terrified and retreated even further. If this were an ordinary person, they would surely move closer to the ability user. After all, it's nice to be in the shade of a big tree. But Xun Bei didn't think that way. Once he got closer, if the tree fell, he would be cannon fodder. Seeing Xun Bei remain unmoved and sensing his fear, Su Li immediately changed his tone. A wild god that has just been born is at its weakest during this time. It can't even fly right now, making it an easy target. This creature only has speed and a strange sound attack. The flying squirrel was caught off guard and was just coincidentally defeated by the sound wave attack. If we block our ears, we can significantly reduce the sound wave's impact. If you cooperate with me, we can take it down without much cost. Just think about it. A complete juvenile wild god. What a tremendous contribution that would be to the shelter. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't miss it, do you understand? Xun Bei chuckled inwardly. The trickery was too low level. Wouldn't it be better for me to wait for you both to suffer each other? Xun Bei feigned a trembling voice. Hiding behind a tree. I'm scared. Su Li cursed under his breath, calling Xun Bei useless, and turned his attention back to the black bat. He stuffed his ears with scraps of cloth and drew his bow again, aiming at the black bat. The small black bat remained crouched on a dead tree across the swamp, its flat, ugly face grinning with a gaping maw, drooling, and its pitch-black eyes fixated on Su Li, filled with a terrifying hunger and greed. In the next moment, the black bat lunged through the air. Die! Bang, bang, bang. 9 consecutive sounds of bowstrings echoed. 9 arrows whistled through the air, bursting forth from Su Li's hands like comets striking the moon. The air was set ablaze by intense friction, releasing a burnt smell, as the 9 arrows screamed forth, sounding like the wails of countless vengeful spirits, their piercing cries seemingly capable of tearing one's soul away. This was Su Li's ultimate skill as an ability user, the 9-star chain. Boom, 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 boom. In the next instant, a violent wind swept through, causing the air to tremble in the small clearing, time seeming to freeze as the small black bat, still in mid-pounce, had not yet hit the ground. Explosions erupted at its throat, shoulders, chest, and abdomen, each releasing 6 bursts of fire and blood. The young creature, made of flesh and blood, could not withstand the impact and was instantly torn apart in the explosive flames, flying away like a rag doll amidst its pitiful cries. Crack, crack. The small black bat's body crashed down through branches and leaves, hitting the ground hard. It was clear to see 6 horrifying blood craters appear on the body of this deathly beast, with some of its internal organs missing, leaving a gruesome scene. Although Su Li's 9-star chain did not hit all its targets, it still severely injured the black bat. At this moment, Su Li, having exerted himself to the limit, felt immense pain in his arms and could no longer draw the bow for a finishing blow. Seeing the black bat bloodied and heavily wounded, Su Li continued to shout for Xun Bei. It only has 1 breath left. Don't let it escape. Do you hear me? Get moving. Where are you? In Su Li's field of vision, there was no sign of Xun Bei. He had long since disappeared. Damn. Su Li felt dizzy with anger and almost spat blood. Damn it, don't let me see you again. At this moment, the heavily injured black bat roared and struggled, suddenly flipping over as if igniting all its ferocity, once again lunging at Su Li with its severely wounded body. Chapter 64. It's my turn to reap under the heavy injuries. The black bat's movements were nowhere near as swift and unpredictable as before. At this moment, Su Li saw that instead of fleeing, the black bat was attacking him. Su Li could no longer draw his bow. Stumbling, he began to escape, resenting Xun Bei while also blaming Yin for being too slow to support him. If this continued, his fate was easy to imagine. Just then, Su Li heard a large number of footsteps approaching from a distance. He looked up and immediately shouted in delight, "Brother Hu, save me." At this moment, Yin was rushing towards him. He was originally searching for the wild deity black bat in another direction. Upon hearing the whistle, he immediately brought his team for extreme support. At this moment, Yin saw the severely injured black bat rushing towards him and was instantly delighted. "Leave it to me. An injured black bat, easy to handle. Foolish creature." Yin sneered, bypassed Su Li, and charged forward. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Yin crouched and sidestepped, deftly dodging the black bat's attack, intending to exhaust its energy through entanglement. This juvenile wild deity had strong vitality. Even in its severely wounded state, it could potentially take him down with it. So he had no intention of confronting it head-on. Instead, he aimed to temporarily entangle the black bat until Su Li regained his strength, and together they could easily eliminate it. However, despite his optimistic plan, the next development of the situation was beyond his expectations. A foul wind rushed toward him as the black bat, after missing its attack, did not pursue as Ian had anticipated. Instead, a tremendous, thunderous sound suddenly erupted from its damaged body, and the short black bristles on the black bat exploded outward, standing up like steel needles. A huge alarm suddenly rose in Su Li's heart, who was catching his breath. Not good. In the next moment, the small black bat unleashed a barrage of countless steel needles, shooting out like a torrential rain, covering dozens of meters in all directions, above and below, front and back. In a full 365-degree range, the overwhelming steel needles shot forth, leaving no place to hide, faster than bullets. In the midst of this shock, Ian, who was closest, reacted quickly. His body suddenly transformed, thick, bark-like defenses forming over his skin, wrapping him inside. The sound of clinking echoed as numerous steel needles were blocked by the bark. However, Su Li, who was not far from Ian, along with the ordinary people rushing to help, were not so fortunate. Realizing the danger, Su Li immediately grabbed an ordinary person to shield himself, barely managing to cover his face, but he had not yet positioned himself to protect his body. In the next instant, steel needles pierced through his arms, chest, and legs, penetrating over 50 of his body, leaving behind hundreds of needle-like blood holes. In just a moment, Su Li trembled violently, and then his entire body began to bleed profusely, collapsing to the ground, still convulsing. On the other side, the other ordinary people hadn't reacted in time to avoid the broader onslaught. The steel needles rained down like a storm, creating dozens to hundreds of tiny blood holes in their arms, shoulders, heads, and various parts of their bodies, causing excruciating pain that sent them crashing to the ground, screaming endlessly, "Help me! It hurts! Captain Ian, help me!" In a brief moment, these ordinary people fell silent, one and all, having succumbed to the black bat's attack. All perishing. The black bat's attack, using its bristly body as a weapon, was akin to a relentless and indiscriminate barrage, faster than a bullet and possessing unparalleled penetrating power. Even the combat armor on its opponents couldn't withstand the astonishing penetration of its steel-like bristles. More importantly, all the bristles that entered the body were tainted with the black bat's highly corrosive blood, which acted like a potent corrosive toxin invading the body. While it wasn't lethal, it rendered the victim immobile as if filled with lead. Even an awakened individual struggled to resist, let alone an ordinary person, highlighting the ferocity of the black bat's toxin. At that moment, only one person, Ian, remained capable of fighting. Su Li was gravely injured, and if it weren't for his robust abilities, he would have already perished. Even so, after wasting several hours without receiving treatment at a shelter, he would soon meet a bitter end. The ordinary people hadn't even had the chance to act as cannon fodder, all perishing in an instant. Suddenly, the black bat, with its bare and exposed dark skin, let out a cruel shriek, showcasing its tenacious vitality. With its sharp claws extended, it lunged directly at Ian, who was heavily armored in thick bark, exuding a fierce aura. Damn it! Ian had no time to glance back. A foul, bloody wind rushed toward him, causing the veins on his body to bulge as he barely dodged the black bat's ferocious attack, but he still suffered several deep wounds that exposed bone on his chest. Simultaneously, half of his body was grazed by the black bat's muscular frame, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing into and breaking a thick, withered tree trunk before falling to the ground. The black bat, exhilarated, came to a sudden stop and then pounced towards Ian, whose fallen position once more. This beast. One misstep, and everything would be lost. At that moment, Ian, lying on the ground in excruciating pain, felt as though all the blood in his body had congealed. The black bat's cruel and excited face closed in rapidly, the shadow of death looming over him. Half kneeling on the ground, Ian, expression twisted in agony, and all his energy erupted violently as he shot backward. With a flick of his wrist, a whip exuding a rich emerald glow appeared in his hand, slithering like a venomous snake. In the next moment, Ian leaped forward, moving so swiftly that a series of ghostly green afterimages trailed behind him. As he charged, he swung the long whip violently, cleaving through the air and unleashing narrow, crescent-like energy waves that burst forth like a comet striking the moon. Bang, 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 bang. Where the emerald crescent energy waves passed, stones the size of grinding wheels and trees thick enough for two people to embrace shattered like tofu. While the energy waves continued to obliterate all obstacles in their path. Beast, die. In the next second, a series of muffled explosions sounded as the long whip in Ian's hand emitted a chilling glow, as if it had a life of its own. Swiftly slicing through the air, it shot straight for the black bat. With a thud, the black bat seemed to be struck hard, blood spraying wildly, while its strong forward momentum was casually entangled by Ian's single-handed whip. With a fierce flick in the opposite direction, it was sent flying out. In the next moment, Ian gave the black bat no chance to react. He raised his hand again in a flash, slapping the air fiercely. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted, and amidst the explosive airflow, a blue palm print, about 1 square meter in size, took shape in the void, crushing the air at an unimaginable speed as it rushed towards the black bat. Boom! In the next instant, like thunder on a clear day, an explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the ground within a radius of over 10 meters. The already weakened black bat had no ability to dodge this violent energy attack from Yin-Hu. Amidst the deafening roar and the sweeping gale, the black bat didn't even last half a second before letting out a heart-wrenching scream, as if it had been struck by a speeding train. Then, with a series of explosive cracking sounds from its bones, it was violently sent flying backward. In midair, subjected to unimaginable force, the black bat's already wounded body, previously shot by Su Li, expelled a large amount of blood again, painting the sky red. With a thud, the black bat finally flew over 30 meters away before crashing to the ground, its body in tatters, shaking uncontrollably like a sieve. After struggling a few times, it could not stand up, ultimately letting out a mournful cry and dying. Ugh! Yin-Hu wiped the wounds on his body and cursed under his breath, almost capsized. Yin-Hu turned to Su Li, feeling a sudden panic, and hurried over. But Su Li was already in an extremely weakened state, his whole body tinged with green. Clearly deeply poisoned. Yin-Hu's gaze darkened. Damn it! Where's the flying squirrel? Su Li's face was bleak, dead. Shinbei? Run away. However, just as Su Li finished speaking, Shinbei proved with his actions that he had not run away. A silent but highly penetrating sniper bullet pierced Su Li's forehead. I am here. I have always been here. I am everywhere. Shinbei squatted on a tree far away, talking to himself. In the next moment, he pointed the gun directly at Yin-Hu. Chapter 65. Gunfire resounds. Grief fills the sky dead. Su Li's forehead exploded. The still warm brain matter splattered blood all over Yin-Hu's face. Yin-Hu's eyes widened slowly, his heart trembling. He clearly heard no sound, yet saw a bullet enter Su Li's head. How is this possible? Yin-Hu's mind reacted quickly. He immediately realized that Su Li's death was Shinbei's doing. Only he carried a sniper rifle. But what made his scalp tingle and his body tremble was the question. Why was there no gunshot? Was this bullet shot from a slingshot? Such a silent bullet launch could only be done by a high-level ability user specializing in shooting. And Shinbei was just an ordinary person. Firearms need gunpowder. Firing a gun makes noise. He swallowed hard, feeling that Shinbei was even more troublesome than he had anticipated. In the next instant, Yin-Hu had no time to think. Nor could he care about the already lifeless Su Li, and he certainly had no intention of dragging the mission target, the young black bat. With a swift movement, his body burst forth with a green glow and plunged into the ground. The surface of the earth rippled like water, and Yin-Hu disappeared as if he were a fish diving into the depths. For Yin-Hu, without hearing the gunfire's origin, he couldn't determine Shinbei's position. Hiding behind any tree could expose him, far less safe than burrowing underground. This would also allow Shinbei to lose track of him. As long as Shinbei conducted a search, he would be able to catch him. Meanwhile, Shinbei, crouched on a dead tree in the distance, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. This ability was truly unexpected. He remained still in the tree and activated the sound system, simultaneously ejecting the level 5 bullets from the chamber. Shinbei had intended to use the level 5 bullets to eliminate Yin-Hu in one shot. Even if Yin-Hu reacted quickly and hid, he could still utilize the bullet's ability to curve, as shown in the earlier scene with the eagle dragon. However, reality exceeded Shinbei's expectations. This guy had burrowed underground. But this wasn't a problem for Shinbei. He immediately connected to the cluster fire drone. Cluster fire drone. Kinetic energy remaining, 98. Ammo capacity, 12 rounds. Remaining in ammo bay, 24 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Command edit. Invisible, floating. Automatic follow for 500 meters. Shinbei quickly set the command. Advance 1,000 meters, cruise. Silently. The air rippled slightly as the invisible cluster fire drone hovered above Su Li's corpse. Shinbei then jumped down from the tree and switched to a more practical revolver for close-range combat. At this moment, the entire marshy forest was eerily quiet. Not even a whisper of wind. A faint green mist hung in the air. After walking just a few dozen steps, Shinbei's sound system suddenly picked up a rustling noise. It was the sound of something moving underground, heading in his direction. Shinbei remained calm, knowing that Yin-Hu was planning to launch a surprise attack from below. However, he was overthinking it. The next second, the cluster fire drone in midair suddenly activated its invisibility. The barrel dipped slightly, and a flash of fire erupted without any sound, like a plastic bag dropped from a tall building. But in the next moment, the shell exploded in the marsh 800 meters ahead of Shinbei. A powerful shockwave instantly swept across the entire marsh, violently disturbing the previously calm mud. The mud mixed with water splashed up, forming towering columns of muck, resembling the roar of the marsh, shooting up into the sky. Under this tremendous force, the plants in the marsh were uprooted, and with the splattering mud, they traced chaotic trajectories in the air. The tremors from the explosion made the ground around the marsh shake, as if the entire wetland was trembling in anger. As the mud fell, it emitted a dull thud, and the splashed water returned to the marsh, creating ripples. The air was thick with the scent of earth and gunpowder. But there was no bloody smell that Shunbei wanted to sense. Shunbei frowned. The shells of the cluster fire disc had been modified. Although there were no engraved patterns, Shunbei had tried to create bullet patterns on the shells, but failed. It seemed to be a case of incompatibility, and the modifications provided no hints. But let alone the modified shells, even the standard high explosives from the Research Institute could blow the Inhu out. However, Shunbei saw no flesh and blood. All that remained were the mangled remains of iron wire king worms and other creatures. Shunbei tilted his head, gazing at the bomb crater. In a brief moment, he discovered a severed human arm. But this arm was not made of flesh. It was a wooden stump, resembling a prosthetic limb. Upon seeing this, Shunbei's pupils suddenly constricted. He had underestimated him. Shunbei instantly thought that the rustling sound earlier was not the Inhu crawling underground, but rather the prosthetic limb he created using his powers crawling. Without any hesitation, Shunbei directly commanded the cluster fire disc to conduct an all-around bombardment of the battlefield. Since he didn't know where the Inhu was, it was likely he hadn't run far in such a short time. Or rather, he didn't care to run at all. After all, he was an ability user. Could he really be frightened away by an ordinary person? Boom! The cluster fire disc unleashed its shells. In this gloomy and treacherous swamp, the artillery once again tore apart the long-standing silence. Each shell, filled with destructive power, fell like a doomsday meteor, piercing through the dense miasma, trailing a blazing tail as it plunged into the mud. The rolling mud and steam intertwined to create a chaotic world. Shunbei's gaze swept continuously. In the explosive light and shadow, a hellish scene danced across his face. Under such dense bombardment, Shunbei was convinced that he could not fail to expose the Inhu's physical form. Sure enough, after just one round of bombardment, a shadow leaped out of the swamp mud, 300 meters away from Shunbei. It was the Inhu. Mengshan really misses you, right? Haha. Shunbei's voice was strange and grand, seemingly causing the boundless smoke and steam to boil, as if rejoicing and cheering. At this moment, the Inhu felt like a silent, stubborn rock, enduring the tidal pain surging from all over his body. His abdomen had been blown open, his internal organs shattered, and his spine deformed and bent. His face was a mix of blood and mud. He never expected that despite Shunbei's cunning and the great power of his firearms, his plan to burrow underground for a close assault would actually fail. But that wasn't all. What shocked him the most was the fire disc hovering above. Wasn't that a weapon from the shelter? How could it be in Shunbei's hands? Moreover, it had grown larger and more powerful. This shouldn't be happening. Such bombardment weapons should automatically return to the Research Institute after use. Also, when did Shunbei bring this thing? It was incomprehensible. Completely incomprehensible. Shunbei. At this moment, the shadowed tiger resembled a fierce flame burning in the icy ocean currents, akin to a dying beast in a desperate situation. Painful and cold, silent yet ferocious, mad yet resilient. You think you can take me down with sheer firepower? You're mistaken. Despite its battered body, the shadowed tiger charged forward at full speed. This was its final madness. If it couldn't capture Shunbei now, it would be out of options, especially with the firepower overhead posing a significant threat. Shunbei raised his handgun with an air of calmness. You underestimate things. You know nothing about technology and have no sense of reverence. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled gunshots erupted like a torrential storm. A barrage of bullets flew towards the shadowed tiger at an astonishing speed. Shunbei's shooting speed was jaw-dropping, seemingly disregarding the massive recoil of the revolver. The bullets that shot from the gun resembled the fiery tongues spewing from a multi-barreled cannon. At the same time, the cluster firepower device finished loading its shells, firing them one by one at the shadowed tiger. The sounds of gunfire mixed into a chaotic symphony, with bullets and shells intertwining in the air. The shadowed tiger was surrounded by a dense life force, and the bark-like defenses born of its abilities appeared unbreakable. But that applied only to the research facility's shells. Against Shunbei's merciless firepower, it ultimately proved to be inadequate. The violent shockwaves continuously penetrated the bark shield, throwing the tiger into the air repeatedly before crashing down onto the muddy ground. Covered in wounds and scars, it struggled weakly, just managing to get back up. A heat radiated on its forehead. That was the intensity of the gun barrel. The shadowed tiger's face was smeared with blood, its eyes revealing endless resentment and hatred. Who are you? I have never encountered anyone in the wild who can wield firearms as a threat to ability users. A sinister smile crept across Shunbei's lips, his eyes filled with a palpable killing intent. If you're going to take a beating, stand straight. Digging for answers is pointless. May hell not allow you to escape. Bang! The marshy deadwood forest once again returned to silence. Chapter 66. Trouble. The evil seed blocks the way. Shunbei squatted beside the shadowed tiger's body, which had its head shattered. He poked its mouth with a gun muzzle. Huh. Thought your head was tough? It's just hard-headedness. Cleaning up the battlefield, he managed to find over a dozen intermediate crystal source cores from various personnel. Who's going out on missions without being prepared? Shunbei clicked his tongue and then dragged the black bat's body onto the vehicle. This was the target of the mission. Without it, Shunbei wouldn't get paid. As for the bodies of the shadowed tiger and its companions, Shunbei didn't even glance at them. In this world, wherever you die, that's your grave. It didn't matter who it was. Even if General Yu Wuchang died in battle, no one would collect the body. Some might even celebrate. The whole world was just a natural graveyard. Shunbei climbed into the vehicle. This was his first time driving a modified vehicle from this world. Looking at the power compartment, Shunbei was relieved to find residual energy from the core inside, which meant he could drive back to the shelter. He pressed the accelerator. Virum, he could still feel the power and aggression of the approaching vehicle's engine. In any case, the specialized off-road vehicles in this world were incomparable to those from the old era. After discarding various safety features designed to protect the occupants and the flashy amenities like large televisions and refrigerators, the focus was purely on performance. It wasn't just about four-wheel drive or powerful engines. The vehicles featured a suspension system that could adjust freely from 10 to 100 centimeters above the ground. Explosion-proof wheels that could turn 180 degrees, and crawling modes for special terrains. This was the essence of vehicles in the new era. Shunbei took one last look at the swampy forest, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. He pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward. As dusk approached, the sky began to darken, and the clouds over the wilderness were blown apart by strong winds, allowing beams of red sunlight to shine through. However, the overall scenery of the wilderness remained quite monotonous. After about 10 hours of travel, Shunbei saw the writhing titans in the darkness. They were back. However, in the next moment, Shunbei sensed something was off. In the past, electricity had been an extremely precious resource in the shelter. Even with generators powered by the core, the output was clearly a loss, usually only affordable by the upper tier. But now, all the energy-consuming searchlights in the shelter were turned on, illuminating the wilderness under the night sky, seemingly searching for something. At that moment, someone shouted a few times. The beams of the searchlights all focused on Shunbei's vehicle. Shunbei raised his arm to shield his eyes from the blinding light, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to jump out of the vehicle, he heard chaotic shouts from the shelter. Run. What are you waiting for? A monster. There's a monster behind you. As Shunbei listened to the fragmented roars drifting through the air, it felt like an ancient cold wind blowing from the Arctic ice fields. He was filled with dread. His body was covered in a cold sweat, and it felt as if his soul was about to freeze. Shunbei sensed an incredibly oppressive, chilling presence behind him, like a tangible tide surging from all directions. His neck stiffened, and his hands gripped the steering wheel, breaking into a cold sweat. He trembled and slowly looked back. In an instant, it felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, and he was left breathless, unable to speak. Under the searchlight, a monstrous creature that seemed to have emerged from the deepest depths of hell appeared before him. Less than 100 meters behind the vehicle, the monster's size was immense enough to block out the sun. Its body resembled a twisted, deformed black mountain, covered with a hard shell that looked like cracked, molten lava, embedded with countless writhing eyeballs and sharp-boned spikes, each glimmering with an eerie light that sent chills down one's spine. Beneath its enormous body, countless tentacles writhed like greedy venomous snakes, each covered in incredibly sharp barbs and glands dripping with corrosive liquid. Wherever they passed, even hard rocks would turn to pus. At the ends of those tentacles hidden in the darkness were gaping maws, ready to devour any creature daring to come close. At the core of this abomination was a heart that never ceased its frenzied beating, producing thunderous sounds with each pulse, releasing waves of malevolent energy that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Despite being scarred and incomplete, this entity could always grow new tissue from its wounds, rendering any attack against it utterly futile. The name Endless Chaos struggled to escape from Shunbei's throat, a terrifying creature seemingly cursed with eternal life. In that moment, Shunbei felt as if his own life was being stripped away. He dared to fight fierce beasts and clash with those possessing special abilities, but against this abomination, all his means felt hopelessly inadequate. Shunbei, what the hell are you thinking? Run. Suddenly, a loud shout from Rock jolted Shunbei. He shivered. Run. Not running meant death. 300 meters. As long as he could reach within 300 meters, he would be within the protective range. Life and death within 300 meters. Shunbei slammed on the accelerator, feeling a surge of rage. The off-road vehicle's wheels spun in place, sending stones flying. Whoosh! Shunbei's vision blurred as the vehicle shot forward. Step on the gas. Don't let up, push it hard. Grip the steering wheel tight. The people on the shelter waved their arms and shouted. In the driver's seat, Shunbei was sweating profusely, breathing heavily, and his grip on the steering wheel was tense. He couldn't understand why driving was so difficult at this moment. Before returning from the swamp and deadwood forest, he had felt like a wandering cowboy, even having the leisure to shoot at beasts. But now, in this escape, he was incredibly tense, and the coordination of his hands and feet was completely off. It was as if the moment he touched the steering wheel, his body parts began to act independently, leading to frequent misjudgments of space, speed, and distance. Fortunately, the armor was an external mechanical exoskeleton. To prevent the steering wheel from misaligning over the 300 meters, Shunbei directly cut off the power module, putting the armor into a dead state, relying on the mechanical strength to keep a firm grip on the steering wheel. The speed of the off-road vehicle increased rapidly, but the limit was only 50 miles per hour. After all, the vehicle was designed for navigating complex wilderness terrain, not for speed. Not to mention, it was carrying the body of a black bat, weighing over 3 tons. 300 meters, 280 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters, getting closer. The people in the shelter were also cheering. The abomination hasn't moved. It seems uninterested in you. Lucky guy? Shunbei, you could even stop and provoke the abomination, huh? Shunbei listened to the shouts of the crowd and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, is this really a polite evil being? It's quite rare. However, his relaxed mood lasted only a second before an unexpected change occurred. The massive form of the chaotic entity came crashing down, like a collapsing mountain. The turbulent waves in the air gently fell, directly blocking Shunbei's path. Creak!